in power does not have a majority, then he or she can move a no confidence motion. Rule 198 of the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Lok Sabha specifies the procedure for moving a no confidence motion. Any Lok Sabha MP who can garner the support of 50 colleagues can at any point of time introduce a motion of no confidence against the Council of Ministers. If the motion is accepted, the party in power has to prove its majority in the House. A discussion on the motion then takes place. MPs who support the motion highlight government's shortcoming and the Treasury benches respond to the issues they raise. Finally, a vote takes place. In case the motion carries, the government is bound to vacate their office. In contrast, the government also has the option of introducing a confidence motion. A motion of confidence is a motion of support proposed by a government in a parliament or assembly of elected representatives to give members of parliament a chance to register their confidence in a government. It was during the third Lok Sabha in 1963 that the first motion of no confidence was moved. India's first Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru, who had just seen a humiliating defeat at China's hands, faced yet another test, a no-confidence motion in the Lok Sabha. The motion moved by Congress rebel Acharya J.B. Kripalani saw 40 members participating in a debate that lasted over 21 hours, spanning 4 days. During the 1963 debate, Nehru had said it would be a good thing if we were to have periodical tests of this kind. In the years to come, 27 no-confidence motions have been accepted by the Lok Sabha, but except for one, all of them were defeated. Indira Gandhi faced the maximum no-confidence motions during her tenure as the Prime Minister. She faced 15 such no-confidence motions together between 1966 and 1982. Most of them moved by CPM's Jyoti Basu. While Lal Bahadur Shastri and PV Narasimha Rao faced 3 no-trust motions, Morarji Desai and now Prime Minister Modi have faced 2 such motions each. Only once, in 1979, a no-confidence motion was successful in bringing down a government. The motion was moved by Y.B. Chavan, though remained inconclusive as no voting took place, and then Prime Minister Morarji Desai resigned from his position and even quit politics. While the current NDA government has more than a comfortable majority in the Lok Sabha, a no-confidence motion has historically been used as a strategic tool to force a discussion. With the majority mark at the Lok Sabha being 272, currently the NDA government has 331 members, with the BJP alone boasting of 303 members of parliament. This means that even if all non-NDA parties come, the BJP will still have the numbers to survive a no-trust motion. The opposition's aim thereby suggests is not to topple the government. They basically want the Prime Minister to break his silence on the situation in the northeastern state of Manipur.
All right, big news coming in. 5 members of parliament have given notice of breach to privilege notice to Rajya Sabha chairperson because their names were mentioned without permission yesterday during the Delhi Services Bill. Quoting sources, there are signatures of about 5 members of parliament on Raghav Chadda's proposal, allegedly, to send the NCD Delhi Amendment Bill to the Select Committee. But in turn, those signatures were found to be fake because those members themselves stood up to say why were their names added. Then on the complaint of these 5 members of the parliament, chairperson may recommend registering an FIR as well. This is big news, remember, because yesterday 5 members from different states, different parties stood up to say their names have been strangely mentioned as supporting the Delhi Services Amendment Bill, which is supporting the Aam Aadmi Party, but they had never expressed any of this support in this case. Rahul Gautam joining for the latest on that. Rahul, yes, Aam Aadmi Party may not have had the number. They still managed to get about 102 eventually. But the 5 MPs who stood up to speak and have said their signatures are fraud, it's hugely embarrassing.
Absolutely, Pooja. And this is what BJP is now saying, that this is unprecedented practice or a thing that happened,
Yes.
yesterday inside the parliament, wherein 5 members of parliament that also from various, different parties who have alleged now that their signatures were forged, and in fact their names were read on a resolution on a proposal that they never signed, that the Delhi Services Bill should be sent to select committee. Now, Thambi Durai, Sasmit Matra, Narhari Amin, all these 3 and apart, there are in total 5 MPs who have said that that their signs were forged, and in fact they have already moved a motion of privileges against Aam Aadmi Party Raghav Chadha. You can expect this is going to be another flashpoint, and obviously this comes as a huge embarrassment for Aam Aadmi Party. If the charges that are being leveled against Aam Aadmi Party are going to be found true. As far as the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned, they are maintaining that they have nothing to do with it, and in fact, you can expect that this issue will certainly be echoing, at least in the upper house, wherein this incident is supposed to have happened. And in fact, now the ball is in the court of chairperson, who is going to take the final call on the complaint that has been made by these members of parliament.
All right, Rahul, please keep tracking the latest. So what happened yesterday may find repercussions or perhaps an echo in the Lok Sabha today as well. And this clearly was, remember, easily passed by the NDA. They had 131 votes, and yet it was those 5 members with regard to opposition that proved to be trouble for Raghav Chadha. So there was this complete commotion that ensued in the Rajya Sabha after Aam Aadmi Party Member of Parliament Raghav Chadha was accused of naming some fellow members as part of a proposed select committee to scrutinize the Delhi bill without their consent. Now, the select committee was proposed by Raghav Chadha in the upper house to examine the Delhi Services Bill. After the deputy chairperson read out the names to be included in the proposed select committee, Home Minister Amit Shah informed that 6 members complained that their names were included without their signatures in the proposal, that they were never asked if they would want to be a part of the select committee. These include Sudhanshu Trivedi of the BJP, Thambi Durai, Narhari Amin, Sasmit Patra, B. Konyak and YSR Niranjan Reddy. Home Minister Amit Shah demanded that this issue needs to be investigated now. He termed it a breach of privilege of the House and said that matter should be referred to the Privileges Committee. Now, Amit Shah also attacked the Aam Aadmi Party specifically, alleging that the party is allegedly committing a fraud in the parliamentary proceedings. So the deputy chairperson has said that the complaints of the MPs will be investigated further.
I will respond. My dear friend, no signature is needed. मुझे जब नोटिस आएगा मैं उसका खुल के जवाब दूंगा. थर्ड राउंड ऑफ जुडिशियल स्क्रूटनी बना है, इसकी संवैधानिक पीठ जो है, ये भी मेरा विश्वास है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल के और लोकतंत्र के हक में फैसला देगी.
मान्यवर, ये 5 सदस्यों का नाम आसन की ओर से उद्घोषित किया जाए या उनको बोलने की मंजूरी दी जाए और इसका रिकॉर्ड बनाकर, ये प्रिविलेज का मामला है मान्यवर, इसको प्रिविलेज कमेटी में भेजा जाए. हम तो यहाँ चर्चा कर रहे थे, फर्जीवाड़ा दिल्ली सरकार में चल रहा है, ये सदन की कार्यवाही में फर्जीवाड़ा है.
I think the Honorable Home Minister clarified that we had not done anything which had not been done earlier, number one, and this is not for us to usurp the power. This is something more serious. We have merely given shape to something, because between 1991, when that clause was inserted, and 2015, there was never a problem. The problem arose when the Aam Aadmi Party came in here, and they're indulging in such practice.
But the digits are 3 digits. They've crossed the 3-digit mark. They are saying
hold on. They are announced, as they said. Somebody said it's what is called a limited marriage. और मुद्दा मैरिज क्या कहते हैं उसको, और किसी ने बोला अपॉर्चुनिस्टिक अलायंस है. उस आज शाम को ढेर सारी गालियां बड़ी शुरू हो जाएगी.
हमारा भी काम है हमारी साइड को पेश करना, दोनों बाजू से अपनी अपनी, लेकिन 102 इज अ डिसेंट नंबर. इंडिया की स्ट्रेंथ उसमें दिखाई.
Now, interestingly, the highlight of the Delhi Services Bill and the discussion that followed was actually about the Congress Party, once a clearly a foe of the Aam Aadmi Party, turning into an ally, supporting the bill and slamming the government at the centre. So here's a detailed report of how this really happened, what did it look like, and Home Minister Amit Shah ensuring that he mentions this very strange friendship.
239 AA3B बहुत स्पष्ट है. इसके तहत इस संसद को दिल्ली संघ राज्य क्षेत्र या इसके किसी भी भाग के बारे में, उससे संबंधित किसी भी विषय पर कानून बनाने का पूर्ण अधिकार प्राप्त है. legislation
Congress on the front foot, battling for four turned ally AAP over the Delhi Services Bill.
Selectively of the Supreme Court. This bill is completely unconstitutional. It is fundamentally anti-democratic. It is a frontal assault on the regional voice and aspirations of the people of Delhi.
मान्यवर मैं जब पंचायत का चुनाव लड़ता हूं और पार्लियामेंट के अधिकारों की मांग
The Home Minister who introduced the proposed legislation in the upper house hit back.
हम जब चुनाव लड़ते हैं दिल्ली के एमएलए का या चीफ मिनिस्टर की दावेदारी करते हैं
He accused the Congress of appeasing Arvind Kejriwal's Aam Aadmi Party. The Home Minister also issued a sarcastic jibe, recalling the state of emergency enforced during the Indira Gandhi rule 48 years ago.
बाकी एक भी कभी हम संविधान में बदलाव इमरजेंसी डालने के लिए नहीं लाए हम संविधान में बदलाव उस वक्त की तत्कालीन राष्ट्रपति की सदस्यता जो चली गई थी इसको पुनर्जीवित करने के लिए नहीं लाए अरे बैठो
Congress chief Mallikarjun Kharge came out with a pat remark.
उन्होंने ऑर्डिनेंस पे बोल रहे हैं ठीक है लेकिन ऑर्डिनेंस को छोड़ के वो हमारे इमरजेंसी से लेकर और अब तक जो आगे 2024 में अरे बैठो
With the numbers stacked in the ruling NDA's favor, the bill sailed through the Lok Sabha on August 3rd, with the opposition walking out in protest.
खड़गे साहब मैं ध्यान रखता हूं
That the legislation will also pass the Rajya Sabha test was a settled affair from the beginning.
मगर जब
Even if this bill is passed, which I am sure it will not be,
Yet, the bill that seeks to empower the centre over various key matters relating to functioning of senior officials of the Delhi government.
constitutional stupidity masquerading as power is by no means a new phenomenon. This bill is completely unconstitutional. It is fundamentally anti-democratic.
The opposition India alliance called the bill unconstitutional.
वैकेशन के बाद क्या हुआ ऑर्डिनेंस आ गया वैकेशन के बाद चैलेंज किया चैलेंज कर स्थगन आदेश मांगा सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने नहीं दिया आज भी नहीं है मैं तो बिल लेकर आया हूं अब ये क्रोनोलॉजी का क्या मतलब है
सिर्फ ये कहना चाहता हूं कि जितनी बातें ये कहते थे
The government defended the legislation stoutly. The heated debate notwithstanding, the Rajya Sabha endorsed the bill as passed with 131 votes in favour and 102 against.
Those against will say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. The bill is passed.
The NCT of Delhi Amendment Bill has finally become a law. This was the first litmus test for the India bloc. They knew that the numbers are heavily stacked against them. But they also knew that this was about keeping your flock together. Now, having passed the 3-figure mark, they could only hope that slowly and steadily like this, they could win the final grand finale race of 2024. With video journalist Pawan, this is Mosmi Singh in Delhi for India Today.
All right, that's all about politics for now. Stay tuned to India Today Television as we'll continue to bring you live coverage from the Parliament. I'm heading into a very short commercial break. When I return, I have a special story coming in from Jammu and Kashmir. For the first time in the last 33 years, security agencies now are going to start to reopen cases and investigate with one of the first killings that had happened of Justice Neelkant Ganju, who was killed on broad daylight in 1989. We start with that after a very short break.
Meet the men Monu Manesar and Bittu Bajrangi who inflamed Mewar, who triggered the fiery chain reaction.
आपके वीडियोस ने जो है वो उकसाने का काम करा है इस यात्रा में
कोई उकसाने का कार्य नहीं किया ना मैं उस यात्रा में गया
The key faces of the new nightmare, live streamed provocations and poison.
आधे घंटे की प्लानिंग नहीं है ये कह रहे हैं कि बिट्टू ने बोल दिया मैंने बोल दिया वो इसको लोग तैयार बैठे थे वो बंदूक लेके
Cops hunt them, but we find them. Listen as they paint The full scary picture. Only on India Today Television.
All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Big news coming in. Cases of crimes against Kashmiri Pandits in the 1990s is said to be reopened and will be investigated. After 33 years, the investigation on the crimes against the Kashmiri Pandits will now be probed, and it is the state investigation agency that will start with the murder of Justice Neelkant Ganju. He was one of the first to be murdered in broad daylight in 1989. He was killed by the JKLF terrorists, of which Yasin Malik was an active leading member. Neelkant Ganju had sentenced terrorist Maqbool Bhatt to death, and in turn terrorists killed him, and then followed a spate of killings and exodus. Sunil Ji Bhatt gives us the latest on that. Sunil, what is the update that you have? What exactly will be investigated in these cases?
Absolutely, Pooja. This has been a long pending demand of the Kashmiri Pandit community that the crimes that were committed against them by the terrorists in early 90s, that they should be probed. Now, there is a ray of hope for the community, because the state investigation agency in Jammu and Kashmir has, issued a statement, and it has asked people that if they know anything about this murder of Justice Neelkant Ganju, they must come forward and provide the required information to the agency, and their identity will be kept secret, and the agency will use that information to build a strong case against the JKLF terrorists.
So that means public is also being encouraged and asked to come give out information. Their identity will be protected, but it is time that 33 years later, no less, that justice needs to be given to the family members of those who were killed by the jihadists in Kashmir. Thank you very much, Sunil Ji Bhatt, for the latest. All right, I'm wrapping up the bulletin for now. Thank you so much for watching, but stay tuned. Big political stories right after. Stay tuned to the worst up. Thank you for watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
All right, it is the big news this Tuesday, 72-hour of no confidence war that's going to kick off from today. Now, the Lok Sabha has approved a 12-hour discussion. This is going to be very crucial. Remember, this is the second time that the government is facing a no confidence motion. The first time in this tenure of the Prime Minister, which is the second tenure that's happened. 12-hour-long discussion has been approved on the no confidence motion. Battle lines are drawn very clearly in the Sansad. Now the issue is Manipur. The situation in Manipur where the BJP is at the state and in the government at the centre. Who else will be leading it from the India bloc but Rahul Gandhi? It's going to be a strong return today. He's likely to also speak in the parliament over the no confidence motion representing the opposition. While the government also very confident because they have the numbers. Government has the majority numbers. So therefore, let's go across to my colleague Rahul Gautam, who's been tracking all the latest on that. Rahul, your namesake MP is going to be initiating and leading the opposition bloc, the India bloc debate today. But the fact is, Prime Minister Modi's government has the numbers. So what is the strategy of the Congress and the opposition?
Pooja, from the very beginning, opposition parties have been maintaining that the motion that was moved, that is of no confidence, the motion against the government, was more of a symbolic move to compel Prime Minister to speak on the issue of Manipur. And therefore, when Rahul Gandhi will be speaking today on the motion, you can expect that he would certainly try to push government further to the wall and would try to create this narrative how this government has failed in terms of providing any safety and security to Manipuri people. So idea is to discredit the government on the floor of the House as far as Manipur is concerned. And you can expect that Rahul Gandhi will be leading the charge on behalf of opposition parties. In fact, what we are learning from our sources, around 12 noon, Rahul Gandhi will be speaking as he himself had gone to Manipur. You can expect that he will be raising issues pertaining to what is happening in Manipur. And obviously, apart from Manipur, you can expect that he'll be speaking on issues like inflation, Adani, all those regular issues that have been reoccurring in the speeches of Rahul Gandhi. So you can expect, because opposition camp is very elated that Rahul Gandhi is leading the charge. So you can expect that as far as opposition is concerned, they are elated. And in fact, they are saying that this is certainly going to put government in a very tight spot. Apart from Rahul Gandhi, what we are learning from our sources, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, Manish Tiwari, Shashi Tharoor, Gaurav Gogoi, all these people are going to speak on behalf of Congress party. And you can expect that it would be a precision attack on the government as far as Manipuri issue is concerned. And opposition would try to, score brownie points over the government and would certainly try to create this narrative that government has completely failed in terms of containing the situation that is prevailing in Manipur.
All right, very interesting. Rahul Gautam telling us about what the opposition strategy is. 12 p.m. Likely, Rahul Gandhi will start speaking. It's about a 12-hour discussion. It's one of the big days today, remember, in the parliament. So the Lok Sabha today is all set for a mega political showdown. What's expected? There will be a debate over no confidence motion against Modi government. It was moved by the Congress Deputy Leader of Lok Sabha, Gaurav Gogoi, and will be held in the lower house of the parliament. All eyes, of course, will be on Congress MP Rahul Gandhi. His membership has been restored. He's set to return. Also will participate in this no trust motion and is likely speaking as well today afternoon. Top ministers including Smriti Irani, Nirmala Sitharaman, Jyotiraditya Scindia will defend the government, while from the Congress it will be Gaurav Gogoi initiating the debate. BJP's MP Nishikant Dubey is expected to be one of the first speakers from the government side. We're giving you all the inside scoop of what's expected today. Now, remember, the no confidence motion was admitted in the lower house of the parliament on 26 July by Gaurav Gogoi. The opposition basically wanted Prime Minister Modi to address the situation in Manipur in the parliament because BJP is at the state and at the central level also with regard to Manipur. Now, remember when the last time there was no confidence motion, it was in 2018, the previous tenure of the Modi government. And even at that point, while there were many highlights and the motion was defeated because NDA had the numbers, the Modi government was countered on rising crimes, on minorities, women, etc. The Rafale deal, impact of demonetization. But it was the hug and the wink from Rahul Gandhi that had become the highlight. The wink that he gave on a comment and then tried to hug Prime Minister Modi, for which there was, of course, a lot of discussion.
आपके अंदर मेरे लिए गुस्सा है, आपके लिए मैं पप्पू हूँ, आपके लिए मैं अलग अलग गाली दे सकते हो, मगर मेरे अंदर आपके खिलाफ इतना सा भी गुस्सा, इतना सा भी क्रोध, इतनी सी भी नफरत नहीं है। मैं कांग्रेस हूँ और ये सब कांग्रेस हैं।
No, this is not necessary. No. Nirmala ji. Nirmala ji wants to say something.
मैं तो हैरान हूँ आज सुबह भी कि अभी तो चर्चा प्रारंभ हुई थी, मतदान नहीं हुआ था, जय पराजय का फैसला नहीं हुआ था, फिर भी जिनको यहाँ पहुँचने की उत्साह है, उठो उठो उठो। उठा सकता है न बिठा सकता है, 125 करोड़ देशवासी बिठा सकते हैं, 125 करोड़ देशवासी उठा सकते हैं। लोकतंत्र में जनता पे भरोसा होना चाहिए, इतनी जल्दबाजी क्या है?
And have a perspective on this. What is this no confidence motion today about? Joining me right now live in this telecast is our consulting editor Rajdeep Sardesai. Rajdeep, good morning. Now, this is not going to be about numbers because Modi government has clearly the numbers in the Lok Sabha. Opposition is gunning for Manipur issue. But what do you think this no trust motion is really about today?
Well, good morning. Yes, the no confidence vote is not really about numbers. The government has a very comfortable majority in the Lok Sabha. It's about building perceptions and narrative ahead of the 2024 elections. We saw a slice of that in the Rajya Sabha debate on the Delhi Services Bill, where many of the speakers spoke about the battle for 2024 rather than just confining themselves to the Delhi Services Bill, and expect that clearly in a no confidence motion where the opposition is going to raise a range of issues from Manipur to China to the economy to inflation, and the government for its part is likely to target the opposition for being allegedly disunited, opportunistic, and with a single point agenda of targeting Mr. Modi. So I think the battle lines for the 2024 elections, the narrative for the 2024 elections will be set by the no confidence motion, because it is really the last major debate one expects in this parliament before we go fully into 2024 election mode.
All right, very interesting. I appreciate you joining us, Rajdeep, for the latest, and I'll come back to you in just a short while, as you'll also be reporting possibly live from the parliament. Now, Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla accepted a no-confidence motion. It was moved by the opposition against the government on 26 July. But amid all of this time the issue is Manipur. Previously, it was something else. But it's important for you to understand, what is a no-confidence motion? Does it have a history associated with it, and the significance of a no-trust motion in the Indian democracy? We have a special explainer for you. Take a look at that.
Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla accepted the opposition's no-confidence motion against the government on July 26. The motion was brought to the House by Congress Party Member of Parliament Gaurav Gogoi amid the opposition's ongoing protest demanding a statement on the situation in Manipur from Prime Minister Narendra Modi. This is the second time that the Prime Minister is facing a no-trust motion. So what exactly is a no-confidence motion? In a parliamentary democracy, a government can function only if it commands a majority in the Lok Sabha of the parliament. If any member of the House feels that the government in power does not have a majority, then he or she can move a no-confidence motion. Rule 198 of the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Lok Sabha specifies the procedure for moving a no-confidence motion. Any Lok Sabha MP who can garner the support of 50 colleagues can at any point of time introduce a motion of no confidence against the Council of Ministers. If the motion is accepted, the party in power has to prove its majority in the House. A discussion on the motion then takes place. MPs who support the motion highlight government's shortcoming and the Treasury benches respond to the issues they raise. Finally, a vote takes place. In case the motion carries, the government is bound to vacate their office. In contrast, the government also has the option of introducing a confidence motion. A motion of confidence is a motion of support proposed by a government in a parliament or assembly of elected representatives to give members of parliament a chance to register their confidence in a government. It was during the third Lok Sabha in 1963 that the first motion of no confidence was moved. India's first Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru, who had just seen a humiliating defeat at China's hands, faced yet another test, a no-confidence motion in the Lok Sabha. The motion moved by Congress rebel Acharya J.B. Kripalani saw 40 members participating in a debate that lasted over 21 hours, spanning 4 days. During the 1963 debate, Nehru had said it would be a good thing if we were to have periodical tests of this kind. In the years to come, 27 no-confidence motions have been accepted by the Lok Sabha, but except for one, all of them were defeated. Indira Gandhi faced the maximum no-confidence motions during her tenure as the Prime Minister. She faced 15 such no-confidence motions together between 1966 and 1982. Most of them moved by CPM's Jyoti Basu. While Lal Bahadur Shastri and PV Narasimha Rao faced 3 no-trust motions, Morarji Desai and now Prime Minister Modi have faced 2 such motions each. Only once, in 1979, a no-confidence motion was successful in bringing down a government. The motion was moved by YB Chavan, though remained inconclusive as no voting took place, and then Prime Minister Morarji Desai resigned from his position and even quit politics. While the current NDA government has more than a comfortable majority in the Lok Sabha, a no-confidence motion has historically been used as a strategic tool to force a discussion. With the majority mark at the Lok Sabha being 272, currently the NDA government has 331 members, with the BJP alone boasting of 303 members of parliament. This means that even if all non-NDA parties come, the BJP will still have the numbers to survive a no-trust motion. The opposition's aim thereby suggests is not to topple the government. They basically want the Prime Minister to break his silence on the situation in the northeastern state of Manipur.
All right, big news coming in. 5 members of parliament have given notice of breach to privilege notice to Rajya Sabha chairperson because their names were mentioned without permission yesterday during the Delhi Services Bill. Quoting sources, there are signatures of about 5 members of parliament on Raghav Chadda's proposal, allegedly, to send the NCDA Delhi Amendment Bill to the Select Committee. But in turn, those signatures were found to be fake because those members themselves stood up to say why were their names added. Then on the complaint of these 5 members of the parliament, chairperson may recommend registering an FIR as well. This is big news, remember, because yesterday 5 members from different states, different parties stood up to say their names have been strangely mentioned as supporting the Delhi Services Amendment Bill, which is supporting the Aam Aadmi Party. But they had never expressed any of this support in this case. Rahul Gautam joining for the latest on that. Rahul, yes, Aam Aadmi Party may not have had the number. They still managed to get about 102 eventually. But the 5 MPs who stood up to speak and have said their signatures are fraud, it's hugely embarrassing.
Absolutely, Pooja, and this is what BJP is now saying that this is unprecedented practice or a thing that happened,
Yes.
yesterday inside the parliament, wherein 5 members of parliament that also from various, different parties who have alleged now that their signatures were forged, and in fact their names were read on a resolution, on a proposal that they never signed, that the Delhi Services Bill should be sent to select committee. Now Thambi Durai, Sasmit Matra, Narhari Amin, all these 3 and apart, there are in total 5 MPs who have said that that their signs were forged, and in fact they have already moved a motion of privileges against Aam Aadmi Party Raghav Chadha. You can expect this is going to be another flashpoint, and obviously this comes as a huge embarrassment for Aam Aadmi Party. If the charges that are being leveled against Aam Aadmi Party are going to be found true. As far as the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned, they are maintaining that they have nothing to do with it, and in fact you can expect that this issue will certainly be echoing at least in the upper house, wherein this incident is supposed to have happened. And in fact now the ball is in the court of chairperson, who is going to take the final call on the complaint that has been made by these members of parliament.
All right, Rahul, please keep tracking the latest. So what happened yesterday may find repercussions or perhaps an echo in the Lok Sabha today as well. And this clearly was, remember, easily passed by the NDA. They had 131 votes, and yet it was those 5 members with regard to opposition that proved to be trouble for Raghav Chadha. So there was this complete commotion that ensued in the Rajya Sabha after Aam Aadmi Party Member of Parliament Raghav Chadha was accused of naming some fellow members as part of a proposed select committee to scrutinize the Delhi bill without their consent. Now, the select committee was proposed by Raghav Chadha in the upper house to examine the Delhi Services Bill. After the deputy chairperson read out the names to be included in the proposed select committee, Home Minister Amit Shah informed that 6 members complained that their names were included without their signatures in the proposal, that they were never asked if they would want to be a part of the select committee. These include Sudhanshu Trivedi of the BJP, Thambi Durai, Narhari Amin, Sasmit Patra, B. Konyak and YSR Niranjan Reddy. Home Minister Amit Shah demanded that this issue needs to be investigated now. He termed it a breach of privilege of the House and said that matter should be referred to the Privileges Committee. Now, Amit Shah also attacked the Aam Aadmi Party specifically, alleging that the party is allegedly committing a fraud in the parliamentary proceedings. So the deputy chairperson has said that the complaints of the MPs will be investigated further.
I will respond. My dear friend, no signature is needed. मुझे जब नोटिस आएगा मैं उसका खुल के जवाब दूंगा. थर्ड राउंड ऑफ जुडिशियल स्क्रूटनी बना है, इसकी संवैधानिक पीठ जो है, ये भी मेरा विश्वास है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल के और लोकतंत्र के हक में फैसला देगी.
मान्यवर, ये 5 सदस्यों का नाम आसन की ओर से उद्घोषित किया जाए या उनको बोलने की मंजूरी दी जाए और इसका रिकॉर्ड बनाकर, ये प्रिविलेज का मामला है मान्यवर, इसको प्रिविलेज कमेटी में भेजा जाए. हम तो यहाँ चर्चा कर रहे थे, फर्जीवाड़ा दिल्ली सरकार में चल रहा है, ये सदन की कार्यवाही में फर्जीवाड़ा है.
I think the Honorable Home Minister clarified that we had not done anything which had not been done earlier, number one, and this is not for us to usurp the power. This is something more serious. We have merely given shape to something, because between 1991, when that clause was inserted, and 2015, there was never a problem. The problem arose when the Aam Aadmi Party came in here, and they're indulging in such practice.
But the digits are 3 digits. They've crossed the 3-digit mark. They are saying they are united.
Hold on. They are announced, as they said, somebody said it's what is called a limited marriage. और मुद्दाश मैरिज क्या कहते हैं उसको, और किसी ने बोला अपॉर्चुनिस्टिक अलायंस है. उस आज शाम को ढेर सारी गालियां बड़ी शुरू हो जाएगी.
हमारा भी काम है हमारी साइड को पेश करना. दोनों बाजू से अपनी अपनी साइड रख ली है, एंड इट वाजंट दैट हम जीतने वाले थे, लेकिन 102 इज अ डिसेंट नंबर. इंडिया की स्ट्रेंथ उसमें दिखाई.
Now, interestingly, the highlight of the Delhi Services Bill and the discussion that followed was actually about the Congress party, once a clearly a foe of the Aam Aadmi Party, turning into an ally, supporting the bill and slapping the government at the centre. So here's a detailed report of how this really happened, what did it look like, and Home Minister Amit Shah ensuring that he mentions this very strange friendship.
239 AA3B बहुत स्पष्ट है. इसके तहत इस संसद को दिल्ली संघ राज्य क्षेत्र या इसके किसी भी भाग के बारे में उससे संबंधित किसी भी विषय पर कानून बनाने का पूर्ण अधिकार प्राप्त है।
Congress on the front foot, battling for four-turned ally AAP over the Delhi Services Bill.
Selectively of the Supreme Court. This bill is completely unconstitutional. It is fundamentally anti-democratic. It is a frontal assault on the regional voice and aspirations of the people of Delhi.
मान्यवर मैं जब पंचायत का चुनाव लड़ता हूं और पार्लियामेंट के अधिकारों की मांग
The Home Minister who introduced the proposed legislation in the upper house hit back.
जब चुनाव लड़ते हैं दिल्ली के एमएलए का या चीफ मिनिस्टर की दावेदारी करते हैं।
He accused the Congress of appeasing Arvind Kejriwal's Aam Aadmi Party. The Home Minister also issued a sarcastic jibe, recalling the state of emergency enforced during the Indira Gandhi rule 48 years ago.
बाकी एक भी कभी नहीं। हम संविधान में बदलाव इमरजेंसी डालने के लिए नहीं लाए। हम संविधान में बदलाव उस वक्त की तत्कालीन राष्ट्रपति की सदस्यता जो चली गई थी इसको पुनर्जीवित करने के लिए नहीं लाए हैं।
Congress chief Mallikarjun Kharge came out with a pat remark.
उन्होंने ऑर्डिनेंस पे बोल रहे हैं ठीक है, लेकिन ऑर्डिनेंस को छोड़ के वो हमारे इमरजेंसी से लेकर और अब तक जो आगे 2024 में
With the numbers stacked in the ruling NDA's favor, the bill sailed through the Lok Sabha on August 3rd, with the opposition walking out in protest.
खड़गे साहब मैं ध्यान रखता हूं।
That the legislation will also pass the Rajya Sabha test was a settled affair from the beginning.
Even if this bill is passed, which I am sure it will not be.
Yet, the bill that seeks to empower the centre over various key matters relating to functioning of senior officials of the Delhi government.
Constitutional stupidity masquerading as power is by no means a new phenomenon. This bill is completely unconstitutional. It is fundamentally anti-democratic.
The opposition India alliance called the bill unconstitutional.
वैकेशन के बाद क्या हुआ? ऑर्डिनेंस आ गया। वैकेशन के बाद चैलेंज किया, चैलेंज कर स्थगन आदेश मांगा, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने नहीं दिया, आज भी नहीं है। मैं तो बिल लेकर आया हूं। अब ये क्रोनोलॉजी का क्या मतलब है?
सिर्फ ये कहना चाहता हूं कि जितनी बातें ये कहते थे वो
The government defended the legislation stoutly. The heated debate notwithstanding, the Rajya Sabha endorsed the bill as passed with 131 votes in favor and 102 against.
Those against will be say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. The bill is passed.
The NCT of Delhi Amendment Bill has finally become a law. This was the first litmus test for the India bloc. They knew that the numbers are heavily stacked against them. But they also knew that this was about keeping your flock together. Now, having passed the three-figure mark, they could only hope that slowly and steadily like this, they could win the final grand finale race of 2024. With video journalist Pawan, this is Mosmi Singh in Delhi for India Today.
All right, that's all about politics for now. Stay tuned to India Today television as we'll continue to bring you live coverage from the parliament. I'm heading into a very short commercial break. When I return, I have a special story coming in from Jammu and Kashmir. For the first time in the last 33 years, security agencies now are going to start to reopen cases and investigate with one of the first killings that had happened of Justice Neelkant Ganju, who was killed on broad daylight in 1989. We start with that after a very short break.
Employee addition has dropped a combined 135% at TCS, Wipro and HCL Tech. This means where the companies had added 31,000 employees this quarter last year, this year they've seen a fall of nearly 11,000 employees. This is in line with the muted financial numbers shared by these companies. Akanksha Chaturvedi gets us a deep dive into this trend. A closer look. Akanksha?
That is right, Abha. Hiring across major Indian IT companies has dampened in Q1 FY24 as compared to the year-ago quarter. If we take a close look at the numbers, we see that TCS only added around 500 people to the company in Q1 FY24, while this number was over 28 times bigger last year. TCS added over 14,000 employees in Q1 FY23. At Wipro, this trend seems to have worsened. In Q1 FY24, Wipro's headcount actually reduced by around 8,000 employees, while in Q1 FY23, they had added over 15,000 people to the organization. HCL Tech was also in line with this trend. The company's headcount went down by over 2,500 people in Q1 FY24, whereas they had added around 2,100 people in the year-ago quarter. This slowdown is in line with the broader slowdown in the industry, which is caused by the cutbacks in IT and discretionary spending across the world.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
It is never too late to chase your dream. Anil Kumar Mishra took to art late in his life, but what started as a hobby has become a passion over the years. The 70-year-old from Ramnagar in Jharkhand spends his time giving new life to waste wood.
मैं समझता हूँ कि ये कोई ईश्वरीय देन है, जो शक्ति है, जो मुझे प्रेरणा देता है और मैं इसको कार्य रूप में परिणत कर पाता हूँ.
Mishra's tryst with art started in 2007 when he was a school teacher.
गाछ है बहुत पुराना, हजारों साल पुराना गाछ है जिसमें बहुत सारे दीमक खाए हुए हैं, बहुत टिड्डा रहते हैं सर. और उसी गाछ का टुकड़ा से एक प्रेरणा जगी हमको और उसी गाछ के टुकड़ा से मैं एक बर्ड का भाव आया और मैं उसमें क्रिएशन शुरुआत वहीं से हुई.
In the beginning, not everyone was his fan.
मुझे तो काफी बुरा लगता था, कभी कोई लड़ाई झगड़ा हो ही जाता था कि पुराना लकड़ी क्यों लेके आ रहे हैं. लकड़ी लाके जब इकट्ठा करना शुरू किए तो थोड़ा हो जाता था झगड़ा. जब बनाना शुरू किए तो जब पूरा बनने लगा तब बन के फिर बहुत अच्छा लगने लगा. अब तो खैर जान गए तो अब कोई बात नहीं.
Now his family and friends bring the raw materials for him.
सपोर्ट मुझे वो अगर गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से कुछ मिलता है तो मैं और इसको आगे बढ़ा सकता हूँ.
Mishra has won many prizes for his art. He has created more than 1,000 sculptures. With Rajesh Verma in Ramgarh, Bureau Report, India Today.
Co-powered by घर लेना हो या बेचना 99 एकड़ से ही पूछना.
Good morning and welcome to the First Up. I'm Pooja Shali. This Tuesday we have a special telecast with regard to the no confidence motion against Modi government in the parliament today. What's expected and more? Let's begin first with headlines at the top of 8 a.m. It's the big controversy during the Rajya Sabha voting yesterday evening. The motion moved by Rajya Sabha MP Raghav Chadha is under the scanner. 5 MPs say their names were added without consent for the select committee. Rajya Sabha easily passes the Delhi Services Bill. The bill will now be sent to the President for approval. Congress is on a front foot for now foe turned ally, Aam Aadmi Party. The big parliament fight begins. Today, debate will be over no confidence motion. Rahul Gandhi will lead the India bloc opposition debate in the parliament. Government's ministers also set to defend. Major embarrassment for Siddaramaiah Sarkar. The corruption heat on Karnataka's agriculture minister. Minister allegedly sought 6 to 8 lakh rupees from the officers. In big news from Jammu and Kashmir, after 33 years, investigation on crimes against Kashmiri Pandits will finally reopen and begin now. The state investigation agency will probe 1989 murder of Justice Neelkant Ganju, one of the first to be killed by JKLF terrorists in broad daylight in Srinagar. It was a big chaotic situation in the Rajya Sabha yesterday when 5 members of parliament got up to say that our approval was never taken to be mentioned in the select committee when the Delhi Services Bill by Raghav Chadha was moved. Now these 5 members have given a notice of breach of privilege motion to Rajya Sabha chairperson for mentioning their name allegedly without their permission. Quoting sources, if the signatures of the 5 members on the proposal to send NCT Delhi amendment to the select committee are found to be fake, then on the complaint of these 5 members of parliament, chairperson may register recommending an FIR against Raghav Chadha and the Aam Aadmi Party. So basically, when the motion was moved, Raghav Chadha's proposal mentioned 5 members of parliament, where to the select committee, this bill, the Delhi Services Bill, needs to be sent to. But they stood up and said, but we were never asked about it. Why are our names mentioned? Why are our signatures given? That was absolutely not via our permission, and that became extremely embarrassing, not just for Raghav Chadha Aam Aadmi Party, but also for the India opposition bloc. So that's the big news coming in. Yesterday evening, remember, when Home Minister Amit Shah mentioned with regard to the bill, it got voted to 131 for the passing of the bill, to 102 for the India bloc. Now, close enough, but still an easy sail through for the NDA government. Now, this means that the government at the centre, specifically the Lieutenant Governor, will still hold power over the services and decisions to be taken by the bureaucracy in Delhi. That means elected government will have now limited powers, but all of this will have to be approved by the President first. So if you're wondering this morning, you've woken up, what exactly happened yesterday in the upper house of the parliament, I have decoded it for you. Now, Rajya Sabha member of parliament, Raghav Chadha, was the one representing basically the AAP and the Delhi government. He was accused of naming fellow members as a part of a proposed select committee to scrutinize the Delhi bill without their consent. Now, the select committee was proposed by Raghav Chadha in the upper house to examine the services bill ahead and further. After the deputy chairperson read out the names, Home Minister Amit Shah informed that these 5 members have complained that their names were included without their signatures in their proposal and without their permission. These include BJP Sudhanshu Trivedi, also Thambi Durai, Narhari Amin, Sasmat Patra, P. Konyak and YSR Niranjan Reddy. Home Minister Amit Shah demanded issue be investigated, terming it a breach of privilege of the House. Amit Shah said matter needs to be referred to the Privilege Committee. Also attacked the AAP specifically, alleging the party is committing fraud in parliamentary proceedings. The deputy chairperson said complaints of MPs will be investigated. Remember, at least 3 members of parliament stood up to immediately say that their approval was never taken, their signatures were not taken. What exactly and how were their names mentioned for the select committee proposal? Listen in to what Raghav Chadha defended about this.
I will respond. My dear friend, no signature is needed. मुझे जब नोटिस आएगा मैं उसका खुल के जवाब दूंगा. 3rd राउंड ऑफ जुडिशियल स्क्रूटनी बना है, इसकी संवैधानिक पीठ जो है, ये भी मेरा विश्वास है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल के और लोकतंत्र के हक में फैसला देगी.
मान्यवर, ये 5 सदस्यों का नाम आसन की ओर से उद्घोषित किया जाए या उनको बोलने की मंजूरी दी जाए और इसका रिकॉर्ड बनाकर, ये प्रिविलेज का मामला है मान्यवर, इसको प्रिविलेज कमेटी में भेजा जाए. हम तो यहाँ चर्चा कर रहे थे, फर्जीवाड़ा दिल्ली सरकार में चल रहा है, ये सदन की कार्यवाही में फर्जीवाड़ा है.
I think the Honorable Home Minister clarified that We had not done anything which had not been done earlier, number one, and this is not for us to usurp the power. This is something more serious. We have merely given shape to something, because between 1991, when that clause was inserted, and 2015, there was never a problem. The problem arose when the Aam Aadmi Party came in here, and they're indulging in such practices.
But the digits are 3 digits. They've crossed the 3-digit mark. They are saying they're united.
Hold on. They are announced, as they said, somebody said it's what is called a limited marriage. और मुद्दाश मैरिज क्या कहते हैं उसको, और किसी ने बोला अपॉर्चुनिस्टिक अलायंस है। उस आज शाम को ढेर सारी गालियां बड़ी शुरू हो जाएगी।
वो राज्यसभा में पहले ही दिन से तय था बिल पास होगा। असत्य अधर्म के साथ नहीं चलते हैं। मुगलों ने राज किया, अंग्रेजों ने राज किया, देश एक हो गया था। अधर्मी ताकत है जब पैदा हुई, भगवान कृष्ण जी आए और उन्होंने अधर्मी ताकतों को समाप्त किया है। तो मैंने पहले भी कहा था कि इसमें कहना अंतरात्मा पर बिल वोट लोग डालेंगे, वो डालिए लोगों ने वोट। और जहां तक इस बिल को लाने की बात थी, तो ये बिल कहीं ना कहीं संवैधानिक ढांचे को मजबूत करने के लिए ला गया।
बिल पास हुआ, पर आप अगर बीजेपी के चट्टे बट्टे प्रवक्ताओं को सुनो तो क्या कहते थे, ये हमारा जो अलायंस है इंडिया टूट जाएगा, 3 डिजिट में भी इसके पास नहीं रहेगा। मुझे खुशी इस बात की है कि इंडिया इंटैक्ट रहा, सेंचुरी कर दी, इंडिया प्लस BRS आज वोट में हमारे साथ रहा।
Yeah, I have given the privilege notice to the chairman to inquire that whoever misused my name, this is against privilege, therefore to take necessary action for misuse that kind of activities.
राघव चड्ढा ने सिलेक्ट कमेटी में मेरा नाम रखा, मेरी कोई उससे बात नहीं हुई है, मैंने कोई साइन नहीं की है, एक गलत किया है उसने, और मैंने स्पीकर को भी बता दिया कि मेरा नाम उसने गलत रखा है। मैंने कोई सिलेक्ट कमेटी में उसको मंजूरी नहीं दी है, और उस पर जरूरी एक्शन भी लेना चाहिए, वो भी हमने बता दिया है।
There are a number of members of parliament who are there whose names have featured in this resolution, but we had no inkling, neither any clue that our names have been included. There was no discussion with us in this regard, especially when all of these MPs that we've been supporting the bill. So there was no point of concern about in terms of going for a resolution, especially when we and our parties are supporting the bill. So therefore, I believe this is a clear case of a very shocking incident that has happened. Generally hasn't happened in the House. And the matter was also taken cognizance by the Honourable Home Minister, who was there at that point of time. He has also pointed it out, and I'm sure the Honourable Chairman will take appropriate cognizance of the matter and do the needful.
So Raghav Chadda's proposal mentioned a select committee to which the Delhi Services Bill must be given, and he mentioned 5 MPs, but the members of parliament said we were never asked, our signatures were never taken. What led him to even mention our names in that proposal? Let's go across to my colleague Rahul Gandhi joining me this morning in this live telecast to help us understand what does this mean. For the Aam Aadmi Party, Rahul, you know, this can become more embarrassing than they would have liked because they've already lost the bill. It has been cleared. What is going to be the strategy now? What happens now?
Well, AAP sources are maintaining that, all these allegations are absolutely baseless. And in fact, we just played the soundbite of AAP MP, Mr. Raghav Chadda, who said that once this matter would be taken up by the chair, I would certainly be replying to it. In fact, sources are maintaining that that there hasn't been any wrongdoing on their part, and in an absolutely, miscommunication that had happened, and for which they'll be clarifying before the chair if the chair is going to take up this matter. However, BJP is making a huge issue out of it. They are saying that this is an unprecedented situation where 5 MPs, who are from various different political outfits, they are alleging that their signatures have been forged on a resolution which their own parties are supporting. And this actually raises concerns, given the fact that they have already approached the chair, and in fact, they are already demanding that action should be taken against the Aam Aadmi Party MP who actually moved that resolution, primarily saying that Aam Aadmi Party's MP, Mr. Raghav Chadda, should be prosecuted. So in a way, you can say that this is certainly is going to cause a huge embarrassment for the Aam Aadmi Party, but at the same time, it also can, increase their problems, given the fact that if its chair is going to take cognizance of this incident,
and perhaps a little bit of more effort and preparation, asking the members of parliament if their names can be mentioned, could have actually worked well. They could have had them on the same table. It could have been interesting. Thank you very much, Rahul. But stay on with me, because to the viewers, what happened exactly yesterday evening in the Rajya Sabha was very interesting. Now, remember, apart from the support that the India bloc came together was about Congress party becoming friends and an ally to the Aam Aadmi Party. They decided to support the Delhi Services Bill. They've been at loggerheads ever since Delhi elections and then Punjab polls. Home Minister Amit Shah ensured that this gets pointed out when he was speaking in the Rajya Sabha. Here's what happened.
239 AA3B बहुत स्पष्ट है। इसके तहत इस संसद को दिल्ली संघ राज्य क्षेत्र या इसके किसी भी भाग के बारे में उससे संबंधित किसी भी विषय पर कानून बनाने का पूर्ण अधिकार प्राप्त है।
Congress on the front foot, battling for four-turned ally AAP over the Delhi Services Bill.
Selectively of the Supreme Court. This bill is completely unconstitutional. It is fundamentally anti-democratic. It is a frontal assault on the regional voice and aspirations of the people of Delhi.
मान्यवर मैं जब पंचायत का चुनाव लड़ता हूं और पार्लियामेंट के अधिकारों की मांग
The Home Minister who introduced the proposed legislation in the upper house hit back.
जब चुनाव लड़ते हैं दिल्ली के एमएलए का या चीफ मिनिस्टर की दावेदारी करते
He accused the Congress of appeasing Arvind Kejriwal's Aam Aadmi Party. The Home Minister also issued a sarcastic jibe, recalling the state of emergency enforced during the Indira Gandhi rule 48 years ago.
हम संविधान में बदलाव इमरजेंसी डालने के लिए नहीं लाए। हम संविधान में बदलाव उस वक्त की तत्कालीन राष्ट्रपति की सदस्यता जो चली गई थी इसको पुनर्जीवित करने के लिए नहीं लाए।
Congress chief Mallikarjun Kharge came out with a pat remark.
उन्होंने ऑर्डिनेंस पे बोल रहे हैं, ठीक है, लेकिन ऑर्डिनेंस को छोड़ के वो हमारे इमरजेंसी से लेकर और अब तक जो आगे 2024 में
With the numbers stacked in the ruling NDA's favor, the bill sailed through the Lok Sabha on August 3rd, with the opposition walking out in protest. That the legislation will also pass the Rajya Sabha test was a settled affair from the beginning.
Even if this bill is passed, which I am sure it will not be.
Yet, the bill that seeks to empower the centre over various key matters relating to functioning of senior officials of the Delhi government.
Constitutional stupidity masquerading as power is by no means a new phenomenon. This bill is completely unconstitutional. It is fundamentally anti-democratic.
The opposition India alliance called the bill unconstitutional.
वैकेशन के बाद क्या हुआ? ऑर्डिनेंस आ गया। वैकेशन के बाद चैलेंज किया, चैलेंज कर स्थगन आदेश मांगा, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने नहीं दिया, आज भी नहीं है। मैं तो बिल लेकर आया हूं। अब ये क्रोनोलॉजी का क्या मतलब है?
सिर्फ ये कहना चाहता हूं कि जितनी बातें ये कहते थे
The government defended the legislation stoutly. The heated debate notwithstanding, the Rajya Sabha endorsed the bill as passed with 131 votes in favour and 102 against.
Those against will please say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. The bill is passed.
The NCT of Delhi Amendment Bill has finally become a law. This was the first litmus test for the India bloc. They knew that the numbers are heavily stacked against them. But they also knew that this was about keeping your flock together. Now, having passed the three-figure mark, they could only hope that slowly and steadily like this, they could win the final grand finale race of 2024. With video journalist Pawan, this is Mosmi Singh in Delhi for India Today.
All right, Aam Aadmi Party is strongly defending its Member of Parliament Raghav Chadda's decision and the proposal with regard to the motion that was sent to the Parliament. Aam Aadmi Party has said no signatures are required of the Members of Parliament when their names are mentioned for a select committee. Aam Aadmi Party has said there is no question of forged signatures. Remember, Raghav Chadda could be facing an FIR if the forgery charge is proven true. So the statement has been sent in by the Aam Aadmi Party, and our sources say that the rules of procedure and conduct of business in the Council of States, which has been quoted by members against Raghav Chadha, nowhere provides that you need to have a written consent or the signature of a member when you propose their names for the select committee. No signatures are required, and since that is not happening, what is the issue or allegation of forged signature? So to put it in perspective, remember he had mentioned that the Delhi Services Bill must be sent to a select committee for further consideration, to which he mentioned 5 members of parliament's name, different parties, different states. But those 5 said, but we were never asked about it. Our signatures were never taken. Rahul Gautam sends us this big news. Rahul, so we can see that the party strongly stands by Raghav Chadha and also clarifying what exactly happened. Before I come to you, let's have the brief reaction again play about what Raghav Chadha said. How did he defend after the voting was done?
My dear friend, no signature is needed. मुझे जब नोटिस आएगा मैं उसका खुल के जवाब दूंगा. थर्ड राउंड ऑफ जुडिशियल स्क्रूटनी बना है, इसकी संवैधानिक पीठ जो है, ये भी मेरा विश्वास है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल के और लोकतंत्र के हक में फैसला देगी.
Yes, Rahul, go ahead. So clearly he says that I will respond elaborately as and when I'll be asked. And the party also coming and jumping in support of their member of parliament. Rahul, if you can hear me, the Aam Aadmi Party clearly, yes, go ahead.
Well, Aam Aadmi Party is already putting on record that once this matter would be taken up by the chair, then Aam Aadmi Party's MP Raghav Chadha would be going and clarifying things. In fact, he said that he's going to put things and explain things in a very elaborate manner given the facts. So clearly you can say that Aam Aadmi Party is absolutely defiant and unfazed by the allegations that are coming in by BJP and other parties. Remember, there are 5 MPs who have claimed that their signatures have been forged, and in fact these MPs are wondering, when their parties are already supporting the bill, how can they jump the gun and support the bill? So clearly this puts Aam Aadmi Party in a very tight spot. However, Aam Aadmi Party is putting it in a very clear manner that they're going to clarify and explain things before the chair if the matter is going to be taken up. 5 MPs, they have already approached the chair. In fact, they are saying that this is an unprecedented situation, and this clearly demands action against the erring MP. So clearly you can expect that this is certainly going to become another flashpoint between opposition treasury benches. Aam Aadmi Party is maintaining that there hasn't been any wrongdoing on their part, and they're going to put things on record once the chair is going to take up this matter. So clearly you can say the daggers are again out between Aam Aadmi Party and BJP, even though the Delhi Services Bill have been passed, but clearly it seems that battle is still not over. It is only going to escalate in coming days.
Very interesting, but the trouble hasn't exactly ended. Even though the bill didn't go in their favour, it has been now passed because the NDA government had the numbers. Rahul Gautam telling us what the Aam Aadmi Party strategy is, to which they say he's just being misquoted. Their names or the signatures of these MPs were never needed in the first place. Thank you so much, Rahul, for the latest. Stay tuned for the big coverage that is coming on India Today from the Lok Sabha, and it is an important telecast, important day because of the no confidence motion that has been moved against the Modi government. So the Lok Sabha is set for a big political showdown in just a few hours. Now the debate over the no confidence motion was moved by Congress Deputy Leader of Lok Sabha Gaurav Gogoi, going to be held in the lower house starting 12 p.m. All eyes will be on Congress MP Rahul Gandhi. He returns. His membership has been recently restored and he is set to participate in the no confidence motion. Likely will be one of the first to speak from the India bloc. What about the government? Top ministers including Smriti Irani, Nirmala Sitharaman, Jyotiraditya Scindia will defend the government as Congress's Gaurav Gogoi initiates the debate from opposition. BJP MP Nishikant Dubey is expected to be one of the first speakers from the government side. Remember, the no confidence motion was admitted in the Lok Sabha on 26 July by Gaurav Gogoi because the opposition has been pushing for a statement in the parliament, in the floor of the house, by Prime Minister Modi on the law and order situation and the ethnic violence and clashes in Manipur. So this is the second time in Prime Minister Modi's tenure as the PM that this no confidence motion has been moved. First in this tenure, but remember in 2018, there was another no confidence motion that had been moved. The motion was defeated. Government was countered on crimes against women and minorities, Rafale deal and more. But this was the highlight that became of the motion and the debate. The hug and the wink by Rahul Gandhi and Prime Minister Modi's reply to it.
आपके अंदर मेरे लिए गुस्सा है, आपके लिए मैं पप्पू हूँ, आपके लिए मैं अलग अलग गाली दे सकते हो, मगर मेरे अंदर आपके खिलाफ इतना सा भी गुस्सा, इतना सा भी क्रोध, इतनी सी भी नफरत नहीं है। मैं कांग्रेस हूँ और ये सब कांग्रेस हैं।
No, this is not necessary. No. Nirmala ji. Nirmala ji wants to say something.
मैं तो हैरान हूँ आज सुबह भी कि अभी तो चर्चा प्रारंभ हुई थी, मतदान नहीं हुआ था, जय पराजय का फैसला नहीं हुआ था, फिर भी जिनको यहाँ पहुँचने की उत्साह है, उठो उठो उठो। उठा सकता है न बिठा सकता है, 125 करोड़ देशवासी बिठा सकते हैं, 125 करोड़ देशवासी उठा सकते हैं। लोकतंत्र में जनता पे भरोसा होना चाहिए, इतनी जल्दबाजी क्या है?
So stay tuned because 12 p.m. is when that big news is going to begin, the debate of the no confidence motion. Let's go across to Rahul Gautam for the latest on me as he joins us about what exactly is going to be the strategy of the opposition, for example, because Rahul, the government has the numbers, the NDA has the majority. So then what will be the opposition strategy? What is there really the reason for moving a no confidence motion?
Well, Pooja, you rightly pointed out that numbers are heavily in favor of the treasury benches in the favor of government, and therefore the idea behind bringing in this motion of opposition is to compel Prime Minister to speak on Manipur, because they have been accusing government of running away and in fact demanding that the situation is so grave that it demands immediate attention from the government, and Prime Minister must come and explain as to what steps they have taken to improve the situation on the ground zero. But apart from this, you rightly pointed out that this motion has practically no chances of getting passed, given the fact that the opposition MPs, the number is close to 144, and even if you add 9 MPs of BRS who are not part of India bloc, then also practically it has no chances. But given the fact that Rahul Gandhi is going to open the discussion, you can expect that he is going to lead the charge. He is going to lash out at government on the issue of Manipur. Recently he himself had gone to state of Manipur, and not just Manipur, he is going to raise range of issues from Manipur. Is going to raise Adani issue, inflation, unemployment, and obviously the idea would be to push government further to the wall, and obviously to create a narrative as to how government has completely failed in terms of
Prime Minister Modi on Manipur, they are not convinced by the statement that was given before the Parliament session, or when the Parliament session had started, that assault video had gone viral. They want an elaborate discussion on that. Thank you so much, Rahul. Keep tracking the latest, because that is going to be a big day today with regard to the no confidence motion. But let's get in more perspective on that. Someone who's covered politics and specifically the manner in which the showdown have broken out on no confidence motion. Joining me, India Today's consulting editor in this live telecast, Rajdeep Sardesai. Rajdeep, good morning. Now, this is not going to be about the numbers. That NDA clearly has. They know that they are not going to be defeated on a no confidence motion. Then it begs the question, what is this no trust motion really about today?
Well, good morning. Yes, the no confidence vote is not really about numbers. The government has a very comfortable majority in the Lok Sabha. It's about building perceptions and narrative ahead of the 2024 elections. We saw a slice of that in the Rajya Sabha debate on the Delhi Services Bill, where many of the speakers spoke about the battle for 2024 rather than just confining themselves to the Delhi Services Bill, and expect that clearly in a no confidence motion where the opposition is going to raise a range of issues from Manipur to China to the economy to inflation. And the government, for its part, is likely to target the opposition for being allegedly disunited, opportunistic, and with a single point agenda of targeting Mr. Modi. So I think the battle lines for the 2024 elections, the narrative for the 2024 elections will be set by the no confidence motion, because it is really the last major debate one expects in this parliament before we go fully into 2024 election mode.
So Rajdeep, then the next question is, because all the highlight is going to be and eyes will be on Rahul Gandhi. He's reinstated as Member of Parliament. He returns. He will likely be the one leading the attack via the opposition on the Modi government. Do you think it will make any difference that Rahul Gandhi will be speaking today, or actually could give a boost to the India bloc? What do you think?
Look, I think Rahul Gandhi being reinstated in Parliament, now slated to speak on the no confidence motion, gives it an extra edge, a bit of drama, because all said and done, Rahul Gandhi has emerged, like it or not, in the last year as the prime opponent of the Modi government ever since he embarked on that Bharat Jodo Yatra and has taken on the government on various issues. So what Rahul Gandhi says will be interesting, but it will also mean that the BJP has an opportunity once again to pitch the 2024 narrative as Rahul Gandhi versus Mr. Modi. And they believe in any presidential style leadership contest, whether in parliament or outside, they believe, the BJP believes it has the edge. So the opposition will have to be mindful of the fact that while the Congress may be celebrating the return of Rahul Gandhi, the fact that he will speak in parliament, how far do they go in making any no confidence motion debate about Rahul Gandhi's skills versus Mr. Modi's abilities? So it's a bit of a double-edged sword there. The presence of Rahul Gandhi and the fact that he will be possibly leading the opposition debate. I think the Team India, as you called it, would like the focus to be on India versus NDA rather than on Rahul Gandhi versus Prime Minister Modi.
All right, fantastic. We'll also be waiting for all the live reports coming in from 12 p.m. Actually, 10 a.m. onward, when Rajdeep Sardesai, Preeti Chaudhary and Rahul Srivastava will be sending us the ground coverage from the Parliament. Stay tuned for that. Now, if you're wondering, what is this no confidence motion? And specifically, when was the first time that it was moved? It was actually when Jawaharlal Nehru was the Prime Minister and the humiliating defeat we saw at the hands of China in the 1962 war. What exactly happened then? Has it actually ever been able to bring down a government? I have this explainer for you. Take a look.
Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla accepted the opposition's no-confidence motion against the government on July 26. The motion was brought to the House by Congress Party Member of Parliament Gaurav Gogoi amid the opposition's ongoing protest demanding a statement on the situation in Manipur from Prime Minister Narendra Modi. This is the second time that the Prime Minister is facing a no-trust motion. So what exactly is a no-confidence motion? In a parliamentary democracy, a government can function only if it commands a majority in the Lok Sabha of the Parliament. If any member of the House feels that the government in power does not have a majority, then he or she can move a no-confidence motion. Rule 198 of the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Lok Sabha specifies the procedure for moving a no-confidence motion. Any Lok Sabha MP who can garner the support of 50 colleagues can at any point of time introduce a motion of no confidence against the Council of Ministers. If the motion is accepted, the party in power has to prove its majority in the House. A discussion on the motion then takes place. MPs who support the motion highlight government's shortcoming and the Treasury benches respond to the issues they raise. Finally, a vote takes place. In case the motion carries, the government is bound to vacate their office. In contrast, the government also has the option of introducing a confidence motion. A motion of confidence is a motion of support proposed by a government in a parliament or assembly of elected representatives to give members of parliament a chance to register their confidence in a government. It was during the third Lok Sabha in 1963 that the first motion of no confidence was moved. India's first Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru, who had just seen a humiliating defeat at China's hands, faced yet another test, a no confidence motion in the Lok Sabha. The motion moved by Congress rebel Acharya J.B. Kripalani saw 40 members participating in a debate that lasted over 21 hours, spanning 4 days. During the 1963 debate, Nehru had said it would be a good thing if we were to have periodical tests of this kind. In the years to come, 27 no-confidence motions have been accepted by the Lok Sabha, but except for one, all of them were defeated. Indira Gandhi faced the maximum no-confidence motions during her tenure as the Prime Minister. She faced 15 such no-confidence motions together between 1966 and 1982. Most of them moved by CPM's Jyoti Basu. While Lal Bahadur Shastri and P.V. Narasimha Rao faced 3 no-trust motions, Morarji Desai and now Prime Minister Modi have faced 2 such motions each. Only once, in 1979, a no-confidence motion was successful in bringing down a government. The motion was moved by Y.B. Chavan, though remained inconclusive as no voting took place, and then Prime Minister Morarji Desai resigned from his position and even quit politics. While the current NDA government has more than a comfortable majority in the Lok Sabha, a no-confidence motion has historically been used as a strategic tool to force a discussion. With the majority mark at the Lok Sabha being 272, currently the NDA government has 331 members, with the BJP alone boasting of 303 members of parliament. This means that even if all non-NDA parties come, the BJP will still have the numbers to survive a no-trust motion. The opposition's aim thereby suggests is not to topple the government. They basically want the Prime Minister to break his silence on the situation in the northeastern state of Manipur.
All right, so in short, 12 p.m. is when the debate begins, and you are tuned to India Today Television for the live coverage. I'm heading into a very short break. We get you some news from Karnataka, the southern state where Siddaramaiah Sarkar is facing the first heat on corruption charges. And this is with regard to an agriculture minister. The minister allegedly sought 6 to 8 lakh rupees from the officers. The officers then took up the matter and said, if these charges are not investigated, we will consume poison. More on that after short break.
In politics, everyone has an opinion, but I have the data. Whose stock is rising? Whose graph is falling? Track India's political stock exchange. Unmatched, unmissable data analytics. The only show on News TV where numbers do the talking. India's most credible poll tracker. The Political Stock Exchange. With Rahul Gandhi, only on India Today.
traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Getting you news now from Varanasi, where in the Gyanvapi Mosque premises, the archaeological survey is currently on for the 6th day now. What does that mean? That today is a big highlight that we are expecting, that the basement of the Gyanvapi Mosque premises is likely to be opened today. Now, the Hindu side is banking on this. They are hopeful. They say they will also be monitoring the survey. Remember, representatives from the Hindu and the Muslim side are present and have got the permission to be present during the Archaeological Survey of India's team there while they research and find evidence. ASI Gyanvapi survey will, however, continue till 5 p.m. today. It's been the 6th day now. They will try to find as many symbols as possible, whether it's the trident or it's the row of flowers, or basically to find out if there are remnants of a temple on which a mosque was built. The Hindu side will be banking on this. I want to go across to Samarth Srivastav. He's joining me live from Varanasi today. Samarth, because you're in Benares, the city where this archaeological survey is currently on, what is the significance of a basement opening then?
Well, I must tell you that this is the sixth day of the survey, and the ASI team have already reached inside the Gyanvapi complex, and what you are talking about is the basement, and that is very, very crucial because the Hindu side has claimed from the very start that the Adi Vishweshwar is lying behind inside that particular basement, and that Vazukhana in a way quietly connects that particular space. Though the Supreme Court has ordered to not touch that particular Vazukhana area, but that portion is in the basement. And also one of the major thing in this entire survey is the southern cellar, which is very, very crucial because the Hindu side have already claimed that they have found the many symbols of Lord Shiva and other Hindu gods and goddesses. Apart from that, the domes have been a major scenario in this entire case. Because I'm reporting from this particular area, I must show you the visuals out here, the heavy police deployment out here, a lot of barricades, a lot of policemen out here, and this is the way towards the Kashi Vishwanath temple, towards the Gyanvapi mosque, where the survey is currently on, and in such security, it is a 3 to 4 layer security. I must tell you that these are the policemen of the local police of Varanasi, and if you move inside, because media is not allowed inside, and the other layer of security is inside, and the ASI team is joined by the Hindu and Muslim side advocates and the petitioners and plaintiffs of entire case. But what is very crucial are the shocking remarks coming from the Hindu plaintiffs, because they have claimed that they have found some mantras of Hindu dharma, and they have clearly said that though they do not understand the exact meaning of those mantras, but they are in a way related to the Hindu ideology, and that's what they have claimed. Though it is also being mentioned here that the police team have warned the advocates and the plaintiffs to not reveal much up to the media about what is happening inside the ASI server, because at the end of the day, ASI have to submit the entire report on September 2 to the district court, and that's why it is also being said that you should not reveal the data or anything which is happening inside. So that has
That's
been
true,
the
because
thing
that
because of
report
which
will have to
many
be
advocates
submitted.
are
Yes.
tight-lipped
So
about
we are
this
looking at some of the symbols here that the Hindu side will be heavily banking on, but there will have to be more than these symbols for the research to really point out if there was a temple underneath. We'll see how the Archaeological Survey of India finally gathers evidence and details. Thank you very much for now. Samar Srivastav reporting live from Varanasi. Let's get you news now from the southern state of Karnataka. Siddaramaiah government is under the lens yet again after sitting Karnataka's Agriculture Minister N. Cheluvaraswamy was slammed with corruption charges. There's a letter to the Governor Department where the officials have claimed that the sitting minister demanded, allegedly, 6 to 8 lakh rupees from these officials. Now, the Governor has written to the Chief Secretary of Karnataka demanding investigation in this matter. Siddaramaiah's minister has denied allegations, calling the letter fake. But even the officials have now said that allegations need to be investigated further or they will consume poison. Here's what's happening in Karnataka.
Just days after the Congress High Command's zero tolerance to corruption diktat to Karnataka's minister, the Siddaramaiah government's agricultural minister Cheluvaraswamy finds himself in hot water. In a letter to the governor, 7 assistant directors of the Agriculture Department have claimed that Cheluvaraswamy demanded 6 to 8 lakh rupees from the officials. The officials added that if the charges are not looked into at the earliest, they shall consume poison. Governor Thawarchand Gehlot has now written to the Chief Secretary of Karnataka for an investigation. Minister Cheluvaraswamy has dismissed the letter submitted by Agriculture Department officials as fake.
ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಜೆಡಿ ಏನೋ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಈಗ ಜೆಡಿ ಹತ್ರ ಮಾತಾಡಿದೆ ನಾನು ಯಾರ ಹತ್ರನೂ ಮಾತಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ಯಾವುದೋ ಫೇಕ್ ಲೆಟರ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಪಾಪ ಬಹಳ ಜನ ಇದನ್ನ ಹುಡುಕಿ ಏನೇನೋ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರ್ತಾರೆ ಆ ತರ ಇದ್ರೆ ನನ್ನ ಇಲಾಖೆಯ ಕಾರ್ಯದರ್ಶಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಎಂಕ್ವೈರಿ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನನ್ನ ಜಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಕೇಳಿದೆ ಫೇಕ್ ಲೆಟರ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು ಸರ್ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರು ಆ ಥರದ್ದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಜೆಡಿ ಅವರು ನಾನು ಯಾರನ್ನೂ ಕೇಳಿಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಆದ್ರೆ ಎಂಕ್ವೈರಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ
ಈ ರೀತಿ ಫೇಕ್ ಬರೆಯೋದು ತನಿಖೆಗೆ ಆಗ್ರಹಿಸ್ತೀರಾ ಅಥವಾ
ಎಂಕ್ವೈರಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಅದು ಸತ್ಯನ ಅಸತ್ಯನ ಎಂಕ್ವೈರಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ಮೇಲೆ ತನಿಖೆ.
Agriculture Department officials have also denied charges.
Sir, good morning. Joint Director Mandyana, sir, Agriculture. ನಾಗಾರ್ಜುನ್ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಟುಡೇ ಇಂದ. ಸರ್ ನೀವು ಬರ್ದಿರೋ ಪತ್ರ ಅಲ್ಲ ಪತ್ರ ನೀವು ಬರ್ದಿದ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಸರ್ ಅಷ್ಟೇ.
ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ನಾನು ಅದನ್ನೇ ವಿಚಾರಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಯಾವ್ದು ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಪತ್ರ ವ್ಯವಹಾರ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ.
ನೀವ್ ಯಾವ್ದು ಬರ್ದಿಲ್ಲ ಸರ್?
ನಾವು ಬರ್ದಿದ್ದಲ್ಲ ಇಲಾಖೆಯವರಲ್ಲ ಇದು.
ಸೊ ಫೇಕ್ ಅಂತೀರಾ ಸರ್? ಅದನ್ನ ಫೇಕ್ ಅಂತೀರಾ?
ಅದನ್ನೇ ನಾನು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ಸರ್. 10 ನಿಮಿಷ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀನಿ.
ಓಕೆ, ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
Meanwhile, opposition parties in the state are gunning for the Siddaramaiah government.
ಆ ಗುತ್ತಿಗೆದಾರ ಸಂಘದವನು ಈ ಥರ ಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳ ಪರ್ಸೆಂಟೇಜ್ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ನಾವು ಇವತ್ತೊಂದು ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಯ್ತು, ಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳನ್ನೇ ಭೇಟಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ 2-3 ಜನ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡವ್ರು ಏಜೆಂಟ್ಗಳನ್ನ. ಅವ್ರು ದುಡ್ಡು ತಂದಿರು ಒಳಗೆ ಬನ್ನಿ, ದುಡ್ಡು ಬಂದಿದ್ರು ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಹಿಡಿ ಅಂತಾರಂತೆ. ಮಂತ್ರಿ ಚೇಲಗಳು. ಇದು ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ ಈ ರಾಜ್ಯ. ಇದು ಇವರು ಹೋಗಿ ಡೆಲ್ಲಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಭ್ರಷ್ಟಾಚಾರದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ರಾಹುಲ್ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಮುಂದೆ ಕೂತು ಮಾತಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಭ್ರಷ್ಟಾಚಾರ ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸಿ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಪಾರದರ್ಶಕ ಆಡಳಿತ ತರ್ತಾರ.
Taking a jibe at transparency in Siddaramaiah government, the BJP claimed this is not the first time corruption charges are being levelled against the Siddaramaiah government.
Congress party and entire government is indulged in corruption. So this kind of complaints has been repeatedly coming against all the ministers, including CM, his family and entire government.
Cheluvaraswamy is not new to controversies. A bus conductor recently consumed poison in a suicide bid. He accused the minister of targeting him over political rivalry and getting him transferred. The charges against Cheluvaraswamy have embarrassed the Congress, which had made corruption an agenda during state polls. Bureau Report, India Today.
We have news coming in from Mumbai. Eknath Shinde's camp leader has been attacked in Mumbai. This is Shiv Sena of Eknath Shinde, and the leader, Altaf's car, was attacked and was vandalized with bats. This happened in Mumbai. Now, according to the leader, Altaf is alleging, I quote him here, Uddhav Sena attacked me, he has said. Remember, this is Shiv Sena Eknath Shinde camp. The leader is Altaf Pevekar. He's been attacked. Unidentified men came and attacked his car with bats. And this was the time when they were passing through the South Bangla metro station in Mumbai. He's alleging that they were from the Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray Sena group. And they are the ones behind this attack. The visuals on your screen right now, we can see the battered glass of the window that has been broken and attacked, and he has, for now, it appears, escaped unhurt. Let's go across to Dipesh Tripathi, who's Divyesh Singh is joining me for the latest on that from Mumbai. Go ahead, tell us what exactly happened. Dipesh, can you hear me?
Yes, Pooja. Yesterday, when Altaf Pevekar was heading towards his home, some guys came and they started vandalizing his car with a bat, and in which he got minor injuries. After which he rushed to police station, Warsaw police station, and lodged an FIR over there. And he stated that these are the local Shiv Sena Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray camp goons who have attacked him, and he will going to take this further, and he will also meet with PM Eknath Shinde and also demand an inquiry in this matter.
All right, Dipesh Tripathi is telling us about what exactly happened. We can see that the window pane is broken. He's talking to someone over phone, clearly looking disturbed, but there will have to be investigation, while he says that it was the Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray Sena group. I bring to you now a special report. Yesterday was celebrated as the National Handloom Day. And in that honor, we talk about the day that celebrates Indian art and culture. I want you to meet the faces that work tirelessly to make the industry one of the finest in India and reputed across the world. Here's a report on Indian government's handloom push. And remember, wear handloom because you're encouraging the artists and, in many ways, the art of this country.
The Government of India has decided to designate August 7 every year as the National Handloom Day.
नेशनल हैंडलूम डे राष्ट्रीय हथकरघा दिवस मना रहे हैं। पुरातन का नूतन से यही संगम आज के भारत को परिभाषित करता है।
A 1,000-year-old tradition, a crucial part of Indian history. Not just weaving mechanism, but an expression of deeply rooted Indian art and artists. Handloom is the type of loom that weaves clothes without electricity.
Handloom is the traditional method of making textiles completely manually without the use of any power or electricity. By manually interlacing warp and weft fabrics to create a textile.
The handloom industry is an important source of livelihood to millions of people in India. It was Mahatma Gandhi who reversed it in the form of khadi, which is also a type of loom, and encouraged Swadeshi.
The contribution of our textile sector, particularly our hand weaving sector, in the independence movement, in the national movement, cannot be understated. You will recall that the charkha was our national symbol for a substantial length of time. And of course, the Swadeshi movement itself began as a call for the boycott of man-made cloth from abroad and a substitution with Indian cloth. So I think handlooms have been a part of India's history. They are the part of the fabric of our civilization since time immemorial.
Type of handlooms and its weaving techniques are influenced by the local culture and tradition.
You've got the Patan Patolas from Gujarat, Ikats from Odisha. You've also got Jamdanis from both Varanasi and Bengal. You've got Banarasi brocades. So it's a very, very wide, vast field. There are several kinds of handloom traditions that are followed in our country.
In the mid-20th century, handloom became a symbol of culture and tradition. All the credit goes to the weavers of the country who kept it alive by passing their techniques and practice from one generation to the other.
Every state of India, in fact, I would argue every district, has a unique handloom tradition of its own. Some of them are no longer active, of course, but obviously the weaving communities of India have made a huge contribution in the handloom story.
The contribution is immense. Today, India has one of the most thriving textile traditions anywhere in the world. You know, back in the day, there were other regions, other parts of the world, like, French brocades and several other textile centers. But today, India is possibly one of the finest textile centers of excellence anywhere in the world.
The revival also took place because of the several initiatives by the Government of India. In 2007, Prime Minister Manmohan Singh produced National Handloom Policy to promote handloom industry. In 2017, Prime Minister Modi launched a mission to help small-scale weavers modernize their craft by upgrading technology.
Textiles have played a very important part in India's trade linkages with the rest of the world since time immemorial. And of course, in recent times, you have many variants which have obviously been produced locally within the country, which have been exported, like the Madras checks, which was extremely famous globally as lately as the 1950s, like the ikkats, which obviously are a fashion staple in many countries.
To conclude, here's wishing all of you a happy Handloom Day. With Vaishnavi Gaharwar, Lifestyle Bureau, India Today.
All right, wrapping up the first up for now. Stay tuned. More on the other side, specifically the big political story coming in from the Parliament on the no confidence motion. Thank you for watching. Have a great day.
You saw the clothes, you saw the celebrities, you saw the jewelry. Time now for you to see footwear fashion and how to keep it dramatic this season. Here's a look.
When it comes to footwear, a lot of drama is now making way. For instance, Freddie Mercury makes a comeback with Theatre XYZ heels.
Harrison, Dark Horse, and this is the Theatre XYZ one. My favorite pick from their drama collection. It's got the boss-like appeal to it as well.
Even the Harrison Cloud9 from the collection is now gender fluid and mainstream. Not just that, boots for all weather are here and they look chic.
I'm a sucker for color. This monsoon and the monsoon footwear these days are coming in different colors and different patterns. I'm just loving every bit of it.
Right from bubblegum smelling sandals to jelly shoes in all shapes and sizes and colors, monsoon shoes are sure having a moment. And if you have the courage to wear something different, try out these jelly ones from Melissa that are available in every color for different moods. And if you are the classy, safe type, your footwear can still have a lot of drama. These picks from OCD, especially the tap dancing Rebeccas or the dramatic Julies, come in with elegance in its own dramatic twist.
It's a beautiful artisanal work of craftsmanship made by artisans of India. And just look at the kind of drama it is adding to my foot.
While this season is all about adding drama, remember, wearing a story on your feet is all the 2023 footwear fashion is all about. In New Delhi, Chaiti Narula for India Today.
public health. All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political black.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Jana Small Finance Bank. Jama karo, jana karo. Galaxy Z Flip 5.
Good morning and welcome to India Today Television. I am Pooja Shali. It's the special telecast this Tuesday with regard to a no-confidence motion that has been moved against the Modi government in the parliament in a 72-hour-long discussion that's going to be on over 3 days. Let's begin first with the headlines. So that's the big news that's coming in. The big parliament fight is going to start. Debate is over no trust motion today in the parliament. Rahul Gandhi set to return and will most likely be leading the India debate in parliament. But it was what happened yesterday evening in the Rajya Sabha that's also become a huge controversy. Aam Aadmi Party MP Raghav Chadha faces an FIR possibly after his motion comes on the scanner. 5 members of parliament say their names were added without consent for a proposal for the select committee. It was an easy sail through for Home Minister Amit Shah and Modi government. Rajya Sabha passes the Delhi Services Bill. Bill will, however, now be sent to the President for an approval. Congress party, interestingly, was on the front foot for the four-turned ally, Aam Aadmi Party. News from the southern state of Karnataka. It's the first big embarrassment for the Siddaramaiah Sarkar that had come on the plank of honesty and non-corruption. Now there is a graft heat on Karnataka's Agriculture Minister Cheluvara Swamy. Minister allegedly sought 6 to 8 lakh rupees from the officers. "33 years, no less. The investigation on crimes against Kashmiri Pandits in the 1990s is set to reopen and finally begin. The state investigative agency, asking for public for their details and inputs, will probe the 1989 murder of Justice Neelkant Ganju. He was one of the first to be killed by the JKLF terrorists in Srinagar. And because it is the big no-confidence motion that has been moved by Gaurav Gogoi against the Modi government, Prime Minister Modi's big attack on the India alliance and specifically, of course, the motion that we are expecting on that. That's the big news that we are bringing to you right now. Prime Minister's statement, and these are the visuals also that's coming in. Prime Minister Modi's big attack on Team India, calling it an alliance of convenience. Prime Minister Modi has said, I quote him here, this India opposition bloc is not a natural alliance at all. This alliance is made just for their need. That's the big news that we are breaking to you this morning. Prime Minister Modi's big attack on the Team India ahead of the no-confidence motion. The 12-hour discussion that is slated for the 3 days, 72 hours long issue that it will take to discuss, debate and then vote on it, of course. But Prime Minister Modi has given out the big statement. He's leading the charge for the government and he says this is not a natural alliance. The India alliance is an alliance of convenience. It is made just for their selfish need. Remember, Prime Minister Modi in the past as well also has said that this is opportunism. It is selfish, the manner in which they have come together, and all of them are basically just corrupt ones getting united and together. Rahul Gautam bringing us the latest on this as he joins us in this live telecast. Rahul, good morning. As we talk about the no confidence motion that is scheduled to begin from 12 p.m. Prime Minister Modi, can we say, is the one leading the charge of how to target the opposition via the government?
Good morning, Pooja. You rightly pointed out that from today you can expect that the confrontation between opposition and treasury benches is only going to escalate with Rahul Gandhi going to open discussion on behalf of opposition parties as far as no confidence motion is concerned, and it is going to be Prime Minister Narendra Modi who is going to conclude the motion. So for next 3 days you can expect that attacks and counter attacks will be we all be witnessing inside the lower house. As far as Rahul Gandhi is concerned, after Rahul Gandhi we are learning from our sources, Gaurav Govai, who is an MP of Congress Party from Assam, he's going to speak, and then Manish Tiwari, and then Deepak Baij. Now, Rahul Gandhi, we all know, had recently gone to Manipur, so obviously his sharpest attacks would be coming on government on Manipur issue, but he will not be confining himself only to Manipur. We are learning from our sources that apart from Manipur, he will certainly be lashing out on government on various issues, for example, inflation, unemployment, Adani, and all these issues.
Rahul, but the fact remains that the government has the numbers. So it's not that the government is going to fall down when the no confidence motion is put to vote. So what do you think that the opposition strategy really is? Do they basically just want a statement on Manipur?
Well, practically, Pooja, this motion has, no possibility of getting passed, given the fact that opposition camp has only 144 MPs, in a cumulative manner. And in fact, if you also add 9 BRS MPs, then also it is far from being getting passed because numbers are heavily in favor of
so
government.
That's the point, and we'll be bringing numbers as and when we are able to, with regard to what the parliament is looking like at 12 p.m. We'll have that debate start, and from 10 a.m. we'll be on the ground to get you the latest. Rahul, keep tracking. We have some more news coming in. Let's take a look at that. All right, we have a disturbing news coming in from Mumbai. The Maharashtra's Mantralaya has got a threat call. We're being told that the caller threatens to carry out a terror attack in a day or two. A threat call is to Mumbai Mantralaya, the secretariat basically, and its control room has received a call where the caller allegedly threatened to carry out a terrorist attack in a day or two. A threat call was received on the landline number in the ministry's control room. Mumbai police were alerted right away as soon as the call came. Investigation is on for the caller identity. And remember, depending on the serious nature of this call as well that was received, they will not want to take this lightly. So it's Mumbai Mantralaya, which is the secretariat. There is a control room. There is usually a helpline or a number that is given as a toll number where one can call. But on that number, this time, it wasn't about a help or an advice. This was about a threat that was made, allegedly saying that in the next 1 or 2 days, we are going to carry out a terror attack. Depending, and remember, Mumbai is the city where, needless to say, it has faced one of the worst terror attacks on 26/11, where multiple locations were targeted. So it is a call that cannot be taken lightly at all. And that's one of the reasons that the Mumbai police will be investigating this further as the call that has come, and the details of the identity and further location, etc. is going to be tracked over this. So we are staying with this big story that the Mumbai Mantralaya has received a threatening call, and it was received from the control room. The employee immediately alerting the seniors and also the Mumbai police about the threat that was received. What sort of a terror attack are they referring to, and specifically saying not that they are going to do it anytime, but in specifically the next day or two. Our big story today comes in from the Parliament. It is going to be a 72 hours that have been permitted for the no trust war. It's a 12-hour discussion that will be segregated over 72 hours over the next 3 days. And it is clearly going to be one of the hottest debates that we have seen in the Parliament. Lok Sabha has approved 12-hour discussion. battle lines are drawn. The whole priority and the issue is the law and order status in Manipur, the northeastern state that has witnessed some of the worst ethnic clashes, mob violence, killings and much worse, as we had seen recently in the assault video that was circulated and gone viral. Rahul Gandhi's team, India, will be leading as he is reinstated as a member of parliament. As he returns to the Sansad, he is likely going to be the one to take on the Modi government. Rahul Gandhi, we are being told according to our sources, is ready to speak in the parliament at 12 p.m. today. So he's going to come back with a bang. Will he be more defiant? Will he be stronger in his tone, or will he be more cautious? He knows that one of his statements on Modi's surname landed him in legal trouble and disqualification. Will we see Rahul Gandhi on a more, perhaps a somber and a cautious note, or is he going to be more defiant when he speaks? Paulami Saha breaking that big news for us. Paulami, good morning. Rahul Gandhi most likely to speak at about 12 p.m. in the parliament. Can we say he's the one leading, and who else with regard to the India bloc team? But what is the government strategy then? They may have the numbers, but it will be a war of words. What are you hearing from both the government and the India opposition?
Well, both will be putting their best speakers forward,
Yes.
Pooja. Good morning. The fact is that this is going to be a fiery debate over 3 days. This isn't about the numbers, as you've been telling our viewers, because the numbers are heavily stacked in the NDA's favor. The BJP alone has 301 when the halfway mark in order to, in fact, defeat this motion is 272. They alone have 301. Add the NDA partners, they have at least 329. Then start adding those friendly allies like the YSRCP, the BJD for sure, you have 34 more. You can keep adding more to that list of those who might in fact either stay in the house and vote in favor of the Bharatiya Janata Party to defeat the motion, or there could be abstentions as well. The opposition is very clear. This isn't about the numbers. This isn't about bringing down the government, the Narendra Modi government. They're very well aware of what the numbers game looks like. This is about the perception battle, winning a moral battle. This is an idea that the opposition came up with, the India Alliance came up with, when of course they couldn't compel the Prime Minister to speak on the Manipur issue in Parliament. Then they decided the only way he'd speak on this issue or any other issue or take to the floor of the House that it was only if a no-confidence motion was brought to the House. Then the Prime Minister, as the head of the Union Council of Ministers, would stand up to defend it, because it would be a no-confidence motion against the Union Council of Ministers. So it remains to be seen. Now, the BJP could have a one-up on its sleeve as far as that is concerned. You could possibly see Amit Shah rise as a speaker in this debate.
Interesting.
Take all the Manipur questions that have come from the debate, answer all those questions, and the Prime Minister won't probably touch that topic in as much detail as the opposition hopes to. So, we'll have to wait and watch how this pans out. But this, of course, is going to be a very, very fiery debate, a semi-final, if you may, before the 2024 battle, Pooja.
Government has the numbers, over 300. They clearly know that they are going to, that numbers is not the problem. But as Paulami is suggesting correctly, it's about the perception battle that opposition also wants to push out. Paulami, stay on with me, because while we stay on with this big news of Rahul Gandhi, who's set to speak in the parliament at 12 p.m. today, the Lok Sabha will possibly witness the biggest showdown. A lot of fireworks will be expected today, but it's going to be a discussion. It's going to be a 12-hour-long discussion spread over the next 72 hours, that is 3 days. The debate over the no-confidence motion was moved by, remember, Congress Deputy Leader of Lok Sabha, Gaurav Gogoi, going to be held in the lower house at 12 p.m. All eyes will be, of course, on Rahul Gandhi, who returns and is likely to speak for the motion on the debate today. Who then will represent the government if Rahul Gandhi is leading the charge for the India opposition? Top ministers including Smriti Irani, Nirmala Sitharaman, Jyotiraditya Scindia will defend government, as Congress's Gaurav Gogoi will initiate the debate. Now, Bharatiya Janata Party's Member of Parliament Nishikant Dubey is expected to be one of the first speakers from the government side. Remember, the no-confidence motion was admitted on 26 July by Gogoi, as the opposition basically wanted the Prime Minister to address the Manipur law and order situation and the violence we've all seen taking place and reported from with regard to the statement on that by PM in the Parliament. Listen in to some reactions that have come in.
वो जिस पर कोई बोल नहीं रहा है या किसी को बोलने नहीं दिया जा रहा है, अगर वो सवाल को राहुल गांधी जी उठाते हैं, क्योंकि वो अपने लकीर पे चलेंगे, जो उनका एजेंडा है उस पे चलेंगे, तो गरमाएगा तो गरमाए, क्योंकि आज गला घोंट के लोगों की आवाज को बंद किया जा रहा है, तो ये तो बेबाक नेता कम से कम एक है.
We are very confident that in a democratical manner the non-confidence motion is going to be discussed, even though it is a bit late. We expect that positive discussion would happen, but considering the fact that these allegations are made, I believe that the entire focus and attention is being diverted in such a way that Manipur or burning issues like Haryana shouldn't be discussed. It should be discussed on China or Afghanistan or Bangladesh, so that the ruling party gets an edge over the discussions.
So then who's representing which party and precisely what side? Let me now break you through. We have prepared this illustration for you to understand. Let's take a look at Team India first, because they are the ones who had put forth the motion. It is going to be Manish Tiwari of the Congress party. There's of course going to be Gaurav Gogoi and Rahul Gandhi as well. Representing the team NDA will be Minister Smriti Irani, Home Minister Amit Shah, who's likely to give a more elaborate reaction on that, and Prime Minister Modi, of course, because that's the statement that is going to be expected. But that's not all. We're looking at Team India also to talk about whether there are Jyotiraditya Scindia, Nirmala Sitharaman, Rajyavardhan Rathore, but BJP MP Nishikant Dubey is likely to be leading that charge. What about Team NDA? Kakoli Ghosh Dastidar from TMC, Saugata Roy from Trinamool Congress as well will represent. From the Congress will be Gaurav Gogoi, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, Rahul Gandhi, of course, and also Supriya Sule from the Nationalist Congress Party. So the opposition, trying to look united from different parties, will target government at the centre. So stay tuned. That's what we are expecting as big fireworks in the parliament today. I want to go across now to Poulomi Saha for the latest on that. Poulomi, so of course they have their best people ready, best speakers. But how does it begin? What are we expecting at 12 p.m. when the parliament debate begins for the next 12 hours discussion? How do you think the first procedure is going to be like?
Well, this is a discussion, of course, which will go on for 3 days. Of course, today itself, they have allocated at least 7 hours that will, in fact, see this discussion take place. Again, it will start at about 12 noon tomorrow, go on till 7 p.m. And then, of course, the Prime Minister, who's expected to speak the next day when the debate starts at 12 noon, at about 4 p.m. in the afternoon. That's how it's slotted. Obviously, it could go over, spill over as well. So it's going to be much more than 12 hours that the last debate saw in 2018. As far as the discussion is concerned, remember that officially, of course, Gaurav Gogoi is to initiate this discussion. But already we are hearing from our colleagues who cover the Congress party that Rahul Gandhi could be initiating that discussion. It remains to be seen, of course, if that is what happens, because Gaurav Gogoi has moved this motion. He was the only signatory on that letter that moved this motion against of no confidence against the Union Council of Ministers. He is to initiate the discussion, and that's what listed. That's what listed in the business of the House for the day as well. That, of course, said, then of course the BJP will initiate initiate its side of defence, where in fact Nishikant Dubey would be leading the charge. He's of course seen as one of the most fiery faces as far as the Bharatiya Janata Party is concerned among MPs, who speaks very vocally, pulls no punches in terms of how he, of course, tries to put the opposition on the mat. So he will, of course, be leading the charge as far as the BJP is concerned. But
this is going to be a debate that we haven't seen in a long time. Amid a lot of ruckus and uproar only that we have seen of the slogan hearing, it will be good to see the members of parliament debating and discussing as it should, but it's going to be also important as a perception about who wins that eventually. Poulomi Saha will be reporting live here on from the parliament. Stay tuned as she brings us this coverage from the parliament, the Lok Sabha. Now remember, this is not the first time that a no-confidence motion has been moved against the Modi government. It was in 2018 when, in the first tenure, that had happened. Now, while it was on crimes against women, minorities, Rafale deal, look at the visual closely on your screen. It was this hug and wink by Rahul Gandhi that had become the highlight. Everyone was talking about it. The hug that he gave to Prime Minister Modi, for which the PM didn't stand up, and then the wink and the hug, all of that was being talked about. What did Prime Minister Modi say about that in 2018? Let's dig it out from India Today archives for you.
आपके अंदर मेरे लिए गुस्सा है, आपके लिए मैं पप्पू हूँ, आपके लिए मैं अलग अलग गाली दे सकते हो, मगर मेरे अंदर आपके खिलाफ इतना सा भी गुस्सा, इतना सा भी क्रोध, इतनी सी भी नफरत नहीं है। मैं कांग्रेस हूँ और ये सब कांग्रेस हैं।
No, this is not necessary. No. Nirmala ji. Nirmala ji wants to say something.
मैं तो हैरान हूँ आज सुबह भी कि अभी तो चर्चा प्रारंभ हुई थी, मतदान नहीं हुआ था, जय पराजय का फैसला नहीं हुआ था, फिर भी जिनको यहाँ पहुँचने की उत्साह है, उठो उठो उठो। उठा सकता है न बिठा सकता है, 125 करोड़ देशवासी बिठा सकते हैं, 125 करोड़ देशवासी उठा सकते हैं। लोकतंत्र में जनता पे भरोसा होना चाहिए, इतनी जल्दबाजी क्या है?
So will the no confidence motion by the NDA government to face, is it going to be a tough deal? Not really, because look at the numbers on your screens here that we are bringing to you. It's going to be an easy majority that the NDA government, which is the National Democratic Alliance, has in total with different parties as allies, 351. That's way beyond the majority mark that is needed of about 320. Now, here against the government, which is the India Opposition Alliance, is 147. This is around the total of 535. 5 seats have been kept vacant. So clearly, right now, remember, about undecided 32. Can voting go even slightly here and there, but it's still not going to be about the numbers, because at least with numbers, the NDA government, the Modi government will not fall. This is more about pushing the government, pushing Prime Minister Modi to speak on Manipur and specifically try to corner them as much as possible. All right, remember the big news in this is going to be about what is a no confidence motion. This is the second time that the Modi government is facing it. It is not going to be a problem, and yet it is the opposition trying to corner them. It was the first time that no confidence motion was brought in was when Jawaharlal Nehru was the Prime Minister. So does a no confidence motion make really a difference? Can it really bring a government down? Has it done in the past? Let's bring you this explainer for you to understand.
Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla accepted the opposition's no-confidence motion against the government on July 26. The motion was brought to the House by Congress Party Member of Parliament Gaurav Gogoi amid the opposition's ongoing protest demanding a statement on the situation in Manipur from Prime Minister Narendra Modi. This is the second time that the Prime Minister is facing a no-trust motion. So what exactly is a no-confidence motion? In a parliamentary democracy, a government can function only if it commands a majority in the Lok Sabha of the parliament. If any member of the House feels that the government in power does not have a majority, then he or she can move a no-confidence motion. Rule 198 of the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Lok Sabha specifies the procedure for moving a no-confidence motion. Any Lok Sabha MP who can garner the support of 50 colleagues can at any point of time introduce a motion of no confidence against the Council of Ministers. If the motion is accepted, the party in power has to prove its majority in the House. A discussion on the motion then takes place. MPs who support the motion highlight government's shortcoming, and the Treasury benches respond to the issues they raise. Finally, a vote takes place. In case the motion carries, the government is bound to vacate their office. In contrast, the government also has the option of introducing a confidence motion. A motion of confidence is a motion of support proposed by a government in a parliament or assembly of elected representatives to give members of parliament a chance to register their confidence in a government. It was during the third Lok Sabha in 1963 that the first motion of no confidence was moved. India's first Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru, who had just seen a humiliating defeat at China's hands, faced yet another test, a no confidence motion in the Lok Sabha. The motion moved by Congress rebel Acharya J.B. Kripalani saw 40 members participating in a debate that lasted over 21 hours, spanning 4 days. During the 1963 debate, Nehru had said it would be a good thing if we were to have periodical tests of this kind. In the years to come, 27 no-confidence motions have been accepted by the Lok Sabha, but except for one, all of them were defeated. Indira Gandhi faced the maximum no-confidence motions during her tenure as the Prime Minister. She faced 15 such no-confidence motions together between 1966 and 1982. Most of them moved by CPM's Jyoti Basu. While Lal Bahadur Shastri and PV Narasimha Rao faced 3 no-trust motions, Morarji Desai and now Prime Minister Modi have faced 2 such motions each. Only once, in 1979, a no-confidence motion was successful in bringing down a government. The motion was moved by Y.V. Chavan, though remained inconclusive as no voting took place, and then Prime Minister Morarji Desai resigned from his position and even quit politics. While the current NDA government has more than a comfortable majority in the Lok Sabha, a no-confidence motion has historically been used as a strategic tool to force a discussion. With the majority mark at the Lok Sabha being 272, currently the NDA government has 331 members, with the BJP alone boasting of 303 members of parliament. This means that even if all non-NDA parties come, the BJP will still have the numbers to survive a no-trust motion. The opposition's aim thereby suggests is not to topple the government. They basically want the Prime Minister to break his silence on the situation in the northeastern state of Manipur.
So 10 a.m. onwards, stay tuned as we get you live coverage from the Parliament with Preeti Chaudhary, Rahul Srivastava and Rajdeep Sardesai. I'm heading into a very short break. When we return, we tell you what happened yesterday evening in the Rajya Sabha. It was all guns blazing, but now Aam Aadmi Party's Member of Parliament, Raghav Chadha, has come under the scanner. Did he mention 5 names for a select committee without their approval, without discussing with them? Because that's what they are saying. It could actually mean an FIR against Raghav Chadha. What happened?
Communal flashpoint at Delhi's doorstep. Amidst the flames and rioting, India Today reporters fearless on the ground.
Stone pelting was so aggressive from the both sides.
Entire market in the area has been shut right now. Attacked the cyber police station of Noor.
Facts, questions,
What resulted in the communal clashes?
and first-hand reports. 100% accuracy amidst the blaze. We track the face of every story. India Today. India United.
traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
You think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
There were a lot of fireworks yesterday evening in the Rajya Sabha, and if you're wondering what exactly happened, I have it decoded for you. In the Rajya Sabha yesterday, the Delhi Services Bill was passed, and clearly by Home Minister Amit Shah, given the numbers that they have in majority. But it was Aam Aadmi Party MP Raghav Chadha who's facing now heat over forged signatures allegedly, and the claims coming in by the Rajya Sabha members. MPs have given notice of breach of privilege notice to Rajya Sabha chairperson for mentioning the names of those MPs without permission. Quoting sources, if the signatures of the 5 MPs on Raghav Chadda's proposal to send NCT Delhi Amendment Bill are found to be fake, then complaint of these MPs, the chairperson may recommend registering an FIR. Basically, he talked about a select committee to which the Delhi Services Bill must be sent, and these are the 5 names that he had given without talking or discussing that with those 5 members of parliament. Defending the charge, Aam Aadmi Party has said that they have given the names of the MP from parties in good faith, that there is no need of a signature consent as per the House rules. The party further defended the MP Raghav Chadda and said the members are free to withdraw their names. Earlier, terming it as a breach of privilege of the House, Amit Shah also added here that this should be sent to Privilege Committee. Amit Shah attacked Aam Aadmi Party, alleging that the party was committing a fraud in the parliamentary committee. Here's what Raghav Chadda said after he walked out from the Rajya Sabha, and then what is the reaction of other ministers.
I
will respond. My dear friend, no signature is needed. मुझे जब नोटिस आएगा मैं उसका खुल के जवाब दूंगा. थर्ड राउंड ऑफ जुडिशियल स्क्रूटनी बना है, इसकी संवैधानिक पीठ जो है ये भी मेरा विश्वास है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल के और लोकतंत्र के हक में फैसला देगी.
मान्यवर, ये 5 सदस्यों का नाम आसन की ओर से उद्घोषित किया जाए या उनको बोलने की मंजूरी दी जाए और इसका रिकॉर्ड बनाकर, ये प्रिविलेज का मामला है मान्यवर, इसको प्रिविलेज कमेटी में भेजा जाए. हम तो यहाँ चर्चा कर रहे थे, फर्जीवाड़ा दिल्ली सरकार में चल रहा है, ये सदन की कार्यवाही में फर्जीवाड़ा.
Yeah, I have given the privilege notice to the chairman to inquire that whoever misused my name, this is against privilege, therefore to take necessary action for misuse that kind of activities.
राघव चड्डा ने सिलेक्ट कमेटी में मेरा नाम रखा, मेरी कोई उससे बात नहीं हुई है, मैंने कोई साइन नहीं की है, एक गलत किया है उसने, और मैंने स्पीकर को भी बता दिया कि मेरा नाम उसने गलत रखा है. मैंने कोई सिलेक्ट कमेटी में उसको मंजूरी नहीं दी है और उस पर जरूरी एक्शन भी लेना चाहिए, वो भी हमने बता दिया है.
There are a number of members of parliament who are there whose names have featured in this resolution, but we had no inkling, neither any clue that our names have been included. There was no discussion with us in this regard, especially when all of these MPs that we've been supporting the bill. So there was no point of concern about in terms of going for a resolution, especially when we and our parties are supporting the bill. So therefore, I believe this is a clear case of a very shocking incident that has happened. Generally hasn't happened in the House. And the matter was also taken cognizance by the Honourable Home Minister who was there at that point of time. He has also pointed it out. And I'm sure the Honourable Chairman will take appropriate cognizance of the matter and do the needful.
I think the Honourable Home Minister clarified that we had not done anything which had not been done earlier, number one, and this is not for us to usurp the power. This is something more serious. We have merely given shape to something, because between 1991, when that clause was inserted, and 2015, there was never a problem. The problem arose when the Aam Aadmi Party came in here, and they're indulging in such practice.
But the digits are 3 digits. They've crossed the 3-digit mark. They are saying
hold on. Hold on. They are announced, as they said, somebody said it's what is called a limited marriage. और मुद्दा मैरिज क्या कहते हैं उसको, और किसी ने बोला opportunistic alliance है. उस आज शाम को ढेर सारी गालियाँ बड़ी शुरू हो जाएगी.
Let me now bring in Poulomi Saha and let's talk about the numbers specifically in Rajya Sabha, which the NDA has. And yet the Aam Aadmi Party or the India Bloc opposition are constantly putting out either opposition or bills or motion, for the example, no confidence motion in Lok Sabha today. Let's talk about Poulomi. Yesterday what happened? Because while it was expected that the bill will be passed, it was the signatures or it was the names of these 5 MPs that have got Raghav Chadha into trouble. What happens now? Will there be an FIR against Raghav Chadha?
Well, Pooja, as far as this matter is concerned, already the chair has announced that it will be, of course, referred to the Committee of Privileges, and Raghav Chadha has already said that let me receive a notice from the committee and I will respond over there. He said that there are no signatures that are needed for this. That was his defense as far as announcing the names within this proposed select committee were. But the fact of the matter is, and this is something that Sasmit Patra in fact said in the House itself when he stood up to raise his objection as soon as his name was announced as part of that proposed select committee. He read out a rule which clearly stated that the consent of the members of parliament has to be taken by that person who wants to in fact move the statutory resolution to send the bill to a select committee. And if that said consent is not given, then that name cannot be included. So it's not about a signature. Has their consent been sought? That is what these members were objecting to. That of course includes BJP MPs. They obviously said that we are for the bill, we're with the government. Why would we consent to being part of a select committee which has been proposed by Raghav Chadha to send this bill to? We of course want the bill to be passed in parliament. That includes Narari Amin, Sudhanshu Trivedi and of course Fangnon Konyak.
Yes.
These are the 3 MPs who are from the Bharatiya Janata Party. Then of course Dr. Sasmit Patra from the BJD. BJD supported the bill. BJD wouldn't want the bill to go into the select committee. Again, very obvious. And then of course comes Dr. Thambi Thurai, who stood up very interestingly and also said that, you know, this is an objection that I wish to raise because my name has been misused, and he of course has reported it to the chair as well.
And also Sasmit Patra of the BJD. What's interesting is, had Raghav Chadha spoken to any of these members perhaps in advance, it could have saved them a lot of trouble, or not mentioned names at all, because that's what the government and the BJP is gunning for Raghav Chadha right now. Thank you so much, Poulomi Saha, for tracking all the latest on that. Now remember, amid all of this, one highlight that the BJP, or specifically Home Minister Amit Shah, couldn't help but mention was the Congress party on the front foot to help and support the Aam Aadmi Party. They were foes once, remember, for Delhi, for Punjab elections. And today it's a foe turned friend, an ally. This is what happened and why Congress and AAP's Bonhomie was talk of the town.
39A3B बहुत स्पष्ट है. इसके तहत इस संसद को दिल्ली संघ राज्य क्षेत्र या इसके किसी भी भाग के बारे में उससे संबंधित किसी भी विषय पर कानून बनाने का पूर्ण अधिकार प्राप्त है.
Congress on the front foot, battling for foe-turned ally AAP over the Delhi Services Bill.
Selectively of the Supreme Court. This bill is completely unconstitutional. It is fundamentally anti-democratic. It is a frontal assault on the regional voice and aspirations of the people of Delhi.
मान्यवर मैं जब पंचायत का चुनाव लड़ता हूं और पार्लियामेंट के अधिकारों की मांग.
The Home Minister who introduced the proposed legislation in the upper house hit back.
जब चुनाव लड़ते हैं दिल्ली के एमएलए का या चीफ मिनिस्टर की दावेदारी करते.
He accused the Congress of appeasing Arvind Kejriwal's Aam Aadmi Party. The Home Minister also issued a sarcastic jibe, recalling the state of emergency enforced during the Indira Gandhi rule 48 years ago.
बाकी एक भी कभी हम संविधान में बदलाव इमरजेंसी डालने के लिए नहीं लाए. संविधान में बदलाव उस वक्त की तत्कालीन राष्ट्रपति की सदस्यता जो चली गई थी, इसको पुनर्जीवित करने के लिए नहीं लाए हैं। अरे बैठो।
Congress chief Mallikarjun Kharge came out with a pat remark.
उन्होंने ऑर्डिनेंस पे बोल रहे हैं, ठीक है।
All right, so the Prime Minister has reached for the BJP's parliamentary meeting. That's the latest visual on your screen right now. While, remember, this is a protocol, this is a part of procedure ahead of the session, but today is going to be different. Today, his government is in the target. The opposition has put forth a no-confidence motion. Now, many are asking that whether a no-confidence motion was really needed at this point. And because the numbers are clearly still with NDA, so it's not that the government is going to fall. Is it an opportunity wasted? Was there any other way that the opposition could have pushed Prime Minister Modi or isolated the government with regard to Manipur issue? So this is a bit of a controversy that's broken out. This is Prime Minister Modi now walking inside for the parliamentary meeting for the BJP, and the agenda will be very clear. It will be to ensure that while he leads the charge against the opposition, against the Gaurav Gogoi's motion for no confidence, no trust for the government, this is going to be the second time. He's faced this in 2018 when this whole hug and wink became the big highlight by Rahul Gandhi. And just in time, Rahul Gandhi is back. Rahul Gandhi returns today for the debate, possibly that he will be leading. And Prime Minister Modi also today with the namastes, with his ministers, the closest in the cabinet, walking inside for the meeting. The focus will be the best from the NDA and from the government, from the BJP, to be defending the government against the no-confidence motion. The best from the opposition. And when I say opposition, the India bloc, I mean not just the Congress party, but the All India Trinamool Congress, the Nationalist Congress Party, where Supriya Sule will be representing them. From from the Trinamool Congress will be Kakoli Ghosh Dastidar, also Shaugat Roy, and of course there will be Gaurav Gogoi, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary and Rahul Gandhi representing the Congress Party. From the government will be Smriti Irani, Jyotiraditya Scindia, Home Minister Amit Shah, of course. The best of the best they've chosen as speaker, including Nirmala Sitharaman. Poulomi Saha joins us as Prime Minister Modi is making his way into the parliamentary meeting. How different, Poulomi, will today's parliamentary meeting will be, considering in the just next 1 to 2 hours, there is the no trust motion against his government?
Well, obviously, we're expecting that the Prime Minister will have some words of morale boosting for the BJP MPs who've gathered for this parliamentary party meeting. Remember that this is a customary parliamentary party meeting. It happens every Tuesday at 9:30 a.m. During Parliament being in session. That is basically the BJP strategizing for the week ahead. What will be their floor strategy? How do they want to corner the opposition? The challenges on the various issues. The Prime Minister, of course, on various occasions has reprimanded MPs for their low attendance in Parliament as well when some significant bills are being passed. This time, of course, remember, for this entire week, the BJP has issued a whip, a 3-line whip for all of its MPs to be present in Parliament between August 7 to August 11, especially, of course, in the Lok Sabha, where the no-confidence motion will be brought against the government. So, of course, the government is pretty well placed as far as the numbers are concerned, but the Prime Minister is expected to have some words of advice for the MPs, as well as, of course, this is the second such no-confidence motion that the Narendra Modi government in its over 9 years now is facing. So, a big challenge for this government. Of course, it is not a threat in order for this government to continue, but clearly there will be various issues on which, of course, this opposition will try to put the government on the mat, because this is an open forum for them. This won't just be about Manipur. This will be about tomato prices. This will be about jobs and security, unemployment, various other issues, the border issue. Various issues will be brought up by the opposition as they try to corner the government on their alleged failures.
Poulomi, also tell me right now, with the numbers that are clearly is what the NDA government is confident of, how is the opposition going to then at least make it look like that this no-confidence motion was worth it? Because eventually the no-confidence motion is if the opposition can to pull down the government, and that clearly is not happening this time.
Well, in most no confidence motions, Pooja, the intent also is to send out a message, a moral message, a perceptional message as well. In the past as well, no confidence motions have been brought in when the government has been comfortably poised in terms of numbers as well. Not the first time that this has happened. It happened in the first no confidence motion that was brought against the Jawaharlal Nehru government in 1963 as well. At that time as well, the numbers were with the Nehru government, but even so, the idea was to put the government on the mat as far as its faulty China policy was concerned. And that was the intent of that motion. And most of the motions so far have been intended in that way, to put the government on the mat, to expose the government on its failures, to compel the government to, in fact, respond to questions that are important for the nation. As far as Manipur is concerned, this is what the opposition has decided. Manipur is a very serious issue. It is a situation which is still ongoing. Ethnic clashes broke out on May 3rd and they continue. Incidents of violence are still being reported. Sexual assault, gang rape, these are incidents that are being reported, and the government is responsible for the same. The government is to be held accountable for the same, and no less than the Prime Minister has to answer for why the law and order situation in Manipur has gone southwards. And that is why they've decided that the no confidence motion is the only way that the Prime Minister will take to the floor of the House and speak. They will, of course, make their own points as well when they speak on this issue. That's why they want Rahul Gandhi, of course, to initiate that discussion. Gaurav Gogoi will be ceding his opportunity to initiate that motion to Rahul Gandhi. Rahul Gandhi will speak because Rahul Gandhi visited Manipur in the month of June. So he will take off from there and then, of course, try to put the government on the mat. So this is not about the numbers. It has happened in the past as well when the numbers were heavily stacked in favor of the ruling party and the government at the centre. But it is about the message which is being sent out as well.
All right, Paulumi, we have the inside visuals where all the members of parliament of the BJP are currently sitting, and that's where, of course, in centre, as we can see, the senior most ministers and BJP chief as well, JP Nadda, and ministers S.J. Shankar and more. And of course, Nitin Gadkari also, and all others are members of parliament. And of course, this shows, if there was any doubt, if the NDA government does not have the numbers, it clearly has. Way more than a united India opposition, which is, for the NDA, it is about 330 and more than 300 clearly, while for the opposition, it is about 150. The majority mark that the NDA needed, they are way beyond it. So it's not that the government will fall. But as Paulumi is also telling us, this is more about perception. Can you take us through the numbers yet again? Because the margin, Paulumi, is so long that it's not something that Prime Minister Modi really will have to have any tensions about. It's more about how they will defend themselves and put this Manipur issue back for all, because it was what the Prime Minister hasn't said or the government hasn't said yet on Manipur, that the opposition is isolating. Maybe they will want to give out a statement today in a manner in which that it puts the debate to end once and for all, isn't it?
That's right. Today, of course, you'll see some today, tomorrow, day after, it's 3 days that has been allotted for this no confidence motion. You will see, of course, many fiery speeches being made by opposition MPs who will, of course, try to put the government on the mat. Not just about the Manipur issue. There will be MPs who expect them to raise issues about the violence in Haryana, in Nu. Expect MPs from the opposition camp to speak about tomato prices, inflation. Expect MPs to speak about joblessness, about unemployment. There will be various issues that will be raised by the opposition as they try to corner Modi Sarkar as far as this no confidence motion is concerned. Remember, when, of course, the motion was brought, the first no confidence motion was brought against the Narendra Modi government in 2018, the issue was the special status allocation for Andhra Pradesh, for alleged no funds being given to Andhra Pradesh, which is why their former ally, the NDA's ally TDP, had walked out of the alliance and brought the no confidence motion against the Narendra Modi government. But it became more about the debate that Rahul Gandhi ignited over Rafale at that point of time, calling the government, the Prime Minister, names like Chowkidar, Thekedar, all sorts of things. It became more about that. Somewhere the Andhra Pradesh issue, which is why that no confidence motion had been moved, took a back seat, and these were the issues that came to the forefront. Rafale being, of course, one of the primary issues that was raised by Rahul Gandhi as he made a speech in that debate in Parliament in Lok Sabha in 2018. So this time as well, of course, while the opposition has united over one issue, it's not one party which has gone ahead and moved that no confidence motion, even though it seems so on paper that Gaurav Gogoi has moved that motion. The entire alliance of 26 parties of the India Alliance is in fact united on the Manipur issue. The Manipur issue is going to be extremely dominant, but expect other issues that will be brought up by the opposition, and expect major counter-offensive from the government as well, with some of their top ministers like Smriti Irani, Nirmala Sitharaman, Jyotiraditya Scindia, maybe even the Home Minister, take to the floor of the House to counter this motion.
All right, Paulami, stay on with me because Information and Broadcasting Minister Anurag Thakur has spoken up and we want to listen into what he has to say. Let's dip in.
दल के नेताओं को है वो शायद ये भूल गए कि सदन के अंदर ये चलता नहीं, सदन नियमों से चलता है, हल्ले गुल्ले से नहीं चलता। और आप देश को जितना मर्जी भ्रमित करने का प्रयास करते, लोकसभा राज्यसभा में दोनों में इनकी पोल खुली है। आम आदमी पार्टी जिस तरह से कहती थी गैर संवैधानिक ये बिल है, कल जिस तरह से अरविंद केजरीवाल जी तिल मिला रहे थे और उनके बाकी लोग बाहर, तो कुछ लोग अंदर गलत जानकारी देकर सदन को गुमराह कर रहे थे। ये अपने आप में दिखाता है कि किस तरह से किसी भी स्तर तक गिरने का काम ये लोग करते हैं, जो चिंताजनक है। जहाँ तक आपने पूछा कि अविश्वास प्रस्ताव, मैं तो धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ विपक्ष का कि वो नो कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन लाए। कम से कम चर्चा तो होगी, कम से कम हमें अवसर मिलेगा कि हम बता सके देश को कि 9 वर्षों में मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में देश कैसे आगे बढ़ा है, देश के गरीबों का कल्याण कैसे हुआ है। 27% गरीब गरीबी रेखा से बाहर आए, गरीब कल्याण की अनेकों योजनाएं चलाई गई, देश में जो चहुमुखी विकास हुआ और आज भारत दुनिया की सबसे तेजी से बढ़ने वाली अर्थव्यवस्था बना है और दुनिया की पहली 5 अर्थव्यवस्थाओं में मात्र 9 वर्षों में लाकर नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में भारत पहुंचा है। ये दिखाता है कि कैसे ईमानदारी से काम करो तो देश आगे बढ़ता है। और आज जब ये नो कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन शुरू होगा तो वैसे ही हमें अवसर मिलेगा देश के सामने अपनी बातें रखने का और देश की जनता को जानने का और एक बार फिर कहने का कि अगली बार फिर मोदी जी ही आएंगे। तीसरी बार जब आएंगे तो दुनिया की तीसरी सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था भी बनाएंगे। बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था मतलब कि ज़्यादा विकास, ज़्यादा गरीब कल्याण।
Thank you so much.
And all right, so that's the big reaction that's coming. Information Broadcasting Minister, and very interestingly now it appears that the strategy of the government is to say, thank you for bringing in the no confidence motion, because now we get to have the opportunity to really speak about what we have done in Manipur, the government's effort. But remember, the situation is still very precarious in the northeastern state. We have seen ethnic clashes between the Kuki and Meiteis. We've seen the central forces deployed. There is still firing reported in several parts of Manipur. But with the focus on Manipur, remember, it will be opposition's agenda to corner the Modi government and Modi government to ensure that they will be able to defeat, in many ways, the opposition. Listen in now to Congress leader Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary.
सेल्फ गोल होगा। हमारे साथ अधीर रंजन चौधरी साहब हैं जो कि कांग्रेस पार्टी के नेता हैं लोकसभा में। आइए उनसे पूछते हैं, कहा जा रहा है कि ये आपका सेल्फ गोल होने वाला है।
पहले उस तरीका देते हैं, सेल्फ गोल होगा या नहीं होगा तो ये मुद्दा हमारे चिंता की विषय होता है। मोदी जी और उनके पार्टी इतने क्यों चिंता कर रहे हैं हमारे लिए? सदन के अंदर चर्चा होती है सिर्फ एक गोल के लिए, वो गोल ये होते हैं विपक्ष सत्ता पक्ष की जो खामियां, कमजोरी, इसको सारे बयान सदन के अंदर पेश करते हैं और इसका इजहार सदन के अंदर देते हैं। यही प्रतीत करने के लिए कि हमारा अविश्वास प्रस्ताव लाने की मतलब क्या है। ये सत्तारूढ़ पार्टी अपने
बहुमत की बाहुबली हर चीज में दिखाते हैं, इस चीज में दिखाएंगे, हम जानते हैं। इसलिए ये सदन की मतलब ये नहीं समझते हैं। सदन की मतलब बहुमत की बाहुबली नहीं, मुद्दा की बाहुबली से चलते हैं। अगर ना होते तो बीजेपी पार्टी भी सदन में कभी 2 मेंबर की भी होते थे, तो उस समय क्या सदन के अंदर अविश्वास प्रस्ताव नहीं लाए गए थे? उसमें क्या बीजेपी पार्टी के जो पूर्वजों ने क्या शिरकत नहीं की थी?
So this is the day that you must not miss. It's going to be full of fireworks in the Parliament. India Today goes live from the Parliament at about 10 a.m. I'm wrapping up this bulletin, heading into a very short break. Special telecast right after that. Thank you very much for watching. Have a great day.
Employee addition has dropped a combined 135% at TCS, Wipro and HCL Tech. This means where the companies had added 31,000 employees this quarter last year, this year they've seen a fall of nearly 11,000 employees. This is in line with the muted financial numbers shared by these companies. Akanksha Chaturvedi gets us a deep dive into this trend. A closer look. Akanksha?
That is right, Abha. Hiring across major Indian IT companies has dampened in Q1 FY24 as compared to the year-ago quarter. If we take a close look at the numbers, we see that TCS only added around 500 people to the company in Q1 FY24, while this number was over 28 times bigger last year. TCS added over 14,000 employees in Q1 FY23. At Wipro, this trend seems to have worsened. In Q1 FY24, Wipro's headcount actually reduced by around 8,000 employees, while in Q1 FY23, they had added over 15,000 people to the organization. HCL Tech was also in line with this trend. The company's headcount went down by over 2,500 people in Q1 FY24, whereas they had added around 2,100 people in the year-ago quarter. This slowdown is in line with the broader slowdown in the industry, which is caused by the cutbacks in IT and discretionary spending across the world.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 38 and minimum 28 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 28 and minimum 27 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 30 and minimum 25 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 30 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 33 and minimum 28 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 29 and minimum 22 degrees.
Traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories. From every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
सॉरी। नमस्ते टमाटर प्रेमियों, 104.8 इश्क एफएम पर आपको चखाना चाहता हूँ आजकल का टमाटरी गीत। ये हो ग्रेवी, बिरयानी, हो चटनी, पाव भाजी, सदमे में अम्मी और अब्बा, 1 किलो टमाटर 200 का था बिल, बजट हिला मेरा रब्बा। टमाटर कैसे लोगे, 200 के किलो हो गए टमाटर। टमाटर कैसे लोगे, 200 के किलो हो गए टमाटर। किलो में ना निकले एक भी ढंग का, मम्मी का दिमाग था सन का। टमाटर जो ना मैं छांट के लाया, मम्मी लगा देगी लंका। टमाटर वाला एक नहीं आ रहा, ऑनलाइन भी चेक कर चुका मैं। मोहल्ले की सारी रेडी पूछ पूछ के मर चुका मैं। नहीं जरूरत बर्गर में टमाटर की, सलाद बन रही खीरा प्याज और गाजर की। एक टमाटर से पूरा दिन तुम चलाओ, 1 हो गई सिस्टर और अम्मा। टमाटर कैसे लोगे, 200 के किलो हो गए टमाटर।
Well, today is a big parliament fight and we're getting you up to speed with every single big development from inside parliament and outside, where there is going to be the debate on no confidence motion against this government. I'm Sneha Mordani, this is India's agenda and here's what we're tracking today. The big parliament fight begins today. Debate over no confidence motion in parliament. Rahul Gandhi to lead India debate in parliament at noon. Raghav Chadda faces FIR after his motion comes under scanner. 5 MPs say the names added without consent. Day after graft heat on Karnataka, Agriculture Minister, Chief Minister Siddaramaiah says fake complaint letter circulated, calls it smear campaign against the Congress. After 33 years, probe on crimes against pundits to begin. SIA to probe 1989 murder of Justice Ganju. Justice Ganju was killed by JKLF terrorists. Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot's big claim, says will leave Chief Minister post if High Command wants, but says CM post is not leaving him. We'll kickstart this edition with some breaking news just coming in. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has reached for the BJP MP meeting, in fact, ahead of the mega trust vote debate, is what we know. These are pictures coming in from the Parliament complex, where the BJP members of Parliament, essentially the parliamentary party meet, is underway as we speak. Of course, the party has in fact readied its own set of MPs to speak, in Parliament today. As far as the no confidence motion and the debate on the same is concerned, pictures in fact coming in out of the parliamentary party meeting of the Bharatiya Janata Party from inside Parliament complex. The stage, of course, is set for a huge face-off with BJP and allies on one hand and the India bloc and the other opposition parties on the other hand. The BJP government is facing a no trust or no confidence motion, which has in fact been moved by the opposition. The debate starts today and is going to conclude tomorrow. The no trust vote storm that has in fact taken over Parliament today, which is going to see heated debates between the BJP and the Congress and of course the other opposition MPs from the India bloc. Paulmi Saha is getting us more details on that big story. Paulmi, the parliamentary party meeting is also taking place amid of course this huge debate, this huge storm that we're all gearing up for.
That's right. The BJP's parliamentary party meeting is currently underway inside the Parliament complex. The Prime Minister is attending this meeting. This is, of course, a customary meeting that the BJP parliamentary party, which is, of course, their MPs from the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha, attend every Tuesday morning in order to strategize for the week ahead as far as Parliament is concerned. Today, of course, much of the conversation will be about the no confidence motion. The NDA has nothing to worry about in terms of the numbers. They're going to, of course, sail through as far as this motion is concerned. It will be, of course, the debate which will, of course, be the spotlight as far as be under the spotlight as far as this entire motion is concerned. And the BJP, of course, will be preparing itself to counter every offensive which is thrown its way by the opposition India alliance specifically. So that is, of course, what we're expecting that the BJP will be strategizing about, because what's left of this Manipur, I beg your pardon, monsoon session, of course, Sneha, is of course the no confidence motion which will take place over 3 days, and the expected discussion on Manipur, which is slated in the Rajya Sabha on the last day of this parliament session on August 11. Other than that, as far as the legislative agenda is concerned, much of the legislative agenda is through as far as this government is concerned. It's only the digital personal data protection bill which is, of course, to sail through, in fact, the Rajya Sabha as well, because as the government has clarified, it is a regular bill. So it is going to be very important to strategize for this, upcoming week, especially because the BJP and the Prime Minister will be insisting on this as well, likely because he's done it in the past as well, pulling up MPs for their low attendance in Parliament and ensuring and asking them to attend in full numbers, because the numbers eventually will, of course, be extremely important, and their presence through this entire discussion will be important as well as far as the BJP MPs are concerned. So we're just waiting to find out what the Prime Minister has had to say to the MPs in this parliamentary party meeting, Sneha.
Yes, also, Paulmi, give us a sense of who the speakers are going to be from the government side inside Parliament. Which MPs are going to be making a statement?
Well, today what we know so far is Nishikant Dubey will be initiating the discussion as far as the government's side is concerned. Remember that the Congress has moved the motion. We're expecting that, of course, Gaurav Gogoi moved the motion, but we're expecting what we hear from sources within the Congress party. What our colleagues are reporting is that Gaurav Gogoi will be ceding that first opportunity to Rahul Gandhi. So Rahul Gandhi will be kickstarting this debate in Parliament today at 12 noon. Nishikant Dubey will be the first responder from the government side, and then, of course, we're hearing the top ministers like Smriti Irani, Jyotiraditya Scindia, Nirmala Sitharaman.
नो कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन की कार्रवाई शुरू होगी, और वो सांसद जिन्होंने इस मोशन को मूव किया था, गौरव गोगोई, आज तक से एक्सक्लूसिव बातचीत कर रहे हैं। सर, नंबर्स नहीं हैं, लेकिन आप लोगों ने नो कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन मूव किया। आपने कोशिश यही थी कि सरकार को मणिपुर पे उनका बयान आए, तो क्या लग रहा है वो सफल होगी कोशिश?
देखिए, ये बात कभी भी संख्या की नहीं थी। ये बात मणिपुर की इंसाफ की लड़ाई के लिए हमने ये मोशन मूव किया था, और हमने आज भी देखा है कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने किस प्रकार से एक जांच कमेटी बैठाई है, क्योंकि मणिपुर के महिलाओं के प्रति जो अत्याचार हुआ है पिछले 3 महीनों से, उसके लिए जिम्मेवार वहां की राज्य सरकार है। और कहीं ना कहीं सुप्रीम कोर्ट ये भी कह रही है कि केंद्रीय शासित जो रक्षा के जो जवान हैं वो भी विफल हुए हैं। तो इससे साफ साफ साबित होता है कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट केस में भी के संज्ञान में ये आया है, और इसीलिए मुझे उम्मीद है कि प्रधानमंत्री अपने मणिपुर के मुख्यमंत्री को इस्तीफा देने के लिए कहेंगे, और साथ ही साथ गृह मंत्री से भी वो प्रश्न करेंगे कि क्यों इस प्रकार की कानूनी व्यवस्था इतनी खराब हो गई।
आज राहुल गांधी भी वापस होंगे। रीइंस्टेटमेंट के बाद पहला मौका होगा जब राहुल गांधी लोकसभा में अपनी बात रख सकते हैं। तो क्या आपका जो मुद्दा है, आपका जो विषय और सरकार पर जिस तरह से आप हमला बोलना चाह रहे हैं, उसको बल मिलेगा?
देखिए, ये सरकार पर हमला करने का नहीं है, ये मणिपुर की आवाज उठाने का है। राहुल गांधी जी स्वयं मणिपुर गए हैं, आज तक प्रधानमंत्री नहीं गए हैं। जो मंत्री बार बार इंडिया अलायंस की जो मणिपुर की जो भ्रमण थी उस पर उन्होंने राजनीतिक टिप्पणी दी, उनमें से एक भी मंत्री खुद मणिपुर नहीं गया है। सब मंत्री दिल्ली में बैठकर बड़े बड़े बयान दे रहे हैं। तो राहुल गांधी जी वहां जाके लोगों से मिले, उनकी पीड़ा को समझा, साथ ही साथ देश भर में वो घूमे और समाज के विभिन्न वर्ग से वो मिले हैं। तो आज की जो परिस्थिति है, जो मुश्किलें हैं और मणिपुर में जो लोगों पे जो बीती है वो भली भांति वाकिफ है और उसको निश्चय ही पार्लियामेंट में उजागर करेंगे।
राहुल गांधी बात करेंगे मणिपुर पे, खुद आप कह रहे हैं।
देखिए, मैं तो हम राहुल गांधी बात करेंगे मणिपुर पर सवाल यह है कि क्या प्रधानमंत्री बात करेंगे कि नहीं करेंगे, क्योंकि आज भी भाजपा से कोई स्पष्ट हमें उत्तर नहीं मिला है कि प्रधानमंत्री लोकसभा में बयान देंगे।
एक आखिरी सवाल सर, राघव चड्ढा को लेके कई सारा कंट्रोवर्सी, आप बात, खैर गौरव गोगोई बात कर रहे थे आज तक से एक्सक्लूसिवली, और वो कह रहे हैं कि मणिपुर पे सरकार का बयान विपक्षी पार्टियां चाहती थी आए, प्रधानमंत्री मणिपुर पे बात करेंगे कि नहीं, ये सवाल बना हुआ है। और अहम बात यह है कि राहुल गांधी की वापसी के बाद आज
All right, so in fact you heard there from the Congress MP from Assam, Gaurav Gogoi, who's clearly saying they expect a statement from the government. So what else is the government going to be faced with in terms of the questions by the opposition? That's the big question here, with several MPs raising questions on why they don't have faith on this government. Manipur, of course, certainly is going to be on top of the agenda, and Lok Sabha, of course, is set for the mega political showdown. The debate over the no confidence motion is slated to begin in the lower house at noon today. Firing salvos at Team India, Prime Minister Modi in last night's NDA meeting attacked the opposition bloc, calling them an alliance of mere convenience. He's also currently chairing a key meeting with all BJP netas for the no trust motion today. All eyes are on Congress MP Rahul Gandhi, who is going to be leading Congress's charge against Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Top ministers including Smriti Irani, Nirmala Sitharaman and Jyotiraditya Scindia will defend the government in the no trust debate. BJP MP Nishikant Dubey is expected to be the first speaker from the government side. Remember, the no confidence motion was admitted in the Lok Sabha on the 26th of July by Congress's Gaurav Gogoi, in fact, submitted as the opposition wanted the Prime Minister to address the Manipur issue in Parliament.
वहाँ चर्चा होगी। अब ये रणनीति हमारी कि कौन पहला वक्ता होगा, कौन दूसरा होगा, कौन तीसरा होगा, कौन चौथा होगा, पहले जरा आप अपनी तो बताओ। हाँ, हमारी रणनीति सफल रही, हमने सदन में उतार दिया जवाबदेही के लिए भारत के प्रधानमंत्री, जो सदन का ऐसा भागे फिर रहे थे जवाबदेही से, 75 में दिए हुए जो उनका दायित्व उसको नहीं निर्वाहित कर रहे थे। आओ बोलो, सुनो, और सुनने के बाद आप तो नहीं सुधरोगे, मानोगे नहीं, पर देश सुनेगा।
अगर वो जिस पर कोई बोल नहीं रहा है या किसी को बोलने नहीं दिया जा रहा, अगर वो सवाल को राहुल गांधी जी उठाते हैं, क्योंकि वो अपने लकीर पे चलेंगे, जो उनका एजेंडा है उस पे चलेंगे, तो गरमाएगा तो गरमाए। क्योंकि आज गला घोंट के लोगों की आवाज को बंद किया जा रहा है, तो ये तो बेबाक नेता कम से कम एक है।
We continuously demand before Prime Minister to come Parliament and make a statement Manipur situation. But Prime Minister is not ready for coming to a Parliament and make a statement. He is not ready to accept the opposition demands. That's why we moved a adjournment motion in Lok Sabha. Of course, we don't have a majority in Lok Sabha. So, but we want to know what is the Prime Minister reaction.
We are very confident.
Paulami continues to be with us from Parliament House. Paulami, in fact, as far as the BJP is concerned, they do know that this isn't going to be really tough. You know, there is very little chance of this bill, of this motion to be passed in that sense. But this is great display of unity. Give us a sense of how the BJP is feeling about the fact that at the end of the day, on various issues, now the no confidence motion, yesterday the the Delhi Services Bill. The opposition came together as a bloc.
Well, obviously, the BJP does realize that, this opposition is trying to forge a common alliance against the Bharatiya Janata Party. But obviously, it is looking at various issues on which, of course, the opposition will face a split. It remains to be seen, of course, like the Home Minister took pot shots at the Aam Aadmi Party when he, of course, spoke on the Delhi Services Bill in the Lok Sabha earlier. He, of course, said, just wait and watch. The Aam Aadmi Party will walk out of this alliance as soon as this bill is passed through Parliament, because that was the only agenda, the self-interest with which the Aam Aadmi Party joined the India alliance. As far as the NCP is concerned, while, of course, it seemingly is on the side of, the India alliance, the Sharad Pawar faction, already, there are murmurs within the camp itself, the India camp itself, as to whether it truly is with the India alliance, especially because we know that back in Maharashtra, Ajit Pawar and his camp have been making overtures towards Mr. Pawar and camp as well, hoping to bring them on board with the NCP faction of Ajit Pawar before the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. So clearly, BJP hopes that this factionalism shows through. It doesn't help that opposition parties, of course, non-aligned parties like the YSRCP and the BJD have been standing with the NDA government in support. Yesterday, of course, it became very close only because of the support of the 18 MPs from the YSRCP and the BJD did the Delhi Services Bill sail through as far as the government is concerned. Otherwise, it was extremely close in terms of the NDA versus the opposition's numbers. So these will be, of course, some of the issues that will come up in that discussion as well, which is to start today at 12 noon, including, of course, about federalism and how the government and the central government is attacking federalism and its structure when, of course, it passes ordinances which then, of course, are replaced with bills like the Delhi Services Bill. So that will, of course, be one of the issues that the opposition will be raising. Of course, Aam Aadmi Party has no representation in the Lok Sabha, with their one lone MP being suspended from the House, but expect that to be one of the points that will be made by the opposition parties, of course, as they stick to the subject at hand as well, over which, of course, this entire no-confidence motion was moved against the government, which is, of course, the law and order situation in Manipur. Sneha.
All right, be with us, Palmi. I'm going to come back to you in a moment from now. Preeti Chaudhary is also now joining us for more on that. Preeti, if you could also this morning give us a sense of the topics and the issues that particularly will be raised by the opposition today. Preeti.
Well, the sheer fact that the moot point of the no-confidence motion, Sneha, is Manipur. So yes, you would hear a lot of speakers speak of Manipur because the United Opposition India Alliance has said they really had no choice but to move the no-confidence motion because the Prime Minister till now has refused to speak when it comes down on the issue of Manipur. But it's interesting, and I want to bring in Rahul Srivastav, our National Affairs Editor, into this conversation. Rahul, let's just go back. The Prime Minister facing his second no-confidence motion today, 2018. I remember, we did many bulletins where you were my guest. Same no-confidence motion at that time, lot of similarities, but also lots of differences. At that point of time, the moot point, Rafale, this time more emotive, Manipur. Numbers, yes, the government has, but this is also a war of perception other than just numbers.
Shakespeare in Tempest has said that what's past is prologue. What's going to happen, the past prepares the ground for it. Narendra Modi, in his 2018 no-confidence motion speech, had said that he will come back again. That was in July last time around. This time it's August, monsoon session, of course. You see, the difference this time around is that unlike Rafale, where Rahul Gandhi was chasing a different political line in which he was targeting the Prime Minister, this time Manipur is an issue. I think that's one very critical difference, that this time the approach seems to have changed. The splintering of opposition is not the same, though not a huge improvement from the last time around, because you still have that block of 63 odd MPs in Lok Sabha who may not go with the Congress because of their own differences at the state level. But the fact is that yet again there is an opportunity or an attempt by the opposition to set the perception. And that perception battle is the key. And remember, when we talk perception, the opposition trying to set it. Remember, the government also has a similar opportunity because it's not anybody but the Prime Minister eventually will be speaking. So he may lose some but can also win some.
You know, it's interesting, Sneha. Let's break it down. So you have a no confidence motion. It's the second for the Prime Minister. If 2018 no confidence motion in the monsoon session had set the narrative for the elections in 2019, this is going to do exactly that. However, as Rahul also pointed out here, what would be interesting to watch in terms of sheer numbers, of course, the NDA has a brute strength. On its own, the BJP can beat and, you know, throw out the no confidence motion. It doesn't even need its allies. Forget about where the NDA comes into question. It's a battle of perception, definitely. It will set the narrative for 2024. When we do talk about similarities and differences with the no confidence motion in 2018 and then now in 2023, just 10 months before India goes into general elections, Rahul, I also want you to possibly touch upon the fact on the similarities and differences on the person who mooted it at that point of time and who's going to do it today. You had a Rahul Gandhi there and, you know, the wink, the hug didn't quite go down well in terms of perception, what we spoke of, the perception battle. He seemed to have come out in 2018 a tad bit immature, you know, a tad bit abrasive. Very different Rahul Gandhi has walked into the parliament this time, especially at the back of the Bharat Jodo Yatra of what he's done. So in terms of capital, political capital, he's picked up a bit over the years.
See, Priti, last time around it was moved by the TDP,
right,
which had walked out of the government. This time it is the Congress. I think this time around there is not just a more aggressive Rahul Gandhi. See, when we talk about Rahul Gandhi, I think last time around, if any people have watched those serials in olden days, those wonder years, I call that those were Rahul Gandhi's wonder years. I think definitely in the last 1.5 years, Rahul Gandhi has managed to dictate the political narrative as far as the opposition is concerned. The Bharat Jodo Yatra, people may scoff at it, but definitely did project Rahul Gandhi and also helped him shed that Pappu image, you know, that constant barb that he had a disconnect with the people, didn't know what the country was all about. From there, Rahul Gandhi has come here. Second, July 18th, you had an opposition meeting where there was a grouping. For the first time in several years, there is an attempt by the opposition to create a cohesive narrative entity that they may not go in for the high-hanging fruits like seat adjustments, having a prime ministerial candidate, but the idea is to create a footprint wider across the country as far as opposition concerned. And this time around, Rahul Gandhi is definitely trying to push the Congress ahead of the pack. Last time around, the Congress was a bigger entity, but this time around, there was a perception the Congress is lagging behind, not the principal opposition party. Others were trying to eat into the space. Arvind Kejriwal has hurt it. Mamata Banerjee has been very aggressive. But this is also an attempt by Rahul Gandhi to push the Congress up, push the Congress ahead of the opposition pack. I think several political maneuverings are going to come into play as far as this vote of confidence is concerned.
You know, what we're going to do is we're going to keep talking about the past and the present like Rahul just did. It would be interesting also to go back in history and speak a little bit on when was the first no confidence motion. What is the no confidence motion for all of those who are not too savvy with parliamentary convention and language. We're going to talk all about that. But when we are talking of Rahul Gandhi, he's going to kickstart the proceedings. He's going to be speaking. The first speaker at 12 noon is what we're given to understand. I want to just quickly bring in, as you know, our national affairs editor Rahul is with us. I also want to bring in Poulomi Saha. Poulomi, do we have a particular list on who will here speak in terms of the time frame? When does it start? It's going to go on for 3 days. Rahul Gandhi begins it. The Prime Minister will close it. Take us through the protocol and the procedures.
Well, Preeti, it is expected to start at about 12 noon today. At 11, of course, question hour happens in the Lok Sabha. After that, we're expecting that there'll be an adjournment. And at 12, when the House reconvenes, we're expecting that the no confidence motion, which has been initiated against the Union Council of Ministers by Congress Member of Parliament Gaurav Gogoi, will be taken up. At least that's the listed business as of now. But we're expecting also, what we're hearing from Congress sources is that Gaurav Gogoi will be ceding that first opportunity opportunity to Rahul Gandhi, and Rahul Gandhi will in fact initiate the debate as far as this motion which has been brought forward against the central government is concerned. There will be, of course, top speakers from all political parties who will be participating in this discussion, which is to take place over 3 days today. Of course, it starts at 12 noon, is slotted till about 7 p.m. That's when the House will possibly come for a close, unless, of course, some speaker is still speaking, so there could be some spillover. And then, of course, again, it reconvenes at 12 noon tomorrow, will go on till 7 p.m. Again, it will reconvene on August 10th as well at 12 noon. And then at about 4 p.m., if everything goes as per schedule and everyone sticks to the time allotted to them, then we're expecting that the Prime Minister will be speaking by about 4 p.m. But expect the spillover to be at least of over an hour. By 5 p.m., you will hear the Prime Minister reply to the motion of no confidence brought against his Union Council of Ministers. And then, of course, the voting will take place. Remember that as far as this government is concerned, it is very well placed in terms of numbers. The halfway mark in the Lok Sabha is 272. The BJP alone has 301 MPs in Parliament. The BJP has already issued a whip for its MPs to be present in the Lok Sabha all days this week from August 7 to August 11. So already a whip has been issued. So 301 for the BJP. Counting the NDA allies, you have close to about 329 who will vote in favour of the government to defeat this motion brought forward against it. And if you start counting in YSRCP's 22, you count in BJD's 12, that's 34 MPs more. So compare that to the opposition's numbers, which is stacked at about 141-42 at the moment. This motion will be defeated in the numbers game. But in terms of perception, that is the message that the opposition will hope to send out today, that as far as numbers are concerned, we're not challenging this government on numbers. What we're challenging this government is on moral aspects.
Well, you're right. Moral turpitude, and that is something which possibly the opposition has made very, very clear, because they've clearly stated that we understand that there's a brute majority. The BJP doesn't even need its allies. It's going to, it can throw out the motion on its own strength where the Lok Sabha is concerned. Having said that, this is a battle of perception. It's a battle of how the narrative is going to be set for 2024. It's an opportunity for the India Alliance as well to come together, show its strength. But, you know, what we were speaking of, Rahul and I earlier, what went down in 2018 and possibly what would go down this time around. A lot of it is also pitched as a battle between the Prime Minister Modi and Rahul Gandhi. Possibly the BJP would enjoy that battle because it's the winner or the one who's ahead has always been very, very clear. But the Congress this time and possibly the Alliance India would want to bolster on that fact and possibly look at a different perception battle which is taking place. The Congress also wouldn't want to pitch Rahul Gandhi as a direct fight, Rahul, when it comes down to the Prime Minister, because they've learnt in the past, they've smarted from it. And possibly not a direct battle, but it's a catch-22 situation for Rahul Gandhi, because if he is going to speak, like you and I are talking, across media, across publications, the narrative would be a Modi versus Rahul.
Preeti, let's turn the whole thing on its head. The contest in India, as far as the Lok Sabha battle is concerned, few states were BJP versus the regional satraps. But on the large area canvas of the country, you have Congress versus the BJP. Now, in that scenario, if it is not Rahul versus Modi, how does the Congress really pose a challenge? So if the Congress is making it a Rahul versus Modi across a large part of the country, then how does it avoid in those small parts of the country where the regional players are concerned? So I don't think the theory really holds. Eventually, it is going to be, attempt will be by the Congress. Remember, the Congress is not out here to do charity.
True.
To help an opposition win, because eventually it knows that if it does that, all these regional players have come at the cost of the Congress.
Right.
A BJD, YSRCP, a BRS, a Mamata Banerjee and others. Now, why should Congress not think of a revival instead of revival of the opposition? I don't think the theory holds in politics. Politics is not a charitable space. In that scenario, one may try to present and pose. The Congress' first attempt will be to do better and better than everybody else so that it stays ahead of the pack. See, I have been saying since 2018, the Congress has to decide whether it wants to defeat Modi or it wants to make Rahul Gandhi the Prime Minister. The day they resolve this crisis, The day they decide that, okay, we are going to make sacrifices, ensure an opposition cohesiveness unparalleled in the history of the country, then perhaps the battle changes. But right now, the idea will be here. But one pitfall. See, the problem here is that this is also about opposition unity. The opposition is taking a lot on one state with one MP.
Right.
That is Manipur. Now, does Northeast have a great resonance in the larger tracts of the country? Till now, not much. Now, in that, remember, like you had a Karnataka election where BJP wanted to make it national, Congress made it local. While Congress and opposition will try to make it local on Manipur, the BJP will make it national. And in that, speaker after speaker will speak on what Modi has done across the length and breadth of the country. Now, that's where lies the catch, that which narrative which actually prevail at the end of the day after Modi has spoken.
Well, it is interesting, which narrative, because ultimately it will be the Prime Minister who's going to come and speak, so he will have the final word of sorts. But, you know, that whole battle of trying to project Rahul Gandhi or trying to defeat Prime Minister Modi, a lot of that will come to pass when, you know, the whole concept of one seat, one party, and that comes into play where the Alliance India is in question. But what I'm going to do is right now, what we will, you know, to get our viewers a larger understanding, let's cut across back to 2018 monsoon session. If this is going to be, and kid you not, whether one accepts it or doesn't accept it, whether the Congress wants it or doesn't want it, somewhere down the line, it's already being pitched as a Rahul versus Modi battle. Another one was fought in 2018, which of course the Congress was demolished and even the perception was at that point of time, it seemed that the Congress had lost because Rahul Gandhi then with a hug, with a wink, possibly came out as what many thought was immature and abrasive. Very different Rahul, both physically and possibly the kind of emotional political journey he's taken in the last 5 years today in Parliament. But let's revisit that for just about a minute and we'll be back with our reporters and our analysts.
आपके अंदर मेरे लिए गुस्सा है, आपके लिए मैं पप्पू हूँ, आपके लिए मैं अलग अलग गाली दे सकते हो, मगर मेरे अंदर आपके खिलाफ इतना सा भी गुस्सा, इतना सा भी क्रोध, इतनी सी भी नफरत नहीं है। मैं कांग्रेस हूँ और ये सब कांग्रेस हैं।
No, this is not necessary. No.
आज सुबह भी कि अभी तो चर्चा प्रारंभ हुई थी, मतदान नहीं हुआ था, जय पराजय का फैसला नहीं हुआ था, फिर भी जिनको यहाँ पहुंचने की उत्साह है, उठो उठो उठो। उठा सकता है न बिठा सकता है, 125 करोड़ देशवासी बिठा सकते हैं, 125 करोड़ देशवासी उठा सकते हैं। लोकतंत्र में जनता पे भरोसा होना चाहिए, इतनी जल्दबाजी क्या है?
All right, so this was 2018 and we know exactly what went down in 2019. 2018, the no-confidence motion crushed in Parliament, and then we also know what went down in 2019 where the BJP crushed the opposition and the Congress. What happens now? Somewhere down the line, you actually think politics in India is like a sport. What will Rahul speak of when he makes his speech at about 12 noon? Also, you know, what we're given to understand is interesting because he needs permission to start because it was Gaurav Gogoi who mooted the no-confidence motion. He will need permission to speak. So will he be given that permission? Possibly, yes. You know, allowing him not to speak could possibly harm the government more perception-wise than letting him, many would suggest. But having said that, let's go back into the history of no-confidence motion. For a lot of our viewers who are joining us and not too familiar with parliamentary convention or parliamentary practice, what we see right behind me, and all right. So there are cavalcades pulling in of senior VVIPs. It seems this is the Home Minister, Amit Shah's cavalcade pulling into the Parliament. Of course, right before the no-confidence motion, there could be a huddle of the opposition and the NDA ranks to once again fine-tune strategy, but we're going to get you all of that coming in. But like I said, politics in India also like a sport. What's going to happen today in terms of what we will see in Parliament? Who's going to be on top? Who's going to be on the back foot? It's going to make for some very, very interesting viewing is one thing we can say very clearly. But coming back to all the viewers who are joining us and not too familiar with what is parliamentary practice, parliamentary convention, what is the no confidence motion, what we are going to do is get you a quick refresher. The first one, no confidence motion, Nehru had to face in 1963 after the China War. After that, there have been many. However, only one Prime Minister had to quit where a no confidence motion is concerned, and that is even without a vote, Morarji Desai. All of that encapsulated for our viewers with this in-depth explainer, and we are back with Rahul Srivastav on the other side of this.
Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla accepted the opposition's no-confidence motion against the government on July 26. The motion was brought to the House by Congress Party Member of Parliament Gaurav Gogoi amid the opposition's ongoing protest demanding a statement on the situation in Manipur from Prime Minister Narendra Modi. This is the second time that the Prime Minister is facing a no-trust motion. So what exactly is a no-confidence motion? In a parliamentary democracy, a government can function only if it commands a majority in the Lok Sabha of the parliament. If any member of the House feels that the government in power does not have a majority, then he or she can move a no-confidence motion. Rule 198 of the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Lok Sabha specifies the procedure for moving a no-confidence motion. Any Lok Sabha MP who can garner the support of 50 colleagues can at any point of time introduce a motion of no confidence against the Council of Ministers. If the motion is accepted, the party in power has to prove its majority in the House. A discussion on the motion then takes place. MPs who support the motion highlight government's shortcoming and the Treasury benches respond to the issues they raise. Finally, a vote takes place. In case the motion carries, the government is bound to vacate their office. In contrast, the government also has the option of introducing a confidence motion. A motion of confidence is a motion of support proposed by a government in a parliament or assembly of elected representatives to give members of parliament a chance to register their confidence in a government. It was during the third Lok Sabha in 1963 that the first motion of no confidence was moved. India's first Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru, who had just seen a humiliating defeat at China's hands, faced yet another test, a no-confidence motion in the Lok Sabha. The motion moved by Congress rebel Acharya J.B. Kripalani saw 40 members participating in a debate that lasted over 21 hours, spanning 4 days. During the 1963 debate, Nehru had said it would be a good thing if we were to have periodical tests of this kind. In the years to come, 27 no-confidence motions have been accepted by the Lok Sabha, but except for one, all of them were defeated. Indira Gandhi faced the maximum no-confidence motions during her tenure as the Prime Minister. She faced 15 such no-confidence motions together between 1966 and 1982. Most of them moved by CPM's Jyoti Basu. While Lal Bahadur Shastri and P.V. Narasimha Rao faced 3 no-trust motions, Morarji Desai and now Prime Minister Modi have faced 2 such motions each. Only once, in 1979, a no-confidence motion was successful in bringing down a government. The motion was moved by Y.B. Chavan, though remained inconclusive as no voting took place, and then Prime Minister Morarji Desai resigned from his position and even quit politics. While the current NDA government has more than a comfortable majority in the Lok Sabha, a no-confidence motion has historically been used as a strategic tool to force a discussion. With the majority mark at the Lok Sabha being 272, currently the NDA government has 331 members, with the BJP alone boasting of 303 members of parliament. This means that even if all non-NDA parties come, the BJP will still have the numbers to survive a no-trust motion. The opposition's aim thereby suggests is not to topple the government. They basically want the Prime Minister to break his silence on the situation in the northeastern state of Manipur.
All right, now let's get you the very latest coming in. What you just heard was a quick refresher course for all of us not to clued in on what is the no confidence motion or the no trust motion, and what has been the history where India comes into play. Well, we borrowed from the British Parliament, so a lot of it on the lines of the British Parliament, but what to expect today? There was word coming in, Polumi, and I want to bring in my colleague into this conversation, that Rahul Gandhi might need permission from the chair to speak and not Gaurav Gogoi, and it would be on the discretion of the chair to allow him to speak, as it was Mr. Gogoi who had mooted the no confidence motion. What's the latest update on that?
That's right. Because Gaurav Gogoi initiated this motion of no confidence against the Union Council of Ministers, he is listed on the business of the House as the first speaker. He will, of course, initiate that motion, and then subsequently the discussion begins. Now, the Congress party wants Rahul Gandhi to go first, and it is expected that Gaurav Gogoi will either, of course, approach the speaker before the House is in session, or possibly, stand up at the time that his name is called out, and then, of course, cede space and opportunity and say that he would like Mr. Rahul Gandhi to initiate the discussion on his behalf. It remains to be seen at the moment. Like you said, it is at the discretion of the speaker if he allows for the switch to happen, because if someone moves a motion, then it is them that who in fact has to initiate that discussion as well, and hence Gaurav Gogoi is named on that list of business. It remains to be seen, of course, if the speaker allows for this switch, but the Congress party has, of course, made its intention clear that they want Rahul Gandhi to go first.
Well, it's very, very interesting. Now it is up to the chair, the speaker, to decide whether or not he will allow the Congress to make that switch, as it was Gaurav Gogoi. The Congress's explanation in all of this is that when Gaurav Gogoi had mooted the no confidence motion, at that point of time, Rahul Gandhi was still disqualified as an MP. And once his disqualification, or rather his MP statushood was restored, it was automatically that Rahul Gandhi would begin the discussion. Interesting once again. Will Rahul Gandhi be allowed to speak in Parliament today? He's to speak in just about an hour and a half. But let's just go back where we are talking about no confidence motions, its history, and who better but Rahul Srivastava, our national affairs editor, to take us through what has been the various no confidence motions that have taken place in the Indian Parliament. Like I pointed out, the first in 1963. Oh, we also have Rajdeep Sardesai dressed in a saffron shirt, Rajdeep. This is BJP's colour.
BJP has a majority in the Lok Sabha, vast majority, and this is a no confidence motion where numbers really don't matter. It's about narratives and perceptions ahead of the 2024 election. So I thought that you might as well for once be with the winning side, at least in terms of the no confidence motions. You were just mentioning to Rahul Srivastava about previous no confidence motions. I think the big difference between this and many of those, particularly in the 1990s and early 2000s, was there was an element of drama because of the numbers were so much tighter. Now the numbers are, so much more one-sided, Preeti, that it's not about who wins the no confidence motion. That's a done deal. It's about who wins the perception battle ahead of 2023. And I think what will be interesting, and maybe Rahul has, I was reading an excellent piece that he's written about the difference between, 2018, when the last no confidence motion was held, and now. And I think exploring those differences will suggest that this time at least, the opposition at least seems to have a voice in a manner that in 2023 it was clearly stilled, because there are a number of issues on which they will be able to raise questions of the government. And one of the main reasons why this no confidence motion is being held is because the government has not been responding to those questions. I mean, this no confidence motion is actually to get Prime Minister Modi to speak on Manipur. It could have been easily a full debate on Manipur, and we could have, stuck with that. But since that didn't happen, we've got a no confidence motion purely to get Prime Minister Modi to speak on Manipur, which reveals both the limitations of the opposition in a way, their inability to force the agenda, but also suggests that the Prime Minister has by and large spoken far more outside Parliament than within.
You're right there, and I would reckon other than the opposition finding a voice or the India Alliance finding a voice which is bigger this time around or would echo more is also another difference, because last time the no confidence motion rested on Rafale, which didn't quite have as much traction as possibly Manipur with the common man, especially and perception battle is concerned.
That I'm not so sure. I mean, think about it. I'm sitting in Trivandrum or I'm sitting in Goa. Is Manipur top of the mind for me? Not really. I think the larger question is, it's 5 more years of the government. So anti-incumbency is a factor that the BJP and Prime Minister Modi know they have to deal with. And once anti-incumbency settles in, we don't know how sort of powerful it will be, how deep-rooted it is. The opposition is desperately trying to tap into that. The government, for its part, seems to believe that Prime Minister Modi can walk on water, that he is, by unquestionably at the moment, in their view, Neta number 1. And therefore, their attitude is, we're okay with a no confidence motion, bring it on. You saw Amit Shah yesterday. He tried to ensure that what was a speech on the Delhi Services Bill eventually became a speech on virtually like an election speech. The BJP is very good at that. That's always been the strength of the BJP, to be able to build a certain narrative that links major speeches in Parliament to elections. The opposition has a huge opportunity, though. This is Rahul Gandhi's big chance to try in some way at least to set some kind of a narrative. It's not last time round, if you recall, 2018, the hug and the wink somehow diluted.
Reason, immature, it was a perception. Right?
It was, of course, it was seen as an immature act. You don't do that in Parliament. 2023, 5 years later, has Rahul Gandhi changed? We'll have to wait and see. Is he better prepared?
He is a different man who's walked into Parliament yesterday. Body language-wise, the way in terms of what we've seen him say of the last few months, but we'll only know, if he's allowed to speak, that is.
Well, look, at the end of the day, there is still no evidence that Rahul Gandhi is a vote catcher. That is still to be proven. We haven't seen Rahul Gandhi win an election as yet for the Congress on his own steam. And eventually, if you want to be Prime Minister of the country, you have to be seen to be a vote catcher, particularly if you're a member of the Gandhi family. What he has done is post Bharat Jodo Yatra, he is now unquestionably the Congress's Neta number 1 and importantly the opposition's face against Prime Minister Modi. He has been able to make himself a magnet for all the anti-Modi opposition forces in a manner that he was not in 2018. 2018, Mamata Banerjee, Nitish Kumar would not have recognized Rahul Gandhi as a first among equals. Now I think post Bharat Jodo Yatra, post the way he's responded to COVID, to China, to the economy, the manner in which he's projected himself comes across as someone with a more humane touch, reaching out to various groups. And that could be to his advantage, certainly compared to 2018, where he appeared, a bit like Don Quixote and Sancho Panza, hurtling around, looking for an issue to target the government, but not being focused. I think there has been more focus this time, and that is to his advantage.
But it's interesting because the opposition this time also seems to understand that to defeat Modi, they need Congress as possibly the fulcrum. But Rahul, what we were speaking of earlier, because what Rahul Srivastava, National Affairs editor, has done is a deep dive into all the no confidence motions that have been tabled where India is concerned ever since. I'll go and pick up Rahul's notebook is what most political journalists would want, where he details everything, and I'm hoping to maybe make notes one day, right from 1963 to now. And okay, so Rahul's going to take us through. Also, Rahul, what we were speaking of right before Rajdeep came in, and I want our producers to pull out that clip, which was endearing to many. It talks of age, it talks of a little bit of heartbreak, but also how dedicated Dr. Manmohan Singh was, where we saw that clip of him yesterday on a wheelchair. And we're going to play that out. And, with that saying as well, Rahul, which is spoken of, that possibly history would judge him better than what his times did. Having said that, you've got, how many times did Dr. Manmohan Singh speak in Parliament, which you were talking of earlier?
See, I'll take up from what Rajdeep said. Rajdeep talked about how there were no confidence motions and governments which are minority. See, I don't bat for minority governments just to make a prime minister speak. I don't back for a majority government where a prime minister does not speak. I think these are both things on which the voters should judge the politicians. See, the point which I have now realized eventually is that Manmohan Singh was a politician who did not have the political authority, and he spoke more in parliament. He had an NAC, he had a Gandhi Parivar, he had allies, and every time there was a pressure from the opposition, he was left alone. And it started sometime in 2008 when the nuclear deal was in the offing 1-2-3 agreement, and when the left 62 odd MPs abandoned Manmohan Singh, his dependability on very unreliable allies increased. And after that, there is a series where we find that Manmohan Singh is beleaguered, opposition is on the rampage, and Manmohan Singh has to speak. Now, compared to that, Narendra Modi with a majority, if you see most of the issues, be it CAA, NRC, be it demonetization, anything, Prime Minister Narendra Modi does not speak when he is pushed to. Now, there is a triple chain of accountability in a government, in a system, where X is responsible for Parliament and Parliament responsible to people. Modi says that I am speaking directly to the public, not through the Parliament. Fair enough, but Parliament has a certain value. You need to speak in Parliament. Now, if you compare Manmohan Singh and Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has spoken 30 odd times. Today will be the 31st odd time. Now, he has spoken on 9 motion of thanks to the President. Many of them have been introduction of ministers, then felicitation of the new speaker. And very rarely has Prime Minister Narendra Modi gotten up in the House and spoken on the issue like he spoke on the Quit India anniversary on the 9th of August 2017. That's not something that the opposition was demanding, or that's not what was churning the nation. Then you have Prime Minister speaking on a statement on Ram Temple on the 5th of February 2020. Now that's not something, that's the announcement that the Prime Minister wanted to make. Then he spoke in April 2015 on farmer suicide and agricultural crisis. And again on 9th of March, he spoke on separate Jammu and Kashmir issues. Then there was India's response to bail 2 accused in Pakistan. So he has spoken on issues that he wanted to speak on. He has never been pushed by the opposition. Whereas in contrast, Manmohan Singh had a very, very tumultuous time since 2008. And if I trace Manmohan Singh's history, say, for example, on the coal scam, I remember Shri Prakash Jaiswal was the coal minister. He was speaking, but the opposition insisted that the Prime Minister should speak. Then there was this issue of 2611. Post 2611, there was a debate in Parliament on which Manmohan Singh was forced to speak by the opposition. On market depreciation, on the current state of economy, on Italy's refusal to send 2 Marines to India, faith and respect to the chair, multi-brand retail, audit report on the coal allocation. You see a slew of issues on which Manmohan Singh speaks on the floor of the House because the opposition is on the rampage. But Prime Minister Narendra Modi is shielded by a majority. Second issue is interesting is that also Manmohan Singh at times did not speak. Say, for example, the winter session of 2010, when the entire winter session in demand for a JPC was washed out. Manmohan Singh didn't speak. But the fact is, speaking in Parliament does have a merit. Prime Minister has used it. And if you see his historic speech on the NREGA, when he talked about on a motion of thanks, when he said कि बाजे गाजे के साथ में गड्ढे भराने की scheme को चलाऊंगा. He made an impact that how a scheme under Congress was a good scheme but didn't achieve much. Similarly, if you see the last time around when he spoke on a no confidence motion, remember that's the birth of the Chaukidar Chor hai. That's the birth of the Bhagidar and other issues, which Narendra Modi was able to, because Rahul Gandhi, if you remember, had said कि ये मेरे से आंख में आंख डाल के बात नहीं कर रहे. Modi said that मैं इनसे आंख में आंख डाल के क्या बात करूंगा. He is an entitled person. That's the message he's trying to send across, and that virtually became perhaps one of the mainstay of the campaign against Rahul Gandhi. So I think that's where lies the pitfall even for the opposition. As Rajdeep said, Manipur is a 1 MP state, not much resonance in the country. That's a shame. That's a shame that in this country, somebody in Tamil Nadu or UP is not bothered what is happening in Manipur.
No, but okay, I disagree. I think those images have captured the nation's imagination, very different than what Rafale, where most people didn't understand what Rafale meant. But having said that, what I'm going to do is, let's cut across right now. My colleague Pooja Shali in the studio taking us through, like I said, politics is quite a sport as well. It'll be interesting who's on the front foot, who's on the back foot, on what goes down in the arena where the parliament is concerned. My colleague Pooja taking us through that battle, and after that, we're going to slip into a quick break. We're going to be back shortly. Stay with us.
So both the NDA and the India Opposition Alliance have brought together their best of the best speakers for the no-confidence motion. Let's bring you the latest. Team NDA has got you Smriti Irani, Home Minister Amit Shah, and of course Prime Minister Modi likely to make statements with the no-confidence motion to defend the government. The first batch of Team India will be Rahul Gandhi. He returns defiant and will be leading the charge. Gaurav Gogoi, who's the deputy leader for the Congress party, will also be one of the first to speak. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary of the Congress party, but also other parties, Supriya Sole of the NCP, Saugat Roy and Kakoli Ghosh Dastidar of the All India Trinamool Congress. From the Team NDA, apart from the three I earlier mentioned, it will be Nishikant Dubey who will be leading the charge, Rajyavardhan Rathore, Jyotiraditya Scindia and Nirmala Sitharaman. So it's going to be full of fireworks, senior leaders of different parties on the no-confidence motion.
Meet the men Monu Manesar and Bittu Bajrangi who inflamed Mewar, who triggered the fiery chain reaction.
आपके वीडियोस ने जो है वो उकसाने का काम करा है इस यात्रा में। कोई उकसाने का कार्य नहीं किया, ना मैं उस यात्रा में गया।
The key faces of the new nightmare. Live streamed provocations and poison.
आधे घंटे की प्लानिंग नहीं है, ये कह रहे हैं कि बिट्टू ने बोल दिया, मैंने बोल दिया, वो इसको लोग तैयार बैठे थे वो बंदूक लेके।
Cops hunt them, but we find them. Listen as they paint the full scary picture. Only on India Today Television.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You saw the clothes, you saw the celebrities, you saw the jewelry. Time now for you to see footwear fashion and how to keep it dramatic this season. Here's a look.
When it comes to footwear, a lot of drama is now making way. For instance, Freddie Mercury makes a comeback with Theatre XYZ heels.
Harrison, Dark Horse, and this is the Theatre XYZ one. My favorite pick from their drama collection. It's got the boss-like appeal to it as well.
Even the Harrison Cloud 9 from the collection is now gender fluid and mainstream. Not just that, boots for all weather are here and they look chic.
I'm a sucker for color. This monsoon and the monsoon footwear these days are coming in different colors and different patterns. I'm just loving every bit of it.
Right from bubblegum smelling sandals to jelly shoes in all shapes and sizes and colors, monsoon shoes are sure having a moment. And if you have the courage to wear something different, try out these jelly ones from Melissa that are available in every color for different moods. And if you are the classy, safe type, your footwear can still have a lot of drama. These picks from OCD, especially the tap dancing Rebeccas or the dramatic Julies, come in with elegance in its own dramatic twist.
It's a beautiful artisanal work of craftsmanship made by artisans of India. And just look at the kind of drama it is adding to my foot.
While this season is all about adding drama, remember, wearing a story on your feet is all the 2023 footwear fashion is all about. In New Delhi, Chaiti Narula for India Today.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 38 and minimum 28 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 28 and minimum 27 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 30 and minimum 25 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 30 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 33 and minimum 28 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 29 and minimum 22 degrees.
are watching India Today.
Hello there, good morning. You're watching India Today TV. I'm Sneha Mordani. The big parliament debate is all set to begin. I'm getting you all aspects of that big political story right here. No confidence motion against the BJP-led central government is our top focus. I'm Sneha Mordani. Here are the headlines. The big parliament fight has begun. It begins today. In fact, debate over no trust motion in parliament. Rahul Gandhi to lead India debate in parliament at noon. Raghav Chadda faces FIR after his motion comes under scanner. 6 MPs say their names added without consent. Day after graft heat on Karnataka Minister, Chief Minister Siddaramaiah says a fake complaint letter circulated, calls it a smear campaign against the Congress. After 33 years, probe on crimes against Pandits to begin. SIA to probe 1989 murder of Justice Ganju. Justice Ganju was killed by JKLF militants. Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot's big claim, says will leave Chief Minister post if High Command wants, but says the CM post is not leaving him. We have some news just coming in. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has hit out at India alliance over no trust motion. Says no trust is against the opposition and lack of faith in themselves. I'm going to hand it over now to my colleague Preeti Chaudhary, who's tracking all of those developments from right outside Parliament. Preeti.
Well, thank you, Sneha. Well, that's the latest coming in just about an hour before we hear the first speaker on the no trust vote. The latest coming in, the Prime Minister has said this is not a trust motion or a no confidence motion against the government. It is a no trust amongst the allies of India and blaming the opposition, saying that there is disunity and it is a no trust motion on them. He's also urged NDA and BJP MPs to look at this and as a last minute match where they need to actually hit a sixer. That's the latest that is coming in. Let me take our viewers through the latest news break where Prime Minister Modi saying some people are indulging in appeasement politics as well. Let's quickly cut across to my colleague Polumi Saha, taking us through the very latest. Polumi, can you get us up to speed with what the Prime Minister is saying?
Right, Preeti, the Prime Minister, of course, addressed the BJP parliamentarians inside the parliamentary party meeting that took place a short while ago. It's over at the moment. And some of the things that the Prime Minister said, what we heard from the MPs who came out of that meeting, is that this is not a no trust, no confidence motion against the government. This is because there is no trust among the opposition alliance. He was, of course, referring to the India alliance of 26 parties. He said that the opposition kept talking about a semi-final ahead of the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. Well, there was a semi-final yesterday and you saw what the results were. That, of course, was in reference to the passage of the Delhi Services Bill in Parliament. And, of course, he said that this is, of course, a very crucial match as far as the government is concerned and everyone has to hit a sixer. Treat this as the last ball before, of course, the results are declared and hit a sixer as far as your conduct and your speeches are concerned in Parliament. So clearly, the message from the Prime Minister is, as far as the Prime Minister is concerned, is very clear to the BJP MPs. He said also that there was a no confidence motion that was brought against this government in 2018 and we all know what fate it met with. So he's very confident, of course, going into this no trust motion which has been brought forward by the opposition alliance against the ruling party and the ruling government. But there was a message there for all MPs that they should, of course, take this very seriously and hit a sixer on every ball that is thrown their way from the opposition benches, Preeti.
Well, it's an opportunity for both where the opposition is concerned as well as the government, and the Prime Minister trying to bolster on that fact, saying that it is an opportunity to hit a sixer on the last ball, urging his own party men at that. The latest news break also coming in. Lok Sabha adjourned till 12 noon. We are expecting it to reconvene at 12 noon with Rahul Gandhi speaking. Of course, a question mark on that as well. Will he be allowed by the chair to replace Gaurav Gogoi? The explanation by the Congress is that when Gaurav Gogoi had mooted the no confidence motion, at that point of time Rahul Gandhi was still disqualified as an MP. Let's quickly get in Rahul Srivastava, National Affairs Editor, and Rajdeep Sardesai, our consulting editor, on what the Prime Minister has just said right at the beginning of facing his second trust vote. And Rahul, where the Prime Minister coming in, speaking of course, to his own MPs, to his own alliance, saying, look at this as an opportunity, hit a sixer on the last ball. We saw what happened yesterday. A similar situation is going to play out. It is opportunity, NDA is what the Prime Minister has told his own people. Understandably, an opportunity for both the opposition and the government.
See, Preeti, I wonder that if it is an opportunity, why doesn't the Prime Minister use it every week in Parliament? But nevertheless, the point is that this is what is likely to happen. This is what I'm told by BJP sources. While the opposition will try to corner the government on Manipur. Why on Manipur? We were earlier talking that not resonance, but I want to complete that point that primarily the idea would be that this double engine theory, that the BJP at the center, BJP in the state doesn't work. The claim about national security, law and order and others under BJP rules is a myth. The idea is to show that governments of the BJP fail and fail miserably, and there is no accountability. That's the template that's going to be created. What the BJP's attempt would be, like as I said earlier, unlike Karnataka where BJP wanted national and Congress made it local, the opposition will try to localize the debate on Manipur and some other failings of the Prime Minister, whereas the BJP has decided to go on a large canvas of achievements of the government and attacking the Congress and the opposition on pet issues like dynasty, corruption and others. Now in that there is a pitfall, that which narrative at the end of the day is going to be more sustaining over the next few months, because if you don't build a strong narrative here, and also I think there is an advantage that the government has, it has got larger numbers, so it will have larger number of speakers. And larger number of speakers, remember the opposition is also has a problem that it does not have that kind of speakers, barring a Rahul Gandhi. If you see, you don't have very strong leaders in the Lok Sabha. You are Chidambarams and Sharad Pawars and all have migrated to the Rajya Sabha. And if not having strong leaders in the Lok Sabha, will actually decide how strong your narrative eventually from the Lok Sabha after the no confidence motion debate is.
Rajdeep, what do you make of it? The Prime Minister trying to set the agenda. Of course, somewhere down the line, if the Prime Minister had spoken on Manipur, things wouldn't have come to a pass of a no confidence motion in any case.
Look, Mr. Modi has been very clear, both in the Gujarat Assembly when he was Chief Minister and as Prime Minister, that he derives his political authority from what he does outside Parliament or outside the Assembly. From his mass connect with the voters in Gujarat and now with the voters of India. So, you know, the traditional joust that you would have in Parliament between the opposition and the government is not something that the Prime Minister is comfortable with. That sets him apart from Atal Bihari Vajpayee. Atal Bihari Vajpayee was a creature of Parliament. He built his reputation with his speeches inside Parliament. Narendra Modi built his reputation outside Parliament. So today when he enthuses his flock to come out in Parliament, the fact is it's unusual because it doesn't happen too often. You know, why are we focusing on this no confidence motion is because, frankly, it will be one of the rare opportunities where you will get to hear our Parliament in its diversity speaking out. You know, every party will get a chance to have his or her word. And it used to happen more often in routine debates, on routine issues. You know, any major national issue would eventually lead to a debate in Parliament. Mr. Vajpayee, for example, we mentioned Manipur. If you recall Gujarat, the Gujarat violence had also put the Vajpayee government on the defensive. But yet there was a very long debate that was held and Mr. Vajpayee responded to it. Now that has not happened in the case of Manipur.
But Amit Shah yesterday did say he's willing to hold a debate on the last day of Parliament.
Yes, he is. But, you know, that's on the last day of Parliament. He knows that it's not going to happen. What the government could say is that when the Congress was in power and when parts of the Northeast would burn, did you exclusively focus on that to the exclusion of all other issues? That didn't happen either. But the truth is Parliament was taken more seriously when you don't have a big brute majority government. That's the reality. Rajiv Gandhi's government of 400 odd MPs and Narendra Modi's government of 300 MPs do not seem to take Parliament as seriously as governments which are minority coalition, because it was a chance for those governments to use Parliament to establish their political authority, which doesn't happen with Mr. Modi. He doesn't need Parliament. He doesn't need assemblies. So therefore, you know, you've got a situation where this is the worst performing Lok Sabha in the history of India. 235 sittings before this particular session over 4 years, which means on an average you met for about 58 days. This of course includes the COVID period, but even so, it is the worst performing Lok Sabha. So it is when the Prime Minister says it's an opportunity also, I hope, to redeem the prestige of Parliament. I fear, though, it's an opportunity to score political points and make another election campaign speech by both sides.
Well, you know,
I wanted to make a point. Rajdeep talked about Northeast. On the 17th of August 2012, the question hour was suspended because the opposition wanted it. The discussion was on the scale of fleeing of Northeast people from the different parts of the country. Venkaiah Naidu of the BJP as a member of the Rajya Sabha had initiated a debate. 11 students from Pune had to run away from Pune and they were beaten up and other things. and there was a debate, and the Prime Minister Monsoon responded. Something as small as a few hundred students from various parts of the country moved by the BJP. So we have a tradition on addressing even small and micro issues when it comes to debate in Parliament. So the idea that you have a situation in which you have to bring a no confidence motion, I think one of the supreme tools, it's like the 155mm howitzer or Bofors to actually kill a fly.
Well, you know, what we're going to do is we're going to keep a keen eye on all developments that take place. Let's quickly dip into the latest reactions that are coming in. You have Gaurav Gogoi, you have Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary. One of the main reasons, possibly, what the opposition says is they had to push for a no-confidence motion is because they wanted the Prime Minister to speak on Manipur. They understand that they don't have the numbers, but this was their only way of getting the Prime Minister to speak in Parliament. On the other hand, where the government is concerned or the BJP is concerned, they've maintained that Prime Minister is not on call of the opposition to speak in Parliament. Ultimately, well, he will do so. He'll be closing where the no-confidence motion comes into question. But let's dip into the latest political reactions and we'll get you more. There's more coming in from the latest proceedings in Parliament.
अगर मणिपुर के मुद्दे पे दो लफ्ज कह देते, इतना लफाजी करते हैं हमारे मोदी जी सारे दुनिया में, सदन के अंदर अगर दो लफ्ज कह देते तो ये अविश्वास प्रस्ताव लाने की नौबत ना पैदा होते। राहुल गांधी हमारे पार्टी के नेता हैं, पहले भी उन्होंने किए थे, राष्ट्रपति भाषण में कभी किए हैं। राहुल गांधी जी की भाषण पे, राहुल गांधी जी की वक्तव्य पे सारे देश नहीं बल्कि सारे दुनिया उनको निगाह रखते हैं। तो हमारी तरफ से तैनाती तो राहुल गांधी जी को होना चाहिए शुरुआती तौर पे। हमें पूरा भरोसा है कि राहुल गांधी जी की अगुवाई में आज विपक्ष की तरफ से चर्चा शुरू हो।
देखिए, ये बात कभी भी संख्या की नहीं थी। ये बात मणिपुर की इंसाफ की लड़ाई के लिए हमने ये मोशन मूव किया था और हमने आज भी देखा है कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने किस प्रकार से एक जांच कमेटी बैठाई है, क्योंकि मणिपुर के महिलाओं के प्रति जो अत्याचार हुआ है पिछले 3 महीनों से, उसके लिए जिम्मेवार वहां की राज्य सरकार है। और कहीं ना कहीं सुप्रीम कोर्ट ये भी कह रही है कि केंद्रीय शासित जो रक्षा के जो जवान है वो भी विफल हुए हैं। तो इससे साफ साफ साबित होता है कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट केस में भी के संज्ञान में ये आया है और इसीलिए मुझे उम्मीद है कि
भ्रष्टाचार, क्विट इंडिया, परिवारवाद, क्विट इंडिया, तुष्टीकरण यानी वोट बैंक पॉलिटिक्स, क्विट इंडिया, ये अभियान हमें 9 अगस्त 2023 से चलाना है। उसमें सारे एमपी जुड़े, ये प्रधानमंत्री जी ने आह्वान किया है। एक 14 अगस्त 2023 को विभाजन विभीषिका दिवस, क्योंकि 14 अगस्त 1947 को मां भारती की बेड़ियां नहीं, बदन काटा गया, भुजाएं काट दी गई। कितना उथल पुथल मचा। उस संबंध में जो अभी भी जो मां भारती को प्रणाम करने वाले लोग हैं, जो अपना घर बार छोड़ करके यहां आए, उनके बारे में भी उस 14 अगस्त की विभाजन की विभीषिका के बारे में सुनना और उस दिन क्या क्या घटा था उसकी जानकारी, उसके लिए सेमिनार आयोजित करना और एक मौन जुलूस निकालना, ये 14 अगस्त का एक कार्यक्रम हमें मिला है। तीसरा एक कार्यक्रम मिला है आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव के 75 साल का कार्यक्रम पूर्ण होने पर हर घर तिरंगा अभियान 15 अगस्त, और उसके बाद एक बड़ा कार्यक्रम अमृत कलश यात्रा, हर गांव से निकले और एक शपथ पत्र हो। उस शपथ पत्र में हर नागरिक एक शपथ ले कि मुझे 2047 तक 2047 तक भारत को विकसित भारत बनाना है और आत्मनिर्भर भारत बनाने में मेरी जो भी जिम्मेदारी है उसको मैं पूर्ण करूंगा। इसके लिए हर घर से संपर्क करना है। एक शपथ पत्र होगा, विकसित भारत बनाने में जो हमारा एक रोड प्लान होगा, रोड मैप होगा, वो उसको घर के मुखिया को दिया जाएगा। वहां से हम मिट्टी लेंगे। अगर मिट्टी उस घर में या घर के आसपास उपलब्ध नहीं है तो हम चावल लेंगे और वहीं पर ये संकल्प लेंगे। हर घर को कवर करेंगे, फिर हर गांव को कवर करेंगे और फिर गांव के मुखिया के साथ 75 पेड़ उस गांव में लगाएंगे। फिर ये अमृत कलश यात्रा तहसील पे आएगी। तहसील पे एक विराट कार्यक्रम होगा। प्रमुख लोग होंगे जो 2047 तक भारत को विकसित भारत बनाना है, उसका संकल्प लेंगे ग्रुप में। उसके बाद ये कार्यक्रम जिला लेवल पर होगा और फिर ये राज्य लेवल पर होगा और फिर दिल्ली में करीब 8,500 कलश भी आएंगे, साथ में पेड़ भी आएंगे और एक अमृत वाटिका जिसका स्थान तय होगा उसमें उसको लगाना है। ये करीब सरदार पटेल जी की जो 31 अक्टूबर का दिन है वहां तक ये चलने का संभावना है। तो ये कुछ बड़े बड़े कार्यक्रम, मोटे मोटे कार्यक्रम दिए। नो कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन जैसे आपको पता है कि ये घमंडिया गठबंधन लेकर के आया है और इस
वहाँ चर्चा होगी। अब ये रणनीति हमारी कि कौन पहला वक्ता होगा, कौन दूसरा होगा, कौन तीसरा होगा, कौन चौथा होगा, पहले जरा आप अपनी तो बताओ। हाँ, हमारी रणनीति सफल रही। हमने सदन में उतार दिया जवाबदेही के लिए भारत के प्रधानमंत्री, जो सदन का ऐसा भागे फिर रहे थे जवाबदेही से, 75 में दिए हुए जो उनका दायित्व उसको नहीं निर्वाहित कर रहे थे। आओ बोलो, सुनो और सुनने के बाद आप तो नहीं सुधरोगे, मानोगे नहीं, पर देश सुनेगा।
अगर वो जिस पर कोई बोल नहीं रहा है या किसी को बोलने नहीं दिया जा रहा, अगर वो सवाल को राहुल गांधी
सरकार की जो संविधान में ही जो शक्तियां दी गई है कानून बनाने की, वो विषय कल स्पष्ट हुआ और इस कारण से जितने वोट हमें मिलने चाहिए थे उससे 1 वोट अधिक मिला। ये सारे विषयों पे चर्चा आज की बैठक में हुई है। जी
सर, ये प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा कि घमंडिया गठबंधन अविश्वास प्रस्ताव लेकर आया है।
घमंडिया गठबंधन ही है। थैंक यू। थैंक यू सर।
We continuously demand before Prime Minister to come Parliament and make a statement Manipur situation. But Prime Minister is not ready for coming to a Parliament and make a statement. He is not ready to accept the opposition demands. That's why we moved a adjournment motion in Lok Sabha. Of course, we don't have a majority in Lok Sabha. So, but we want to know what is the Prime Minister reaction.
मैं तो धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं विपक्ष का कि वो नो कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन लाए। कम से कम चर्चा तो होगी, कम से कम हमें अवसर मिलेगा कि हम बता सके देश को कि 9 वर्षों में मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में देश कैसे आगे बढ़ा है, देश के गरीबों का कल्याण कैसे हुआ है।
Guys. That's the latest that is coming in right now. The Lok Sabha adjourned till 12 noon is what we are given to understand. It will reconvene at 12 noon and that is the time where the Congress will ask permission from the chair, the speaker, that Rahul Gandhi begin the discussion on no confidence motion. He's going to be taking the place of Mr. Gaurav Gogoi. Will the chair, the speaker, allow that? Well, it is up to the chair's discretion. Away from that, peers, a short while ago, Dr. Shashi Tharoor has tweeted on the visuals of Dr. Manmohan Singh, who was there in Parliament yesterday to vote. There was a whip that was issued by the Congress, and on that ground, Dr. Manmohan Singh there. You have Dr. Shashi Tharoor, who's tweeted out a short while ago saying, "कुछ तस्वीरों का क्या कहना है, कुछ तस्वीरें ही कविता होती हैं."
You want 267? Sorry, I can't go against my ruling. I can't go against my ruling. There is another notice from Srimati Priyanka Chaturvedi. She wants discussion on Manipur and Haryana. Shri P. Wilson wants discussion, but his notice again is invalid. I consider Dr. John Bittas only those notices that are received in accordance with rules in the time frame. So, raising an issue to score a brownie point, to get space in public domain, and simultaneously not acting in accordance with rules is inappropriate. As the notices are not in conformity with the rules and my ruling dated 8 December 2022, I am unable to persuade myself to allow the notices received today. What is your point of order? 1 second.
Sir.
Point of order.
Yes, sir. We need to communicate. We are ready for a discussion on Manipur. But not the way they want it.
Mr. Derek O'Brien,
Sir,
are you determined? 1 second.
I'm looking at the
Mr. Derek O'Brien. एक second.
Sir, I'm taking my seat.
Take your seat
My
first.
point of order is
Take your seat first. Take your seat. Take your seat first. Let me inform the House that I will take reluctantly, and I'm constrained, a very strong view. If a member seeks to raise a point of order and then does not raise point of order, but once I listen to me, why are you upset? It is time, I think, we need to keep our composure. If you rise to raise a point of order, and I'm saying so because your past is proof of it. Raise a point of order. Don't make a speech on that. You will rise, you will not raise a point of order, you will not wait for my ruling, and you will occupy space. That can't be done. If you are sure there is a point of order, then go the rule book approach, textbook approach. Tell me under which rule are you raising point of order? Rule book. First the rule. Under which rule?
The rule is on page 92.
Yes, which rule?
The rule is 267. The leader of the opposition has been asking for a discussion on Manipur. You allow the discussion on Manipur. That's my point of order.
Honorable members, I name Mr. Derek O'Brien. He must leave the House. I name him. Move it over. Yes.
I wish to move a motion for the suspension of Mr. Derek O'Brien for the remainder of this session for continuously and willfully disturbing the proceedings of the House, for disobeying the chair, and for continuously creating disturbance in the House. Respected sir, with your permission, I move the motion that Shri Derek O'Brien be suspended from the services of the House for the remaining part of the current session for his unruly behavior unbecoming of a member of Rajya Sabha today, the 8th of August 2023, shouting slogans from the well of the House, thereby disregarding the authority of the chair, and from his chair disregarding every instruction of the chair, and bringing disrepute and shame to this august House.
Now, in Rajya Sabha, Piyush Goyal has demanded the suspension of Derek O'Brien at the back of what happened yesterday, and massive pandemonium is taking place in Rajya Sabha at the back of Piyush Goyal asking for the suspension of Derek O'Brien. Let's try and get in a word from my colleague Poulomi Saha, who's getting us the latest, but uproar by the opposition is where Rajya Sabha is concerned, coming at the back of the demand of the suspension of by Piyush Goyal of Derek O'Brien. Piyush Goyal from the BJP asking for the suspension of Derek O'Brien. All right, you also had a very angry speaker, Jagdeep Dhankar, pulling up TMC, Derek O'Brien, and he's been suspended. In midst of the uproar, TMC MP Rajya Sabha Derek O'Brien has been suspended from Rajya Sabha. The reason which we're going to get you the latest of how he behaved yesterday in Rajya Sabha. We're going to play that out as well. But the latest that we are getting in is that Derek O'Brien has been suspended from Rajya Sabha. And what one can witness are uproarious scenes in the Rajya Sabha at the back of that suspension, and he has been suspended. An angry Jagdeep Dhankar pulling up TMC's Derek O'Brien. Dhankar offers that the TMC MP leave the house immediately after uproarious scenes being witnessed on the floor of the Rajya Sabha. Derek O'Brien has been suspended for the remainder of the session. Latest coming in, however, not many days left. You have 3 days starting today of the vote on no confidence, and after that you have possibly a discussion on Manipur on Friday, and now the government issues a recommendation to suspend Derek O'Brien for the remainder of the session. He's been suspended. The Speaker has also asked Derek O'Brien to immediately leave the House. I'm going to bring in Rahul Srivastava, our National Affairs Editor, for more on this. Rahul, Derek O'Brien suspended. That in this particular session already 4 members have been suspended.
Derek O'Brien gets suspended for the second time in this term.
Right.
On December 21st, 2021, I think, he was charged with throwing the rule book at the chair, and the motion was moved by V. Muralidharan in the Rajya Sabha, and Derek O'Brien was shunted out of the House. Now this is things, it seems, have come to a pass, both in terms of the ruckus, as Rajdeep was earlier talking about how one of the shortest number of sittings as far as any Lok Sabha is concerned, because even the last one, which was pretty bad, the 16th Lok Sabha, had 331 sittings. And now you have an average of 50, eventually it might be 52 sittings in a year, which is terrible despite having a COVID problem. On the other hand, there is definitely one thing, that there is a breakdown not only between the government and the opposition benches, but also vis-a-vis the relationship between the chair and the members of parliament. And I think this whole politics of outside spilling into parliament is becoming a big issue, because now you have another issue which is likely to create a ruckus, is the issue of some names being added to motions by members of parliament in Rajya Sabha yesterday when the debate on the Delhi ordinance bill was on, Delhi Services Bill was on, and there are charges by several MPs that they had not consented. Now usually what happens in such motions, that one picks names and tries to name people, but now the charge is that members of parliament are objecting that they never gave the consent.
Well, it's interesting. I want to cut across to Poulomi Saha. Derek O'Brien suspended for the second time around Poulomi suspended for the remainder of the session. Why so interesting? Because even Sanjay Singh was suspended in the previous session, like Derek O'Brien, suspended again this session. 4 members this time around suspended, where the Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha are concerned.
Unruly behavior, unbecoming of a member of...
Are you raising point of order? Rule book. First the rule. Under which rule?
The rule is on page 92.
Yes, which rule?
The rule is 267. The leader of the opposition has been asking for a discussion on Manipur. You allow the discussion on Manipur. That's my point of order.
Honorable members, I name Mr. Derek O'Brien. He must leave the house. I name him. Move it over. Yes.
I wish to move a motion for the suspension of Mr. Derek O'Brien for the remainder of this session for continuously and willfully disturbing the proceedings of the House, for disobeying the chair, and for continuously creating disturbance in the House. Respected sir, with your permission, I move for a motion that Shri Derek O'Brien be suspended from the services of the House for the remaining part of the current session for his unruly behavior unbecoming of a member of Rajya Sabha today, the 8th of August 2023, shouting slogans from the well of the House, thereby disregarding the authority of the chair, and from his chair disregarding every instruction of the chair, and bringing disrepute and shame to this august House.
All right, the latest coming in. Derek O'Brien has been suspended for the remainder of the session. That would primarily mean that he will not be there where the no trust vote discussion is on. The session ends this Friday on the 11th of August, and Derek O'Brien suspended. He was suspended in the last session as well. I want to quickly bring in Polomi Saha, my colleague. Polomi, word coming in that Derek O'Brien suspended because of unruly behavior. What was the reasoning?
Well, this happened yesterday when Derek O'Brien, in fact, Preeti, was speaking in the Rajya Sabha on the Delhi Services Bill. He did mention certain things about the central government, referring to it, of course, as a washing machine as well. Some of those remarks were, in fact, expunged as well from his speech. The chair also gave him a warning as well to maintain certain decorum. He got into a bit of an argument as well with the chair. Jagdeep Dhankar, Vice President, was in the chair at that moment, and Jagdeep Dhankar had to warn him a couple of times. For one, he objected to the language that he was using against a constitutionally elected government and calling them names, which, of course, Derek O'Brien objected to very vociferously and said that, if they can make this all about politics and they can make political speeches, why can't we? He, of course, was saying that, all of this was about attacking the federal structure.
I'm just interrupting you. Reactions coming in thick and fast at the back of that suspension. Listen into Adhiranjan Chaudhary.
सदन हमारे लिए, हमारी बात रखने के लिए, मान लीजिए एक मंदिर होते हैं, एक मस्जिद होते हैं और गिरजा होते हैं. अगर हुआ हमें विचार ना मिले, हुआ भी हमारे साथ इस तरीके की बर्ताव होते रहते, हुआ अगर हमें न्याय नहीं मिलते, न्याय की गुहार लगाते हुए भी अगर न्याय नहीं मिलता तो हम कहां जाए? आपको खुद हम दिखाना चाहते हैं. फर्क आप देख के आप भी चौंक जाओगे. ये पहले एक्सपांड किए गए, हटाए गए थे. मानिक दूसरा दो. और रातों रात फिर दोबारा इनको लगाए गए हैं. तो मतलब हटाने की मतलब क्या है? फिर दोबारा इनके वापसी की मतलब क्या है? आप खुद देख लीजिए. हमारी आपत्ति के चलते जिस शब्दों को हटाए गए थे पहले दिन में, वो रात में फिर आ गए. कौन सा तिलस्म है, कौन सा जादू है, किसके निर्देश पे, आदेश पे सदन कौन चलाते हैं? सदन कौन चलाते हैं? सदन की बाहर से कोई ताकत ये सदन चलाते हैं. बड़ी दावे के साथ ये कहना चाहते हैं. ये हमारे मजबूरन हम कहते हैं. हमारे भी दुख होते हैं, क्योंकि अगर ये पंचायत, महापंचायत हिंदुस्तान की लोकतंत्र की, अगर इसको अगर धजिया उड़ाया जाए तो आम जनता, हम कहां जाए? हम आम जनता के नुमाइंदे होते हैं. हमारे खिलाफ बेबुनियाद तथ्यों सामने रखते हुए फिजूले बयान पेश करते रहे, फिजूले शिकायत दर्ज करते रहे, हमारे छवि को धूमिल करने की षड्यंत्र होते रहे। राहुल गांधी जी हमारे नेता, उनके छवि को धूमिल करने की कोई अगर साजिश हो तो इसको विरोध करना हमारा फर्ज बनता है। और सदन में हम पीठासीन जो रहते हैं उनके पास ही गुहार लगाते हैं, यही हमारे नियम है। फिर भी नियमों की पालन तो नहीं होते, दिन दहाड़े नियमों की उल्लंघन करते हुए इस तरीके की एक नजीर पेश किया जाते हैं जिसमें ये जगजाहिर होते हैं सदन के अंदर भी बाहर वाले ताकतों ने बार बार बेजा इस्तेमाल करने की कोशिश करते हैं। ये देख लो, आप रख देते हैं आप लोगों के सामने, आप लोगों के विचार के लिए। हाँ प्लीज। हाँ
Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary. We were very concerned yesterday that when the House reassembled, we saw the extraordinary phenomenon of the acting Speaker, the Sabhapati, the acting Chairman, giving the floor to ministers to lay papers on the House, but mysteriously the mic of a particular BJP member, Mr. Dubey, was switched on and he proceeded to speak. And his sound was the only one coming through the translation headsets and through the record of the House, in which he levelled defamatory and libelous accusations against our party and by name two of its leaders. Now, in these circumstances, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary wrote promptly to the Speaker demanding that since this was a flagrant violation of Rule 353 of the Rules and Procedures of Parliament, which are unambiguous, that no one can attack anyone in the House without giving notice. All the more so if it is a sitting member of the House, as both the individuals named were from our party. He cannot do so without giving notice in advance and getting the consent of the Speaker, which he had not done. Therefore, we demanded the full expunction under Rule 380 of every single thing that he had said. Now, as Adhir is pointing out to you this morning, what has happened is that there was a brief period when it was indeed expunged, and then suddenly and mysteriously all the expunged portions have returned to the Parliament website, so that the defamatory and libelous accusations remain on the record and can and indeed have been reported by all of you in the media. So our question is, what is the worth of the rules of the Parliament? If there are rules that can be violated with such impunity by a member of the ruling party, and we cannot even exercise the right given to us under the rules to demand expunction in a timely manner, our our request for expunction was submitted to the Speaker before 1 o'clock. The incident happened at 12. Before 1 o'clock, the request was made. How is it that it's in all the media the next day, and that now, even if we succeed in getting the Speaker to change his mind and to expunge it, the damage has already been done and the defamation stands? I am pleased that a couple of my colleagues in the party have actually filed notices of breach of privilege against the...
Are you raising point of order? Rule book. First the rule. Under which rule?
The rule is on page 92.
Yes, which rule?
The rule is 267. The leader of the opposition has been asking for a discussion
Take
on
your seat.
Bollywood.
Take your seat.
You allow the discussion
Take your
on
seat.
Bollywood. That's my point of order.
Honorable members, I name Mr. Derek O'Brien. He must leave the House. I name him. Move it over. Yes.
I wish to move a motion for the suspension of Mr. Derek O'Brien for the remainder of this session for continuously and willfully disturbing the proceedings of the House, for disobeying the chair, and for continuously creating disturbance in the House. Respected sir, with your permission, I move for a motion that Shri Derek O'Brien be suspended from the services of the House for the remaining part of the current session for his unruly behavior unbecoming of a member of Lok Sabha today, the 8th of August 2023, shouting slogans from the well of the House, thereby disregarding the authority of the chair, and from his chair disregarding every instruction of the chair, and bringing disrepute and shame to this August House.
Is directed to leave the House. He is suspended for the rest of the
All right, let's quickly cut across to my colleague Paulomi Saha getting us the latest coming in. Derek O'Brien suspended for the remainder of the monsoon session. Paulomi, that takes it up to 4 members from Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha suspended this session. A complete breakdown of communication where the government and the opposition, the treasury benches and the opposition is concerned.
Well, this of course played out the reasons for which Derek O'Brien has been suspended after, of course, the leader of the House, Piyush Goyal, moved that motion for suspension and the chairman, of course, granted it. This all played out last evening, of course, when Derek O'Brien was speaking on the Delhi Services Bill in the Rajya Sabha, when, of course, he called the government certain names which were then expunged from the government records, to which he objected. And there was a heated exchange between the chair, Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar, and Derek O'Brien, Trinamool member of Parliament. Derek O'Brien kept yelling at the chair, saying that you can't stop me from speaking. He, of course, was also pointing towards the fact that his allotted time to speak was running out because of this exchange that was taking place. The chairman, of course, in fact, then hit out at Derek O'Brien and said, please do not indulge in theatrics, to which Derek O'Brien, of course, yelled out again and said theatrics. So this was the heated exchange that took place yesterday, for which, of course, Derek O'Brien today has been suspended for the remainder of the monsoon session of Parliament. Definitely a blow, because Derek O'Brien would have been one of the more vocal participants as far as the Manipur discussion is concerned, because the government has already proposed that they're ready to go ahead with that discussion on August 11 in Rajya Sabha. The Trinamool Congress has been at the forefront in terms of course, strategizing with the Congress as far as the India alliance is concerned, and on how to corner the government during this monsoon session, especially on the issue of Manipur. Trinamool's own delegation had visited Manipur previously, and then, of course, second time round, some of its members of parliament joined the India Alliance delegation that visited Manipur as well. Derek O'Brien would have been definitely one of the speakers in that conversation that would have taken place, that is likely to take place on August 11, because he's also visited Manipur as part of the TMC delegation earlier. So this is definitely a blow as far as the India Alliance is concerned. Preeti.
Well, a big blow where the India alliance is concerned. And also, I'll quickly bring in Rahul Srivastav, Rajdeep Sardesai back into this conversation. Rajdeep, a complete breakdown of communication where the opposition and the government is concerned. Every parliament, every session we've seen, this time again, we've seen Derek O'Brien being suspended for apparently being unruly late last night, and the allegations are that he was screaming at Amit Shah and disrespected the chair. Not just him, Sanjay Singh repeatedly being suspended session after session.
History repeats itself, Preeti, because this used to happen in Gujarat routinely. You know, if you look at Gujarat, there have been opposition MPs routinely suspended for an entire session for alleged disruption. Now you're seeing it, suspensions were the exception, not the norm. Now in the 17th Lok Sabha, every session of this Lok Sabha has some MP or the other being suspended. Look, there's a breakdown in trust at one level. There's also one-upmanship. You see, the Trinamool Congress wants to prove we are the party that is taking on the government. So Derek O'Brien gets over-exuberant. Tomorrow you'll have another, Sanjay Singh wants to prove that the Aam Aadmi Party, hum bhi picture mein hai. So there's one-upmanship at one level, but there's also a complete breakdown in trust. You know, in the previous Lok Sabha, you had Arun Jaitley in the Rajya Sabha and Sushma Swaraj in the Lok Sabha. Arun Jaitley was the kind of person who was able to reach out to politicians across the spectrum, and that made a huge difference. Piyush Goyal is much more a battle axe himself, so inevitably confrontation brews, and the chair, I'm sorry to say, is also not being seen as perfectly, the chair's role is also under question. So you've got the chair's role under question, you've got a breakdown of trust between the two sides, you've got one-upmanship within the opposition, and within the government you've got a leader of the opposition in the Rajya Sabha who's not willing to give an inch. I mean, has there been any discussion between an all-party discussion in the Rajya Sabha between the two sides? I know there was a BSc where the opposition members walked out. They did not even wait to discuss issues in the Business Advisory Council. So you've got this complete breakdown of trust, and it's going to get worse rather than get better, which is very, very sad.
But when you speak about the trust deficit, it runs deeper because Jagdeep Dhankar used to be the governor of West Bengal, and today you have Derek O'Brien, who's accused of disrespecting the chair because yesterday, where the speaker, who was Mr. Dhankar, Rahul, turned around and said, use the word theatrics for what Mr. O'Brien was stating or suggesting of a discussion on Manipur and speaking with the Home Minister. To which Mr. O'Brien turned around at the chair and says, you are telling me theatrics? It's interesting of what really went down. All of that now would stand expunged primarily because Derek O'Brien has been suspended. But, the dynamics, the politics of it all, playing at very, very different quarters and levels.
I followed Parliament for now 27 years. I saw the decline come in when regional parties started getting more men. And at that time, in the initial days in 96, 97, there was a term called the destruct button. The destruct button was that irrespective of what issue was there in Parliament, somebody sitting in some state, remote state, some regional leader with just 2-3 MPs will press the destruct button, go demolish the house. And it will happen. I think slowly and slowly the politics of outside has started playing out inside Parliament. The television, the live telecast has become an issue that everybody wants to show that we are doing XYZ for our constituency. Now in that, I think eventually one should remember the task of running a house summoned by the President of India lies with the government. The government has to set the ground and agenda as far as a session is concerned. Rajdeep talked about BAC. See, the BAC is merely there to fix what bill will be taken when, what discussion will. It does not set the relationship between the opposition and the government. When do you recall in the last 10 years that you had a discussion between the government and the opposition on big issues? I remember one when Prime Minister Modi, and actually at the insistence of Arun Jaitley, invited Monsoon Singh and Sonia Gandhi to talk on GST, to explain GST. That was one. Then in 2020, post Galwan, you had a discussion called by the Prime Minister on the issue of China, on the border dispute with China. And you had, in fact, barring a sore note by Sonia Gandhi, you had even somebody as bitter a critic of the government like Mamata Banerjee coming out and saying that we back the government on the issue. So it is a possibility which is being left unexplored, and what the Parliament now is exploring are agreements to disagree. And that's what it is, that Parliament has become a akhada, extension of the political akhada outside. Like Rajdeep said, I have seen this competitive politics not just between government and the opposition, but also within the opposition ranks. Now, in which I remember Trinamool Congress in the last Lok Sabha was virtually working as the principal opposition party. It would organize daily protests at the Gandhi statue every morning. It tried to position itself in a way that it is a principal rival of the BJP because it was plotting something similar as far as Bengal is concerned. So when you're doing things, looking at elections, doing things inside Parliament on what you're doing outside, I think the idea of a Parliament is at peril.
All right, what we are doing right now is I'm going to quickly cut across to Poulomi because she has the list of the speakers where the BJP is concerned. Poulomi, interesting mix there that we have in terms of the speakers today that would be speaking. Just taking our viewers through that, you have Jyotiraditya Scindia, you have Amit Shah, you have Smriti Irani, you have Nirmala Sitharaman, and also a mix there of sorts. You have Colonel Rajavardhan Rathore, who would be speaking because he comes in from Rajasthan. There's an election in order. You have Mr. Ramesh Biduri, especially of what has gone down yesterday where the Delhi Services Bill is concerned. You have Loket Chatterjee, who would, of course, touch on what has gone down in Bihar in terms of the violence.
That's right. That is the list, in fact, Preeti, that we've just accessed. The full list of BJP speakers as far as this no confidence motion is concerned. There are 15 total speakers and they come from various regions. So it's divided region-wise, the list that we're looking at. 2 from the west, 2 from the south, 4 from the north, 2 from the northeast, 3 from the east and 2 from central. So that includes Amit Shah, who will also speak, Nirmala Sitharaman, Kiran Rijiju, Jyotiraditya Scindia, Smriti Irani, Loket Chatterjee, Bandi Sanjay, Rajdeep Roy, Ram Kirpal Yadav, Vijay Baghel, Ramesh Biduri, Sunita Duggal, Nishikant Dubey, Hina Gavit and Colonel Rajyavardhan Rathod. That is in fact the list which has been accessed exclusively by India Today, which basically tells you that these are the leaders of the Bharatiya Janata Party, including union ministers who will in fact be cornering the opposition as far as this motion is concerned. They will be speaking on this, and like I said, we've been reporting about this, that there is a likelihood that Amit Shah will also in fact speak in this debate, because it's very likely that on the question of Manipur, all the questions that will be raised on Manipur by the opposition members of parliament, Amit Shah will include responses to the same in his speech. So that is going to be the government's strategy. Also, of course, ministers Nirmala Sitharaman, Kiran Rijiju, Jyotiraditya Scindia, Smriti Irani will of course speak on this no confidence motion debate as well, which is to in fact begin in about 10 minutes from now.
Well, it's interesting. It's a right. I want to quickly bring in Rajdeep Sardesai, consulting editor, before he... a lot of people very trigger happy to get a picture with Rajdeep. He's on air. So I want to quickly bring in Rajdeep Sardesai into this conversation before he goes into the parliament. Rajdeep, interesting mix that they have. You have senior leaders, cabinet ministers. You also have Smriti Irani, WCD minister. A lot was said about her role or her silence where Manipur came into question. You have leaders who come in from states which are up for elections by the end of the year. You also have local leadership from Delhi, like Mr. Ramesh Buduri, who would be talking about the Delhi Services Bill. Who do you think would be a plausible counter? Because the Congress at one time had quite a might where Lok Sabha was concerned, but dwindling. Other than the likes of a Manish Tiwari, Shashi Tharoor or a Rahul Gandhi, not much arsenal in the opposition's bounty there.
Absolutely. You know, look at how things have changed in a decade. A decade ago, the treasury benches of the Congress had stalwarts of parliament, Pranab Mukherjee, Chidambaram, strong leaders who could respond to the opposition. None of them are around. Lalu Prasad from within the opposition ranks. But look at what the government has. A, the government has more than 300 MPs. B, they will have much more time. And C, as the list shows, they have a wide variety. You know, they've gone to all the battleground states, not just for Lok Sabha, but also for Vidhan Sabha. They've gone into states which they will see as potential growth areas. And to be fair, today the BJP has a wider variety of speakers in the Lok Sabha compared to the opposition. The opposition suffers from a huge talent deficit when it comes to strong parliamentary speakers at the moment in the Lok Sabha. And I think that will show in this debate. Having said that, there are some outside the Congress who are very good parliamentary speakers, and they won't get much time, which is part of the problem. But in general, I would say it's a heavily weighted debate in favor of the government. You can see from this list that the government has thought it through. Let's take in speakers who come. Jyotiraditya Scindia, Madhya Pradesh, Rajyavardhan Rathod, Rajasthan. Both the states go to the polls now. Loket Chatterjee, Bengal, a state that the BJP is in a tug of war with Mamata Banerjee. Smriti Irani, who has been positioned as a face to counter Rahul Gandhi. So I think the BJP has put a lot of effort, as it often does, in just choosing the kind of speakers who could make an impact. Plus they have the entire bevy of their ministers who will be there. Nirmala Sitharaman.
Nirmala Sitharaman also speaking.
Yeah, because...
And possibly Amit Shah as well.
Because economy is one of the issues that they're going to look at closely. Amit Shah in terms of internal security, and then the Prime Minister will give the final speech. So if this was a starting point race, you'd say that the BJP is ahead of the opposition in terms of just the sheer size of the artillery that they have ready.
Yeah, and not much arsenal in the armory of the opposition. Rahul, a quick question, then we go into a break.
What I will like to point out here, Rajdeep has listed most of the pluses. The presence of Nishikant Dubey, Smriti Irani, and then Jyotiraditya Scindia. Prince, two of them are key Rahul Gandhi betas. Right from the time I remember when the UPA was in power, Nishikant Dubey emerged as somebody who had done a lot of research in the Gandhi family and the Robert Vadra papers and all. He was one of the people instrumental in trying to raise them in the house. Since then, he has become a Rahul Beta.
Right.
Then there is Smriti Irani who defeated him. So if Rahul Gandhi is going to speak first, then there are going to be two strong Rahul Gandhi Betas. Then third, Jyotiraditya Scindia, who was at one time very close. He was the, closest at one time.
Interesting, Rahul. The same man who Rahul Gandhi winked at in 2018.
Last time around, the man who winked.
Yes.
Rahul Gandhi winked at is going to be speaking against Rahul Gandhi. That fact should also. That's why I say this list is a very interesting blend created by the.
With that, I'm going to go into a quick break. Very, very interesting. Play those visuals out and one would see the deep irony and how deep that runs. Rahul Gandhi winks at Jyotiraditya Scindia. They shared a moment in 2018 where the no confidence motion was there. This time around, you have Jyotiraditya Scindia pitched in the Treasury benches speaking against Rahul Gandhi. All of that playing out in the next few days, viewers. A quick break. Stay with us.
You are watching India Today.
India Today is at ground zero in Torbang, and the situation is so vulnerable. Simultaneously, there is accusation of using sophisticated weapons, but these young boys risking their lives and using these single barrel gun and double barrel gun.
We love our land and our village, that's why we sacrifice our life.
No one could ever imagine that in a state, in the same country, in the same district, we will ever see such situation which has become a battlefield. And I could say this is a war zone in Manipur.
Grounded in journalism, on the ground reporting, only on India Today TV.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 38 and minimum 28 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 28 and minimum 27 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 30 and minimum 25 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 30 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 33 and minimum 28 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 29 and minimum 22 degrees.
Very good afternoon. You're watching India Today, our rolling coverage on the Parliament showdown. In just a little while, Rahul Gandhi is due to speak right after his membership has been revoked. Let me cut across to the headlines first. Stand by to the biggest Parliament fight. Rahul to lead India debate in the no confidence motion in the Parliament anytime now. TMC MP Derek suspended from the Rajya Sabha for unruly behaviour. The Rajya Sabha chairman Jagdeep Dhankar orders him to leave the house. Raghav Chadha faces FIR after his motion comes under scanner. 6 MPs say that their names were added without their consent. A day after graph heat on Karnataka agriculture, in fact, the agricultural minister, Chief Minister Siddaramaiah now says the complaint is fake. It's a fake letter being circulated, calls it a smear campaign against the Congress. After 33 years, probe on crimes against Kashmiri Pandits to begin. The SIA to probe 1989 murder of Justice Gangu. Justice Ganju was killed by KJLF terrorists and investigation has now been initiated. All right, here's the big update coming in as the no trust war in the Lok Sabha is going to happen shortly from now. Rahul Gandhi not to initiate the debate as scheduled. Congress Gaurav Gogoi to initiate the debate. This is the update that we've gotten. In fact, it was Gaurav Gogoi himself who had moved the speaker for a no confidence motion, and he is the one who's listed as well. Now, if at all Rahul Gandhi has to speak, then the speaker will have to give a go-ahead to Rahul Gandhi. But it appears now that the decision has been made. Rahul Gandhi will not be initiating debate.
प्राप्त हुई है। मैंने स्थगन प्रस्ताव की सूचना की अनुमति प्रदान नहीं की गई है। सभा पटल पर रखे जाने वाले पत्र आइटम नंबर 2 श्री कृष्णपाल जी।
आदरणीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, आपके अनुमति से आज की संशोधित कार्य सूची में क्रम संख्या 2 पर मेरे नाम के सामने सूचीबद्ध दस्तावेजों को सदन के पटल पर रखता हूँ।
आइटम नंबर 3 श्री नित्यानंद राय जी।
महोदय, मैं आपकी अनुमति से आज की पुनरीक्षित कार्यसूची में क्रमांक संख्या 3 पर मेरे नाम के सम्मुख उल्लेखित दस्तावेज सभा पटल पर रखता हूँ।
आइटम नंबर 4 श्री भगवत कराड़ जी।
Honorable Speaker sir, with your permission, on behalf of my colleague Sri Pankaj Chaudhary, I rise to lay the papers mentioned against his name at serial number 4 in revised list of business for today.
Item number 5 Sri Shobha ji.
Paper shown as serial number 5 of the revised list of business in the Lok Sabha for today on the table of the House.
Item number 6 Sri Kailash Chaudhary ji.
माननीय अध्यक्ष महोदय जी, आपकी अनुमति से मैं आज की लोकसभा की संशोधित कार्यसूची में मेरे नाम के सम्मुख क्रम संख्या 6 पर उल्लेखित पत्र सभा पटल पर प्रस्तुत करता हूं।
आइटम नंबर 7 श्री अजय कुमार जी।
अध्यक्ष जी, मैं आज की पुनरीक्षित कार्यसूची में क्रम संख्या 7 पर मेरे नाम के सम्मुख उल्लेखित दस्तावेज सभा पटल पर रखता हूं।
आइटम नंबर 8 श्री निशित प्रमाणिक जी।
महोदय, आज की कार्य संचालन की संशोधित सूची क्रमांक नंबर 8 पर मेरे नाम के आगे दर्शाए गए दस्तावेज को सभा पटल पर रखता हूँ।
आइटम नंबर 9 डॉक्टर हिना गावित।
Sir, I rise to present the 7th report Hindi and English version of the Committee on Empowerment of Women 2020-23 on the subject health facilities for tribal women as listed against my name at serial number 9 in today's order paper.
आइटम नंबर 10 श्री रमेश विधुड़ जी।
अध्यक्ष जी, आज की कार्यसूची में मेरे नाम के सामने सूचीबद्ध पेट्रोलियम नेचुरल गैस संबंधित प्रतिवेदन 21-22वां आपके सामने प्रस्तुत करता हूं।
आइटम नंबर 11 श्री राधा मोहन सिंह जी।
संख्या 11 में मेरे नाम के सामने यथा सूचीबद्ध रेल संबंधी स्थायी समिति के 15वें एवं 16वें प्रतिवेदनों को सभा पटल पर रखता हूँ।
आइटम नंबर 12 श्री धर्मवीर सिंह जी।
माननीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं आज की कार्यसूची से क्रम संख्या 12 पर मेरे नाम के समक्ष तथा यथा सूचीबद्ध शिक्षा, महिला, बाल, युवा एवं खेल संबंधी स्थायी समिति के निम्नलिखित प्रतिवेदन अंग्रेजी और हिंदी में सभा पटल पर रखता हूं।
आइटम नंबर 14 श्री प्रहलाद जोशी जी।
परमिशन आई राइट टू मूव।
एक मिनट। आइटम नंबर 13 श्री कृष्णपाल जी।
आदरणीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं आपकी अनुमति से आज की संशोधित कार्यसूची में क्रम संख्या 13 पर मेरे नाम के सामने उल्लेखित भारी उद्योग मंत्रालय से संबंधित संसदीय स्थायी समिति के 311वीं, 316वीं, 319वीं और 321वीं प्रतिवेदन में अंतर्विष्ट सिफारिशों के कार्यान्वयन से संबंधित व्यक्तिगत सदन के पटल पर रखता हूँ।
आइटम नंबर 14 श्री प्रहलाद जोशी जी।
सर, विथ योर परमिशन आई राइज टू मूव द फॉलोइंग that this House do agree with the 44th report of the Business Advisory Committee presented to the House on 7th August 2023.
प्रश्न ये कि ये सभा कार्य मंत्रणा समिति द्वारा दिनांक 7/8/2023 को सभा के 44वें प्रतिवेदन से सहमत है। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहें। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में, हाँ वालों के पक्ष में प्रतिवेदन स्वीकृत हुआ। महासचिव जी।
Sir, I have to report that Rajya Sabha at its sitting held on the 7th August 2023 agreed without any amendment to the Government of National Capital Territory of Delhi Amendment Bill 2023 and the Registration of Births and Deaths Amendment Bill 2023 as passed by Lok Sabha.
जिन मान्य सदस्यों को
नियम 37 के अधीन मामलों को उठाने की अनुमति प्रदान की गई है, वे अपने मामले अनुमोदित पाठ को व्यक्तिगत रूप से सभा पटल पर रखने का कष्ट करें। आइटम नंबर 16, मंत्रिपरिषद में अविश्वास का प्रस्ताव, श्री गौरव गोगोई जी।
एक पॉइंट सर, सुबह जहां तक मैं जानता हूं, सुबह आपके ऑफिस में एक चिट्ठी आया था सेक्रेटरी जनरल के ऑफिस में, श्री राहुल गांधी जी गौरव गोगोई स्थान पर बोल रहे हैं। क्या हुआ सर? हम तो राहुल गांधी जी के भाषण सुनने के लिए हम उत्सुक है सर, हम उत्सुक है राहुल गांधी का। राहुल क्या हो गया ऐसे? क्या एकदम सुबह सर 11:55 इनका चिट्ठी आया है सर, अभी 12 बजे चेंज हो गया। क्या हो गया? थोड़ा हमको भी समझ में आए सर, यही हमारा रिक्वेस्ट। लेट मी अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट हैज हैपेंड सर। So he just at 11:55 he has given a letter that Mr. Rahul Gandhi is going to speak. What happened in 5 minutes? What is the problem, sir? We are very much enthusiastic to listen Mr. Rahul Gandhi, sir. प्रधानमंत्री को बोलो
तो हाउस को ऑर्डर में ले। सर
श्री गौरव गोगोई जी।
अध्यक्ष महोदय, आपके दफ्तर में अगर क्या हो रहा है, क्या दरखास्त दी गई है, आप खुद ही, आप इस सदन के रक्षक हैं, आपके दफ्तर के अंदर क्या बातचीत हुई है? क्या हम बताएं कि प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने आपके दफ्तर के अंदर क्या क्या बातें की हैं? हम नहीं कहते। कोविड के
चाहिए माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, बताना चाहिए, बताइए। एक गंभीर आरोप है माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, बताइए। प्रधानमंत्री जी का देंगे आप, प्रधानमंत्री जी का नाम लेते हुए और चेयर का नाम लेते हुए ऐसा अनाप शनाप आरोप नहीं लगा सकते, वो उनको बताना चाहिए।
दफ्तर में जो बात हम आपके विश्वास में रखते हैं और आप जो बात हमें कहते हैं उसकी भी विश्वसनीयता हम बचा के रखते हैं।
एक मिनट आप सब एक मिनट बैठिए। एक मिनट मैं बैठा हूं ना। माननीय सदस्य, कभी भी कोई भी विषय, ये मेरा चेंबर भी सदन है, आप जानते हैं, वरिष्ठ नेता हैं, कभी भी ऐसी टिप्पणी नहीं करना चाहिए जिसका कोई तथ्य और सत्य ना हो। मेरा कहना
मैंने जो पब्लिक डोमेन में है सर, जो पब्लिक जो पब्लिक डोमेन में है, इन्होंने जो लेटर दिया है और प्रेस को भी कहा है, और प्रेस को भी कहा है सर, प्रेस के पास
अनुभव होता है,
प्रेस के पास भी सर इनका लेटर है सर, प्रेस पे चल रहा है। उसके बारे में मैंने पूछा, मैंने कुछ सीक्रेट नहीं पूछा, इनका जो सीक्रेट है मैंने नहीं पूछा, लेकिन इन्होंने क्या बता रहे हैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का नाम लेके, चेयर का
गरिमा और एक संसद की,
उनको पता है, वो बोलने तो हम भी चर्चा के लिए तैयार है, लेकिन ऐसा अनाप शनाप आरोप नहीं लगा सकते हैं।
अगर मंत्री महोदय अगर ये ऐसा नियम शुरू करना चाहते हैं कि सदन आपके दफ्तर में जो बात होती है उसको बाहर उजागर करना चाहेंगे तो बात हम भी रख सकते हैं सर, हम भी उल्टा बात रख सकते हैं अंदर के। तो इस प्रकार के आप संसदीय मंत्री हैं, आप इस
पब्लिक डोमेन में, प्लीज अंडरस्टैंड, इट इज इन द पब्लिक डोमेन, इट इज इन द मीडिया, इट इज इन द सोशल मीडिया, व्हाट आर यू टॉकिंग?
हमारे अध्यक्ष महोदय के दफ्तर में जो बातें करते हैं उसको इस प्रकार से आप उसका उल्लंघन मत करिए। आप संसदीय मंत्री हैं, आप तो अपना कर्तव्य याद रखिए।
आपका लेटर पब्लिक डोमेन में है,
याद रखिए, आप तो अपना अध्यक्ष महोदय।
अब एक मिनट, महत्वपूर्ण विषय पर चर्चा कर रहे हैं। कोई भी ऐसा, हम इस सदन की गरिमा के अनुसार बोलें, सदन की परंपराओं के अनुसार बोलें। अविश्वास प्रस्ताव एक गंभीर प्रस्ताव है, तो मेरा सभी सदस्यों से आग्रह है कि वह चर्चा को गंभीरता से करें तो उचित रहेगा। गौरव गोगोई जी।
अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं इस प्रस्ताव को आपके समक्ष रखता हूं और आपकी अनुमति की अपेक्षा करता हूं कि मैं अपना वक्तव्य रखूं। अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं सबसे पहले आपका आभार प्रकट करता हूं कि आपने इंडिया अलायंस के इस अविश्वास प्रस्ताव को आपने स्वीकार किया। जब आपने पूछा कि इस अविश्वास प्रस्ताव के समर्थन में कौन कौन खड़ा है, तो मैं इस मन से हमारे सारे इंडिया अलायंस दलों के सांसदों को मैं धन्यवाद और आभार प्रकट करता हूं। सर, ये अविश्वास प्रस्ताव हमारी मजबूरी है। ये हमारी मजबूरी है कि हम अविश्वास प्रस्ताव हमें लाना पड़ा, क्योंकि ये बात कभी भी संख्या की नहीं थी। ये बात हमेशा इंसाफ की थी, मणिपुर के इंसाफ की थी।
आप पहले प्रस्ताव रख दो, प्रस्ताव रख दो आप पहले।
सर, प्रस्ताव मैंने आपसे अनुमति मांगा, मैं प्रस्ताव आगे करता हूँ।
प्रस्ताव
मैंने शुरुआत में उनकी अनुमति मांगी मैं। ये इंसाफ मणिपुर की है, मणिपुर के लिए है। इंसाफ है मैं पढ़ूं महोदय, मैं निम्नलिखित प्रस्ताव पेश करता हूं कि ये सभा मंत्री परिषद में विश्वास का भाव व्यक्त करती है। सर, अध्यक्ष महोदय, ये अविश्वास प्रस्ताव मणिपुर के लिए हम लाए हैं, इंडिया अलायंस, क्योंकि मणिपुर आज इंसाफ मांगता है। मणिपुर का युवा इंसाफ मांगता है, मणिपुर की बेटी इंसाफ मांगती है, मणिपुर के किसान इंसाफ मांगते हैं, मणिपुर के छात्र इंसाफ मांगते हैं। और मार्टिन लूथर किंग ने कहा है, मार्टिन लूथर किंग ने कहा है कि अगर कहीं भी नाइंसाफी हो तो वो हर जगह के लिए इंसाफ का खतरा बन सकता है। इनजस्टिस एनीवेयर इज अ थ्रेट टू जस्टिस एवरीवेयर। तो ये जो घटनाएं मणिपुर में हो रही है, इसको ये हम ना समझे कि उत्तर पूर्वांचल के किसी कोने में हो रहा है, ये भारत में हो रहा है। सर, अगर मणिपुर जल रहा है तो भारत जल रहा है। अगर मणिपुर में आग लगी है तो भारत में आग लगी है। अगर मणिपुर विभाजित हुआ है तो भारत विभाजित हुआ है। तो आज हम सिर्फ मणिपुर की बात नहीं कर रहे, हम भारत की बात कर रहे हैं। सर, हमारी मांग स्पष्ट थी कि देश के मुखिया होने के नाते प्रधानमंत्री सदन में आए, अपनी बात रखे, अपनी संवेदना प्रकट करे और उस पर सारे पार्टी समर्थन दे और मणिपुर को एक संदेश जाए कि इस दुख की घड़ी में पूरा सदन मणिपुर के साथ है, हम मणिपुर में शांति चाहते हैं। ये हमारी अपेक्षा थी, ये हमारी अपेक्षा थी। लेकिन अफसोस की बात है कि ऐसा नहीं हुआ। प्रधानमंत्री महोदय ने एक मौन व्रत लिया कि सदन में ना लोकसभा में कुछ बोलेंगे ना राज्यसभा में कुछ बोलेंगे, और इसीलिए अध्यक्ष महोदय ये नौबत आनी पड़ी कि हम अविश्वास प्रस्ताव के द्वारा प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का मौन व्रत हम तोड़ना चाहते हैं। सर, साफ साफ 3 सवाल है प्रधानमंत्री महोदय से। सवाल पहला कि आज तक वो मणिपुर क्यों नहीं गए? राहुल जी गए, इंडिया अलायंस के विभिन्न पार्टीज गए, गृह मंत्री जी गए, MOS होम गए, पर देश के मुखिया होने के नाते प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी क्यों नहीं गए? ये है सवाल पहला। सवाल दूसरा कि लगभग 80 दिन क्यों लगे प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी को मणिपुर पे कुछ बोलने के लिए, और जब बोले तो सिर्फ 30 सेकंड के लिए बोले, और उसके पश्चात आज तक भी प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी की तरफ से ना कोई संवेदना का शब्द, ना कोई शांति की याचना। मंत्री मंडल बोल रहे हैं कि हम बोलेंगे। आप बोलें, आपको किसी ने नहीं रोका, लेकिन प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी एक प्रधानमंत्री होने के नाते उनके शब्दों में जो महत्व है वो किसी मंत्री के शब्दों में नहीं है, माफ कीजिएगा। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी अगर प्रधानमंत्री होने के नाते एक शांति की पहल करें, उस कदम में जो ताकत है वो किसी मंत्री या किसी सांसद में वो ताकत नहीं है, एक प्रधानमंत्री होने के नाते। सवाल हमारा तीसरा कि प्रधानमंत्री जी ने आज तक मणिपुर के मुख्यमंत्री को बर्खास्त क्यों नहीं किया? आपने गुजरात में जब निर्वाचन आए, गुजरात में जब आपको अपनी राजनीति करनी थी तो गुजरात में मुख्यमंत्री बदल दिए, एक बार नहीं 2 बार। उत्तराखंड में निर्वाचन आ रहे थे तो उत्तराखंड में 1 बार, 2 बार, 3 बार, 4 बार शायद आपने मुख्यमंत्री बदल किए। त्रिपुरा में निर्वाचन आए तो त्रिपुरा में भी आपने निर्वाचन आपने से पहले आप मुख्यमंत्री को बदला। मणिपुर के मुख्यमंत्री में ऐसा क्या आपने विशेष आपका आशीर्वाद आप दे रहे हैं जिन्होंने खुद कबूल किया है कि आज मेरे कारण एक इंटेलिजेंस फेलियर हुआ है? ये 3 सवाल हैं सर, और शायद इन 3 सवालों का 3 उत्तर भी है। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी मणिपुर पर क्यों मौन हैं, शायद उस प्रश्न का उत्तर भी 3 है। पहला उत्तर कि प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी को कबूल करना पड़ेगा कि उनकी डबल इंजन की सरकार, उनकी सरकार मणिपुर में व्यर्थ हो गई है, विफल हो चुकी है। इसीलिए आज मणिपुर में 150 लोग मरे, लगभग 5000 घर जलाए गए, लगभग 60,000 लोगों आज शिविर में हैं, लगभग 6,500 FIR है। और मुख्यमंत्री, प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री होने के नाते जो एक संवाद का वातावरण बनाना चाहिए था, जो एक शांति, अमन और सद्भावना का एक वातावरण जो बनाना चाहिए था, आज उन्होंने सिर्फ मई महीने से नहीं, पिछले 2-3 सालों से ऐसे कुछ भड़काऊ उन्होंने कदम लिए हैं जो आज समाज के बीच में तनाव पैदा हो गया है। आज हम मणिपुर गए हैं, क्या मणिपुर में यह सबसे पहला हिंसा हुआ है? नहीं। क्या उत्तर पूर्वांचल में यह सबसे पहला हिंसा हुआ है? नहीं। इससे पहले भी हुए हैं, मणिपुर में भी हुए हैं। मैं खुद उत्तर पूर्वांचल का हूं, मैं खुद जिम्मेवारी से कहता हूं कि हुए हैं, लेकिन पहली बार, अरे आप में से तो कोई गया भी नहीं, आप क्या जानेंगे? पहले जाओ और फिर हमें परामर्श दो, पहले आप लोग जाओ। सर हम गए और बहुत दुख हुआ कि हमने समाज में 2 वर्गों के बीच ऐसा बंटवारा, समाज के 2 वर्गों के बीच हृदय में इतना आक्रोश, इतना गुस्सा हमने पहले कभी नहीं देखा। हमने पहले कभी भी नहीं देखा कि आज समाज का एक वर्ग दूसरे के प्रति बदले की भाषा का प्रयोग कर रहा है। हमने कभी भी नहीं देखा कि एक प्रदेश में एक ऐसी लकीर खींच दी गई है कि पहाड़ पे एक वर्ग के लोग रहते हैं और वैली में एक वर्ग के लोग रहते हैं। अफसोस की बात है सर कि जो सरकार एक इंडिया की बात करती है, आज उन्होंने 2 मणिपुर आपने बना दिए हैं। आपके राजनीति से 2 मणिपुर आज बन गए। मैं मणिपुर के मुख्यमंत्री को इस सदन से पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री वाजपेयी जी की राजधर्मों को याद करने के लिए सलाह दूंगा, जिन्होंने कहा कि राजा के लिए, शासक के लिए प्रजा में भेद नहीं हो सकता, ना जन्म के आधार पर, ना जाति के आधार पर, ना समुदाय के आधार पर। सर आज इस माहौल में अगर सबसे ज्यादा पीड़ा किसी को झेलना पड़ा है तो महिलाओं और बच्चों को। हमने देखे हैं वो वायरल वीडियो में, उनका मैं उल्लेख नहीं करना चाहूंगा, उससे सबको पीड़ा हुआ। पर ऐसे मुख्यमंत्री जी ने स्वयं कहे कि ऐसे 100 FIRs हैं। हम भी गए हैं सर, इंडिया डेलीगेशन, हमारे संसदीय दल उस परिवार से हम मिल के आए हैं जिसमें 2 महिलाओं के साथ इतना बुरा व्यवहार हुआ, अत्याचार हुआ। हमने ऐसे भी एक परिवार से मिले जिसमें एक 80 साल की महिला जो एक स्वतंत्रता संग्रामी की पत्नी थी, उसको घर के अंदर बंद करके जिंदा जला दिया। जो 2 महिला जिसको लेकर आज सुप्रीम कोर्ट तक ये बात गई है, उसमें से एक महिला का पत्नी कारगिल में हमारे देश के लिए हमारी सीमा को सुरक्षा कर रहा था। वो कारगिल का जवान बोल रहा है मैंने देश को बचाया, पर मैं अपने घर और अपने परिवार को नहीं बचा पाया। जब हम उनसे मिलते हैं तो हमको क्या कहें? आप लोग कहते हैं हम फोटो ऑप करने गए थे। सर, दुख के समय में संवेदना उनको देने गए थे। आज महिलाओं, बच्चों के साथ आऊंगा, अब सारे बातों पे आऊंगा, सब पे आऊंगा। धर्मीय जगह को भी बख्शा नहीं गया। धर्मीय अनुष्ठान पर भी आज भीड़ घुसी और उसका असम्मान किया। आज इंटरनेट नहीं है। आप कहते हैं कि सब नॉर्मल है, स्थिर है। आज भी इंटरनेट नहीं है, बच्चे स्कूल नहीं जा पा रहे, लोग अपनी बातें नहीं रख पा रहे। आज भी कितनी महिलाओं पर अत्याचार हुआ है, वो अपनी बात ही नहीं रख पा रहे। वो तो वीडियो वायरल हो गया, नहीं तो मुझे लगता था कि आज तक प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी मौन रहते अगर वीडियो वायरल नहीं होता। पर ऐसे हजार से ऐसे अत्याचार हुए। लेकिन वहां के मुख्यमंत्री क्या कहते हैं? अभी ड्रग्स के ऊपर वो बोलते हैं कि ये सब ड्रग्स के लिए हुआ है। अध्यक्ष महोदय, बहुत गंभीर पूर्वक मैं ये बात अपने आपके समक्ष सदन में रख रहा हूं कि मणिपुर के मुख्यमंत्री के कार्यालय से जब एक ड्रग माफिया के बड़े नेता को वहां की पुलिस ने पकड़ा तो मुख्यमंत्री के दफ्तर से फोन गया कि उस ड्रग के माफिया को बचाओ, रिहा करो। और वो ड्रग का माफिया कौन था? वो ड्रग का माफिया आप ही की दल के ऑटोनोमस डिस्ट्रिक्ट काउंसिल के चेयरमैन थे, जो वहां पे जब इटोचा सिंह को पकड़ा गया, लोयांग नांगबंग इटोचा, जब इस व्यक्ति को पकड़ा गया तो मुख्यमंत्री के दफ्तर से फोन गया कि इसको रिहा करो। और ये इटोचा कौन है? वहीं के राज्य सरकार के पीएचई मिनिस्टर सुशील द्रो के भाई हैं। आज ये इन सरकार राज्य में ड्रग्स की बात करते हैं, ड्रग्स के साथ मुख्यमंत्री महोदय के दफ्तर का ताल्लुकात है। ये बात मैं नहीं कर रहा, वो पुलिस अफसर जिनको इनकी राज्य सरकार ने मेडल दिया, वो आज वो बात कर रही है कि ये सरकार ने मुझे मेडल दिया और यही सरकार मुझे ड्रग से जुड़े हुए इनके दल के नेताओं को छोड़ने के लिए कह रही है। उन्होंने अपना मेडल वापस कर दिया राज्य सरकार। पॉपी फार्मिंग की बात करते हैं। आज आपका ही नारकोटिक्स एंड अफेयर्स ऑफ बॉर्डर NAB ये कहता है द स्केल ऑफ पॉपी प्लांटेशन इन मणिपुर हैज स्प्रेड अक्रॉस 15,400 acres of land in the hills between 2017 and 2023। 2017 में आपकी सरकार आई थी। आज इंडियन फॉरेस्ट सर्वे रिपोर्ट 2021 में कहता है that within 2 years time the forest area of Manipur has decreased by 248.63 square kilometers। ये आपके सरकार के नजर के सामने वहां के जंगलों को काटा जा रहा है और पॉपी फार्मिंग को बढ़ावा दिया जा रहा है। गृह मंत्री ड्रग्स को लेकर बार बार वक्तव्य देते हैं, लेकिन गृह मंत्री महोदय आपको भी पता है कि पिछले 5-6 सालों में ड्रग्स की ये समस्या कमी नहीं, थमी नहीं, बढ़ती जा रही है। लगभग 2017 में NCRB का डेटा है 1113 केसेस, 2021 में 3611। तो ड्रग्स की समस्या आज बढ़ती जा रही है। तो कहीं ना कहीं प्रधानमंत्री जी चाहते हैं कि वो मौन रहे ताकि उनकी राज्य सरकार की छवि धूमिल ना हो, क्योंकि उनको छवि से लगाव है। चाहे लोगों पे अत्याचार हो, ड्रग्स की समस्या बड़ी हो, ये उनके लिए महत्व नहीं रखता। पर जैसे कि मैंने कहा कि उनके मौन रहने का कारण 3 है, अभी तो मैंने सिर्फ एक कारण का उजागर किया। और दूसरा कारण यह है, और बहुत मैं सम्मानपूर्वक ये बात कहना चाहता हूं, दूसरा कारण प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का मौन रहने का यह है कि आज भारत केंद्र सरकार का गृह विभाग और राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा सलाहकार आज विफल हुए हैं। क्या हो रहा मणिपुर में? 5000 से ज्यादा हथियार आज लोगों के हाथों में है। लगभग 35 पुलिस स्टेशंस में भीड़ वहां जाकर वहां से हथियार अपने साथ ले जाते हैं। कभी आप जितने भी राज्यों का आपने जो उजागर किया है, कभी ऐसी स्थिति देखी है कि 2 महीनों में एक भीड़ पुलिस थाने में जाकर, पुलिस ट्रेनिंग कॉलेज में जाकर वहां पे जो हथियार है वो लेके जाती है? क्या क्या हथियार ले गए हैं? क्या क्या हथियार लूट के ले गए हैं? इंसास राइफल, AK-47, लाइट LMG लाइट मशीन गन, सेल्फ लोडिंग राइफल, SMC, मोटर, ग्रेनेड, बुलेट प्रूफ जैकेट, 6 लाख एन्यूमेशन, 6 लाख गोलियां आज लोगों के बीच में है। कि ये राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा का मामला नहीं है? कहां है राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा सलाहकार? ये जो बंदूक है, ये जो गोलियां हैं, किस पर चलाएंगे? ये गोलियां हमारे भारतीय सेना के नौजवानों पे चलाएंगे। ये गोलियां मणिपुर के पुलिस पर चलाए जाएंगे। ये गोलियां मणिपुर के निहत्थे लोगों पर बरसाए जाएंगे। क्या क्या आपने आज ये जो हथियार है सिर्फ मणिपुर तक सीमित नहीं रहेंगे सर। लगभग ये जो 6 लाख एम्यूनेशन है, गोला बारूद है, AK-47, ये तो युद्ध के हथियार हैं, ये युद्ध के अस्त्र है। ये सिर्फ मणिपुर तक नहीं सीमित रहेंगे, ये आज उत्तर पूर्वांचल में भारत के अलग अलग जगह में ये हथियार जाएंगे और भारत के समाज को आज अशांति का वातावरण बनाएंगे। तो क्या कर रहे हैं आप? आज दुख की बात है कि अभी मुख्यमंत्री पहले तो समाज पर दोष ठहरा रहे थे, अब मुख्यमंत्री, मणिपुर के मुख्यमंत्री केंद्र सरकार और असम राइफल्स पे आज निशाना साध रहे हैं। आज ही हमें सुनने में मिला कि असम राइफल्स, जिसको जिम्मेवारी दी गई है देश को, लोगों को बचाने के लिए, उनको हटाया जा रहा है। मुख्यमंत्री के घर के जो विधायक हैं, मैं उनका नाम नहीं लूंगा, वो पूछते हैं कि इतने हथियार कहां से आए? क्या कर रही है केंद्रीय शासित सुरक्षा दल? ये असम राइफल्स किसके अनुसार काम करता है? ये असम राइफल्स गृह विभाग के मंत्रालय से इनको निर्देश दिया जाता है। तो एक ऐसी व्यवस्था बन गई है मणिपुर में कि मणिपुर के पुलिस आज असम राइफल्स के जवान पर उंगली उठा रहे हैं, असम राइफल्स के जवान आज मणिपुर के पुलिस पर उंगली उठा रही है। ये बना है 21वीं सदी के भारत में। ऐसे हम समाधान कर रहे हैं पिछले 3 महीनों से। आज सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने जो जांच कमेटी बैठाई, उससे साफ साफ साबित होता है कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने भी आज केंद्र सरकार और राज्य सरकार के जो काम है उसको स्वीकार नहीं किया है। आज इसीलिए कमेटी बैठाई गई है। मैं पूछना चाहूंगा कि गृह मंत्री, आपने एक 51 मेंबर्स का कमेटी बैठाया, कितने बार वो कमेटी बैठी? आप 3 दिन थे, आप वहां पे गए, 51 आपने एक पीस कमेटी बैठाई, अच्छी बात है, लेकिन वो कमेटी आज तक असफल रही। गृह मंत्री ने कहा कि मैं 15 दिन बाद में आऊंगा, पर गृह मंत्री 15 दिन हो गए हैं पर मणिपुर में दिखाई नहीं दिए। जब एक सस्पेंडेड इंसर्जेंसी ग्रुप UKLF, यूनाइटेड कुकी लिबरेशन फ्रंट का चेयरमैन SS हाउकेप लीगल बयान में, एफिडेविट में यह बात कहता है कि भाजपा ने 2017 और 2019 के निर्वाचन में एक उग्रपंथी संगठन का उन्होंने सहयोग लिया। एक लीगल एफिडेविट में ये बात लिखा। ये है इनका राष्ट्रवाद, ये है इनका राष्ट्रवाद। जो राष्ट्रवाद देश की अखंडता को आज सत्य के दांव पे आज भूल चुका है। ये राष्ट्रवाद है कि जो आज देश की अखंडता के साथ खिलवाड़ कर रहा है। आज उत्तर पूर्वांचल में आपके बड़े बड़े जो भी बातें हैं सारे अभी तक नाकाम रहे। एनआरसी की बात करते हैं, आज तक एनआरसी असम में लागू नहीं हुआ। सीएए की बात करते हैं, ऐसा एक माहौल वहां पे हुआ कि पूर्व जापान के प्रधानमंत्री असम नहीं जा पाए। नागा पीस फ्रेमवर्क 8 साल हो गए, अभी तक हमने नहीं देखा कि ये नागा पीस फ्रेमवर्क में हुआ क्या है। गृह मंत्री आज नागा विधायक से अलग से मिलते हैं, मणिपुर के से आए हुए कुकी विधायक से अलग से मिलते हैं। क्यों नहीं आप सबको एक साथ मिलकर बुलाएं और शांति की अपेक्षा करें? ये अलग अलग मीटिंग क्यों? ऐसे उत्तर पूर्वांचल की समस्या नहीं सुलझेगी कि अगर आप समाज, जाति, धर्म के आधार पर बंटवारा करें। आपको साथ में लेना पड़ेगा। पहली बार हम ये देख रहे हैं कि 2 उत्तर पूर्वांचल के राज्य असम और मिजोरम के पुलिस अफसर एक दूसरे पे गोली चला रहे। ये आपकी राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा की नीति है। इसी बात का उजागर राहुल गांधी जी ने इस सदन में किया था जब उन्होंने आपको चेतावनी दी थी कि आप उत्तर पूर्वांचल के साथ खिलवाड़ कर रहे हो। उत्तर पूर्वांचल हमारे देश का हिस्सा है, इन्होंने कहा था। आज जो तीसरा कारण मैं आना चाहता हूं जिसके कारण प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी मौन है। पहला, उनकी राज्य सरकार विफल थी। दूसरा, उनका गृह विभाग और राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा सलाहकार विफल रहे। और तीसरा, प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के मौन रहने का कि वो अपनी भूल कबूल करना नहीं चाहते। अगर वो बोले तो कि उनकी चूक हुई है राज्य सरकार से, तो ये भूल वो कभी जनता के सामने कबूल नहीं करना चाहते, मौन रहना पसंद करते हैं। और ये पहली बार नहीं हुआ है, ये पहली बार नहीं हुआ है जब भारत के स्वर्ण पदक लाने वाले कुश्ती के महिला खिलाड़ी जब सड़क पे जब विरोध कर रहे थे तो प्रधानमंत्री मौन थे। जब 750 किसान आंदोलन पे उनकी जीवन गई, बलिदान दिया, शहीद हुए तो प्रधानमंत्री मौन थे। जब 2020 में दिल्ली में रायट्स हुए, दंगे हुए, पर विदेश के एक सरकार के नेता आए थे, उस समय भी प्रधानमंत्री मौन थे। जब अडानी पर इसी सदन में राहुल गांधी जी ने प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी से सवाल किया कि कितने बार अडानी जी एक विशेष कंपनी को प्रधानमंत्री के साथ जाने पर उनको सुविधा हुआ तो प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी मौन थे। जब हम बार बार पूछते हैं सर, बड़ी आश्चर्य की बात है कि सर कि अभी तक मैंने प्रधानमंत्री का नाम लिया, अभी तक मैंने मुख्यमंत्री का नाम लिया, अभी तक मैंने गृह मंत्री का नाम लिया, अभी तक इनकी तरफ से विरोध नहीं आया, लेकिन जब एक विशेष कंपनी के मालिक का नाम लिया तो ये सारे मंत्री और सांसद खड़े हो गए। किसकी सरकार है सर? ये किसकी सरकार है? जब चीन पर हमने सवाल किया, चीन पर आप पूछे, मैं चीन पर आता हूं, जब चीन पर हमने सवाल किया कि चीन हमारे सीमा के अंदर कितना आए, कितने किलोमीटर पर है, तो प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी मौन रहे। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने G20 के बाली समिट में प्रेसिडेंट शी जिनपिंग के साथ क्या बातचीत की, उनके विदेश मंत्रालय ने इसको छुपाने की कोशिश की, लेकिन जब चीन के विदेश मंत्रालय से बात आई तो भारत सरकार के विदेश मंत्रालय ने खुद कबूल किया कि हाँ, हमने ये बात हमने छुपाई थी कि बहुत संवेदनशील बातें प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने शी जिनपिंग के साथ बाली में किया। हम पूछना चाहते हैं कि क्या बातें की आपने, क्या समझौता हुआ, क्या बताएंगे? विदेश मंत्री ने कुछ दिन पहले हम सबके समक्ष एक स्टेटमेंट रखा, पर उस स्टेटमेंट पर भी बाली में प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी और प्रेसिडेंट राष्ट्रपति शी जिनपिंग के बीच में क्या बात हुई, इन्होंने उजागर नहीं किया। आप चीन की बात करते हैं, आप चीन की बात करते हैं, तो प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी जब जम्मू कश्मीर के पूर्व राज्यपाल ने कहा कि उन्होंने प्रधानमंत्री को फोन किया था, तो पूर्व ये राज्यपाल ने क्या कहा कि उनको चुप रहने का सलाह उनको मिला। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी मौन रहे। जब पूर्व एक राज्यपाल ने कहा कि हमने सुरक्षा मांगी थी हमारे पुलवामा के जवानों के लिए, लेकिन हमको कोई सुरक्षा नहीं मिली, जब ऐसा गंभीर बात एक पूर्व राज्यपाल, आपकी ही चुनी हुई राज्यपाल ने रखा, तो प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी मौन रहे। जब कोविड में सेकेंड वेव में लोग के सांसों में फाफड़ों में ऑक्सीजन नहीं था, तब प्रधानमंत्री पश्चिम बंगाल में वोट मांग रहे थे। जब मणिपुर में महिलाओं पर अत्याचार हो रहा था, तो प्रधानमंत्री जी कर्नाटक में वोट मांग रहे थे। ये कैसा राष्ट्रवाद है? ये कैसा राष्ट्रवाद है जो देश से ऊपर अपने सत्ता को ज्यादा महत्व देता है? इस देश के इतिहास में हमने दूसरे प्रधानमंत्री भी देखे हैं। हमने ऐसे भी प्रधानमंत्री देखे हैं जिन्होंने उत्तर पूर्वांचल और भारत की संवेदना को समझा। मैं उदाहरण देना चाहता हूं, जब असम में हमारा असम अकॉर्ड हुआ 1985 में, तो असम में हमारी कांग्रेस की सरकार थी, लेकिन शांति के पहल के लिए उस समय के पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री राजीव गांधी जी ने कहा कि कांग्रेस की सरकार बर्खास्त होनी चाहिए, हम एक निर्वाचन लाना चाहते हैं ताकि शांति आगे बढ़े। ये हमारा राष्ट्रवाद है कि दल से ऊपर हमारा देश, ये हमारा राष्ट्रवाद है। जब मीजो अकॉर्ड हुआ, सुन लीजिए, सुनने का धैर्य रखिए। जब मीजो अकॉर्ड हुआ 1986 में, तो मिजोरम में हमारी सरकार थी, लेकिन राजीव गांधी जी ने लालडेंगा जी के साथ समझौता करके मीजो अकॉर्ड उन्होंने स्थापना किया 1986 में, और वहां के पू लालडेंगा जी मिजोरम के इंटरिम गवर्नमेंट के मुख्यमंत्री बने। और निर्वाचन ये है कि हमें सत्ता नहीं, हमें शांति चाहिए उत्तर पूर्वांचल में। अगर सत्ता खोनी पड़ी, दल का बलिदान देना पड़ा, तो उत्तर पूर्वांचल और देश की अखंडता के लिए हम वो बलिदान देने के लिए तैयार हैं। सोनिया जी को याद होगा, जब मीजो अकॉर्ड हुआ उसके अगले ही दिन राजीव गांधी जी और सोनिया जी मिजोरम गए थे, आइजवाल गए थे, और जगह जगह पर लोगों ने इन दोनों का स्वागत किया और उन्होंने कहा, स्वागत राजीव गांधी जी, वेलकम राजीव गांधी जी, आप शांति के प्रतीक हो। ऐसा पहल प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी मणिपुर में क्यों नहीं करते? हम उनका समर्थन करेंगे, हम उनका समर्थन करेंगे। इस सदन में जब 2012 में असम में कोकराझार में जब हिंसा हुआ, तो इस सदन में, लोकसभा में, राज्यसभा में प्रधानमंत्री हमारे पहले प्रधानमंत्री डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह जी ने इस सदन में उन्होंने बात रखी। जब कोकराझार में जब हिंसा हुआ, तो उसके 7 दिन बाद प्रधानमंत्री मनमोहन सिंह जी वहां पर गए और उन्होंने कहा, क्या कहा? उन्होंने कहा असम में जाकर, वी आर वन पीपल, वी आर वन नेशन, वी मस्ट लिव टुगेदर एज सच, वी मस्ट रिस्टोर पीस एंड काम थ्रू आउट द एरिया। ऐसी बातें प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी क्यों नहीं करते? चलिए मेरे दल का नहीं, मैं आपके दल का उदाहरण देता हूं। जब 2002 में गुजरात में जब दंगे हुए, तो उस समय के प्रधानमंत्री वाजपेयी जी गुजरात गए थे, शाह आलम के वो रेफ्यूजी कैंप में गए थे। तो सीधा सर, मैं प्रधानमंत्री जी से 3 में हमारी याचना है। 3 हमारे याचना है। याचना 1 कि वो सदन में आकर अपनी बात रखे, लोकसभा में आए और राज्यसभा में भी जाएं, लोकसभा में भी आए और राज्यसभा में भी जाए। हमारी याचना दूसरा कि वो मणिपुर जाए और पूरे पार्टी को लेके जाए। ये बात हमने सदन के प्रारंभ होने से भी पहले कहा था कि अगर प्रधानमंत्री पूरा मणिपुर को में एक ऑल पार्टी डेलीगेशन लेके जाएंगे तो हम सब उसमें शामिल होंगे। और हमारा तीसरा ये याचना है कि मणिपुर के विभिन्न समाज सेवक संगठनों को बुलाकर एक मीटिंग करिए, शांति का एक पहल रखिए। लेकिन प्रधानमंत्री क्या कर रहे हैं? प्रधानमंत्री आज इंडिया अलायंस को बदनाम करने में तुले हैं, देश के नाम को आज बदनाम करने में तुले हैं। अफसोस की बात है, अफसोस की बात है, जब आप पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया की बात करते हैं, इंडिया मुजाहिदीन की बात करते हैं, ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी की बात करते हैं, तो हम इंडियन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी की बात करते हैं, हम इंडियन स्पेस रिसर्च ऑर्गेनाइजेशन की बात करते हैं, हम इंडियन पुलिस फोर्स की बात करते हैं, हम इंडियन एयरफोर्स की बात करते हैं। आप जब इंडिया को बदनाम करते हैं तो हमें तो भारत का तिरंगा दिखता है, जहां पे गेरुआ है, सफेद है, हरा है और बीच में अशोक का चक्र है। आज नफरत एक हथियार बन चुका है, नफरत एक हथियार बन चुका है वोट जीतने के लिए। वो चाहे मणिपुर में हो, वो चाहे हरियाणा में हो, वो चाहे कर्नाटक में हो, वो चाहे मध्य प्रदेश में हो। आप जितना भी नफरत फैलाएं, आप जितना भी नफरत फैलाएं, हमने राहुल जी के नेतृत्व में भारत जोड़ो यात्रा किया है। आपके नफरत के बाजार में हम जगह जगह पे मोहब्बत का दुकान खोलेंगे। हम संविधान की सुरक्षा करेंगे। Our constitution that talks about equality, liberty, justice, fraternity, हम इस संविधान के आदर्शों की हम सुरक्षा करेंगे। आप पूंजीपतियों का विकास चाहते हैं, सबका विकास कहते हैं, लेकिन करते हैं पूंजीपतियों का विकास, और वो भी सिर्फ 6 पूंजीपतियों का। आज भारत में एक ऐसा हमने व्यवस्था देखा है कि 6 कंपनियों के पास आज 25% पोर्ट है, 45% सीमेंट प्रोडक्शन है, 33% स्टील प्रोडक्शन है, 60% टेलीकॉम प्रोडक्शन है, 45% कोल प्रोडक्शन है। ये है आपका विकास का मॉडल, ये है आपका विकास का मॉडल। मैं उस कंपनी का नाम नहीं लूंगा जिससे आप उत्तेजित हो जाते हैं एक बार, लेकिन दूसरे कंपनी को तो नाम ले सकता हूं। ये कैसा प्रक्रिया है सर? ये कैसा कॉम्पिटिटिव इकोनॉमी बना रहे हैं? जब अप्रैल 2030 में श्री सीमेंट संघी इंडस्ट्रीज को खरीदना चाहता है तो जून में ही श्री सीमेंट पर आईटी का डिपार्टमेंट का रेड होता है, और जुलाई 2023 में श्री सीमेंट एक्विजिशन से बाहर निकलता है, और अगस्त में अडानी का अंबुजा सीमेंट संघी इंडस्ट्री को ये इकोनॉमी बना रहे हैं। ऐसा इकोनॉमी आप बनाएंगे? हम चाहते हैं पूंजीपतियों का विकास नहीं, हम चाहते हैं कि किसान का विकास हो जिससे राहुल जी मिले हैं। हम चाहते हैं वो मैकेनिक का विकास हो जिससे राहुल जी मिले हैं। हम चाहते हैं वो फैक्ट्री वर्कर का विकास हो जिससे हमारे पास आते हैं वो स्मॉल बिजनेस, वो ट्रेडर्स जो हमारे पास आते हैं, हम उनका विकास चाहते हैं। आप गरीबों की बात करते हैं, आपने गरीबों के साथ विश्वासघात किया है। आज टमाटर 2050 केजी में, पेट्रोल 102 लीटर का, एलपीजी 1200 रुपए सिलेंडर का, मिल्क आज दूध के दाम पे। आपको इकोनॉमी की बात करते हैं, लार्जेस्ट फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग इकोनॉमी की बात करते हैं, जाइए ये भाषा उस आजाद मंडी के उस आदमी के सामने वो रखिए जिसके आंसू आज पूरे देश ने देखा है, जो कहता है रो रो के कि मेरे पास पैसा नहीं है। ये जीडीपी और फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग इकोनॉमी की बातें उनको समझाइएगा। आजादपुर मंडी में राहुल जी गए, आप किसान की बात करते हैं, आपके डेटा में आज हमको मिला है कि लगभग 10,000 किसानों ने आत्महत्या कर दी है, जिसमें से किसान है, श्रमिक है, कल्टीवेटर्स है। ये है पार्लियामेंट में आज उत्तर आता है कि एमजीएनरेगा में 5 करोड़ लोगों को आज एमजीएनरेगा से बाहर कर दिया है। ये आपका विकास है? तो सर ये आप गरीबों पे विश्वासघात करिए, हम राजस्थान की तरह देश में महंगाई में हम राहत लाएंगे। आप आदिवासियों में अत्याचार करें, हम आदिवासी छात्र, महिलाओं और एनजीओ के साथ हम भारत को हम जोड़ेंगे और इंडिया को जिताएंगे। इंडिया दैट इज अ यूनियन ऑफ स्टेट्स वी विल प्रोटेक्ट एंड वी विल विन। जो 2024 में भारत जीतेगा, इंडिया जीतेगा। इतना अहंकार मत करिए। इन्हीं बातों के साथ मैं अपना प्रस्ताव यहीं पे रखता हूं। धन्यवाद।
निशिकांत दुबे।
सर, आपकी इजाजत हो तो मैं यहां से बोलना चाहता हूं सर। अध्यक्ष महोदय, मुझे लगता था कि अविश्वास प्रस्ताव पर राहुल जी बोलेंगे, कांग्रेस के मित्र बोलेंगे और कोई बहुत बड़ा विषय होगा जिसके आधार पर कि रूल्स का फायदा उठाते हुए
माननीय सदस्य ने पूरी बात कही है, ऐसे नहीं चलेगा। प्लीज बैठिए।
इसके बाद राहुल जी भी नहीं बोल पाएंगे और कोई अपोजिशन का आदमी नहीं बोल पाएगा। मैंने धैर्यपूर्वक सुना है, आप मुझे धैर्यपूर्वक सुनिए।
निशिकांत जी।
अध्यक्ष महोदय, अध्यक्ष महोदय, फिर ये नहीं चलेगा हाउस। यदि वो हल्ला करेंगे ये हाउस नहीं चलेगा, ये हाउस नहीं चलेगा, ये हाउस नहीं चलेगा।
एक प्लीज, एक मिनट प्लीज, प्लीज 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 प्लीज, आपको मैंने अलाउ नहीं किया है। प्लीज माननीय सदस्यगण, माननीय सदस्यगण, ये महत्वपूर्ण डिबेट है और महत्वपूर्ण डिबेट में आपके माननीय सदस्य ने पूरी बात कही है, सबने पूरी ध्यानपूर्वक सुनी है। अब निशिकांत जी बोल रहे हैं, आप इस तरीके से डिस्टर्बेंस करना ठीक नहीं है सदन की तरफ। बाली निशिकांत जी।
अध्यक्ष महोदय, अध्यक्ष महोदय, अभी मणिपुर की बड़ी चर्चा हुई। सबसे पहले तो मैं इस अविश्वास प्रस्ताव के विरोध के लिए खड़ा हुआ। मैं अपने पार्टी के नेतृत्वकर्ता आदरणीय मोदी जी और पूरे पार्टी का शुक्रगुजार हूं कि इतने महत्वपूर्ण बिल पर पार्टी ने मुझे बोलने के लिए खड़ा किया। अभी मैंने गौरव गोगोई को सुना सर।
एक मिनट माननीय सदस्य, प्लीज बैठिए, प्लीज बैठिए, बैठिए। नो कॉन्फिडेंस में चर्चा नहीं करना चाहते आप? बैठिए, मैं बताता हूं आपको। माननीय सदस्यगण, माननीय सदस्यगण, अब प्लीज प्लीज प्लीज, माननीय सदस्यगण, आपको पता है कि लोकसभा और राज्यसभा टीवी को मिलाकर संसद टीवी कर दिया है, ठीक है ना? एक मिनट, पहले संसद टीवी नहीं था तो लोकसभा लाइव होता था और राज्यसभा अलग से लाइव होता था। आपने कोई विशेष ध्यान में डाला है, मैं उसको संज्ञान में लूँगा।
That's the Lok Sabha proceedings that we're playing out live to you. We heard Gaurav Gogoi speaking. It's now the turn of the BJP MP to speak. Chaos erupts. All right, there you have sloganeering that already erupts, even as Gaurav Gogoi of the Congress has initiated the debate on the no-confidence motion. It's now time for the BJP Neta to speak, but we hear chants and sloganeering playing out inside the Lok Sabha on day one of the no-trust vote.
एक मिनट प्लीज मैंने व्यवस्था दे दी है। बंद हो गया सर, बंद हो गया।
माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, शुरू हो गया।
मैंने बताया व्यवस्था दे दी है, अभी हो जाएगा। क्या
attempting to calm nerves as right after Gaurav Gogoi from the Congress party has spoken. It's now time for the BJP to speak, but we're seeing all the chants and slogans playing out in the Lok Sabha. And one should know the Rajya Sabha has now been adjourned until noon. It will resume at 2 p.m. For now, we see chaos in the Lok Sabha. The Lok Sabha started off with the no confidence motion debate on Manipur issue. It was Gaurav Gogoi who initiated the talk there. He initiated the debate, even though there was a lot of speculation that Rahul Gandhi would, after Gaurav Gogoi speaks, here's sloganeering that now erupts.
ऐसा स्क्रॉलिंग तो चलता है सर, इनका भाषण तो लाइव हो रहा है, गौरव गोगोई जी का भाषण लाइव हो गया है, इनका प्रॉब्लम क्या है यही मैं समझ में नहीं आ रहा, इतना डर क्यों है, इतना असुरक्षितता भावना क्यों है, why they are so much of afraid?
सर ये सोचा था कि राहुल गांधी जी की भाषण होगी और राहुल गांधी को भाषण को छोटा करने के लिए, गुमराह करने के लिए, राहुल गांधी जी टक्कर देने के लिए राहुल गांधी की भाषण नहीं हुई, ये बस गुगली खा गए।
बटन मेरे पास नहीं है, इसका बटन मेरे पास थोड़ी है।
Here it appears that the opposition has complaints about not being given sufficient time, while the BJP arguing. Of course, we're seeing the centre versus the India bloc. There's arguments happening right with the speaker at this point, almost looking helpless. This is the day one of the no confidence motion. It was expected to play out in such a manner, and that's exactly what's happening. That's the speaker really trying hard to calm
इसी सदन से पारित
the MPs.
योजना का एक स्क्रॉल चला रहे छोटे से छोर, और इनका जो लाइव भाषण हो ही गया है, गौरव गोगोई का पूरा लाइव दिखाया है, इसमें प्रॉब्लम क्या है, इतना असुरक्षित भावना नहीं रहना चाहिए, इतना असुरक्षित, this type of insecurity feeling should not be there. You should not have so much of insecurity feeling, and whenever there is a discussion, such type of scrollings are always there.
All right. You had Prahlad Joshi, who says that speeches are going live. Gaurav Gogoi was live entirely. He shouldn't be insecure. There's a huge debate that's happening right now, where just after the no confidence motion debate started off with Gaurav Gogoi, after the speech was complete, you heard MPs now indulging in blame game about their speech not being relayed. Opposition raises objection over Sansad TV broadcast, claims that Sansad TV is blacking out the trust debate. Nonetheless, we're of course on India Today relaying the entire speech that was given by Gaurav Gogoi, who opened up the debate for the no confidence motion on the Manipur issue itself. But clearly, it seems like the opposition has shown some reservations, raised concerns about their debate being blacked out, that their voice is not being heard. There's a deliberate attempt to shut them off. And of course, you heard a reaction from BJP's Prahlad Joshi, who clearly says do not have such insecurities. Gaurav Gogoi's entire talk was relayed live.
स्पीकर के पास नहीं रहता। नो, ये टीवी का कंट्रोल एक सिस्टम है जो आपने बनाया है। आप इस छोटी बातों पर इस तरीके से गंभीर टिप्पणी करना उचित नहीं है। निशिकांत जी।
आदरणीय अध्यक्ष जी, मैं इस अविश्वास प्रस्ताव के विरोध में खड़ा हुआ। मैं अपने दल के नेता माननीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी और पूरी भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लीडरशिप का शुक्रगुजार।
एक मिनट, माननीय सदस्य, आप सीनियर व्यवस्था हो, शब्द बोलते समय ढंग से बोला करो, ये तरीका ठीक नहीं है। आप क्या शब्द बोलते हो, क्या नहीं बोलते, अच्छा लगता है क्या?
पार्टी का शुक्रगुजार हूं कि उन्होंने मुझे अविश्वास प्रस्ताव पर जो है पहले वक्ता के तौर पर बोलने के लिए खड़ा किया। मैं ये सोच रहा था कि राहुल जी बोलेंगे, क्योंकि मीडिया में तरह तरह की खबरें आ रही थी, लेकिन लगता है कि शायद राहुल जी आज तैयार नहीं थे, देर से उठे होंगे तो नहीं बोल पाए। कोई बात नहीं है, गौरव गोगोई जी ने बोला, बहुत अच्छा बोला। स्पीकर सर, गौरव गोगोई जब बोल रहे थे इस कांग्रेस पार्टी को शहादत के बारे में, लोगों का क्या बलिदान है इसके बारे में कुछ पता नहीं है। इन्होंने मणिपुर की बात की और पूरे देश को नहीं, पूरे संसद को जो है इन्होंने चैलेंज किया कि आप लोग में से बहुत लोग मणिपुर नहीं गए होंगे, मणिपुर नहीं देखा है आपने। मैं मणिपुर के इतिहास का भुक्तभोगी हूं। मेरे मामा एनके तिवारी 73 में अपनी पैर जो है वो गंवा चुके मणिपुर में, और 1989-90 में मणिपुर में उनके ऊपर अटैक हुआ, सीआरपीएफ के वो डीआईजी हुआ करते थे। और जो जगमोहन जी ने अपनी किताब लिखी है माई फ्रोजन टर्बुलेंस इन कश्मीर, उसमें उन्होंने 10 बार जिक्र किया है कि यदि एनके तिवारी जैसे अफसर नहीं होते तो शायद कश्मीर नहीं बचा पाते। और वही एनके तिवारी जब मणिपुर में आईजी बनकर गए तो आपकी सरकार ने उसी ओपीएम लॉबी के तहत उनको गिरफ्तार कर लिया और कोर्ट ने कहा कि ये आप कर सकते हैं। आप राष्ट्रवाद की बात करते हो, आप मणिपुर की बात करते हो। आपने अभी कहा कि असम में समझौता हुआ, आप तो असम के हैं, सांसद हैं। क्या 83 के चुनाव में कितने % लोगों ने असम में वोट दिया था? कितने लोग मारे गए थे? और जब आपने ऑल इंडिया असम स्टूडेंट्स यूनियन के साथ समझौता किया तो उस समझौते का एक पार्ट था कि ये सरकार जो है हटाई जाएगी, आपकी सरकार खत्म की जाएगी। क्या वो समझौते का पार्ट नहीं था? मैं तो माननीय गृह मंत्री जी को कहूंगा कि वो समझौते का जो पूरा प्रारूप है इस सदन के अंदर जब अपना जवाब दें तो शायद वो जवाब देंगे। मिजोरम में आपने 7% वोट के आधार पर, केवल 7% वोट के आधार पर, केवल 7% पूरे देश को जानने के लिए है, लालथन हावला की सरकार बना दी थी। और इसीलिए जब लाल डेंगा के साथ सरकार बनाई आपने, जब उनके साथ समझौता किया तो 7% के साथ आप उसको डेमोक्रेसी चलाने देते। इतिहास में जाइए, इतिहास में झांकिए, अलग अलग तरह की बातें करते हैं। कल राहुल जी आए, ऐसा हंगामा हुआ, पूरी दुनिया आ गई। राहुल जी गए कब थे? हम लोग भी यहां सारे सांसद बैठे हैं और उनको जानकारी होनी चाहिए कि हम जो है बजट सेशन में यहां आए थे, मार्च अप्रैल में यहां आए थे ना। राहुल जी थे बजट सेशन में कि नहीं थे ना? इसके बाद हम लोग मानसून सेशन में आए, राहुल जी हैं कि नहीं मानसून सेशन में? राहुल जी गए कहां थे, कहां गए थे, किस तरह की चर्चा है? और दूसरी बात यह है कि जिस सुप्रीम कोर्ट के जजमेंट के आधार पर आए हैं उसने अभी जजमेंट नहीं दिया है, अभी स्टे ऑर्डर दिया है। और तो भी उन्होंने कहा है, लोग कहते हैं प्रधानमंत्री मौन है, प्रधानमंत्री माफी नहीं मांगते, प्रधानमंत्री चीजें नहीं बोलते। मैं ये कह रहा हूं कि ये क्या नहीं कर रहे हैं, अभी भी कह रहे हैं, 2 चीजें कह रहे हैं। मैं माफी नहीं मांगूंगा। क्यों माफी मांगे भाई? मोदी तो बहुत छोटा जात है, नीच जात है, ओबीसी है, ओबीसी से क्यों माफी मांगेंगे, बड़े आदमी हैं। और दूसरी बात यह है कि सावरकर नहीं हूं मैं, सावरकर नहीं हूं मैं, आप सावरकर हो भी नहीं सकते, कभी जिंदगी में नहीं हो सकते। 28 साल उस आदमी ने जेल में गुजारा है, आप अपनी तुलना सावरकर से करते हैं, कभी सावरकर नहीं हो सकते। ये जो सवाल है सर, ये INDIA की बात करते हैं। मुझे तो, मैं सोनिया जी का बहुत सम्मान करता हूं, और ये जो INDIA बना है सर, ये INDIA, यहां जितने लोग सांसद बैठे हैं ना, उनको रैंडम यदि आप पूछ लीजिए अपोजिशन वाले से कि INDIA का क्या फुल फॉर्म है, शायद कुछ ही लोग होंगे जो बता पाएंगे। और ये इंडिया बात कर रहे हैं सर। मैं तो इस मणिपुर का जो है शुक्रगुजार हूं, मणिपुर का शुक्रगुजार हूं, जिसको अभी आपने डांटा सर, दानिश अली को, जिसको आपने डांटा, भारत माता की जय कहने पर भी उसको लगता है कि ये बीजेपी का नारा है। लेकिन मैं मणिपुर का शुक्रगुजार हूं कि जितना इंडिया जो है आजादी के बाद से कांग्रेस ने नहीं किया होगा, 1947 के बाद से उतनी बार इंडिया का यहां नारा लगा। मैं आपका शुक्रगुजार हूं।
तब नहीं विरोध किया, हमारे बोलने पे किया।
मेरे प्रधानमंत्री अध्यक्ष महोदय, मेरे प्रधानमंत्री एक बात कहते हैं कि ये अविश्वास प्रस्ताव नहीं है। प्रधानमंत्री जी कहते हैं कि ये अविश्वास प्रस्ताव नहीं है, ये अपोजिशन में विश्वास प्रस्ताव है कि कौन अपोजिशन में कौन किसके साथ है। जब माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने ये कहा तो मैंने सोचना शुरू किया सर कि प्रधानमंत्री जी ये बात क्यों कर रहे हैं, हमारे खिलाफ अविश्वास प्रस्ताव है, लेकिन वो कह रहे हैं कि ये अपोजिशन वाले अपने विश्वास प्रस्ताव की बात कर रहे हैं और उसमें वो देखना चाहते हैं कि कौन दल सचमुच उनके साथ है। तो मैं तह पर गया सर कि अविश्वास प्रस्ताव पर कौन कौन पार्टी हमारे खिलाफ है। सबसे बड़ी पार्टी डीएमके है, बड़ा सम्मान करता हूं मैं, करुणानिधि जी का बड़ा योगदान रहा है इस देश को बनाने में। अब आप समझें सर कि 1976 में भ्रष्टाचार के आरोप के ऊपर इस कांग्रेस ने करुणानिधि जी की सरकार को बर्खास्त कर दिया और 80 में जब इंदिरा जी की सरकार बनी तो यही डीएमके उनके साथ हो गई। आप करें तो रासलीला, हम करें तो करेक्टर ढीला। राजीव गांधी का मर्डर हुआ सर, राजीव गांधी का मर्डर हुआ, 2 कमीशन बना, बर्मा कमीशन बना और जैन कमीशन बना, और जैन कमीशन ने कहा कि लिट्टे को सहयोग करुणानिधि जी की पार्टी डीएमके देती थी। क्या जैन कमीशन गलत था? क्योंकि उस कमीशन को आपने उसके बाद भी आपके साथ है। मैं तो बहुत सम्मान करता हूं। आप ये बताएं कि आप भ्रष्टाचार की बात करते हो, आप ईडी, सीबीआई, इनकम टैक्स की बात करते हो, इसी सदन के बड़े इंपॉर्टेंट सदस्य हैं, मैं सम्मान करता हूं, मेरे दोस्त हैं, राजा साहब, कनी जी बैठी हुई हैं, दयानिधि मारन जिनका विभाग बदल गया। हमने आपके ऊपर 2G का केस लगाया, हमने बंद किया। उस गरीब महिला को सर, बेचारी महिला को इन लोगों ने जेल में डाला। आप हमारे खिलाफ हो। हमने क्या किया? हमने क्या किया? हमने आपका विभाग नहीं बदला, हमने आपका विभाग नहीं बदला। आप अपोजिशन का लेके आए हो, आप अपने पोजीशन पार्टी की बात कर रहे हो। दूसरी पार्टी है टीएमसी, दूसरी बड़ी पार्टी है जो प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा, उसी को मैं एक्सप्लेन कर रहा हूं सर कि प्रधानमंत्री जी ने, क्योंकि वो हरि अनंत हरि कथा अनंता वाली बात करते हैं, एक शॉर्ट लाइन में बात करते हैं। दूसरी पार्टी है सर टीएमसी। माननीय राजनाथ जी संजोग से बैठे हुए हैं। सिंगूर का बड़ा आंदोलन हुआ, भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सहयोगी थी, हमने साथ दिया टीएमसी का। माननीय राजनाथ सिंह जी पार्टी के अध्यक्ष होते हुए ममता बनर्जी के रैली में शामिल हुए, हमने आंदोलन को साथ दिया। यदि आज आप बंगाल में सरकार बनाए, उसमें हमारा भी कोई योगदान है, लेकिन आपको करप्ट किसने बनाया? नारदा का केस हमने आपके ऊपर नहीं किया, शारदा का केस हमने आपके ऊपर नहीं किया, इस कांग्रेस ने किया। आपका विरोध उस कांग्रेस से होना चाहिए कि हमसे होना चाहिए? तीसरी पार्टी है लालू प्रसाद जी की आरजेडी, ललन सिंह जी यहां बैठे हुए, हमने उनको जेल नहीं भेजा सर। मैं केवल ये कह रहा हूं किस तरह की ये अपोजिशन की यूनिटी है। एक जो गाना है ना सर, एक ऐसा सुर मंदिर है जिसमें संगीत नहीं, गीत लिख दी दीवारों पर, गाने की सुर नहीं, गाने की रीत नहीं। मतलब आप ये समझे सर कि ये आंख का अंधा नाम नयन सुख, सब एक दूसरे से लड़ रहे हैं, लेकिन नाम क्या रखा है? इंडिया। लालू प्रसाद जी हैं सर, लालू प्रसाद जी को ललन जी ज्यादा बताएंगे बोलते हुए। यदि इस हाउस में सही सही बोलेंगे तो, यदि सच बोलें तो आज जो लालू प्रसाद जी के बेटे को जो है उन्होंने, जिसने उप मुख्यमंत्री बनाया है, वही उसके जो है विरोध में खड़े थे सर। और यहां की कांग्रेस सरकार थी 95 में जिसने कि लालू जी को अंदर कर दिया। हमसे किस बात का विरोध? विरोध तो आपको कांग्रेस से होना चाहिए ना। ये ललन जी पिटिशनर थे, यही तो मैं कह रहा हूं सर। तीसरी पार्टी है सर मुलायम सिंह यादव जी। चौथी पार्टी है मुलायम सिंह यादव जी की पार्टी सर। अच्छा, मुलायम सिंह जी यहाँ थे तो हम लोगों के लिए बड़े सम्मानित थे, और जब भी है देश प्रेम की जो भावना थी उसके ऊपर कोई चैलेंज नहीं कर सकता है सर। लेकिन मुलायम सिंह यादव की इमेज को किसने चौपट किया? ये मेरे पास यदि बोलेंगे सर, सारे पेपर में लेके आया हूं कि विश्वनाथ चतुर्वेदी जो है कांग्रेस के कार्यकर्ता है, PIL करते, और CBI का केस जो है 2007 में डिसप्रोपोर्शनेट एसेट का मुलायम सिंह यादव जी के ऊपर हो जाता है। 2008 में इसी सदन में मुलायम सिंह यादव जी ने आपको CBI के डर से न्यूक्लियर में सपोर्ट किया कि उन्होंने अपनी आइडियोलॉजी के तहत किया, ये आप बता दीजिए जनता को। और उसके बाद आपने इनकम टैक्स का केस कर दिया। और हमने क्या किया मुलायम सिंह यादव जी के साथ? हमको पता था कि वो ईमानदार आदमी है, हमको पता है कि देश के प्रति उनकी भावना जो है, और ये पिछड़े दलित शोषित वर्ग से आते हैं, इसीलिए कांग्रेस ने उसको ये किया। हम लोगों ने CBI के सारे केस को खत्म किया, और आज मुलायम सिंह यादव जी के ऊपर केस नहीं, फिर भी मुलायम सिंह यादव जी हमारे विरोध में, और उसके बाद पद्म भूषण भी दिया हमने। उस दिन सुप्रिया जी बहुत बोल रही थी, NCP है नेचुरली करप्ट पार्टी कहा है सर? माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा है, BJP कहती है, हम लोग कहते रहते। मैं गया उनके तह पर गया कि 80 में मैं केवल अपोजिशन यूनिटी की बात कर रहा हूं सर। 80 में शरद पवार साहब की चुनी हुई सरकार को किसने बर्खास्त किया? हमने नहीं किया, इस कांग्रेस पार्टी ने किया। किस आधार पर शरद पवार साहब ने एक अलग NCP बनाई थी? हमने नहीं कहा शरद पवार साहब को बनाने के लिए। किस आधार पर जब हम पहली बार यहां जीत कर आए तो रोज जो है इसी तरह की महंगाई की बात होती थी, एक एक्सचेंज की बात, कमोडिटी एक्सचेंज की बात होती थी, रोज पवार साहब के ऊपर आरोप लगते थे, हमने नहीं लगाया। और फाइनली पवार साहब जैसे सीनियर आदमी को कंज्यूमर अफेयर्स मिनिस्ट्री छोड़ना पड़ा। और उसके बाद मैं कागज देख रहा था सर, 2012 और 13 में जिसके लिए कहा कि 70,000 करोड़, जिसके लिए कि काफ़ी पहले तो अब धीरे से बोलती थी, हंस के बोलती थी तो अच्छा बोलती थी, अभी थोड़ा जोर जोर से बोलती है। अब आप समझिए कि व्हाइट पेपर इसी कांग्रेस के चीफ मिनिस्टर पृथ्वीराज चौहान ने किया। छगन भुजबल जी के ऊपर महाराष्ट्र सदन का केस इसी पृथ्वीराज चौहान ने किया, उन्हीं के ACB ने किया। 70,000 करोड़ के इरिगेशन स्कैम का भी केस इसी कांग्रेस ने किया। हमने क्या किया आपके साथ? हमसे क्यों, किस बात की लड़ाई है? हमने आपके साथ क्या किया? आपको तो इस कांग्रेस को देखना चाहिए था। इसके बाद एक पार्टी है सर, फारूक अब्दुल्ला साहब, बड़े सीनियर हैं यहाँ। 1953 में, याद करिएगा सर, 1953 में शेख अब्दुल्ला साहब को जेल में इसी कांग्रेस पार्टी ने बंद किया। 1975 तक 22 साल वो आदमी जेल में रहा इस कांग्रेस पार्टी के कारण। और उसके बाद समझौता किया, शेख इंदिरा समझौता 1975 में। इनका विरोध उसके साथ होना चाहिए कि हमारे साथ होना चाहिए? यहां ओवैसी साहब बैठे हैं, उस दिन पूछ रहे थे कि मैं इधर रहूं कि उधर रहूं। आप तो मुसलमानों की बात करते हैं, सच्चर कमेटी की रिपोर्ट इसी मनमोहन सिंह जी की सरकार ने लाया, उसने कहा कि पूरे देश में मुसलमानों की हालत खराब है। आपको विरोध इस कांग्रेस से होना चाहिए, हमारे साथ प्यार होना चाहिए कि आप उसके साथ अविश्वास प्रस्ताव पे खड़े हो। और बचे JDU सर, JDU। और मैं बड़ी गंभीरता के साथ एक बात आपको कहना चाहता हूं कि 2005 में जब JDU की सरकार नहीं बनी और रामविलास पासवान जी की आवश्यकता पड़ गई, तो वो मीटिंग 2 जगह पर हुई सर। एक पत्रकार के घर पर हुई जिसका नाम मैं नहीं बोलना चाहता, और दूसरी मीटिंग रामविलास पासवान जी, नीतीश जी की मेरे घर पर हुई सर। और उस वक्त का मैं एक चीज और खुलासा कर देना चाहता हूं कि JDU को यदि सबसे ज्यादा किसी ने फंड करवाया होगा तो यदि 2, 4, 5 आदमी होंगे तो उसमें एक नाम निशिकांत दुबे का भी है। आप मेरा विरोध कर रहे हैं, मेरा है, मैं ऑन द फ्लोर ऑफ द हाउस कर रहा हूं, बड़ी गंभीरता के साथ कर रहा हूं। आप उसकी बात कर रहे हैं, आप पूछ लीजिएगा अपने मुख्यमंत्री से। लेकिन यह अविश्वास प्रस्ताव आया सर, अविश्वास प्रस्ताव किस लिए आया? यहां सोनिया जी बैठी हुई हैं, सोनिया जी का मैं बड़ा सम्मान करता हूं सर। सोनिया जी, मुझे जो लगता है कि उनके पार्टी की उनकी दो मनस्थिति है। वो एक हिंदू सभ्यता संस्कृति में बिलीव कर रही हैं, इसीलिए अलौकिका पंडिता की तरह जो पूरा किताब में लिखा हुआ है कि क्या क्या करना चाहिए एक भारतीय नारी को, उसका पूरा का पूरा पिक्चर सोनिया जी देती है। उनको दो काम करना है, बेटे को सेट करना है और दामाद को भेंट करना है।
अरे जिसका नेम ले रहा है वो बोले ना, जिसका नेम ले रहा है वो बोले, ये लोग क्यों बोल रहे हैं? अध्यक्ष जी, जिसका नाम लिया जा रहा है वो सदन में मौजूद है, वो ऑब्जेक्शन नहीं कर रही है। दूसरे क्यों कर रहे हैं ऑब्जेक्शन? दूसरे क्यों ऑब्जेक्शन कर रहे हैं? वो खुद सदन में मौजूद है, उनको कोई ऐतराज नहीं है। दूसरे ऐतराज करने वाले कौन होते हैं? जब ऑलरेडी सदन में लोकसभा की माननीय सांसद मौजूद है और वो ऐतराज नहीं कर रही है, तो दूसरे ऐतराज करने वाले कौन होते हैं?
अब आप समझे सर, मैंने दोनों बातें कही कि बेटे को सेट करना है और दामाद को भेंट करना है। मैं अपने बात पर कायम हूं सर। आप ये समझे सर, ये केस है सर, इनकम टैक्स का केस चल रहा है। नेशनल हेराल्ड का इनकम टैक्स का एक केस चल रहा है ट्रिब्यूनल में। मैं जो भी पेपर कहेगी कांग्रेस, मैं ऑन द फ्लोर ऑफ द हाउस जो है इसको रखने को तैयार हूं। और यदि इसमें एक भी बात गलत होगी तो मुझे आप सदस्यता से उसी दिन निकाल दीजिएगा सर। लेकिन कांग्रेस पार्टी को सुनना चाहिए सर। इनकम टैक्स अथॉरिटी ने कहा कि ये फाउंडेशन के जितने इनके केस है, नेशनल हेराल्ड के जितने केस हैं, उसकी असेसमेंट करें। हाई कोर्ट का आदेश सर, हाई कोर्ट का आदेश आ गया, हाई कोर्ट का आदेश आ गया कि इसको जो है सेंट्रलाइज करना है। ये हाई कोर्ट का आदेश है सर। अभी ये सुप्रीम कोर्ट चले गए। अब आप समझिए कि इनकम टैक्स से बचने के लिए 1 लाख रुपया देके कोई 5,000 करोड़ की कंपनी ले सकता है। ये मैडम सोनिया जी और राहुल जी बता सकते हैं सर, कोई दूसरा नहीं बता सकता।
आजकल तेजस्वी बताएंगे।
और ये कह रहे हैं कि केवल हमारे ऊपर ये चीजें होती है। यहाँ जीएम सिद्धेश्वर बैठे हुए सर, हमारे पार्टी के सांसद हैं जीएम सिद्धेश्वर। अब भी 80 करोड़ रुपया उन्होंने इनकम टैक्स में भरा है सर। यदि मोदी जी आपको चोर कहने की बात करते हैं तो अपने पार्टी के भी लोग जो दोषी हैं उनको भी 80 करोड़ रुपया दिया। मैं ऑन रिकॉर्ड कर रहा हूं सर, जीएम सिद्धेश्वर को 80 करोड़ देना पड़ा। बीजेपी के 4 बार के सांसद हैं और आप इनकम टैक्स के लिए बचाव करने के लिए सुप्रीम कोर्ट जाने की बात करते हो। ईडी की रेड होती है सर। और मैं आपको बताऊं कि एक भाग गया है, भंडारी है, मैं उसका पूरा नाम नहीं लूंगा क्योंकि भंडारी कोई भी हो सकता है सर। किसी भी दिन वो यूके से लौट कर आ जाएगा। मैंने इसी हाउस में कहा था कि किसी आदमी का जो है, दामाद जी का जो है मकान है लंदन में, ये कोर्ट का ऑर्डर है सर। एक आदमी जो भागा उसका नाम है सीसी थम्पी। कोर्ट के आदेश के बाद उसका बेल हुआ। इस कोर्ट का ऑर्डर है सर। उस कोर्ट के ऑर्डर में सीसी थम्पी ने ये एक्सेप्ट किया कि उसने जो दामाद जी हैं, दामाद जी के नाम पर, कौन दामाद, कोई भी दामाद हो सकता है। इनको दामाद जी से क्या प्रॉब्लम है सर? मेरा भी दामाद हो सकता है। 12 ब्रांसन स्क्वायर थम्पी ने, जिसको थम्पी ने, कोर्ट ने आदेश दिया कि जब जरूरत होगी तुम आ जाना। आप समझिए कि वो भाग गया। उसने कहा कि 12 ब्रांसन स्क्वायर जो है हमारा है। उसी तरह से संजय भंडारी का जो आने वाला है सर, यूके कोर्ट ने जो आदेश किया है उसमें यह बात कहा है कि दामाद जी का वो मकान है। आप क्यों भाग रहे हो? तो जो मैंने आपको कहा कि ये जो अविश्वास प्रस्ताव है सर, ये अविश्वास प्रस्ताव का जो मूल मंत्र है कि बेटे को जो है सेट करना है और दामाद को भेंट करना है। कल जो है सर, कल मेरी बात पर जो है बड़ा हंगामा हुआ, न्यूज क्लिक के ऊपर बड़ा हंगामा हुआ। आज प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस हुआ सर। प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में मैं एक बताऊं, यदि न्यूज क्लिक का नाम यदि डिलीट या रेस्टोर हो गया, कांग्रेस को क्या समस्या है सर? न्यूज क्लिक आपका कौन लगता है? पुरकास्ट का नाम यदि रेस्टोर हो गया, पुरकास्ट आपका क्या लगता है? रोहिणी सिंह, अभिसार शर्मा या कोई भी मान लीजिए ठाकुर रंजन प्रागता, यदि उसका डिलीट हो गया नाम या एक्सपंज से फिर बाहर आ गया, आपको क्या परेशानी है? आपका कोई मतलब नहीं है। और मैं ऑन रिकॉर्ड एक और रिविलेशन करना चाहता हूं सर कि सीपीएम के जो जनरल सेक्रेटरी, पूर्व जनरल सेक्रेटरी थे प्रकाश कारत साहब, उनका पूरा का पूरा मेल मैं ऑन रिकॉर्ड आपको लाना चाहता हूं कि जो वो नेवेली राय सिंघम था उसके साथ उनके हजारों मेल हैं। और जब आप कहेंगे मैं ऑन रिकॉर्ड उसको पेश कर दूंगा सर कि सीपीएम किस तरह से देशद्रोही पार्टी के साथ है। हम तो आइडियोलॉजी में मानने वाले हैं। यदि हमने सीपीएम के साथ लड़ाई की आइडियोलॉजिकल, तो आज तक हमने सीपीएम के साथ समझौता नहीं किया, आज तक हमने समझौता नहीं किया। यदि हमने कहा कि कोई मुस्लिम लीग जिसने कि भारत विभाजन किया, आज तक वोट बैंक की राजनीति के बाद हमने मुस्लिम लीग के साथ नहीं लिया। लेकिन आपको जिस कांग्रेस पार्टी ने रोज रोज जलील किया, उसके साथ आप किस आधार पर जो है शासन में हो? मैं आपको बताऊं, मैं आपको अध्यक्ष जी समस्या क्या है कि हमने जो है एक क्विट इंडिया मूवमेंट जो है स्टार्ट किया है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी जो है गरीब के बेटे हैं, गरीबी को समझते हैं। एक विकास की पट्टी देखकर आपने अभी पूरे पार्लियामेंट को देखा कि किस तरह से परेशान हुआ। कारण क्या है सर? मैं जिस इलाके से आता हूं, मैं आपको बताता हूं कि रीजन क्या है और इतना बड़ा बखेड़ा क्यों। मैं जिस इलाके से आता हूं वहां संथालपुरना इलाका है सर। यदि रात हो जाए तो यदि कोई बीमार हो जाए तो उसको गंगा नदी टपने के लिए कोई पुल नहीं था सर। आज़ादी के 75 साल बाद आज वो पुल बन रहा है साहबगंज का सर। झारखंड इस देश में सबसे ज्यादा माइंस और मिनरल्स देता है सर। 40% से ज्यादा माइंस और मिनरल्स इस देश का झारखंड में। उसके बावजूद भी सबसे ज्यादा बेरोजगारी, सबसे ज्यादा भ्रष्टाचार, सबसे ज्यादा विस्थापन, सबसे ज्यादा पलायन उस झारखंड में। आज आप समझिए उसका कारण यह था कि हमारे पास कोई पोर्ट नहीं था सर। आज माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के कारण मल्टी मॉडल हब पोर्ट जो है साहबगंज में गंगा नदी में बना है। मैं जहां से सांसद हूं सर, 75 साल में वहां के लोगों ने रेल नहीं देखा। आज जो है मैं गोड्डा की बात कर रहा हूं, गोड्डा जहां से मैं सांसद हूं, गोड्डा जो मेरा नाम है। मैं आपको बताऊं सर, 75 साल में गोड्डा के लोगों ने रेल नहीं देखा। आजादी के 75 साल बाद आज वहां रेल है। उस रेल को देखने के लिए 5 लाख की भीड़ आई थी। आज ये सिचुएशन है सर। ये लोग स्वास्थ्य की बात करते हैं सर, पोजीशन की बात करते हैं कि हमने बहुत विकास कर दिया। मैं एक ऐसा बदनसीब आदमी हूं सर कि जिसकी अपनी छोटी बहन इलाज के बिना मर गई। 93 में मेरे यहाँ कोई डॉक्टर नहीं था जो पेट दर्द का भी इलाज कर पाए। 93 में मैंने अपनी छोटी बहन को खोया है सर। आज उसके भाई होने के नाते मुझे गर्व है कि मेरे लोकसभा में एम्स जैसा इंस्टीट्यूट प्रधानमंत्री ने। देवघर है सर, 12 ज्योतिर्लिंग का देवघर है, वहां लोग पूजा नहीं कर पाते थे। आज बेंगलोर से, आज बंबई से, आज अमेरिका से, लंदन से सभी लोग वहां एयरपोर्ट पर चढ़कर आते हैं। यह विकास है। आज मेरे लोकसभा में 2 मेडिकल कॉलेज, 3 इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज, 4 पॉलिटेक्निक कॉलेज, 16 ITI, 2 एग्रीकल्चर कॉलेज, 1 डेयरी कॉलेज, 4 केंद्रीय विद्यालय, ये सारी चीजें माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने दी है सर। इनका विरोध यह है कि गरीब के घर में जो चूल्हा जल रहा है, जो घर घर में पानी जा रहा है, जो नल जल की पहल चल रही है, जो गंगा से पानी देवघर आने की बात चल रही है, उसका यह विरोध है सर। इनका विरोध यह है कि बाइडेन ऑटोग्राफ क्यों लेता है। इनका विरोध यह है कि पापुआ न्यू गिनी का जो है प्रधानमंत्री उनका पांव क्यों छूता है। इनका विरोध यह है कि ऑस्ट्रेलिया का जो प्रधानमंत्री है वो उनको बॉस क्यों कहता है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने चाहे पिछड़े इलाके हों, चाहे देश हो, चाहे दुनिया हो, जितना काम किया है उसके कारण इनको लगता है कि 2024 में नहीं आने वाले हैं। मैं अध्यक्ष जी अपनी बात महाभारत से खत्म करना चाहता हूं। महाभारत का एक बड़ा कहानी है सर कि द्रौपदी का चीरहरण हो रहा था और पूरे चाहे कौरव पक्ष के लोग हों चाहे पांडव पक्ष के लोग हों, वो सभी जो है चीरहरण को देख रहे थे। अध्यक्ष महोदय, आज माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, ये लोग नहीं समझेंगे सर, ये लोग इसीलिए नहीं समझेंगे कि माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जब परिवारवाद की बात करते हैं ना, तो इनको लगता है कि परिवार की बात करते हैं। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी परिवार की बात नहीं करते हैं। वकील का बेटा वकील हो जाए, क्या दिक्कत है? आईएएस का बेटा आईएएस होता है सर। यहाँ डीजी हैं आरपीएफ के, वो आईपीएस भी हैं, उनके दोनों बेटे आईएएस बने सर, जो अपनी योग्यता क्षमता के साथ आते हैं। परिवार को वो क्या कहते हैं, आज मेरे यहाँ का नेतृत्व क्या है? माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी गरीब परिवार से हैं। माननीय नड्डा जी ये हैं जिनके परिवार में कोई पॉलिटिक्स भी नहीं था। माननीय राजनाथ जी बैठे हुए हैं, माननीय राजनाथ जी बैठे हुए हैं, एक कॉलेज में जो है पढ़ाते थे सर, और आज समझिए कि इनको भगवान ने जो है पार्टी का राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष भी बनाया, डिफेंस मिनिस्टर हैं, होम मिनिस्टर हैं सर, जिनके आगे पीछे जो है कोई पॉलिटिक्स में नहीं है। हमारे जैसे लोग हैं। क्या है कि यहाँ जितना परिवार है ना, वो इनके पीछे हैं जो कि परिवार का आदमी नहीं है। और वहां समस्या ये है कि वो सभी परिवारवाद जो है वो उनका जो नेता है, इसीलिए उनका परिवार और परिवारवाद में फर्क है, उनको नहीं समझ में आएगा सर। तो मैं आपको ये कह रहा हूं सर कि आज जो ये अविश्वास प्रस्ताव है सर, अविश्वास प्रस्ताव एक गरीब के बेटे के खिलाफ है। आज जो ये अविश्वास प्रस्ताव है उस आदमी के खिलाफ है जिसने कि लोगों को मकान बना के दिया। आज अविश्वास प्रस्ताव उस आदमी के पीछे है जिसने कि लोगों को पीने का पानी दिया। आज अविश्वास प्रस्ताव उस व्यक्ति के खिलाफ है जिसने शौचालय दिया। आज अविश्वास प्रस्ताव उस आदमी के खिलाफ है जिसने सबों के घर में उजाला लाने की कोशिश की, गरीब के खिलाफ है। और जितने बहस होंगे सर, वो माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की नीतियों का, द्रौपदी का चीरहरण हुआ है। मैं आपको कहना चाहता हूं इतिहास से कि चाहे राम मंदिर बना दिया हो, 370 जो हमारी थी धारा, वो सारा तो हमने बना ही दिया। मैं केवल इतना कहता हूं सर कि जब द्रौपदी का चीरहरण हो रहा था तो भीष्म पितामह, कृपाचार्य, द्रोणाचार्य, धृतराष्ट्र, जयद्रथ, चाहे वो युधिष्ठिर हो चाहे वो अर्जुन हो, सभी मौन धारण किए हुए थे। आज यदि माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का, गांव गरीब किसान के हितैषी का आप चीरहरण करेंगे, तो जिस तरह से न धृतराष्ट्र बचा, न दुर्योधन बचा, न भीष्म पितामह बचे, न अर्जुन बचा, न युधिष्ठिर बचा, आप में से कोई नहीं बचिएगा। 2024 में आप लोग कोई वापस नहीं आइएगा। हम 400 सीट के साथ वापस आएंगे। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ जय हिंद, जय भारत।
सर रूल टीआर बालू जी, सॉरी टीआर बालू जी, अरे बालू जी को बोलने दो। टीआर बालू जी, मैंने अलाउ नहीं किया। बालू जी आपने अलाउ किया।
निशिकांत दुबे ने मेरा नाम लिया। मैं सिर्फ इतना कहना चाहता हूँ, तू इधर उधर की बात न कर, ये बता के काफिला कैसे लुटा। भारत माता इनका पेटेंट नहीं है। भारत माता 140 करोड़ लोगों की भारत माता है। ये गलत नैरेटिव चलाते हैं। ये नारी विरोधी है। इन्होंने नारी का अपमान किया। निशिकांत दुबे ने अभी नारी का अपमान किया। ये वो व्यक्ति है जो
बालू जी,
ये वो व्यक्ति है जो अपने कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी में आदिवासी लोगों से पैर धुलवा करके पानी पिलाते हैं। ये वो व्यक्ति है जिसने आदिवासियों से अपने पैर धुलवाए और उनको पानी पिलवाया सर। ये वो व्यक्ति है जो
आपका रिकॉर्ड में नहीं जा रहा।
ये वो व्यक्ति है जो आदिवासियों से पैर धुलवा करके पानी पिलाता है सर। मणिपुर पर चर्चा नहीं की और ये जो है नफरत,
टीआर बालू जी
यहाँ पर भी नफरत फैलाने का काम किया इस व्यक्ति ने।
Honorable Speaker, sir. Honorable Speaker, sir. I support the no confidence motion on behalf of DMK. First of all, I start with Mr. Rishikant Dubey, who has ended his speech with reciting Mahabharata. I am also reminded of...
Now, after Gaurav Gogoi, Nishikant Dubey has spoken. And now you have T.R. Balu responding.
To throw their aims at bow towards
his grandfather, kith and kin, friends and everybody. That was the story in the epics. But what is the end result of the Mahabharata? Finally, they lost it, and King Arjun Dharma and other people won the case. He has recited about Draupadi and other people. So what has happened? Finally, that is the end result. That is most important as far as that epic is concerned. I am also not willing to oppose my old friends. They are all very close friends, especially my friend, the leader of the house, Mr. Narendra Modi, and other friends also. They are the first friend everywhere. They are my friends prevailing over the ruling party. I am rather hesitating to oppose them because of the only reason it was led by the late lamented leader Vajpayee ji. That was the only reason. And at the same time, now I am opposing. Now I am supporting the no confidence motion means because we want to kill the evils. Krishna advised Arjun, you are not going to kill your kith and kin and friends. You are going to kill the evils only. The same thing I am doing, sir. There is no other way for me, sir. Sir, moving the motion, no confidence motion against the brutally majority government, it is not fair on our part. It is not all fair. And moreover, it is at the fag end of the parliament, this parliament. It is not fair on the part of the opposition to bring the no confidence motion, sir.
India today is at ground zero in Torbang, and the situation is so vulnerable. Simultaneously, there is accusation of using sophisticated weapons, but these young boys risking their lives and using these single barrel gun and double barrel gun.
We love our land and our village, that's why we sacrifice our life.
No one could ever imagine that in a state, in the same country, in the same district, we will ever see such situation which has become a battlefield. And I could say this is a war zone in Manipur.
Grounded in journalism, on the ground reporting, only on India Today TV.
Air quality today. In Delhi, 149. In Mumbai, 65. In Kolkata, 72. In Bangalore, 30. In Chennai, 23. In Hyderabad, 104. Quality today. In Delhi, 149. In Mumbai, 65. In Kolkata, 72. In Bangalore, 30. In Chennai, 23. In Hyderabad, 104.
India Today's rolling coverage on the Lok Sabha proceedings. T.R. Balu of the DMK speaking in the Lok Sabha. Let's listen in.
In the forefront, they said in the forefront, that's all. It was laid, the foundation stone was laid by Dr. Monsoon Singh, overwhelmed by the whole of the world. Just on the laying of the foundation stone, the whole world appreciated 160 years old project, sir. That has not, in the middle of the project, they have stopped it because Sangh Parwar has stopped it by a court order. Sir, who has created the route? The route was created by Vajpayee ji only. Line, alignment, everything was laid by Vajpayee only. It is his own child. But it has been brought up by Dr. Monsoon Singh and Sonia Gandhi ji and Dr. Kalainar Karunanidhi. Because they have brought up, only 30 kilometers is pending, sir. Otherwise, it would have been completed by 3 or 4 months. So shameful on the part of this government. This government should go immediately because all the Tamils, in spite of his recital of Tirukural, the Tamil the stanzas, people won't forget him. He will face the sequence. Yes. Sir, the government has promised MSP. Only 700 people have been killed in Delhi. MSP has not come to the reality so far, sir. 15 lakhs, 2 crores, all are as history. And prices, the petrol and diesel. So what is the international price on crude oil? $88 or $88? What is the price of petrol and 100 rupees and 103 rupees? So this is not fair. What has happened in those period, during UPA period, it was 60, 65, just like the only. At that time, the diesel price, what is that? Crude oil price was only 80 rupees. Now $80. What is happening now, sir? Sir, 155 lakhs government loan is there. Now, what was the UPS for only 55 lakhs, sir? This is what, that is why we are opposing this government. Forthwith, we have to get this government, sir. Governance, sir. Coming back to treatment meted out by minorities. Minorities of Manipur have been killed ruthlessly, sir. Sir, what has happened? 143 people have been killed. 10,000 people have, 65,000 people have displaced. They have fled out of the particular state. And two women folk has been striped, gang raped, and paraded nude in the streets of Manipur, sir. Sir, it is worthwhile to say now, under 10,000 1,044 incident took place. Women and children brutally killed. Where? It is not in Manipur, sir. It is in Ahmedabad, sir. The daylight they have been killed. When Honorable, our Prime Minister, the former Chief Minister of Gujarat was ruling the government. Shame. 2,500 people were missing. Majority are belonging to minority community. Shame. The whole civilized world was up in anger and condemned the Gujarat's drama in strong terms. Many fact-finding, impartial investigation revealed that merciless power politics, editorial and prescribed and targeted crimes, and CM of the day was accused of condemning violation. Condemning, not accused of, not condemning the violence. But your own party, Prime Minister Vajpayee, condemned the bloodbath and said, don't cross sacred line of Raj Dharma. So I quote the PTA story, sir. PTA story on 4/4/2002. Speaking to reporters at the end of the day, visit of Gujarat, he told the Chief Minister of the day, Mr. Vajpayee, sorry, Modi ji, Chief Minister, to follow Raj Dharma and make no distinction between the people on the basis of caste, creed, and community. And further, he says, majority needs no protection. Majority is capable of safeguarding its interests. They have the number on their own. It is only the minority which needs protection, sir. This is what the same thing is happening here, sir. Nowadays, what has happened to Gujarat? Majority versus minority. The same thing is happening in Manipur. Majority versus minority. Majorities. It has been inflicted upon the minorities by the majorities. The Chief Minister is helpless. He is looking to lukewarm. And the Prime Minister is not coming to the Parliament and also on there. Whereas the responsible India parties have went to the Manipur and they have just understood what has happened, and that is why they are speaking loudly, sir. Late leader Vajpayee stood for the Raj Dharma, and we are standing behind a person who is doing the Raj Dharma nowadays, sir. But today, we cannot stand behind them. Because when women are gang raped, striped and nakedly paraded, 140 people were killed, 300 people were severely damaged, 65,000 people have already ran for shelter to the adjoining forest. And CM Manipur tell openly that 100 such incidents of naked parading had happened. Shame! Shame! Sir, now the whole world is condemned the happenings in Manipur in no uncertainties. European Union Parliament, they say discussion in European Parliament and British Parliament have condemned PM Modi's and his party very strongly. In the EU Parliament, six parliamentary group has appealed the European Parliament. They say in their plea, whereas violence in India's Manipur state has erupted along ethnic and religious lines between the mainly Hindu Meitei community and Christian Kuki community, leading to a cycle of violence with over 100 people killed, over 40,000 displaced, and the destruction of the property and places, and so on, sir. Whereas in the latest round of violence, human rights groups have accused the BJP-led government in Manipur and nationally of implementing divisive ethno-nationalistic policies which opposes in particular religious minorities. Modi visit to USA has castigated, US visit has castigated 75 Democrats MPs for human rights violations in India. That is in US, sir. So largely, Lastly, I want to quote Narendra Datta, sir. Narendra Datta's speech. I quote, sir. Datta addressed the gathering as brothers and sisters. He has mentioned brothers and sisters, not ladies and gentlemen. The brothers and sisters has got more homely than ladies and gentlemen. He says in the, I quote the speech, sectarianism, bigotry, and its horrible descendant, fanatism, have long possessed this beautiful earth. They have filled this earth with violence, drenched it often and often with human blood, destroyed civilization, and sent whole nation to despair. This is what the great man Narendra Datta said to the world. The man who introduced Hinduism to the world said these words, warning the world from disaster. He also quoted, I again quote, I am proud to belong to a religion which has taught me and world both tolerance and universal acceptance. We believe not only in universal toleration, but we accept all religions as true. I am proud to belong to a nation which has sheltered the persecuted and refugees of all religions and all nations of the earth. That is what he has told, sir. Finally, he says.
All right, even as DMK's T.R. Balu speaks, we have some news coming in as Rahul Gandhi hasn't yet appeared in the parliament. We hear that Rahul Gandhi is all set to meet his constituents in Wayanad. But this is on the 11th of August, much after the no confidence motion. But an update surely on Rahul Gandhi's movements after he was suspended as MP for nearly 4 months. He now will be visiting his constituency. Rahul to visit Wayanad as he's reinstated as the Member of Parliament. He will meet his voters. We know celebrations erupted in Wayanad right after the Supreme Court gave a stay order on his criminal defamation case. On the 12th till the 13th of August, Rahul Gandhi will be in Wayanad. The people of Wayanad are elated. These are words of Congress workers who've put out. In fact, K.C. Venugopal has put out this message. The people of Wayanad are elated that democracy has won. Their voice has returned to the parliament. Rahul ji is not just an MP, but a member of their family. Let me cut across to Maushmi joining us for more on that. Maushmi, Rahul Gandhi is yet to speak in the parliament. It was believed that he is going to be opening up the debate on the no confidence motion on Manipur. But as planned and scheduled earlier, Gaurav Gogoi went ahead with it. As the BJP now mocking Rahul Gandhi, claiming that he got cold feet, whatnot, K.C. Venugopal puts out a message that Rahul Gandhi is all set to meet his constituents in Wayanad on the 12th of August.
That's right, and that will be the first time when Rahul Gandhi will be actually returning to Wayanad. Remember when he lost his membership, Rahul Gandhi had gone to Wayanad as an ex-MP and said that whether he's an MP or not, he'll continue working with the people of Wayanad because Wayanad was his family. And this time round, it will be a homecoming of sorts as far as the Congress is concerned for Rahul Gandhi. And that really actually clearly outlines the intention of Rahul Gandhi perhaps to recontest the Wayanad constituency in 2024 with Rahul's continued interest in Wayanad. And, there you are. Rahul Gandhi would be going to Wayanad, Nabila. Even as he just left the parliament, he was very much in the parliament. And just to give a perspective to our viewers, the Congress says that it was a part of the strategy to pick Gaurav Gogoi before Rahul Gandhi because Gaurav Gogoi hails from Northeast. He was a part of the Manipur delegation, and that's the reason that he took the front role as far as, the turn in the House to speak on the Manipur issues concerned.
Right, so Rahul Gandhi now to be meeting his constituents in Wayanad, and let me clarify for our viewers here, on the 12th of August he's going to be leaving to Wayanad. He will be there for 2 days until 14th. But today he is very much present in the parliament. As Maushmi tells us, since Gaurav Gogoi is from the Northeast himself, it was wiser to have him speak first. But what was all that media clamour within the Congress itself? A lot of the netas, including Mallikarjun Kharge, when asked whether Rahul Gandhi will speak, he said he'll absolutely speak. So are we going to be seeing Rahul Gandhi as one of the speakers at least? Right, we seem to have lost Maushmi's connection there. Rahul Gandhi is all set to be meeting with his constituents of Wayanad on the 12th of August. This is an update coming in. Clearly, Rahul, the face of the Congress party, a lot of curiosity that was generated along the while that he was dismissed and suspended as a member of parliament post the criminal defamation case against him on the Modi surname case. And now, as his membership has been reinstated, Rahul Gandhi is back in the parliament. And even as he was supposed to speak, there was a lot of buzz that he was supposed to be opening up the debate on the no confidence motion. It appeared that they went back to the original plan of Gaurav Gogoi opening the debate. Yet no clarity whether Rahul Gandhi is going to be speaking in the parliament today or not. But surely what we know is that he is going to be meeting with the constituents of Wayanad on the 12th of August. K.C. Venugopal puts out a message that on the 12th to the 14th of August, Rahul Gandhi will be in Wayanad. Clearly, this piece of news, since there's immense curiosity around Rahul Gandhi, his movements, and ever since now that he's back to the parliament, of course, the focus is on Rahul Gandhi's speech, and that's what the BJP also pointed at right at the start with Prahlad Joshi, who mentioned asking where is Rahul Gandhi. We were expecting him to open up the debate. So a lot of jibes were thrown at Rahul for not opening the debate as was speculated. But nonetheless, a big update on his schedule that he will be travelling to Wayanad on the 12th of August to meet with his people, his constituency people. Now more updates on today at 1 p.m. the floor leaders of the India bloc in the Rajya Sabha submitted privilege motion against the leader of the House, Piyush Goyal, for addressing the opposition as traitors. In fact, the India bloc, the opposition alliance partners, have raised this issue against the Rajya Sabha leader of the House, Piyush Goyal. They've, in fact, the parties collectively have submitted a privilege motion against Piyush Goyal for addressing all the opposition parties, the India bloc, collectively as traitors. Nothing less than an apology should come from him is what the alliance members ask. And this was done on the floor of the House. Here is Piyush Goyal, who's responded to that. Let's have a listen.
चाइना का जो नैरेटिव है उसको भारत में सेट करने के लिए ये सेल्समैन, ये बिचौलिए, ये दलाल मीडिया के स्वरूप लेके मीडिया के आड़ में देश की सुरक्षा के ऊपर प्रहार करते थे और इन्होंने एक ऐसा प्रोपेगेंडा का इकोसिस्टम खड़ा कर दिया जो सामान्य मानवी के ऊपर उनके मन में गलत फहमियां और गुमराह करने के लिए गलत बातों को प्रचार प्रसार करके और फिर अलग अलग प्रेस और मीडिया के फ्रीडम के नाम पे वो अपने दुकान को चलाने का काम करते थे.
All right, that was in the Rajya Sabha that was spoken where Piyush Goyal, the leader of the House, had made a statement accusing the opposition party leaders, all of them, as traitors. Now you have a privilege motion moved against him. Paulami Saha joining us on the phone line, who's been tracking the parliament proceedings. Paulami, tell us more on the privilege motion that the opposition bloc, the India bloc, has moved against Piyush Goyal, demanding an apology for his statement.
Well, this is, of course, what Jairam Ramesh has just tweeted when he has, in fact, said that today at 1 p.m. the floor leaders of India parties in the Rajya Sabha submitted a privilege motion against leaders of the House, Piyush Goyal, for addressing the opposition, as all of them traitors, nothing less than an apology from him on the floor of the House when it is in order will do. Now, the soundbite, of course, that we just played out was, in fact, a statement that in the leader of the House in the Rajya Sabha, Piyush Goyal, was making when he was addressing the press outside the House within the Parliament complex. And this was in reference to the controversy that is erupted around NewsClick. He was, of course, saying that NewsClick has been, in fact, acting as an agent, as, in fact, as a tool in the hands of the Communist Party of China. He, of course, alleged that there are several political parties, including the Congress, the TMC, and the CPM, that in fact have links with the Communist Party of India and were in in cahoots with NewsClick as well in order to malign the image of the country as well. So this is, of course, the charge that Piyush Goyal was making. He, of course, said that these parties had jumped to the defense of NewsClick when investigations into money laundering were launched earlier as well, saying that this was an attempt to stifle the press and attack on independent media. He said that they were doing all of this in order to save each other and at China's behest. So this is what the allegation was, and now, of course, the opposition has not taken very lightly this comment by the Leader of the House and has moved a privilege notice against him, a motion against him.
All right, so they're asking for Piyush Goyal's apology on that. We know the Rajya Sabha is now for the moment adjourned. It will resume at 2 p.m. India Today continues our rolling coverage on Parliament proceedings. Day one of the no confidence motion. Slipping into a short break, we'll be right back on that. Stay with us.
Employee addition has dropped a combined 135% at TCS, Wipro and HCL Tech. This means where the companies had added 31,000 employees this quarter last year, this year they've seen a fall of nearly 11,000 employees. This is in line with the muted financial numbers shared by these companies. Akanksha Chaturvedi gets us a deep dive into this trend. A closer look. Akanksha?
That is right, Abha. Hiring across major Indian IT companies has dampened in Q1 FY24 as compared to the year-ago quarter. If we take a close look at the numbers, we see that TCS only added around 500 people to the company in Q1 FY24, while this number was over 28 times bigger last year. TCS added over 14,000 employees in Q1 FY23. At Wipro, this trend seems to have worsened. In Q1 FY24, Wipro's headcount actually reduced by around 8,000 employees, while in Q1 FY23, they had added over 15,000 people to the organization. HCL Tech was also in line with this trend. The company's headcount went down by over 2,500 people in Q1 FY24, whereas they had added around 2,100 people in the year-ago quarter. This slowdown is in line with the broader slowdown.
Forecast now. Delhi, maximum 38 and minimum 28 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 30 and minimum 27 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 30 and minimum 25 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 30 and minimum 22 degrees. Chennai, maximum 33 and minimum 28 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 29 and minimum 22 degrees.
Good afternoon. You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. The no trust debate begins on day one with Congress's Gaurav Gogoi opening up the debate. We're cutting across to Parliament proceedings. The headlines first. No trust debate in the Parliament that's underway with Gaurav Gogoi taking up for Rahul Gandhi. In fact, speculation was Rahul Gandhi will begin, but as scheduled, Gaurav Gogoi opens up the debate and slams the Prime Minister on his silence on Manipur.
ये पहला उनकी राज्य सरकार विफल थी, दूसरा, उनका गृह विभाग और राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा सलाहकार विफल रहे, और तीसरा, प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के मौन रहने का, कि वो अपनी भूल कबूल करना नहीं चाहते।
Nishikant Dubey counters the Congress and taunts Rahul Gandhi as well as Sonia on the National Herald and Chinese links to News Click. The BJP MP all guns blazing. Rajya Sabha Chairman Jagdeep Dhankar pulls up TMC MP Derek O'Brien for unruly behaviour. BJP says that Derek not suspended yet in hope that he will express regret. Raghav Chadha faces FIR after his motion comes under scanner. 6 MPs say that their names were added without their consent. A day after draft feat on Karnataka Agricultural Minister, Chief Minister Siddaramaiah says a fake complaint letter has been circulated, calls this a mere smear campaign against the Congress Neta. All right, a fiery no-trust debate in the Sansad. Team India and NDA are at war with one another. Congress's Gaurav Gogoi initiated the no-confidence debate, fired back-to-back salvos at the Prime Minister. He's questioned Modi's silence on Manipur, highlighting how a state in his country is burning for more than 3 months, and yet the Prime Minister hasn't said a word. Saugata Roy of West Bengal is speaking in the Lok Sabha. We're cutting across.
I talk about demonetization. One mad decision by the Prime Minister. It caused chaos. 150 people died standing in queues for changing notes. Many MSMEs were totally wiped out. Sir, on farm bills, the government tried to press farm bills down the throat of the farmers. They resisted boldly, and ultimately government had to withdraw the farmer bills. But the farmers are still committing suicide. They are still committing suicide, and the promise to double farmers' income by 2022 is not fulfilled. Sir, PSUs are being disinvested. Banks are writing off 14 lakh crores NPS in the last 9 years. PSUs are being privatized, including profitable ones like the LIC. Sir, I'm coming to the end of my tether. Sir, special advantages are given to some industrial houses, Tatas, Ambanis and Adanis. Adani got most of the airports, including Mumbai airport, by arm twisting, and then cement companies, and then land ports. Ambani's persuaded the government to stop import of laptops, since it is bringing out laptops themselves. Tatas are buying Air India, are now buying out Vistara. Government has not given a statement on the Hindenburg research report on the Adani share scam till today. The Prime Minister avoids all discussion on Adani in the House. Sir, today LPG cylinders, as you may know, cost 1,200 rupees. Government earned above rupees 27 lakh crores by increasing duties on petroleum product. Petrol now costs rupees 106 and diesel rupees 92 per litre in my city. Sir, the Prime Minister does not fulfill his promises. He promised 15 lakhs for every household, did not fulfill. He promised 2 crore jobs per year, he did not fulfill. And this lack of compassion was displayed when, during the pandemic, a sudden lockdown announcement, lakhs of migrant workers were seen walking to their homes, some dying on the roadside. Hundreds of dead bodies were found on the banks of the river Ganga. Today, unemployment is the biggest issue. Multinational corporations are sacking large number of technical people, both India and abroad. During the pandemic, 1 crore jobs were lost. Sir, they speak big on nationalism, but China is still camping on Indian territory in Galwan, Ladakh, and Doklam, Sikkim. Government cannot do anything. Now the government wants to rewrite history. Is planning to exclude the Mughal period from history books. Will foreign dignitaries not be taken to see the Lal Killa and Taj Mahal, which were made by Mughals? They are promoting people who are not actually good freedom fighters. V.D. Savarkar, on whom there may be a controversy, he pleaded mercy from the British to get out of cellular jail in Andaman in 1922. Bengali freedom fighters, they spent their full period in the Andamans. Savarkar got out.
Kindly
Sir,
conclude.
last question.
Conclude.
Last matter. Agya. Sir, the worst railway accident again showed the lack of compassion of the...
Rahul Gandhi not to initiate the debate as scheduled. Congress
यह प्रोविजन करता है कि इंटर सर्विसेज ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस में डिसिप्लिन बनाए रखने के लिए त्वरित कार्रवाई की जा सके। सभापति महोदय, यह बिल एक ऐसा एनवायरनमेंट क्रिएट करने में निश्चित रूप से मदद करेगा जो हमारे इंटर सर्विसेज ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस में अनुशासन को स्वाभाविक रूप से मजबूत करेगा। महोदय, वर्तमान में जो व्यवस्था है उनके अनुसार चाहे भारतीय सेना हो, नौसेना हो, वायु सेना हो, सभी अपने रेस्पेक्टिव एक्ट के द्वारा ही गवर्न होते हैं। जैसे हमारा आर्मी एक्ट है 1950 का, एयरफोर्स एक्ट है 1950 का, और इंडियन नेवी एक्ट है ये 57 का। इसी के तहत बनाए गए जो रूल्स और रेगुलेशंस हैं उन्हीं के अनुसार सारी चीजें गवर्न होती हैं। इस एक्ट के तहत कमांडर इन चीफ या ऑफिसर इन कमांड अपनी डिसिप्लिनरी या एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव पावर्स का प्रयोग अपनी ही सर्विस के पर्सनल पर वह कर सकते हैं। अब तक का यह प्रोविजन है। उन्हें दूसरी सर्विसेज से संबंधित पर्सनल जो उनके संगठन में कार्य कर रहे हैं पर डिसिप्लिनरी या एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव पावर्स का प्रयोग करने का अभी तक अधिकार सभापति महोदय प्राप्त नहीं। ऐसे प्रोविजन से इंटर सर्विसेज ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस में स्वाभाविक रूप से कई बार समस्याएं खड़ी होती हैं, खासकर तब जब किसी इंसिडेंट में विभिन्न सर्विसेज के पर्सनल इन्वॉल्व होते हैं और उन पर डिसिप्लिनरी या एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव एक्शन के लिए इंटर सर्विसेज ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस में कार्यरत पर्सनल को उनके पेरेंट सर्विस यूनिट्स में वापस भेजने की आवश्यकता पड़ती है। यदि कार्रवाई करनी है तो फिर उनको अपने पेरेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में भेजना पड़ता है। ऐसी स्थिति में पूरा प्रोसेस न केवल टाइम कंज्यूमिंग होता है बल्कि इसमें पर्सनल की आवाजाही के कारण अधिक धन का भी व्यय होता है। इसके अतिरिक्त यह भी समस्या आती है कि कई बार एक ही ऑफेंस के लिए अलग अलग जगहों की अथॉरिटीज जो होती हैं उनके द्वारा अलग अलग निर्णय लिए जाते हैं। क्वांटम ऑफ पनिशमेंट किसी को अधिक किसी को कम यह स्वाभाविक रूप से होता है, जिसके परिणाम स्वरूप विसंगतियां पैदा होती हैं। सभापति महोदय, इसलिए सभी इंटर सर्विसेज ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस के कमांडर इन चीफ या ऑफिसर्स इन कमांड के लिए उनके ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस में डिसिप्लिन को बनाए रखने के लिए एक इनेबलिंग एक्ट बनाया जा रहा है। अतः आर्मी, नेवी और एयरफोर्स से इनपुट्स लेकर मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ लॉ एंड जस्टिस के परामर्श से इंटर सर्विसेज ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस कमांड, कंट्रोल एंड डिसिप्लिन बिल 2023 को ड्राफ्ट किया गया है। यह बिल हमारी सेना के अंदर प्रॉपर इंटीग्रेशन एंड ज्वाइंटनेस को प्रमोट करेगा। इसके साथ ही सभापति महोदय, यह बिल इंटर सर्विसेज ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस के चीफ्स को बेहतर डिसिप्लिनरी और एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव पावर्स भी प्रदान करता है, जिससे वे अपने ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस में प्रभावी कमांड, कंट्रोल और डिसिप्लिन ला सकेंगे और हमारे सुरक्षा ढांचे को और मजबूत व बना सकेंगे। मैं सदन को यह विश्वास दिलाना चाहता हूं कि यह बिल भारत के सैन्य सुधारों की दिशा में एक मील का पत्थर साबित होगा। माननीय सभापति महोदय, मैं आपकी अनुमति से मैं इंटर सर्विसेज ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस कमांड, कंट्रोल एंड डिसिप्लिन बिल 2023 विधेयक पर विचार करने का प्रस्ताव करता हूं। धन्यवाद।
Motion moved. I now call upon the members whose names have been received for participation in the discussion. Dr. Sashmit Patra.
Sir, actually, Mr. Sujit Kumar would be speaking, sir. He's the number 2. He'll take all the time, sir. It's given a correction slip also.
Sujit Kumar.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your indulgence. Sir, this is an extremely important bill as far as our security is concerned and our territorial integrity is concerned. And Biju Janata Dal has always been with the government when it comes to India's security, so we support this bill. Sir, Honorable Minister has already explained what is the rationale behind the bill. Sir, currently, personnel of the 3 services, namely Army, Navy and Air Force, are governed by their respective service acts. The Army personnel are governed by...
To the main point, which is Manipur. But there are few short points I'd like to make before. Whenever I think of this government, the first thought that comes to my mind, the word that comes to my mind is hubris. It is, I'd like to quote the Mahatma Gandhi, it is unwise to be too sure of one's wisdom. Every time this government talks, they're only not talking about the moment. It's the future. हम तो आने वाले, आप तो खत्म होने वाले. Every opposition तो है ही नहीं. This is a democracy. We should encourage each other. And while this is going on, the only word I can think of for the attitude and the approach, even the ministers, when we are sitting here, say, अरे इनको तो हाउस चलाना ही नहीं है, ये नहीं करना चाहते. अभी तो जुम्मे आए हो राज्यसभा से. And then you're going to judge us. भूल गए, आप तो थे नहीं तब. पता नहीं कौन से गवर्नमेंट में काम करते थे तब. They are judging all members of parliament. We are not officers, we are public servants. प्रधान सेवक जैसे प्रधानमंत्री बोलते हैं, हम भी सेवक ही यहाँ बैठे, उसी के लिए तो खड़े हैं यहाँ. So it's the attitude of this government is hubris, there is no other word. And why are we feeling? जैसे 9 रत्न, इनको बड़ा शौक है ऐसा बोलने का. So 9 रत्न 9 साल, because they had this big campaign, all the ministers were sent all over the country to talk about the new 9 points. In 9 years, the achievements, in short I'll say, what is in 9 years the great achievements of this government? Is state governments toppled by the BJP? Is this fair democracy? Price rise, महंगाई बहुत हो गई, महंगाई की मार अब की बार शायद सबको याद होगा. LPG की प्राइस, कर्नाटक इलेक्शन ने दिखा दिया LPG का क्या होता है फिर. Institute broken. How many institutes have been broken? जुमले पे जुमला. I like अमित शाह जी, सच बोलते हैं आपकी बात साइड से बहुत कम. ये वो या गडकरी साहब बोले थे कि ये जुमला ये गले की हड्डी हो गया, ना नीचे जा रही है ना बाहर आ रही है. That is the problem. Indexes which have shown where globally India has fallen. Anti-federal, cooperative federalism का तो बोल के हम थक गए. Indicators of the economy, which I will be coming to in 2 minutes, and law and order, which is alarming in Manipur, Haryana, J&K, and 1 or 2 cases of Maharashtra. Sir, 9 years में, 9 साल में 9 सरकारें बीजेपी ने गिराई है. अरुणाचल, उत्तराखंड, मणिपुर, मेघालय, कर्नाटका, गोवा, मध्य प्रदेश, पुडुचेरी और महाराष्ट्र 2 बार. This is it. And what is it? 7 sins of महात्मा गांधी. Politics. उस दिन मुझे अच्छा लगा जब अमित शाह जी बोल रहे थे सिद्धांत के बारे में. The 7 sins of महात्मा गांधी, उसमें का एक है पॉलिटिक्स विदाउट प्रिंसिपल्स. और मुझे याद है जब बीजेपी सरकार में नहीं थी तब कह रही थी पार्टी विद अ डिफरेंस. हाउ आर यू अ पार्टी विद अ डिफरेंस? 9 साल में 9 सरकारें गिनवाई है मैंने. फिर बहुत हो गई महंगाई की मार. आई थिंक प्रोफेसर रॉय जस्ट टच्ड ऑन सम ऑफ इट. ही ओनली स्पोक अबाउट टमाटो. प्याज का क्या है, दाल का क्या है, आटे का क्या है, नमक का क्या है, चावल का क्या है, तेल का क्या है, चाय और दूध. टोटल जब यूपीए की सरकार थी ये सारी थाली 500 रुपये के अंदर बचती थी. आज भाव आप देखेंगे तो 1000 के ऊपर इस सब का हो. दैट इज द फूड इन्फ्लेशन ओवर अ पीरियड ऑफ टाइम. बहुत हो गई महंगाई की मार. प्याज के बारे में और दूध का मैं छोटा उदाहरण दूँ. प्याज के बारे में मैंने जब गुजरात महाराष्ट्र में इतना प्याज था, मैं विनती करके थक गई कॉमर्स मिनिस्ट्री को, पीयूष जी गोयल को मैंने ट्वीट भी किया था, उनका जवाब भी आया था कि आप ये प्याज जो महाराष्ट्र में पड़ा है कोई नहीं ले रहा है, उसको प्लीज़ आप एक बाहर भेज दीजिए. बिकॉज ग्लोबली there were less onions. There was no production, but India had a surplus. Why did you do this? This is why we have no confidence in this government. Milk. आज यहाँ से उपजा दिखा रहे थे आप प्रोडक्शन, उसमें दिखा रहे थे मिल्क का बहुत अच्छा प्रोडक्शन या why I don't have I don't have the confidence in this government because it's anti-farmer. Farm laws के बारे में आपने बोला, डबलिंग ऑफ इनकम के बारे में बोला, कौन सा इनकम डबल हुआ? दूध के बारे में इसी सरकार ने एक ऑर्डिनेंस, एक पेपर निकाला था कि वी विल अलाउ इंपोर्ट ऑफ मिल्क फ्रॉम अब्रॉड. When there is surplus in this country, यहाँ के किसान को भाव नहीं मिल रहा है, तो आप बाहर से क्यों दूध ला रहे? प्याज तो नहीं भेज रहे, प्याज जाने के लिए मनाही है, यहाँ किसान मर रहा है, लेकिन बाहर से दूध आप लाएंगे वो अलाउड है. How can we have confidence in this government, sir? How can we have faith in this government? Indian Raki, Indian, I'm not yielding. Modi ji, I will happy to table. Mr. Pawar had written to the minister, I'll be happy to table it. I will 100%. I will table it. I will table it if he is. I will 100% table it. I have no problem because Mr. Pawar had only written to one of your ministers and that ordinance, that letter had come to government of Maharashtra. I'd be happy to do it. Prashant Bhushan जी, there's a tweet I remember where there were issues raised. अच्छे दिन कहते थे आप, अच्छे दिन आएंगे. मैं पूछना चाहती हूँ, health and survey index, India's gone down. Hunger index, down. Human freedom index, down. World happiness index, down. Environment protection index, down. Gender equality, down. Democracy, down. So many, और कितने भी पढ़ा हुआ टेबल कर दूंगी सर. Anti cooperative federalism, कितने आपको गिनवाऊँ जा, आप तो थके मेरा भाषण सुन सुन के. अभी मैं संक्षेप में बोलूँगी बिकॉज आई थिंक सौगता बाबू हैज़ ऑलरेडी स्पोकन दैट पॉइंट्स, आई वोंट रिपीट इट. सबका साथ, सबका विकास और सबका प्रयास. हॉरिफिक डेथ ऑफ 288 पीपल. वंदे भारत की बात करते, अच्छी बात है, मैं उसका स्वागत करती हूँ, लेकिन वंदे भारत के साथ अगर गरीब ट्रेन्स और रहते, गरीब रथ होते, तो मैं भी इनके साथ बोलती कि अच्छी बात है. और वंदे भारत में कौन सी ट्रेनें रुकती है? मेरे निर्वाचन क्षेत्र में 3 स्टेशन है, दौंड, नीरा, भिगवण. सब ट्रेन वहाँ की बंद कर दी है, नो स्टॉपेजेस. क्या करूँ उस वंदे भारत का? ऐसी जाती है जब से 1 सेकंड में. बस देखे जाए, बच्चों को दिखाए कि यूपीए की सरकार जब थी ना, तो यहाँ 10-10 ट्रेनें रुका करती थी. ये जब एनडीए की सरकार आई ना बेटा, ये बहुत अच्छा है, अच्छा है, ये ट्रेन जाती थी, आज रुकती नहीं है. और वंदे भारत गरीब के लिए नहीं है, गरीब रथ गरीब के लिए है. जहाँ डाउन स्टेशन में रुकती थी ट्रेन, वहाँ का किसान पूना जाता था, वहाँ का मेहनत करने वाला बच्चा सीखने के लिए वहाँ जाता था, वहाँ के जो लोग हैं लेबर डिपार्टमेंट, वो वहाँ से उस ट्रेन से जाते थे. आज एक दिन भी नहीं रहती, एक ट्रेन वहाँ नहीं रुकती. हम स्टॉपेज मांग मांग के थक गए. और परसों जो प्रधानमंत्री का प्रोग्राम हुआ था, उसमें बड़ा कार्यक्रम, बड़ा मंडप लगा था, बड़ा चाय कॉफ़ी हुआ था, लेकिन दौड़ में ट्रेन नहीं रुक रही है, न वंदे भारत रुक रही है. बस प्रोग्राम तो हो गया और एक जुमला हो गया. मैं वंदे भारत के खिलाफ नहीं हूँ, डेवलपमेंट के खिलाफ नहीं हूँ, लेकिन ये है. मैं और बोलना चाहती हूँ सर, सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट डेट, सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट का डेट क्या है आज, जिसके बारे में थोड़ा सा प्रोफेसर रॉय बोले. इंक्रीज इन सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट डेट, इकोनॉमी की बात बोलते हैं, 55.87 लाख करोड़ 2014 में था, विच हैज़ बिकम 155.6 लाख करोड़ इज द डेट of this government. 178.5 times central debt. How are we going to pay this? This is central government debt. There's external debt. External debt in India has gone from USD 6 to 4.7 billion at the age of March 23 from US 440. 41% interest. How are you going to pay this? By selling the family silver. फिर पैसा वापस कैसा करेंगे? इसीलिए आपको LIC बेचना पड़ रहा है, IDBI बेचना पड़ रहा है, पता नहीं ONGC भी कल बेच दे, पता नहीं क्या करेगी ये सरकार. दिस इज वाई वी आर नो कॉन्फिडेंस इन दिस मोशन. हाउ इज दिस इकोनॉमी गोइंग टू वर्क? कैश इन सर्कुलेशन, डिमोनेटाइजेशन कर दिया, कोई कैश नहीं करेगा. कैश इन सर्कुलेशन टुडे हैज़ इंक्रीज, इट वाज 12 पॉइंट. फिर ये कह देंगे इकोनॉमी का साइज बढ़ गया, बट परसेंटेज ऑफ द मनी इज द सेम. How are you saying cash in circulation was 12.83 lakh crores? It has become 33.48 lakh crores in 20, nearly 1.6% increase in bank notes in circulation. तो demonetization करके क्या पाया आपने? Non-performing assets 18.2 lakh crores non-performing assets. ये अगर राइट ऑफ कर रहे हो तो किसान का भी कर दो. ये किसका आपने 18.2 लाख क्रॉस, पता नहीं इसमें जीरो भी कितने हैं, इतनी गिनती मुझे तो नहीं आती. Another thing, India renouncing Indian citizenship, high net worth individuals, 12 lakh have left this country. How will the economy grow of this country? Doubling of farmers. Now, if these are the questions, how can we trust this government? महंगाई है, बेरोजगारी है, किसान आप देख रहे हैं उसके हाल क्या है. How can we support this government? साहब आप बताइए. Now is the main 2 minutes only. Last point, sir, which is the most important. That's why ये सब हुआ. Is this shameful blunders in Manipur of the state government? And I demand that just today after this, the chief minister must resign. How can you allow this, sir? How this is? People dead 179. People displaced 60,000. Relief camps 350. Still in camps 40,000 people. Houses burned 3,662. Religious places burned 321. Companies by the companies of Central Force deployed 161. And cases of rioting, murder, rape 10,000, sir. 10,000 se zyada. Have we become so insensitive? This is the problem with this government, and I want to seek a clarification, which Gaurav Gogoi touched in a very small way, because I'm very confused. So I would like to ask this question to this government, that there is a PIL filed in the NI court. This Mr. Haukip, I may be pronouncing his name wrongly, of the United Kuki Liberation Front said that he had written to the Home Minister Amit Shah ji regarding a claim that UKLF, the United People's Front, had helped BJP candidates win in 2017 Assembly as per arranged with some other chief minister. I don't want to name him. What is the, and a senior BJP leader. Now, these are organizations which are grey. So, is this government anti-national? Is my question. I'm asking a question. I'm not making an allegation. This is what is come in newspapers. I'm not commenting on anything that's gone wrong anywhere. I want to ask that Mizoram today are women. Doesn't matter who they are Indians first. Yes. किसी की तो बेटी है, किसी की तो बहू है, किसी की बहन है, किसी की बीवी है. Will you allow this to happen and shame the women of this country? And this is what this government stands for. How can you ask your conscience, अंतर आत्मा से एक बार पूछ लीजिए, how can you support a government like this? This is not about them versus us. This is about the dignity of the woman of this nation. उसकी इज्जत उछालोगे and this government is going to keep quiet. How are you going to allow? I'll make one small solution to this government. What should this government really do? हर देश में किसी की भी, महाराष्ट्र में भी हो भी किसी, राजस्थान की हो, किसी की भी हो, वो किसी की भी बेटी है. Two wrongs don't make a right. And I would like to quote just one small point, sir. Please. I would like to make a suggestion to this government. Okay. I'm not only criticizing, I'm making a suggestion. I would like to quote the Mahatma in this. It is, I offer you, what should they do now? Is what I'm referring to them. What should they do? I offer you peace. I offer you love. I offer you friendship. I see your beauty. I hear your need. I feel your feelings. My wisdom flows from the highest source. I salute that your source in you. Let's work together for unity and peace. That's what Manipur needs. These guns are not going to solve all our problems, sir. And again, I want to remind this government that 2024 is their only goal. I'd like to quote Julius Caesar, just since Professor Roy talked about it. It's only hubris if I fail. In the epic poem Paradise Lost by John Milton, the character of the Satan displays hubris when he attempts to rebel against God's rule in heaven, and when he eventually declares that it's better to reign in hell than serve in heaven. So I think this government needs to rethink. I stand here by India for the larger good of this nation and the dignity of every citizen who deserves it, and this government is failing the poor and the honest people of this country. Thank you.
Very good.
Thank you. सभापति महोदय, कि आपने मुझे अविश्वास प्रस्ताव पर अपनी पार्टी की ओर से अपना मत प्रकट करने का यहाँ पर अवसर दिया। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र जी मोदी जी ने 2018 में ही कहा था कि विपक्ष जो है मेरे खिलाफ जो है 2023 में अविश्वास प्रस्ताव जो है लेकर आएगी, और आज वैसे ही हो रहा है। 2018 में विपक्ष ने अविश्वास प्रस्ताव लाया था और 2019 में 2014 से भी ज़्यादा जो है सांसद सदस्य एनडीए के यहाँ पर चुनकर आए, और 2014 में एनडीए की सांसदों की संख्या थी 336 और 2019 में वो पहुंची 353, और फिर से आज अविश्वास प्रस्ताव जो है यहाँ पर लेकर आई है विपक्ष। फिर से 2024 में जो है ये संख्या जो है 400 पार हो जाएगी। आज यहाँ पर चर्चा जो है अविश्वास की नहीं।
We saw Supriya Sule of the NCP who spoke as part of the India bloc. As proceedings continue, India Today slips into a short break. We'll be right back.
साथ है, मोदी जी के साथ है।
Communal flashpoint at Delhi's doorstep. Amidst the flames and rioting, India Today reporters fearless on the ground.
Stone pelting was so aggressive from the both sides.
Entire market in the area has been shut right now. Attacked the cyber police station of Noor.
Facts, questions,
What resulted in the communal clashes?
and first-hand reports.
एकदम ही पत्थर आए हैं ऊपर से छतों पे से गोली लग चली है, पीछे वाला शीशा टूट लिया।
100% accuracy amidst the blaze. We track the face of every story. India Today. India United.
It's always fun to see one of your favorite celebrities become a showstopper for these couturiers, and a lot of Bollywood made its way to the Couture Week this year in Delhi. Right from Ranbir Kapoor to Bhumi Pednekar, Ananya Pandey, Kiara Advani, Vani Kapoor, you name it, and they grace the runway. Here is all the celebrity action.
The 16th edition of India Couture Week, organized by FTCI, saw Bollywood celebrities turn showstoppers. Right from Ranbir Kapoor to Kiara Advani, one saw a plethora of celebrities spruce up the runway.
I feel like a golden girl. I feel very glamorous, but I also feel very comfortable, and I always have a great time working with Rimzim. And it's always there's lots of chaotic energy at Fashion Week, but somehow I managed to keep my calm, I think.
It's a beautiful, beautiful embroidered jacket, and they decided to go without the shirt with this really interesting tie. They have a nice little emblem on it, and I think it's elegant and cool and suave and new all at once.
It feels like it's just growing on my body, the textile, the fabric. It's so sexy. I love the way it hugs my curves. It just makes me feel strong, like I can conquer anything.
It's about imagination coming to life. Literally about imagination coming to life. And for that, I mean, just look at this. We can literally sit here and stare at it.
While the focus is never on the celebrities, but the celebration of art and craft in India, it never really hurts to see celebrities glam up the runway. Indian influencers spruced up the front rows. Bahar Dhawan to Sukhneet Wadhwa, there were plenty of them adding glamour.
So, I mean, I was like literally like, oh my God, what a moment for us. Such great designs, the intricate work, absolutely stunning collection.
In New Delhi with Riya Modi, Lifestyle Bureau, India Today.
Your dental health is indicative of your overall health. Do you know that your dentist could actually be the first person to spot any healthcare condition which is not diagnosed? This could actually range from osteoporosis to diabetes to even oral cancer. And that's the reason why we must not underestimate the importance of visiting a dentist regularly.
Your mouth, your teeth, your gums and your tongue not only just show you signs of good or bad oral health. In fact, your mouth is an encyclopedia which gives you a mirror image of how your overall health is doing. From malnutrition to systemic diseases, your mouth speaks it all. Well, quite literally.
It is not uncommon to see dentists examine your whole mouth, tongue, face, lips, roof and floor of the mouth. The reason is that these areas disclose a whole lot of secrets and may show signs of various diseases. Our mouth, like other parts of the body, serves as a gateway for bacteria to enter the digestive and respiratory tracts. Our mouth can display signs of malnourishment and various general infections, with lesions, ulcers being the first sign. Here's how the mouth is a window to your overall health. The plaque in the mouth can also be caused by an underlying health condition such as diabetes, arthritis, heart disease, or chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. During the visit, a dentist will look at any swelling, lumps, masses, or any abnormalities in the face, lips, jaws, and neck. Oral cancer is a type of cancer that affects the mouth and the back of the throat. It is most commonly found in older adults. Diabetes makes it difficult to keep the teeth and gums healthy, and a dentist may be the first to identify it. Gum disease makes it difficult to control blood sugar levels. X-rays every year can track bone loss in the jaw and around the teeth. A dentist can actually detect the first signs of osteoporosis, which is a condition of progressive bone loss that puts patients at risk for fractures. Here's how. Enlarged tongue, tonsils, red throat, dry mouth and worn down teeth from nighttime grinding or clenching are all indicators of sleep apnea, and a dentist is the best person to recognize it immediately. When people have obstructive sleep apnea, their breathing stops and begins as they sleep. Sleep apnea is linked to a number of health issues including strokes, heart disease and type 2 diabetes. For an early indication of a neglected health ailment, make sure to not miss any periodical visits to your dentist. With Lavanya Rotella in New Delhi, Sneha Mordani for India Today TV.
All right, big news on the Congress front. Rahul Gandhi is unlikely to be speaking in the parliament today as expected. In fact, he was supposed to open up the debate on the no confidence motion, but allowed for Gaurav Gogoi there to take on and open up the debate. But now Rahul Gandhi is unlikely to speak itself today. If at all there's anything that changes on this, and the Congress will notify and declare about 3 hours ahead of time. Congress says that this is part of their strategy. However, the party is now aware that the Prime Minister is not in the House, and that could be the real reason for the Congress pitching Gaurav Gogoi ahead of Rahul Gandhi. The AICC had issued a YouTube link also to their members for Rahul Gandhi's speech. That clearly meant that Rahul Gandhi was ready to speak, but it appears a last-minute change of strategy has happened and Rahul Gandhi has decided not to talk. Let's cut across. Reactions coming in. Of course, the BJP asking if Rahul Gandhi developed cold feet. The Congress claiming that Gaurav Gogoi is from the Northeast. It was fair for him to open the debate. But Rahul Gandhi not speaking at all today was not on the plan, surely.
एक पॉइंट सर सुबह जहां तक मैं जानता हूं, सुबह आपके ऑफिस में एक चिट्ठी आया था सेक्रेटरी जनरल के ऑफिस में, श्री राहुल गांधी जी गौरव गोगोई के स्थान पर बोल रहे हैं। क्या हुआ सर? हम तो राहुल गांधी जी के भाषण सुनने के लिए हम उत्सुक है सर, हम उत्सुक है। राहुल गांधी का राहुल क्या हो गया ऐसे क्या एकदम सुबह सर 11:55 इनका चिट्ठी आया है सर अभी 12 बजे चेंज हो गया क्या हो गया थोड़ा हमको भी समझ में आए सर यही हमारा रिक्वेस्ट लेट मी अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट हैज हैपेंड सर so he just at 11:55 he has given a letter that Mr. Rahul Gandhi is going to speak. What happened in 5 minutes? What is the problem, sir? We are very much enthusiastic to listen Mr. Rahul Gandhi, sir.
पार्टी का शुक्रगुजार हूं कि उन्होंने मुझे अविश्वास प्रस्ताव पर जो है पहले वक्ता के तौर पर बोलने के लिए खड़ा किया। मैं ये सोच रहा था कि राहुल जी बोलेंगे क्योंकि मीडिया में तरह तरह की खबरें आ रही थी, लेकिन लगता है कि शायद जी आज तैयार नहीं थे, देर से उठे होंगे तो नहीं बोल पाए। कोई बात नहीं है, गौरव गोगोई जी ने बोला, बहुत अच्छा बोला।
All right, there you have sharp attacks by the BJP right from the start of the no confidence motion debate that opened up today. There was a lot of speculation. In fact, the Congress netas themselves had admitted to the media that Rahul Gandhi is prepared to speak, that he is going to be opening up the debate in the parliament on no confidence motion related to Manipur. This was Rahul Gandhi's, today of course all eyes were set on Rahul Gandhi as he returns to the parliament 4 months after his MP membership itself was suspended. Now that it's revoked, he's back in the parliament but refuses to speak as of today. The reasons still unknown, but the Congress leaders, insiders as per Maushami, who's tracking the Congress for us, says that Gaurav Gogoi is from the northeast. This no confidence motion was moved on Manipur issue, and therefore it was only fair for Gaurav Gogoi to take on the debate and to open up the debate. But Rahul Gandhi not speaking at all today was certainly not expected. Palmi Saha joins us on the phone line. Palmi, you're tracking proceedings in the parliament. Was there any word on Rahul Gandhi not speaking at all? There was a lot of excitement, at least among the BJP leaders, to hear Rahul Gandhi speak. We heard those jibes that came in right in the start of the session itself. But now Rahul Gandhi, we believe, will not be speaking at all today. All right, we seem to have lost your connection, but Rahul Gandhi is unlikely to speak in the parliament today. So the information that we have from the inside is that Rahul Gandhi was likely to speak, and if at all this decision now changes, it's likely that now the last minute decision is that Rahul Gandhi will not speak, but if he decides to speak, then that will be a notice given to the Lok Sabha speaker 3 hours in advance. So far a request has not come in. So it's clear that Rahul Gandhi is unlikely to speak. In fact, a link of the proceedings also was shared with the AICC members. So clearly all plans of Rahul Gandhi speaking was set, but it seems like a last-minute strategy change. As Rahul Gandhi is back in the parliament as an MP. Now, there was a lot of expectation for him to start off the debate, but that didn't happen. But he's also not likely to speak at all today. Palmi Saha brings us more. Palmi, plans of Rahul Gandhi, a lot of excitement and focus was on Rahul Gandhi opening up the debate today. That didn't happen, but we believe that today is not his day. He's not going to speak at all.
That's right. That's what Congress sources are saying at the moment, that Rahul Gandhi is unlikely to speak today. There's a possibility, of course, that he could speak tomorrow. He was, of course, he did have some programs slated tomorrow, which included going to Rajasthan as well. But all of that could be rescheduled. Right now, the Congress is also reworking that list at the moment in terms of who will speak next from the Congress party in this debate. We just spoke to some of our sources within, of course, the Congress party in order to understand the speakers list. But they said that there is a lot of last-minute rejig that seems to be happening. Remember that this was an information that came in from the Congress party itself earlier this morning, that Rahul Gandhi would be initiating the discussion on the no confidence motion, which had been moved by Gaurav Gogoi. So, as per protocol, Gaurav Gogoi should have in fact initiated the discussion. But then, of course, news came in from the Congress side that Rahul Gandhi would in fact take place. And subsequently, it was informed at about 10:45, I beg your pardon, at about 11:45, that Rahul Gandhi will not be initiating the discussion. It would still be Gaurav Gogoi who would go ahead as per paper and initiate the discussion, which is exactly what happened. This was something which was brought up by the government as well. Prahlad Joshi, of course, taking pot shots at the Congress party, saying we were quite excited to hear Rahul Gandhi. We believe that a letter was sent to the office of the Lok Sabha Speaker at about 11:55 a.m. this morning, saying that Rahul Gandhi will be speaking in place of Gaurav Gogoi. So what exactly changed? Now, of course, there are murmurs as to what exactly prompted this change, one of which, of course, that we're hearing from a lot of our sources, Nabila, is pointing in the direction of the PM's absence from the Lok Sabha at the time, of course, the motion and the discussion on the motion was initiated. Rahul Gandhi hopes to be able to address the Prime Minister directly as he sits in the Treasury benches, to speak directly to the Prime Minister and put the government on the mat. Because the Prime Minister was not in the House at the time that the motion was initiated, that the discussion on the motion was initiated, there was a last-minute plan which was made by the Congress to skip Rahul Gandhi and have Gaurav Gogoi initiate the discussion.
So, as of now, we know that Rahul Gandhi is not going to speak. AICC members will also share the link of the parliament proceedings. So, clearly it has been a last-minute strategy change. Is it true that, Paulami, Rahul Gandhi will not be speaking because Prime Minister Narendra Modi is not in the House? Is that information correct? That you hear from Congress insiders, that only until Prime Minister Modi is inside the House will Rahul Gandhi speak?
Well, Nabila, yes, they are, of course, trying to strategize. They can't, of course, hinge on the fact that the Prime Minister's presence only will be the reason when Rahul Gandhi, in fact, speaks. Remember, there's a lot of permutation, combination happening as far as this, as far as the Speaker's list is concerned. It's happening on both sides. Obviously, the Congress's one has been the very stark one that everyone's picked up on today. And, of course, it's going to be the big talking point as it is already. But there's a lot which is happening because with each individual speaker, what both sides are hoping to do is counter one with the other. So they had prepared Nishikant Dubey to counter Rahul Gandhi, which is exactly what he referred to, that I was hoping Rahul Gandhi would have spoken as he rose to speak in defense of the government as their first speaker. Then, of course, they were hoping that, Smriti Irani would come later. But now, of course, they're going to prepare Smriti Irani, most likely is what we're hearing, to counter Rahul Gandhi as he speaks. So she'll go next after Rahul Gandhi. So there's a lot happening in terms of the back channels right now, in terms of when these leaders will speak. Both sides watching each other's moves very, very carefully. The government probably had heard about, of course, already had heard about Rahul Gandhi's the possibility of Rahul Gandhi speaking in the House first, and hence, they didn't realize that, he would possibly directly attack the Prime Minister, speak directly to him, and of course, probably make a very personal attack. The Prime Minister stayed away from the House, which then compelled the Congress to change its strategy and have Gaurav Gogoi initiate that discussion. So it now remains to be seen when Rahul Gandhi, of course, speaks. It's likely to be tomorrow, and who stands up in order to counter Smriti Irani, because, like I said, Nishikant Dubey was well prepared to counter Rahul Gandhi as soon as the government had heard. He was likely to be the first speaker anyways, but as soon as the government had heard that Rahul Gandhi would go first, Nishikant Dubey had prepared his speech accordingly, but Rahul Gandhi didn't speak. So very likely Smriti Irani will take Rahul Gandhi on.
All right, it'll be very interesting to watch. Rahul Gandhi for now unlikely to speak today. Now, fiery no-trust debate in the Sansad plays out. Team India and the NDA are at war with one another. The Congress Gaurav Gogoi initiated the no-confidence debate and fired back-to-back salvos at Prime Minister Modi. He's questioned Modi's silence on Manipur, highlighting how a state in his country is burning for more than 3 months, and yet the Prime Minister hasn't said a word, let alone visit the state. Remember, it was Rahul Gandhi who had to kickstart the debate, but this got changed just minutes earlier. Just minutes before the no-trust debate commenced, there was a change in decision by the Congress to ask and allowed for Gaurav Gogoi to open up the debate, claiming that he is from the Northeast and it will be more fitting for him to speak. This gave the BJP enough ammunition to attack the newly reinstated MP Rahul Gandhi. BJP has questioned if he's woken up late, if he developed cold feet. Speaking for the government, BJP's MP Nishikant Dubey has hit out at the India bloc, saying no trust isn't against the centre but within themselves itself. Now, before the no trust debate,
सर, हमारी मांग स्पष्ट थी कि देश के मुखिया होने के नाते प्रधानमंत्री सदन में आए, अपनी बात रखे, अपनी संवेदना प्रकट करे और उस पर सारे पार्टी समर्थन दे और मणिपुर को एक संदेश जाए कि इस दुख की घड़ी में पूरा सदन मणिपुर के साथ है, हम मणिपुर में शांति चाहते हैं। ये हमारी अपेक्षा थी, ये हमारी अपेक्षा थी। लेकिन अफसोस की बात है कि ऐसा नहीं हुआ। प्रधानमंत्री महोदय ने एक मौन व्रत लिया कि सदन में ना लोकसभा में कुछ बोलेंगे ना राज्यसभा में कुछ बोलेंगे और इसीलिए अध्यक्ष महोदय ये नौबत आनी पड़ी कि हम अविश्वास प्रस्ताव के द्वारा प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का मौन व्रत हम तोड़ना चाहते हैं।
लोग कहते हैं प्रधानमंत्री मौन है, प्रधानमंत्री माफी नहीं मांगते, प्रधानमंत्री चीजें नहीं बोलते। मैं ये कह रहा हूं कि ये क्या नहीं कर रहे हैं, अभी भी कह रहे हैं, दो चीजें कर रहे हैं। मैं माफी नहीं मांगूंगा। क्यों माफी मांगे भाई? मोदी तो बहुत छोटा जात है, नीच जात है, ओबीसी है, ओबीसी से क्यों माफी मांगेंगे? बड़े आदमी है।
ये अविश्वास प्रस्ताव मणिपुर के लिए हम लाए हैं। इंडिया अलायंस, इंडिया दैट इज अ यूनियन ऑफ स्टेट्स वी विल प्रोटेक्ट एंड वी विल विन। जो 2024 में भारत जीतेगा, इंडिया जीतेगा।
इंडिया जो है आजादी के बाद से कांग्रेस ने नहीं किया होगा। 1947 के बाद से उतनी बार इंडिया का यहां नारा लगा।
पहला, उनकी राज्य सरकार विफल थी। दूसरा, उनका गृह विभाग और राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा सलाहकार विफल रहे। और तीसरा, प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के मौन रहने का कि वो अपनी भूल कबूल करना नहीं चाहते। अगर वो बोले तो कि उनकी चूक हुई है राज्य सरकार से, तो ये भूल वो कभी जनता के सामने कबूल नहीं करना चाहते, मौन रहना पसंद करते हैं। और ये पहली बार नहीं हुआ है, ये पहली बार नहीं हुआ है जब भारत के स्वर्ण पदक लाने वाले कुश्ती के महिला खिलाड़ी जब सड़क पे जब विरोध कर रहे थे तो प्रधानमंत्री मौन थे। जब 750 किसान आंदोलन पे उनकी जीवन गई, बलिदान दिया, शहीद हुए तो प्रधानमंत्री मौन थे। जब 2020 में दिल्ली में रायट्स हुए, दंगे हुए, पर विदेश के एक सरकार के नेता आए थे, उस समय भी प्रधानमंत्री मौन थे। जब अडानी पर इसी सदन में राहुल गांधी जी ने प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी से सवाल किया कि कितने बार अडानी जी एक विशेष कंपनी को प्रधानमंत्री के साथ जाने पर उनको सुविधा हुआ, तो प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी मौन थे। जब हम बार बार पूछते हैं, सर बड़ी आश्चर्य की बात है कि सर कि अभी तक मैंने प्रधानमंत्री का नाम लिया, अभी तक मैंने मुख्यमंत्री का नाम लिया, अभी तक मैंने गृह मंत्री का नाम लिया, अभी तक इनकी तरफ से विरोध नहीं आया। लेकिन जब एक विशेष कंपनी के मालिक का नाम लिया तो ये सारे मंत्री और सांसद खड़े हो गए। किसकी सरकार है सर? ये किसकी सरकार है? जब चीन पर हमने सवाल किया, चीन पर आप पूछे, मैं चीन पर आता हूं। जब चीन पर हमने सवाल किया कि चीन हमारे सीमा के अंदर कितने किलोमीटर पर है, तो प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी मौन रहे।
सोनिया जी का मैं बड़ा सम्मान करता हूं सर। सोनिया जी, मुझे जो लगता है कि उनके पार्टी की उनकी दो मनस्थिति है। वो एक हिंदू सभ्यता संस्कृति में बिलीव कर रही हैं इसीलिए अलौकिका पंडिता की तरह जो पूरा किताब में लिखा हुआ है कि क्या क्या करना चाहिए एक भारतीय नारी को, उसका पूरा का पूरा पिक्चर सोनिया जी देती है। उनको दो काम करना है, बेटे को सेट करना है और दामाद को भेंट करना है।
अरे जिसका नेम ले रहा है वो बोले ना।
प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी मणिपुर पर क्यों मौन हैं? शायद उस प्रश्न का उत्तर भी 3 है। पहला उत्तर कि प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी को कबूल करना पड़ेगा कि उनकी डबल इंजन की सरकार, उनकी सरकार मणिपुर में व्यर्थ हो गई है, विफल हो चुकी है। इसीलिए आज मणिपुर में 150 लोग मरे, लगभग 5000 घर जलाए गए, लगभग 60,000 लोगों आज शिविर में हैं, लगभग 6,500 FIR है। और मुख्यमंत्री, प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री होने के नाते जो एक संवाद का वातावरण बनाना चाहिए था, जो एक शांति, अमन और सद्भावना का एक वातावरण जो बनाना चाहिए था, आज उन्होंने सिर्फ मई महीने से नहीं, पिछले 2-3 सालों से ऐसे कुछ भड़काऊ उन्होंने कदम लिए हैं जो आज समाज के बीच में तनाव पैदा हो गया है। आज हम मणिपुर गए हैं। क्या मणिपुर में यह सबसे पहला हिंसा हुआ है? नहीं। क्या उत्तर पूर्वांचल में यह सबसे पहला हिंसा हुआ है? नहीं। इससे पहले भी हुए हैं, मणिपुर में भी हुए हैं। मैं खुद उत्तर पूर्वांचल का हूं, मैं खुद जिम्मेवारी से कहता हूं कि हुए हैं, लेकिन पहली बार, अरे आप में से तो कोई गया भी नहीं, आप क्या जानेंगे? पहले जाओ और फिर हमें परामर्श दो, पहले आप लोग जाओ। सर हम गए और बहुत दुख हुआ कि हमने समाज में 2 वर्गों के बीच ऐसा बंटवारा, समाज के 2 वर्गों के बीच हृदय में इतना आक्रोश, इतना गुस्सा हमने पहले कभी नहीं देखा। हमने पहले कभी भी नहीं देखा कि आज समाज का एक वर्ग दूसरे के प्रति बदले की भाषा का प्रयोग कर रहा है। हमने कभी भी नहीं देखा कि एक प्रदेश में एक ऐसी लकीर खींच दी गई है कि पहाड़ पे एक वर्ग के लोग रहते हैं और वैली में एक वर्ग के लोग रहते हैं। अफसोस की बात है सर कि जो सरकार एक इंडिया की बात करती है, आज उन्होंने 2 मणिपुर आपने बना दिए हैं। आपके राजनीति से 2 मणिपुर आज बन गए।
All right, on that note, I'm slipping into a short break. Coming up next, BJP ramps up its attack on the Congress party over NewsClick. Rao has accused the Congress of defending the online news portal NewsClick, which is currently under investigation, that allegedly ran Chinese propaganda here in India. Stay with us.
पास हुआ, पर आप अगर बीजेपी के चट्टे बट्टे प्रवक्ताओं को सुनो तो क्या कहते थे? हमारा जो अलायंस है इंडिया टूट जाएगा, 3 डिजिट में भी इसके पास नहीं रहेगा। मुझे खुशी इस बात की है कि इंडिया इंटैक्ट रहा, सेंचुरी कर दी। इंडिया प्लस BRS आज वोट में हमारे साथ रहा।
हमारा भी काम है हमारी साइड को पेश करना, दोनों बाजू से अपनी अपनी साइड रख ली है। एंड it wasn't that हम जीतने वाले थे, लेकिन 102 is a decent number. इंडिया की स्ट्रेंथ उसमें दिखाई।
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 38 and minimum 28 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 30 and minimum 27 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 30 and minimum 25 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 30 and minimum 22 degrees. Chennai, maximum 33 and minimum 28 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 29 and minimum 22 degrees.
Kerala's public health. All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
You saw the clothes, you saw the celebrities, you saw the jewelry. Time now for you to see footwear fashion and how to keep it dramatic this season. Here's a look.
When it comes to footwear, a lot of drama is now making way. For instance, Freddie Mercury makes a comeback with Theatre XYZ heels.
Harrison, Dark Horse, and this is the Theatre XYZ one. My favorite pick from their drama collection. It's got the boss-like appeal to it as well.
Even the Harrison Cloud 9 from the collection is now gender fluid and mainstream. Not just that, boots for all weather are here and they look chic.
I'm a sucker for color. This monsoon and the monsoon footwear these days are coming in different colors and different patterns. I'm just loving every bit of it.
Right from bubblegum smelling sandals to jelly shoes in all shapes and sizes and colors, monsoon shoes are sure having a moment. And if you have the courage to wear something different, try out these jelly ones from Melissa that are available in every color for different moods. And if you are the classy, safe type, your footwear can still have a lot of drama. These picks from OCD, especially the tap dancing Rebeccas or the dramatic Julies, come in with elegance in its own dramatic twist.
It's a beautiful artisanal work of craftsmanship made by artisans of India. And just look at the kind of drama it is adding to my foot.
While this season is all about adding drama, remember, wearing a story on your feet is all the 2023 footwear fashion is all about. In New Delhi, Chaiti Narula for India Today.
You are watching India Today.
Hello there, very good afternoon. You're watching India Today TV. The no confidence motion continues to be a big talking point. This afternoon, the debate is ongoing inside both houses of Parliament. A quick check also of what we are in fact tracking. These are the headlines in this edition.
Fiery face-off continues in Lok Sabha as the debate on the no-confidence motion continues. The Prime Minister's silence has been questioned by the Congress and the opposition. Rahul Gandhi does not make a speech as far as the no-confidence debate is questioned. The government goes after him, mocks the fact that Gandhi did not speak in House. The opposition submits a privilege motion on Minister Piyush Goyal, even as the minister in question had in fact moved a motion of suspension against Derek O'Brien. Rajya Sabha Chairman Dhankar pulls up TMC MP Derek O'Brien for unruly behaviour. BJP says Derek not suspended yet in hope that he will express regret. Raghav Chadda faces FIR after his motion comes into scanner. 6 MPs say their names added without consent. All right, we have some news just coming in at this hour. Let's go straight to these details. A red alert over NewsClick. China left Nexus. Email clincher of NewsClick funding has been accessed. China used NewsClick to meddle in India's affairs. The email trail by the Enforcement Directorate exposes the conspiracy. There's been a huge, in fact, controversy over the issue of NewsClick and the kind of support that it receives. An email clincher of NewsClick funding has been accessed, speaking volumes of how they receive funds, in fact, to run an agenda against the country. And China was, in fact, using NewsClick to meddle in India's internal affairs. This email trail by the ED exposes conspiracy. Munish Pandey has more details on that story, joining us at this hour. Munish, talk to us about this particular email trail by the Enforcement Directorate. What are the details in it?
Well, Sneha, these email exchanges are dated year 2020, and according to sources within the Enforcement Directorate, when NewsClick office was being raided, the people connected to NewsClick were searched by the Enforcement Directorate officials. Then they recovered some of the emails, and these emails, according to sources, indicating that China was meddling in India's internal affairs. Now, as far as these emails are concerned, there are 3 important points. First of all, the propaganda regarding China, and there are email conversations between Nivel Roy Singham, the person who is under investigation by the Enforcement Directorate for sending 38 crore rupees illegally to NewsClick, allegedly for promoting the agenda of China. And in those emails, what they are talking about, the first point is about the way China handled COVID, and there are email conversations to several other people working in NewsClick, and including those journalists who are working in China, saying that we have to promote how China has handled their COVID situation, the pandemic situation. In the other hand, the timing is extremely important, because at that point of time it was very clear that COVID emerged from China. China was in dock. China was being, lashed out by the Western media, by India and other countries. But here was a person who was trying to promote China in a good way and in a better way, in a better light. This is what the allegations are. Apart from that, there is also an email with Prakash Karat. Prakash Karat becomes extremely important because remember, today when Nishikant Dubey, the BJP leader, also raised this matter before the parliament, taking name of Prakash Karat, that there are several email exchanges between NewsClick, between Nivel Roy Singham and Prakash Karat, in which there is there is a conversation showing that there is an affinity between the communists of India and Chinese. So these are the allegations which have been leveled by the government sources. The last and important point is extremely crucial because remember in 2020 there was some border dispute between India and China, but in these emails there are several maps have been attached in which Arunachal Pradesh had been shown as a part of China. Also they are talking about the dotted line, that is the border line, and the indication is being given that we need to work on this. So this becomes extremely important because the border dispute is something where India is very sensitive. India is trying to fight out China on this, but here through NewsClick, through these money laundering tactics, an agenda was being pushed on behalf of China, according to sources within the government, what they are alleging at this point of time, Sneha.
What's really clear is that they were busy, in fact, peddling a China narrative in their journalism, so-called journalism that they were doing. In fact, they've been under the scanner, Munish, for a while now, isn't it?
Of course, Neha, and the allegations are very serious because remember, this was the investigation being carried out by the Enforcement Directorate. And during the investigation, they found that almost 38 crore rupees from 2017 to 2020 were laundered from China through US to India to NewsClick office in New Delhi. Now, why this becomes extremely important? The path which the money has taken right from China, the Communist Party of China, from there the money reached 4 NGOs owned by Newell Roy Singham. And who is Singham? This Singham is the person who is staying in China. So he was the one who was acting as a mediator to promote the agenda of China. Apart from Singham, the money was being traveled, from 4 NGOs of based in USA to NewsClick office in India, and from this NewsClick office, the money was also traveling to several journalists, several activists, and these are the journalists and activists who, according to government sources, were involved in peddling anti-India narrative, peddling the promoting China basically. So these are some serious allegations, and that is why the Bharatiya Janata Party, the center, they have lashed out not only on NewsClick, certain people involved with NewsClick, certain journalists, but also the Congress party. Sneha.
Munish, thanking you for the moment. So we're talking about these emails, and this kind of shows the kind of link that NewsClick had and tried to, in fact, peddle the agenda of the Chinese and also of the manner in which these conversations happened over email. I'm thanking Munish for the moment, and we're staying with this. It's a huge political issue. The BJP ramping up its attack on the Congress party over NewsClick controversy, with the saffron clan accusing the Congress of defending the online news portal NewsClick, which, according to an investigation by the New York Times, has links with China. Union Minister and BJP MP Anurag Thakur said Rahul Gandhi should apologize to the nation and should give out an official statement as to why the Rajiv Gandhi Foundation took money from China and where all it was used. The Congress, meanwhile, has strongly objected to the comment made by the BJP leaders. Congress called the remarks made in the House defamatory and sought removal of the speech of BJP MP Nishikant Dubey. Remember, the Indian news website NewsClick, the same company that was raided in 2021, has been named by the New York Times investigative report as having received 38 crore rupees to run Chinese propaganda and is now under the lens.
अब जो सामने आया न्यूज़ क्लिक का मामला, ये तो बड़े गंभीर प्रश्न उठाते हैं उन लोगों पे जो लोकतंत्र के बारे में बात किया करते थे, जो कहते थे फ्री प्रेस के ऊपर तकलीफ है भारत में। आज समझ में आ रहा है कि जिस प्रकार के प्रेस के लिए वो दुहाई देते थे, वो तो पेड मीडिया हाउसेस थे। कांग्रेस के प्रवक्ता रणदीप सिंह सुरजेवाला जी, जो राहुल गांधी जी से बहुत निकट माने जाते हैं, उन्होंने कहा कि न्यूज़ क्लिक के ऊपर रेड मोदी सरकार का मंत्र है, प्रेस को दबाने के लिए, सप्रेस करने के लिए, सब्जुगेट करने के लिए, स्टिफल करने के लिए। तृणमूल कांग्रेस के राज्यसभा एमपी जवाहर सरकार ने कहा ये तो गुजरात के 2002 की तरह असॉल्ट है मीडिया के ऊपर। आरजेडी, आम आदमी पार्टी, ये सब ने मिलके एक षड्यंत्र रचाया है भारत के खिलाफ, भारत की सुरक्षा के खिलाफ, भारत की एकता और अखंडता के ऊपर प्रहार करने के लिए ये घमंडिया गठबंधन बनाया गया।
कांग्रेस का हाथ न्यूज़ क्लिक के साथ, कम्युनिस्ट बाकी दल ये भी उनका सहयोग करते रहे, लेकिन कांग्रेस का हाथ न्यूज़ क्लिक के साथ, न्यूज़ क्लिक के ऊपर चाइना का हाथ। तो किसका हाथ कहाँ कहाँ मिला है सबको समझ आता है। और राहुल गांधी जी को आज एक अवसर है देश से माफ़ी मांगने का। राहुल गांधी जी सदन में देश से माफ़ी मांगिए और बताइए कि राजीव गांधी फाउंडेशन में कैसे चाइना वालों से पैसा लिया और कहाँ कहाँ इस्तेमाल किया।
कल जो है सर, कल मेरी बात पर जो है बड़ा हंगामा हुआ, न्यूज क्लिक के ऊपर बड़ा हंगामा हुआ। आज प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस हुआ सर, प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में मैं एक बताऊं, यदि न्यूज क्लिक का नाम यदि डिलीट ये रेस्टोर हो गया, कांग्रेस को क्या समस्या है सर? न्यूज क्लिक आपका कौन लगता है? पुरकास्ट का नाम यदि रेस्टोर हो गया, पुरकास्ट आपका क्या लगता है? रोहिणी सिंह, अभिसार शर्मा या कोई भी मान लीजिए ठाकुर रंजन प्रागता, यदि उसका डिलीट हो गया नाम या एक्सपंज से फिर बाहर आ गया, आपको क्या परेशानी है? आपका कोई मतलब नहीं है। और मैं ऑन रिकॉर्ड एक और रिविलेशन करना चाहता हूं सर कि सीपीएम के जो जनरल सेक्रेटरी, पूर्व जनरल सेक्रेटरी थे प्रकाश कारात साहब, उनका पूरा का पूरा मेल मैं ऑन रिकॉर्ड आपको लाना चाहता हूं कि जो वो नेवेली राय सिंघम था उसके साथ उनके हजारों मेल हैं। और जब आप कहेंगे मैं ऑन रिकॉर्ड उसको पेश कर दूंगा सर कि सीपीएम किस तरह से देशद्रोही पार्टी के साथ है। हम तो आइडियोलॉजी में मानने वाले हैं।
The mic of a particular BJP member, Mr. Dubey, was switched on and he proceeded to speak. And his sound was the only one coming through the translation headsets and through the record of the House, in which he leveled defamatory and libelous accusations against our party and by name two of its leaders. He cannot do so without giving notice in advance and getting the consent of the Speaker, which he had not done. Therefore, we demanded the full expunction under Rule 380 of every single thing that he had said. There was a brief period when it was indeed expunged, and then suddenly and mysteriously all the expunged portions have returned to the Parliament website, so that the defamatory and libelous accusations remain on the record and can and indeed have been reported by all of you in the media. And that now, even if we succeed in getting the Speaker to change his mind and to expunge it, the damage has already been done and the defamation stands.
All right, we have some more news just coming in. Well, Rahul Gandhi, MP from Wayanad, has got his 12th Tughlaq Lane house back months after Rahul Gandhi had to vacate his bungalow. Gandhi to get the previous government residents back. Remember, Rahul Gandhi had to vacate his bungalow, given that he was, in fact, he ceased to be a member of parliament after his conviction by a Surat court. And he had to vacate his bungalow. These are pictures, in fact, from previous weeks when Rahul Gandhi had to leave his 12th Tughlaq Lane residence, in fact, a house in Lutyens, Delhi, which he had occupied ever since he first became a member of parliament in the year 2004 from Amethi. And he's going to go back to his house. Yesterday, Mosmi, when the Lok Sabha issued, the Lok Sabha Secretariat issued, in fact, the notification saying that he's back as a member of parliament. That mail, interestingly, I noticed, was also marked to the NDMC, speaking volumes of the fact that they knew that this has to be done eventually. He's a member of parliament from Lok Sabha and will be given a bungalow as per the rules, isn't it? And that's the reason why he's going back home.
That's right, Sneha. You know, in fact, this has been a bone of contention, a bone of argument between the opposition and the ruling party. With, you know, in fact, the Congress saying that Rahul Gandhi was single-handedly targeted as far as vacating the bungalow is concerned, even as Rahul Gandhi was very quick to answer to that notice that was given about evicting his house when he lost his membership. Rahul Gandhi had then vacated the house and that was covered very widely. On the other hand, Priyanka Gandhi had said that, you know, we will have to find another house for Rahul Gandhi in a rally in Karnataka and Wayanad. So that was an argument that was given by Congress that Rahul Gandhi is being targeted for, in fact, you know, attacking the Prime Minister and speaking the truth. And that's why I think that this time round, needless controversy perhaps being avoided here by the Lok Sabha Secretariat, the Housing Committee, in fact, who's reissued the same house that Rahul Gandhi lived in to Rahul Gandhi, allotted that house, 12 Tughlaq Lane, to Rahul Gandhi.
All right, Mosby getting us all of those details about Rahul Gandhi going back home. 12 Tughlaq Lane was where he stayed. All this while, Mosby, in fact, he was at Das Janpath with mother Sonia Gandhi. He couldn't find a house, Mosby. All right, Mosby is in fact going to be getting back, joining us in a moment again from now. But details that Mosby was giving us was of Rahul Gandhi getting his 12 Tughlaq Lane house back, in fact, after getting reinstated as a member of parliament from the Wayanad constituency. More news coming in this afternoon. India Bloc MPs stage a walkout of the upper house, Raj Sabha. India Bloc MPs walk out demanding an apology from Piyush Goyal. It's a massive uproar we've seen over Piyush Goyal's traitor remark, is what India MPs claim. The continual refusal of the leader of the House, Piyush Goyal, to apologize for the highly objectionable and completely unacceptable remarks he made against leaders of the India parties. And this is the reason why the opposition is trying to register a protest. Piyush Goyal called India MPs traitors, and that's the reason why the opposition collectively have staged a walkout of the upper house. These MPs are demanding an apology from Minister Piyush Goyal. A massive uproar really over Goyal's traitor remark is what India MPs claim. The refusal of the leader of the House, Piyush Goyal, to apologize for the highly objectionable and completely unacceptable remarks he made against leaders of the India parties. Mosby Singh is back with us, getting us more details. In fact, the acrimony and the bitterness really, Mosby, continues in spite of the fact that there have been discussions. But these personal comments and labeling the MPs as traitors is what has got them all riled up.
We've seen a tug of war of sorts, Sneha, as far as the upper house is concerned. High pitches and high-earned political rhetoric is what has marked the debate so far in the upper house. And this time round, there was a walkout by the opposition parties and the opposition parties say that they'll move a privilege motion against Piyush Goyal for calling them traitors. And there has been a tit for tat. On the other hand, the government accusing the opposition of disruption. There was, in fact, several accusations as far as the chair is concerned, that the opposition wasn't getting a space to speak. So clearly the battle lines have been more fierce in the House of Elders, where the strength of the India parties and the opposition is much higher, and that's one reason that we've seen a lot of uproars, a lot of adjournments. We'll have to wait and see how the chair actually reacts to that one.
Mosby, thanking you for the moment. Mosby Singh getting us all of those details as far as all that playing out in Parliament is concerned. We're tracking all of those developments very closely. There's much more coming up on the other side. It's time for a quick commercial break here.
You are watching India Today.
Meet the men Monu Manesar and Bittu Bajrangi who inflamed Mewar, who triggered the fiery chain reaction.
आपके वीडियोस ने जो है वो उकसाने का काम करा है इस यात्रा में।
कोई उकसाने का कार्य नहीं किया, ना मैं उस यात्रा में गया।
The key faces of the new nightmare. Live streamed provocations and poison.
आधे घंटे की प्लानिंग नहीं है, ये कह रहे हैं कि बिट्टू ने बोल दिया, मैंने बोल दिया, वो इसको लोग तैयार बैठे थे वो बंदूक लेके।
Cops hunt them, but we find them. Listen as they paint the full scary picture. Only on India Today television. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
आज भारत कैसा देश बन गया है। हम पाकिस्तान को देखते थे कि वहाँ पे कोई लोकतंत्र नहीं है, वहाँ पे कोई संविधान नहीं है, किसी भी प्रकार के आदेश पास हो जाते हैं। आज भारत को पाकिस्तान जैसे देश से बदतर बना दिया है प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने। लोकतंत्र के मंदिर में आज संविधान की धज्जियां उड़ रही हैं। लोकतंत्र के मंदिर में आज लोकतंत्र की धज्जियां उड़ रही हैं, संघीय ढांचे की धज्जियां उड़ रही हैं।
I think the Honorable Home Minister clarified that we had not done anything which had not been done earlier, number one, and this is not for us to usurp the power. This is something more serious. We have merely given shape to something, because between 1991, when that clause was inserted, and 2015, there was never a problem. The problem arose when the Aam Aadmi Party came in here, and they're indulging in such practice.
The digits are 3 digits. They've crossed the 3-digit mark. They are
No,
saying
hold
they are
on.
united.
Hold on. No, they are announced, as they said, somebody said it's what is called a limited marriage. और मुद्दाश मैरिज क्या कहते हैं उसको, और किसी ने बोला अपॉर्चुनिस्टिक अलायंस है। उस आज शाम को ढेर सारी गालियां बड़ी शुरू हो जाएगी।
वो राज्यसभा में पहले ही दिन से तय था बिल पास होगा। असत्य अधर्म के साथ नहीं चलते हैं। मुगलों ने राज किया, अंग्रेजों ने राज किया, देश एक हो गया था। अधर्मी ताकत है जो पैदा हुई, भगवान कृष्ण जी आए और उन्होंने अधर्मी ताकतों को समाप्त किया है। तो मैंने पहले भी कहा था कि इसमें कहना अंतरात्मा पर बिल वोट लोग डालेंगे, वो डालिए लोगों ने वोट। और जहां तक इस बिल को लाने की बात थी, तो ये बिल कहीं ना कहीं संवैधानिक ढांचे को मजबूत करने के लिए ला गया।
are watching India Today.
Welcome back, getting you all details from the drama that played out in Parliament. So there was a lot of suspense around Rahul Gandhi today. It was expected that he would be the first speaker from the Congress. But it was Gaurav Gogoi who moved the no-confidence motion against the Prime Minister. In fact, the Congress had even set out a YouTube link for Rahul Gandhi's speech, suggesting that the Wayanad MP was ready to lead the charge. The documents accessed by India Today have shown that Rahul Gandhi's name was actually on top of the list of the opposition speakers. It was struck off. Sources say Rahul Gandhi is unlikely to speak today. As part of its strategy, the Congress will reveal when Gandhi is going to be speaking in Lok Sabha only 3 hours before. Congress wants the Prime Minister to be in the House. In fact, when Gandhi speaks, the Prime Minister will not be present in the House today.
सुबह आपके ऑफिस में एक चिट्ठी आया था, सेक्रेटरी जनरल के ऑफिस में श्री राहुल गांधी जी गौरव गोगोई के स्थान पर बोल रहे हैं। क्या हुआ सर? हम तो राहुल गांधी जी के भाषण सुनने के लिए हम उत्सुक है सर, हम उत्सुक है राहुल गांधी का। राहुल क्या हो गया ऐसे? क्या एकदम व्हाट हैपेंड इन 5 minutes? व्हाट इज द प्रॉब्लम सर? वी आर वेरी मच एंथुसियास्टिक टू लिसन मिस्टर राहुल गांधी सर।
अध्यक्ष महोदय, आपके दफ्तर में
अगर क्या हो रहा है, क्या दरखास्त दी गई है, आप खुद ही, आप इस सदन के रक्षक हैं, आपके दफ्तर के अंदर क्या बातचीत हुई है? क्या हम बताएं कि प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने आपके दफ्तर के अंदर क्या क्या बातें की हैं? हम नहीं कहते।
अध्यक्ष महोदय, मुझे लगता था कि अविश्वास प्रस्ताव पर राहुल जी बोलेंगे, कांग्रेस के मित्र बोलेंगे और कोई बहुत बड़ा विषय होगा जिसके आधार पर कि रूल्स का फायदा उठाते हुए
माननीय सदस्य ने पूरी बात कही है, ऐसे नहीं चलेगा, प्लीज बैठिए।
इसके बाद राहुल जी भी नहीं बोल पाएंगे और कोई अपोजिशन का आदमी नहीं बोल पाएगा। मैंने धैर्यपूर्वक सुना है, आप मुझे धैर्यपूर्वक सुनिए। पार्टी का शुक्रगुजार हूं कि उन्होंने मुझे अविश्वास प्रस्ताव पर जो है पहले वक्ता के तौर पर बोलने के लिए खड़ा किया। मैं ये सोच रहा था कि राहुल जी बोलेंगे क्योंकि मीडिया में तरह तरह की खबरें आ रही थी, लेकिन लगता है कि शायद जी आज तैयार नहीं थे, देर से उठे होंगे तो नहीं बोल पाए। कोई बात नहीं है, गौरव गोगोई जी ने बोला, बहुत अच्छा बोला।
All right, so the government in fact was quick to ask these questions of the Congress as to why Rahul Gandhi is not speaking. In fact, there was a lot of build-up that Gandhi indeed would be in fact speaking is what we had also picked up. But Gaurav Gogoi, Congress MP from Koilabad in Assam, was the first to speak and lead the charge against Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Fiery no trust debate in the Sansa. Team India and NDA are at war with each other. Congress's Gaurav Gogoi initiated a no-confidence debate, fired back-to-back salvos at the Prime Minister, questioning Modi's silence on Manipur, highlighting how his state and his country is burning for more than 3 months, and yet the Prime Minister hasn't said a word, let alone visit the state. The Saffron Party has countered the Congress's charges by launching a scathing attack. The BJP questioned India alliance, terming it an alliance of corrupt, taking pot shots. BJP said most of the opposition netas won't even know the full form of the India bloc. Before the no-trust debate, the Prime Minister, in a scathing attack at the India bloc, gave a new mantra, and I quote here, corruption must quit India, dynasty must quit India, appeasement must quit India. Modi is set to speak in Parliament on the trust motion this Thursday at 4.
जब अडानी पर इसी सदन में राहुल गांधी जी ने प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी से सवाल किया कि कितने बार अडानी जी एक विशेष कंपनी को प्रधानमंत्री के साथ जाने पर उनको सुविधा हुआ, तो प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी मौन थे। जब हम बार-बार पूछते हैं, सर बड़ी आश्चर्य की बात है कि सर कि अभी तक मैंने प्रधानमंत्री का नाम लिया, अभी तक मैंने मुख्यमंत्री का नाम लिया, अभी तक मैंने गृह मंत्री का नाम लिया, अभी तक इनकी तरफ से विरोध नहीं आया, लेकिन जब एक विशेष कंपनी के मालिक का नाम लिया तो ये सारे मंत्री और सांसद खड़े हो गए। किसकी सरकार है सर? ये किसकी सरकार है? जब चीन पर हमने सवाल किया, चीन पर आप पूछे, मैं चीन पर आता हूं, जब चीन पर हमने सवाल किया कि चीन हमारे सीमा के अंदर कितने किलोमीटर पर है, तो प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी मौन रहे।
मैं ये सोच रहा था कि राहुल जी बोलेंगे क्योंकि मीडिया में तरह तरह की खबरें आ रही थी, लेकिन लगता है कि शायद जी आज तैयार नहीं थे, देर से उठे होंगे तो नहीं बोल पाए। कोई बात नहीं है, गौरव गोगोई जी ने बोला, बहुत अच्छा बोला। सोनिया जी का मैं बड़ा सम्मान करता हूं सर। सोनिया जी, मुझे जो लगता है कि उनके पार्टी की उनकी दो मनस्थिति है। वो एक हिंदू सभ्यता संस्कृति में बिलीव कर रही हैं, इसीलिए अलौकिका पंडिता की तरह जो पूरा किताब में लिखा हुआ है कि क्या क्या करना चाहिए एक भारतीय नारी को, उसका पूरा का पूरा पिक्चर सोनिया जी देती है। उनको दो काम करना है, बेटे को सेट करना है और दामाद को भेंट करना है।
अरे जिसका नाम ले रहा है वो बोले ना।
सर हमारी मांग स्पष्ट थी कि देश के मुखिया होने के नाते प्रधानमंत्री सदन में आए, अपनी बात रखे, अपनी संवेदना प्रकट करे और उस पर सारे पार्टी समर्थन दे और मणिपुर को एक संदेश जाए कि इस दुख की घड़ी में पूरा सदन मणिपुर के साथ है, हम मणिपुर में शांति चाहते हैं। ये हमारी अपेक्षा थी, ये हमारी अपेक्षा थी। लेकिन अफसोस की बात है कि ऐसा नहीं हुआ। प्रधानमंत्री महोदय ने एक मौन व्रत लिया कि सदन में ना लोकसभा में कुछ बोलेंगे ना राज्यसभा में कुछ बोलेंगे, और इसीलिए अध्यक्ष महोदय ये नौबत आनी पड़ी कि हम अविश्वास प्रस्ताव के द्वारा प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का मौन व्रत हम तोड़ना चाहते हैं।
लोग कहते हैं प्रधानमंत्री मौन है, प्रधानमंत्री माफी नहीं मांगते, प्रधानमंत्री चीजें नहीं बोलते। मैं ये कह रहा हूं कि ये क्या नहीं कर रहे हैं, या बीबी कह रहे हैं, दो चीजें कर रहे हैं। मैं माफी नहीं मांगूंगा। क्यों माफी मांगे भाई? मोदी तो बहुत छोटा जात है, नीच जात है, ओबीसी है, ओबीसी से क्यों माफी मांगेंगे? बड़े आदमी हैं।
ये अविश्वास प्रस्ताव मणिपुर के लिए हम लाए हैं। इंडिया अलायंस, इंडिया दैट इज अ यूनियन ऑफ स्टेट्स, वी विल प्रोटेक्ट एंड वी विल विन। जो 2024 में भारत जीतेगा, इंडिया जीतेगा।
इंडिया जो है आजादी के बाद से कांग्रेस ने नहीं किया होगा, 1947 के बाद से उतनी बार इंडिया का यहां नारा लगा।
मैं खुद उत्तर पूर्वांचल का हूं, मैं खुद जिम्मेवारी से कहता हूं कि हुए हैं, लेकिन पहली बार, अरे आप में से तो कोई गया भी नहीं, आप क्या जानेंगे? पहले जाओ और फिर हमें परामर्श दो। पहले आप लोग जाओ। सर हम गए और बहुत दुख हुआ।
गौरव गोगोई जब बोल रहे थे इस कांग्रेस पार्टी को शहादत के बारे में, लोगों का क्या बलिदान है इसके बारे में कुछ पता नहीं है। इन्होंने मणिपुर की बात की और पूरे देश को नहीं, पूरे संसद को जो है इन्होंने चैलेंज किया कि आप लोग में से बहुत लोग मणिपुर नहीं गए होंगे, मणिपुर नहीं देखा है आपने। मैं मणिपुर के इतिहास का भुक्तभोगी हूं। मेरे मामा एनके तिवारी 73 में अपनी पैर जो है वो गंवा चुके मणिपुर में। वही एनके तिवारी जब मणिपुर में आईजी बनकर गए तो आपकी सरकार ने उसी ओपीएम लॉबी के तहत उनको गिरफ्तार कर लिया और कोर्ट ने कहा कि ये आप कर सकते हैं। आप राष्ट्रवाद की बात करते हो, आप मणिपुर की बात करते हो। आपने अभी कहा कि असम में समझौता हुआ, आप तो असम के हैं, सांसद हैं। क्या 83 के चुनाव में कितने % लोगों ने असम में वोट दिया था?
के साथ विश्वासघात किया है। आज टमाटर 2050 केजी में, पेट्रोल 102 लीटर का, एलपीजी 1200 रुपए सिलेंडर का, मिल्क आज दूध के दाम पे। आपको इकोनॉमी की बात करते हैं, लार्जेस्ट फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग इकोनॉमी की बात करते हैं, जाइए ये भाषा उस आजाद मंडी के उस आदमी के सामने वो रखिए जिसके आंसू आज पूरे देश ने देखा है, जो कहता है रो रो के कि मेरे पास पैसा नहीं है। ये जीडीपी और फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग इकोनॉमी की बातें उनको समझाइएगा।
इनका विरोध ये है कि गरीब के घर में जो चूल्हा जल रहा है, जो घर घर में पानी जा रहा है, जो नल जल की पहल चल रही है, जो गंगा से पानी देवघर आने की बात चल रही है, उसका ये विरोध है सर। इनका विरोध ये है कि बाइडेन ऑटोग्राफ क्यों लेता है। इनका विरोध यह है कि पापुआ न्यू गिनी का जो है प्रधानमंत्री उनका पांव क्यों छूता है। इनका विरोध यह है कि ऑस्ट्रेलिया का जो प्रधानमंत्री है वो उनको बॉस क्यों कहता है।
What is in 9 years the great achievements of this government? Is state governments toppled by the BJP? Is this fair democracy? Price rise, महंगाई बहुत हो गई, महंगाई की मार अब की बार शायद सबको याद होगा। एलपीजी की प्राइस, कर्नाटक इलेक्शन ने दिखा दिया एलपीजी का क्या होता है। फिर इंस्टीट्यूट ब्रोकन, हाउ मेनी इंस्टीट्यूट्स हैव बीन ब्रोकन। जुमले पे जुमला। आई लाइक अमित शाह जी, सच बोलते हैं आपकी बात साइड से बहुत कम। ये वो या गडकरी साहब बोले थे कि ये जुमला ये गले की हड्डी हो गया, ना नीचे जा रही है ना बाहर आ रही है। दैट इज द प्रॉब्लम। इंडेक्सेस विच हैव शोन वेयर ग्लोबली इंडिया हैज फॉलन। एंटी फेडरल कोऑपरेटिव फेडरलिज्म का तो बोल बोल के हम थक गए। Indicators of the economy, which I will be coming to in 2 minutes, and law and order, which is alarming in Manipur, Haryana, JNK, and 1 or 2 cases of Maharashtra. Sir, 9 years में, 9 साल में 9 सरकारें बीजेपी ने गिराई है। अरुणाचल, उत्तराखंड, मणिपुर, मेघालय, कर्नाटका, गोवा, मध्य प्रदेश, पुडुचेरी और महाराष्ट्र 2 बार। This is it. And what is
the central agencies, ED and CBI? They are used to target opponents and bring down opposition state government as it happened in Maharashtra. BJP has a big washing machine. No, baitho. What? BJP has a big washing machine. When Ajit Pawar was in NCP, he was very bad. 70,000 crore irrigation scam. Now BJP's washing machine he has entered. Now he has become a good man. Amit Shah goes and praises him.
What he has done, just before the 2019 election, James was a foundation laid by the same Prime Minister. Even after 5 years, they have not done even single brick over the first brick. Shame. Sir, he has promised 2 crore job every year. By this time, 18 crore job would have been created. Nothing, he has not done. Sir, he has promised 15 lakhs per head. But he has not given even single rupee. Sir, he has promised jobs, lakhs and lakhs of jobs to our young men. Even he has abolished 5 crore job in the Manrega. And moreover, over 46 years, the unemployment is still prevailing. He has not done it. He has failed to do that, sir.
Paulmi Saha getting us all of those details, tracking that big story from Parliament right now. Paulmi, lots of things have been said in the House today, discussed, but I just want to get a sense of what really happened in the last moment when it comes to Rahul Gandhi. There was a lot of anticipation about the fact that he would be leading the charge. Is it because the Congress wants to make it a direct fight between the Prime Minister and Rahul Gandhi? And that's the reason why they waited for the Prime Minister to come to the House, and Gandhi will speak only when he does so.
Well, of course, that's a sense we're getting also from, sources that we've been speaking to across the benches, from the opposition to the Treasury side. It was definitely the Congress's plan to have Rahul Gandhi open the discussion today in place of Gaurav Gogoi, who had originally, of course, moved this motion of no confidence against the government. And they had also put this petition before the Speaker's office. But suddenly, of course, before going into the House prior to 12 noon, when, of course, the House was to reconvene after its first adjournment for the day, the decision was taken that Gaurav Gogoi would go ahead and initiate the discussion as planned earlier. Now, of course, the sense that we're getting is that it was because the Prime Minister was not in the House. It was, of course, expected that, as is customary usually in the case when a no-confidence motion against a Union Council of Ministers is being moved and the discussion is being initiated, the Prime Minister would have possibly been present in the House. That's the case, but it's not the rule. So the Prime Minister was not inside the House. He is inside the Parliament complex. He's in his office conducting meetings as we speak, but he was not in the House. And when, of course, the Congress realized that the Prime Minister is not present, they decided that Rahul Gandhi will not be initiating the discussion. They do want to make it a direct fight between Rahul Gandhi and the Prime Minister. They would want Rahul Gandhi to directly address the Prime Minister as he takes to the floor of the House, having been only recently reinstated as a member of Parliament. Now, it remains to be seen, of course, if the BJP is able to foil this plan, because, again, if he doesn't speak today, again, they've not ruled it out entirely, Sneha. What we're hearing is that if the Prime Minister comes into the House, Rahul Gandhi could still go ahead and, take the opportunity to speak. But then, the list of speakers is not decided as per the whims and fancies of a particular party. You can decide who will speak when in terms of who's next after Gaurav Gogoi, but you can't decide the sequence because it has to go as per a particular sequence. So there's a possibility it could happen tomorrow as well. But then again, Rahul Gandhi has a scheduled program in Rajasthan tomorrow. How will he adjust around it? Or possibly it could just boil down to the final day ahead of the Prime Minister replying to this discussion at about 4 p.m. approximately.
In fact, the houses are functioning as we speak. The no confidence debate is still on. Paulmi, I'm going to thank you for the moment. We'll, of course, keep coming back to you for more on that. Lok Sabha began today amid massive sloganeering and ruckus by the opposition MPs. What really happened was that TMC MP from Rajya Sabha, Derek O'Brien, faced expulsion from the Rajya Sabha after he disobeyed Chairman of the House, Jagdeep Dhankar, while trying to seek a discussion on the Manipur issue. Now, the leader of the House and the Union Minister, Piyush Goyal, thereafter moved a motion to suspend the TMC MP for the rest of the monsoon session. No sooner had Goyal got up than TMC MPs rushed to the well shouting slogans. The chair and O'Brien had a spat even during discussions on Delhi Services Bill on Monday evening, with the chair accusing Derek O'Brien of doing theatrics in the House to gain publicity during a heated debate on the Delhi Services Bill.
Are you raising point of order? Rule book. First the rule. Under which rule?
The rule is on page 92.
Yes, which rule?
The rule is 267. The leader of the opposition has been asking for a discussion on Bollywood. You allow the discussion on Bollywood. That's my point of order.
Honorable members, I name Mr. Derek O'Brien. He must leave the House. I name him. Move it over. Yes.
I wish to move a motion for the suspension of Mr. Derek O'Brien for the remainder of this session for continuously and willfully disturbing the proceedings of the House, for disobeying the chair, and for continuously creating disturbance in the House. Respected sir, with your permission, I move for a motion that Shri Derek O'Brien be suspended from the services of the House for the remaining part of the current session for his unruly behavior unbecoming of a member of Rajya Sabha today, the 8th of August 2023, shouting slogans from the well of the House, thereby disregarding the authority of the chair, and from his chair disregarding every instruction of the chair, and bringing disrepute and shame to this august House.
अच्छा, मुलायम सिंह जी जो यहाँ थे तो हम लोगों के लिए बड़े सम्मानित थे, और जब भी है देश प्रेम की जो भावना थी उसके ऊपर कोई चैलेंज नहीं कर सकता है सर। लेकिन मुलायम सिंह यादव की इमेज को किसने चौपट किया? ये मेरे पास यदि बोलेंगे सर, सारे पेपर में लेके आया हूं कि विश्वनाथ चतुर्वेदी जो है कांग्रेस के कार्यकर्ता है, PIL करते, और CBI का केस जो है 2007 में डिसप्रोपोर्शनेट एसेट का मुलायम सिंह यादव जी के ऊपर हो जाता है। 2008 में इसी सदन में मुलायम सिंह यादव जी ने आपको CBI के डर से न्यूक्लियर में सपोर्ट किया कि उन्होंने अपनी आइडियोलॉजी के तहत किया, ये आप बता दीजिए जनता को, और उसके बाद आपने इनकम टैक्स का केस कर दिया। और हमने क्या किया मुलायम सिंह यादव जी के साथ? हमको पता था कि वो ईमानदार आदमी है, हमको पता है कि देश के प्रति उनकी भावना जो है, और ये पिछड़े दलित शोषित वर्ग से आते हैं, इसीलिए कांग्रेस ने उसको ये किया। हम लोगों ने CBI के सारे केस को खत्म किया, और आज मुलायम सिंह यादव जी के ऊपर केस ने, फिर भी मुलायम सिंह यादव जी हमारे विरोध में।
All right, now face-off over Delhi Services Bill escalates with MP from the Aam Aadmi Party, Raghav Chadha, facing heat over forged signatures, claims by 4 Rajya Sabha members. Now MPs have given a notice of breach of privilege to our Rajya Sabha chairperson, mentioning their name without permission. Quoting sources, if the signatures of the 5 MPs in Raghav Chadda's proposal to send the NCTC Delhi amendment to the Select Committee are found to be fake, then on the complaint of these 5 MPs, the chairman may recommend registering an FIR. Defending the charges, Aap said they have given names of the MP from all parties in good faith, and there is no need of signature consent as per the House rules. The party further defended its MP Raghav Chadha and said that members are free to withdraw the names. Earlier terming it as a breach of privilege of the House, Amit Shah said the matter should be referred to the Privileges Committee. Shah also attacked the AAP, alleging that the party was committing fraud in parliamentary proceedings.
I will respond. My dear friend, no signature is needed. मुझे जब नोटिस आएगा मैं उसका खुल के जवाब दूंगा। थर्ड राउंड ऑफ जुडिशियल स्क्रूटनी बना है, इसकी संवैधानिक पीठ जो है, ये भी मेरा विश्वास है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल के और लोकतंत्र के हक में फैसला देगी।
मान्यवर, ये पांचों सदस्यों का नाम आसन की ओर से उद्घोषित किया जाए या उनको बोलने की मंजूरी दी जाए और इसका रिकॉर्ड बनाकर, ये प्रिविलेज का मामला है मान्यवर, इसको प्रिविलेज कमेटी में भेजा जाए। हम तो यहाँ चर्चा कर रहे थे, फर्जीवाड़ा दिल्ली सरकार में चल रहा है, ये सदन की कार्यवाही में फर्जीवाड़ा है।
Yeah, I have given the privilege notice to the chairman to inquire that whoever misused my name, this is against privilege, therefore to take necessary action for misuse that kind of activities.
राघव चड्ढा ने सिलेक्ट कमेटी में मेरा नाम रखा, मेरी कोई उससे बात नहीं हुई है, मैंने कोई साइन नहीं की है, एक गलत किया है उसने, और मैंने स्पीकर को भी बता दिया कि मेरा नाम उसने गलत रखा है, मैंने कोई सिलेक्ट कमेटी में उसको मंजूरी नहीं दी है और उस पर जरूरी एक्शन भी लेना चाहिए, वो भी हमने बता दिया है।
There are a number of members of parliament who are there whose names have featured in this resolution, but we had no inkling, neither any clue that our names have been included. There was no discussion with us in this regard, especially when all of these MPs that we've been supporting the bill. So there was no point of concern about in terms of going for a resolution, especially when we and our parties are supporting the bill. So therefore, I believe this is a clear case of a very shocking incident that has happened. Generally hasn't happened in the House. And the matter was also taken cognizance by the Honorable Home Minister who was there at that point of time. He has also pointed it out. And I'm sure the Honorable Chairman will take appropriate cognizance of the matter and do the needful.
गृह मंत्री जी ने वहां पे झूठ बोला है, जानकारी के अभाव के अंदर बोला है, ना तो दिल्ली विधानसभा के अंदर कभी ऐसा काम हुआ और ना ही संसद के अंदर ऐसा काम हुआ। फिर यही कहता हूं कि राघव ने गुड फेथ के अंदर नाम दिए, ये ताकतवर लोग हैं जिन्होंने राघव की सदस्यता लेना चाहते हैं। जैसे राहुल गांधी की सदस्यता ले ली थी, ऐसे राघव की सदस्यता लेना चाहते हैं। ये ताकतवर लोग ले सकते हैं, फर्क नहीं पड़ता, राघव फिर चुन के आ जाएंगे, परंतु इनका झूठ बेनकाब होगा।
कोई भी सदस्य सेलेक्ट कमेटी के लिए किसी का भी नाम प्रस्तावित कर सकता है और सेलेक्ट कमेटी में नाम प्रस्तावित करने के लिए किसी के साइन की जरूरत नहीं होती, किसी के सिग्नेचर की जरूरत नहीं होती। झूठ और अफवाह मत फैलाइए। आपकी पार्टी का काम है झूठ फैलाना, लेकिन हर बात में झूठ फैलाते हैं आप लोग। सभी दलों के लोगों की सेलेक्ट कमेटी बनती है और राघव चड्ढा ने कुछ लोगों का नाम प्रस्तावित किया। अगर उन लोगों को अपना नाम मंजूर नहीं तो उनकी मर्जी है।
आज भारत कैसा देश बन गया है। हम पाकिस्तान को देखते थे कि वहां पे कोई लोकतंत्र नहीं है, वहां पे कोई संविधान नहीं है, किसी भी प्रकार के आदेश पास हो जाते हैं। आज भारत को पाकिस्तान जैसे देश से बदतर बना दिया है प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने। लोकतंत्र के मंदिर में आज संविधान की धज्जियां उड़ रही हैं, लोकतंत्र के मंदिर में आज लोकतंत्र की धज्जियां उड़ रही हैं, संघीय ढांचे की धज्जियां उड़ रही हैं।
Getting in all details as far as that drama is concerned. Now, this is an allegation that has been doing the rounds, and the matter is for the chair to investigate. Motion, in fact, moved by Raghav Chadha, clearly underlines, given that the allegation is that the signatures were forged. This is something that has led to a lot of back and forth between the Bharatiya Janata Party and the Aam Aadmi Party herein, with the charge being led by the BJP and also the Home Minister, who in fact had tabled the bill. The face-off over Delhi Services Bill between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP. This is AAP's MP Raghav Chadha facing heat over forged signatures, is what Rajya Sabha MPs have claimed, 4 of them. MPs have given notice of breach of privilege to the chairperson, mentioning their name without permission. Quoting sources, if the signatures of the 5 MPs on Raghav Chadha's proposal to send the NCT bill, Delhi Amendment Bill, to the select committee are found to be fake, then on the complaint of these MPs, the chairman may recommend registering an FIR. AAP says they have given names of the MP from all parties in good faith, and there is no need of a signature consent as per the House rules. The party has defended MP Raghav Chadha and said that members are free to withdraw the names. Terming it as a breach of privilege of the House, Amit Shah said the matter should be referred to the Privileges Committee. Also attacked the AAP, alleging that the party was committing fraud in parliamentary proceedings. Moving on, Siddaramaiah government in Karnataka is under the lens yet again after sitting Karnataka's Agriculture Minister N. Cheluvaraswamy was slammed with corruption charges. In a letter to the Governor Department, officials claimed that the minister in question demanded 6 to 8 lakh rupees from the officials. As the Governor had written to the Secretary of Karnataka, Chief Secretary of Karnataka demanding probe in the matter. Siddaramaiah's Mantri has denied these allegations, calling the letter fake. Here's more.
Just days after the Congress High Command's zero tolerance to corruption diktat to Karnataka's minister, the Siddaramaiah government's agricultural minister Cheluvaraswamy finds himself in hot water. In a letter to the governor, 7 assistant directors of the agriculture department have claimed that Cheluvaraswamy demanded 6 to 8 lakh rupees from the officials. The officials added that if the charges are not looked into at the earliest, they shall consume poison. Governor Thawarchand Gehlot has now written to the Chief Secretary of Karnataka for an investigation. Minister Cheluvaraswamy has dismissed the letter submitted by Agriculture Department officials as fake.
ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಜೆಡಿ ಏನೋ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಈಗ ಜೆಡಿ ಹತ್ರ ಮಾತಾಡಿದೆ ನಾನು ಯಾರ ಹತ್ರನೂ ಮಾತಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ಯಾವುದೋ ಫೇಕ್ ಲೆಟರ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಪಾಪ ಬಹಳ ಜನ ಇದನ್ನ ಹುಡುಕಿ ಏನೇನೋ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರ್ತಾರೆ ಆ ಥರ ಇದ್ರೆ ನನ್ನ ಇಲಾಖೆಯ ಕಾರ್ಯದರ್ಶಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಎಂಕ್ವೈರಿ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನನ್ನ ಜಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಕೇಳಿದೆ ಫೇಕ್ ಲೆಟರ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು ಸರ್ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರು ಆ ಥರದ್ದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಜೆಡಿ ಅವರು ನಾನು ಯಾರು ಕೇಳಿಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಆದರೆ ಎಂಕ್ವೈರಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ
ಈ ರೀತಿ ಫೇಕ್ ಬರೆಯೋದು ತನಿಖೆಗೆ ಆಗ್ರಹಿಸ್ತೀರಾ
ಎಂಕ್ವೈರಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಅದು ಸತ್ಯನ ಅಸತ್ಯನ ಎಂಕ್ವೈರಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ಮೇಲೆ ತನಿಖೆ.
Agriculture Department officials have also denied charges.
ಸರ್ ಗುಡ್ ಮಾರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಜಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಮಂಡ್ಯನಾ ಸರ್ ಅಗ್ರಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ ನಾಗಾರ್ಜುನ್ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಟುಡೇ ಇಂದ ಸರ್ ನೀವು ಬರ್ದಿರೋ ಪತ್ರ ಅಲ್ಲ ಪತ್ರ ನೀವು ಬರ್ದಿದ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಸರ್ ಅಷ್ಟೇ
ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ನಾನು ಅದನ್ನೇ ವಿಚಾರಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ಯಾವ್ದು ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಪತ್ರ ವ್ಯವಹಾರ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ
ನೀವು ಯಾವ್ದು ಬರ್ದಿಲ್ಲ ಸರ್
ನಾವು ಬರ್ದಿದ್ದಲ್ಲ ಇಲಾಖೆಯವರಲ್ಲ ಇದು
ಸೊ ಫೇಕ್ ಅಂತೀರಾ ಸರ್ ಅದನ್ನ ಫೇಕ್ ಅಂತೀರಾ
ಅದನ್ನೇ ನಾನು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ಸರ್ 10 ನಿಮಿಷ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀನಿ
ಓಕೆ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
Meanwhile, opposition parties in the state are gunning for the Siddaramaiah government.
ಆ ಗುತ್ತಿಗೆದಾರ ಸಂಘದವನು ಈ ಥರ ಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಪರ್ಸೆಂಟೇಜ್ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ನಾವು ಇವತ್ತೊಂದು ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಯ್ತು ಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳನ್ನೇ ಭೇಟಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ 2-3 ಜನ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡವ್ರು ಏಜೆಂಟ್ಗಳನ್ನ ಅವ್ರು ದುಡ್ಡು ತಂದಿದ್ರು ಒಳಗೆ ಬನ್ನಿ ದುಡ್ಡು ಬಂದಿದ್ರು ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಹಿಡಿ ಅಂತಾರಂತೆ ಮಂತ್ರಿ ಚೇಲಗಳು ಇದು ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ ಈ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಇದು ಇವರು ಹೋಗಿ ಡೆಲ್ಲಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಭ್ರಷ್ಟಾಚಾರದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ರಾಹುಲ್ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಮುಂದೆ ಕೂತು ಮಾತಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಭ್ರಷ್ಟಾಚಾರ ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸಿ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಪಾರದರ್ಶಕ ಆಡಳಿತ ತರ್ತಾರ.
Taking a jibe at transparency in Siddaramaiah government, the BJP claimed this is not the first time corruption charges are being levelled against the Siddaramaiah government.
Congress party and entire government is indulged in corruption. So this kind of complaints has been repeatedly coming against all the ministers, including CM, his family and entire government.
Cheluvaraswamy is not new to controversies. A bus conductor recently consumed poison in a suicide bid. He accused the minister of targeting him over political rivalry and getting him transferred. The charges against Cheluvaraswamy have embarrassed the Congress, which had made corruption an agenda during state polls. Bureau Report, India Today.
With that, it's time for a quick commercial break. Here on the other side, BJP ramps up its attack on the Congress over NewsClick controversy. Has accused the Congress of defending the online news portal NewsClick.
You are watching India Today.
employee addition has dropped a combined 135% at TCS, Wipro and HCL Tech. This means where the companies had added 31,000 employees this quarter last year, this year they've seen a fall of nearly 11,000 employees. This is in line with the muted financial numbers shared by these companies. Akanksha Chaturvedi gets us a deep dive into this trend. A closer look. Akanksha?
That is right, Abha. Hiring across major Indian IT companies has dampened in Q1 FY24 as compared to the year-ago quarter. If we take a close look at the numbers, we see that TCS only added around 500 people to the company in Q1 FY24, while this number was over 28 times bigger last year. TCS added over 14,000 employees in Q1 FY23. At Wipro, this trend seems to have worsened. In Q1 FY24, Wipro's headcount actually reduced by around 8,000 employees, while in Q1 FY23, they had added over 15,000 people to the organization. HCL Tech was also in line with this trend. The company's headcount went down by over 2,500 people in Q1 FY24, whereas they had added around 2,100 people in the year-ago quarter. This slowdown is in line with the broader slowdown in the industry, which is caused by the cutbacks in IT and discretionary spending across the world.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 38 and minimum 28 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 30 and minimum 27 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 30 and minimum 25 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 30 and minimum 22 degrees. Chennai, maximum 33 and minimum 28 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 29 and minimum 22 degrees.
Breakthrough FDA-approved technology now enables you to do 11,200 pelvic contractions in a span of just 28 minutes. Something that a human body just cannot otherwise achieve. Enter Emcella, and the world of wellness and fitness offers hope to women with weak pelvic floor muscles, either due to aging, childbirth, menopause, or even men who face sexual issues.
I tried 6 sessions of Emcella, which is the only FDA-approved machine. It's popularly called as Kegel Throne. From 6 sessions before to today, I'm here to assess what my pelvic floor looks like and how well it is strengthened. Any men or women who are looking for pelvic floor strengthening at any age above the age of 18, this is an ideal device. Emcella strengthens the pelvic floor, treats urinary incontinence, and improves intimate wellness. How important it is for them to maintain their Kegel floor? What happens if they don't look after it? Often the gynecologist
it says that you should do Kegel's exercises. Basically, Kegel is nothing but a pelvic floor muscle exercise, and we need to do a lot of these exercises to get the strength of our pelvic floor back, because see, the pelvic floor is like a hammer, and the bladder as well as the uterus is sitting on it. Emcella helps in sexual health in both men and women. Okay, it actually improves the pleasure during the sexual activity. It improves the erection. It improves the tightness of the vagina. It improves the orgasm. So all in all, it improves the enjoyment during the act.
This works on the breakthrough high-fem technology and treats urinary incontinence and intimate discomfort.
One session of Emcella can cost you anywhere between 10 to 20,000 rupees per session, depending on where you're getting it done.
You need 6 sessions in total, 2 sessions a week for 3 weeks. After that, you can get maintenance sessions done once in a few months.
Any contraindications for pregnant women, or is it better for pregnant women or pre-pregnancy? If I'm planning a pregnancy, is it better for me to strengthen the pelvic floor area artificially like this?
So I would not recommend it during pregnancy. And again, some people who have internal implants in their vaginal region or in their lower abdomen or the lower in and around the pelvic region, they cannot get it done. Otherwise, anybody can get it done.
You are watching India Today.
Hello, very good evening. You're watching India Today TV. I'm Sneha Mordani. A quick check of the headlines in this edition first. Fiery face-off in Lok Sabha as debate over no confidence motion against the Prime Minister rages on. Congress's Gaurav Gogoi leads the charge, questions the Prime Minister's silence on Manipur. BJP taunts Rahul and Sonia Gandhi on corruption. Suspense over Rahul Gandhi's Lok Sabha speech. India Today accesses Congress strategy that reveals that the MP will speak only when the Prime Minister is in the House. Newsclick showdown continues in Parliament. Piyush Goyal calls opposition netas traitors. India Today accesses email clincher of Newsclick's funding from China. Rajya Sabha chairperson pulls up TMC MP Derek O'Brien for unruly behaviour. BJP says O'Brien not suspended yet in hope that he will express regret. Raghav Chadha faces FIR after his motion comes under Stanner. 6 MPs say the names were added without consent. The top story at this hour, red alert over NewsClick China left nexus. Email clincher of NewsClick funding accessed exclusively by India Today. China used NewsClick to meddle in India's affairs. Email trailed by the Enforcement Directorate has exposed an anti-India conspiracy. There are email exchanges between billionaire Neville Singham to CPM's Prakash Karat and NewsClick team. Shockingly, mails were timed with COVID fumbster and face-off at the LAC. The top focus was to defend China's position on COVID, support farmers' protests in India, collaborate with Indian communists and promote Chinese propaganda, and also to defend China's stand over the LAC face-off. Now, in the backdrop of it, there was a war of words also that has erupted over BJP and the Congress. The Saffron Party has accused the Congress of defending the online news portal NewsClick, which according to an investigation by the New York Times, has links with China. The Congress, meanwhile, has strongly objected to the comment made by the BJP leaders and sought removal of the speech of BJP MP Nishikant Dubey.
अब जो सामने आया न्यूज क्लिक का मामला, ये तो बड़े गंभीर प्रश्न उठाते हैं उन लोगों पे जो लोकतंत्र के बारे में बात किया करते थे, जो कहते थे फ्री प्रेस के ऊपर तकलीफ है भारत में। आज समझ में आ रहा है कि जिस प्रकार के प्रेस के लिए वो दुहाई देते थे, वो तो पेड मीडिया हाउसेस थे। कांग्रेस के प्रवक्ता रणदीप सिंह सुरजेवाला जी, जो राहुल गांधी जी से बहुत निकट माने जाते हैं, उन्होंने कहा कि न्यूज क्लिक के ऊपर रेट मोदी सरकार का मंत्र है प्रेस को दबाने के लिए, सप्रेस करने के लिए, सब्जुगेट करने के लिए, स्टिफल करने के लिए। तृणमूल कांग्रेस के राज्यसभा एमपी जवाहर सरकार ने कहा ये तो गुजरात के 2002 की तरह असॉल्ट है मीडिया के ऊपर। आरजेडी, आम आदमी पार्टी, ये सब ने मिलके एक षड्यंत्र रचाया है भारत के खिलाफ, भारत की सुरक्षा के खिलाफ, भारत की एकता और अखंडता के ऊपर प्रहार करने के लिए ये घमंडिया गठबंधन बनाया गया।
कांग्रेस का हाथ न्यूज़ क्लिक के साथ, कम्युनिस्ट बाकी दल ये भी उनका सहयोग करते रहे, लेकिन कांग्रेस का हाथ न्यूज़ क्लिक के साथ, न्यूज़ क्लिक के ऊपर चाइना का हाथ। तो किसका हाथ कहाँ कहाँ मिला है सबको समझ आता है। और राहुल गांधी जी को आज एक अवसर है देश से माफ़ी मांगने का। राहुल गांधी जी सदन में देश से माफ़ी मांगिए और बताइए कि राजीव गांधी फाउंडेशन में कैसे चाइना वालों से पैसा लिया और कहाँ कहाँ इस्तेमाल किया।
कल जो है सर, कल मेरी बात पर जो है बड़ा हंगामा हुआ, न्यूज़ क्लिक के ऊपर बड़ा हंगामा हुआ। आज प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस हुआ सर, प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में मैं एक बताऊं, यदि न्यूज़ क्लिक का नाम यदि डिलीट या रेस्टोर हो गया, कांग्रेस को क्या समस्या है सर? न्यूज़ क्लिक आपका कौन लगता है? पुरकास्ट का नाम यदि रेस्टोर हो गया, पुरकास्ट आपका क्या लगता है? रोहिणी सिंह, अभिसार शर्मा या कोई भी मान लीजिए ठाकुर रंजन प्रागता, यदि उसका डिलीट हो गया नाम या एक्सपंज से फिर बाहर आ गया, आपको क्या परेशानी है? आपका कोई मतलब नहीं है। और मैं ऑन रिकॉर्ड एक और रिविलेशन करना चाहता हूं सर कि सीपीएम के जो जनरल सेक्रेटरी, पूर्व जनरल सेक्रेटरी थे प्रकाश कारात साहब, उनका पूरा का पूरा मेल मैं ऑन रिकॉर्ड आपको लाना चाहता हूं कि जो वो नेवेली राय सिंघम था उसके साथ उनके हजारों मेल हैं। और जब आप कहेंगे मैं ऑन रिकॉर्ड उसको पेश कर दूंगा सर कि सीपीएम किस तरह से देशद्रोही पार्टी के साथ है। हम तो आइडियोलॉजी में मानने वाले हैं।
The mic of a particular BJP member, Mr. Dubey, was switched on and he proceeded to speak. And his sound was the only one coming through the translation headsets and through the record of the House, in which he levelled defamatory and libelous accusations against our party and by name two of its leaders. He cannot do so without giving notice in advance and getting the consent of the Speaker, which he had not done. Therefore, we demanded the full expunction under Rule 380 of every single thing that he had said. There was a brief period when it was indeed expunged, and then suddenly and mysteriously all the expunged portions have returned to the Parliament website, so that the defamatory and libelous accusations remain on the record and can and indeed have been reported by all of you in the media. And that now, even if we succeed in getting the Speaker to change his mind and to expunge it, the damage has already been done and the defamation stands.
Is over NewsClick and the allegations that are flying thick and fast. Clearly a red alert. This matter raised in Parliament as well. The nexus between left political parties China and left-leaning media organization NewsClick. Now, email clincher of News.
इस वक्त G20 का अध्यक्षता भी भारत कर रहे हैं और हर एक राज्य में G20 का बैठक भी चल रही है और पूरा देश, भारत के कोने कोने में जितने लोग बसे हुए हैं और भारत के बाहर भी जितने भारतीय लोग हैं, ये मानते हैं कि नरेंद्र मोदी जी का नेतृत्व इस देश को 2047 में पूर्ण रूप से एक विकसित राष्ट्र बनाने का नेतृत्व दे रहे हैं। और ऐसा समय में मोदी जी का और इस सरकार का साथ देने की जगह ये उल्टा अविश्वास प्रस्ताव ला रहे हैं। इसलिए मैं कह रहा हूं कि कहीं ना कहीं कांग्रेस पार्टी और विपक्ष आगे जाकर के पछताएगा कि कितने गलत समय और गलत तरीके से अविश्वास प्रस्ताव लाया है। सर, मैं 2004 से इस सदन का सदस्य होने के नाते मैंने कुछ दृश्य देखा है और हम जब वहाँ बैठते थे अपोजिशन के रूप में और कांग्रेस पार्टी 2004 में 145 सीट जीत के आई थे, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पास 138, 138 हमारे पास थे, 145 कांग्रेस के पास थे और सिर्फ 7 सीट का फर्क था। 14वीं लोकसभा में कम्युनिस्ट पार्टी जो टोटल लेफ्ट फ्रंट है उनका संख्या 63 थे और लेफ्ट फ्रंट के सपोर्ट से कांग्रेस ने सरकार बनाई यूपीए 1। और उस समय हमने देखा है, आज हम लोगों कहते हैं कि हम लोग अपना दल एनडीए दल को पूछते नहीं है, इज्जत नहीं देते हैं। हमने ये दृश्य देखा है, यहाँ जो वरिष्ठ बैठते थे कांग्रेस के, उनके पास 145 होने के बावजूद भी वो उनका व्यवहार ऐसा था कि जैसे उसके पास 450 सीट से भी ऊपर है। जब कम्युनिस्ट पार्टी यहाँ से ऑब्जेक्शन करते थे तब भी कम्युनिस्ट पार्टी को इंसल्ट करते थे, तुम जो बोलना है बोलते रहो, हम जो करना करेंगे। और आज टीएमसी के जितने मेंबर यहाँ बैठे हैं उनको मैं याद दिलाना चाहता हूँ, उस समय टीएमसी के नेतृत्व सुश्री ममता बनर्जी अकेली जीत के आई थी और वहाँ इस सीट में जहाँ मेहताब जी बैठे हैं वहाँ पे ममता जी बैठी थी और उन्होंने कुछ अपना बात रखने के लिए कागज़ स्पीकर तक भेजा, बोलने के लिए कोशिश भी की, मगर यहाँ जो उस समय लेफ्ट फ्रंट का जो हाईएस्ट नंबर सीट जीते थे उस समय 63, फिजिकली ममता जी को बोलने नहीं दिया। और यहाँ तक जब ममता जी बार बार बोलने का कोशिश किया, नोकझोंक हुई और पूरे फिजिकली, मुझे आज भी वो दृश्य याद है, पूरे कम्युनिस्ट के पार्टी पूरा टूट पड़ा फिजिकली। ये तो लकीली मैं और हमारे पार्टी के कुछ सदस्य वहाँ सामने बैठे थे, हम लोग बिल्कुल आगे कूद गए और फिजिकली हम लोग ने जाके रुका कि इस तरह का लोकसभा में आपके संख्या बल पर एक महिला सांसद को इस तरह से आप लोग अटैक नहीं कर सकते हैं। आज ममता जी शायद याद नहीं करते होंगे या उनके टीएमसी वाले संख्या थोड़ा बढ़ गई तो शायद उनमें कुछ अलग सा उसका व्यवहार में बदल गए, तो वो उनका भाषा भी बदल चुके हैं, लेकिन हम लोग ऐसे चीज़ों को भूलते नहीं हैं। सर, आज हम लोग जब देश इतना तेज़ी से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, दुनिया का बड़ी जो आर्थिक शक्ति जितने भी हैं, जो बड़े इकोनॉमीज है, उसमें सबसे फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग बिग इकोनॉमी में इंडिया नंबर 1 है। तो ऐसा में कम से कम आप हमको पसंद ना करें, भारतीय जनता पार्टी का आइडियोलॉजी को आप सपोर्ट ना करें, प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी को आप पसंद ना करते होंगे, लेकिन जब देश तरक्की कर रहे हैं, भारत आगे बढ़ रहा है, तो भारत के नाम से तो आप साथ देना चाहिए। आप इंडिया नाम रखने से कुछ नहीं होता है, भारत के विरोध काम करेंगे और नाम इंडिया रखेंगे। ये हमारे देश के लोग पूरा देख रहे हैं। आप लोगों का जो गुमराह करने का तरीका है, उस बहकावे में कोई आने वाला नहीं है। सर, मेरा कुछ जो तथ्य रखना चाहते हैं उसमें, क्योंकि आज गौरव जी बोलते बोलते उन्होंने मणिपुर और नॉर्थ ईस्ट से शुरू किया, इसलिए मैं कुछ बातें वहीं से शुरू करता हूं। सबसे पहले तो जब 2014 में मोदी जी इस देश का प्रधानमंत्री बने, उसके पहले का परिस्थिति का थोड़ा समझिए। मैं इस सदन में पीछे बैठ करके गला फाड़ फाड़ करके हम उस समय के यूपीए सरकार को हम हाथ जोड़ के हम उनको मांग करते थे, पुकारते थे कि कभी कभी आप नॉर्थ ईस्ट का तरफ भी ध्यान रखिए, कभी कभी आप समय निकल करके नॉर्थ ईस्ट की तरफ देखिए। उस समय का तत्कालीन प्रधानमंत्री डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह जी तो खुद राज्यसभा, तो लोकसभा से नहीं आए थे, असम के सीट से, असम के कोटा से राज्यसभा के सदस्य बने, 2 बार प्रधानमंत्री बने। कभी भी विकास के नाम पर नॉर्थ ईस्ट का दौरा नहीं किया। 1-2 बार औपचारिक कार्यक्रम के लिए गए होंगे, लेकिन कभी भी हमारे नॉर्थ ईस्ट के सांसदों के साथ, नॉर्थ ईस्ट के मुख्यमंत्रियों के साथ बैठ करके कभी भी नॉर्थ ईस्ट के बारे में चर्चा नहीं किया। आज आप लोग मणिपुर का नाम लेकर के, नॉर्थ ईस्ट का नाम लेकर के बार बार जो आप लोग बोल रहे हैं, काश आप लोग 2014 के पहले के परिस्थिति को याद करते तो आपको आज नॉर्थ ईस्ट का नाम अपने जुबान पर लेने के लिए भी आपको सोचना पड़ना था। लेकिन आप लोग भूतकाल में जाना नहीं चाहते हैं और ऐसे ही राजनीतिक बयानबाजी में देश को गुमराह करना चाहते हैं। नॉर्थ ईस्ट के जो राज्य हैं पॉपुलेशन की दृष्टि से बहुत बड़ा नहीं होते हैं। पॉपुलेशन के हिसाब से हमारे वहाँ के जो मेंबर्स ऑफ पार्लियामेंट का संख्या भी कम है। कांग्रेस पार्टी का जब चीफ मिनिस्टर कॉन्फ्रेंस हुए और नॉर्थ ईस्ट के चीफ मिनिस्टर जब भाषण देते थे तो उस समय कांग्रेस के जो वरिष्ठ नेता थे वो कहते थे कि नॉर्थ ईस्ट के एमपी आपके पास और नॉर्थ ईस्ट का चीफ मिनिस्टर आपके पास एमपी कम है, इसलिए आपको कम बोलना चाहिए। मेरे प्रदेश का मुख्यमंत्री भाषण करके सिर्फ 2 ही मिनट हुए थे और कांग्रेस के सारे वरिष्ठ ने कहा कि नहीं नहीं आप अभी मत बोलिए, आप ख़त्म कीजिए, छोटा स्टेट है इसलिए कम बोलना चाहिए। मैं आज फख्र के साथ कहना चाहता हूँ, मैं अपना प्रदेश से अरुणाचल प्रदेश से पहली बार कैबिनेट मंत्री बना है। इतने सालों के बाद आज हम लोग नॉर्थ ईस्ट से 2 कैबिनेट मंत्री और 5 राज्य मंत्री हैं और इस देश का मैं पहला ट्राइबल लॉ मिनिस्टर भी बना। ये जो इसको कोई टोकन, इसको कोई डेकोरेटिव एक्शन मत सोचिए। माइनॉरिटी तो मैं हूँ, लेकिन मोदी जी ने माइनॉरिटी और कमज़ोर सोचने का मौका ही नहीं दिया, क्योंकि आज हम जहाँ खड़ा है, अगर मैं अरुणाचल में खड़ा हूँ, मणिपुर में खड़ा हूँ, जहाँ भी मैं खड़ा हूँ वही जगह इंडिया का मेन स्ट्रीम बन जाता है। पहले लोग कहते थे कि आप लोग मेन स्ट्रीम में जुड़िए, मेन स्ट्रीम में जुड़िए। आज हर एक भारत का हर एक हिस्सा देश का मेन स्ट्रीम बन चुका है। इसलिए आप लोग को सोचना पड़ेगा कुछ कहने से पहले। नॉर्थ ईस्ट के बारे में आप लोगों ने बहुत जिक्र किया, खास करके मणिपुर के बारे में। आप लोग को पता है आज जो मणिपुर के अंदर जो संघर्ष हो रहे हैं और वहाँ मैते कम्युनिटी और चीन, कुकीज़ो, मार कम्युनिटी का बीच में जो संघर्ष चल रहे हैं, वो ऐसा मत सोचिए कि आज उसका चिंगारी अचानक से उत्पन्न हुआ है, ऐसा मत सोचिए। बरसों से आपका नेग्लिजेंस, बरसों से जो आपने नॉर्थ ईस्ट को अपने पे मरने के लिए छोड़ दिया, हैंड होल्डिंग करने के लिए आप सोचा नहीं है, उसी का नतीजा है। मैं आज वायलेंस के लेकर के पूरा डिटेल में नहीं कहूँगा, क्योंकि गृह मंत्री जी जब इंटरवेंशन करेंगे तो स्पेसिफिकली वो इस बात को कहेंगे, इसलिए मैं सिर्फ ऊपर का जो परिस्थिति है उसको बताना चाहता हूँ। मणिपुर के अंदर में हमारा देश का सबसे ज़्यादा मिलिटेंसी का ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का उत्पन्न हुआ और आपको ये समझना पड़ेगा 2014 के बाद मोदी जी इस देश का जब प्रधानमंत्री के कुर्सी पर बैठे, उसके बाद एक भी पूरे नॉर्थ ईस्ट में नया कोई मिलिटेंसी गुट खड़ा नहीं हुआ। और नॉर्थ ईस्ट के अंदर में टोटल मैं आपको अगर संख्या बताऊंगा, पिछले 9 साल के अंदर में 8,000 से ज्यादा जो मिलिटेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में काम करने वाला बंदूक के साथ सरेंडर कर चुके हैं। 800%, 800% इंक्रीज हुआ है सरेंडरिंग ऑफ द मिलिटेंट्स। किडनैपिंग का जो घटनाएं होते थे 81% उसमें कमी आई है और सिविलियंस को जितने मारे जाते थे मिलिटेंट्स के एक्शन के द्वारा उसमें 97% गिरावट आई है और सिक्योरिटी पर्सन जो ऑपरेशन करते थे उसमें मारे जाते थे उसके संख्या में, मृत्यु के संख्या में 90% का कमी आई है। इंसर्जेंसी टोटल जो इंसिडेंट में 76% का कमी आई है और आर्म फोर्सेस स्पेशल पावर्स एक्ट 1958 में जब नॉर्थ ईस्ट में मिलिटेंसी का उत्पन्न हुआ, उसको नियंत्रण करने के लिए आर्म फोर्सेस स्पेशल पावर्स एक्ट का आप लोगों ने इस सदन में पारित करके लागू किया था। आज मैं बहुत ही संतोषजनक आपको बताना चाहता हूं कि आज आसपा के जो टोटल कवरेज एरिया में 75% का रिडक्शन हुआ है। मैं जिस प्रदेश से आता हूं, हमारे असम और अरुणाचल के पूरे बाउंड्री पूरे बाउंड्री का 20 किलोमीटर अरुणाचल साइड, 20 किलोमीटर आसाम साइड में आर्म फोर्सेस स्पेशल पावर एक्ट का लागू किया था। आज पूरा का पूरा अरुणाचल असम के जो सीमावर्ती इलाका है, आर्म फोर्सेस स्पेशल पावर्स एक्ट पूरा हटा दिया गया है। सिर्फ हमारे अरुणाचल के जो पूर्व के 3 जिले हैं जो नागालैंड से जुड़ा हुआ है और म्यांमार से जुड़ा हुआ है, वहाँ पे कुछ पुलिस स्टेशन बचे हुए हैं, बाकी सब हटा दिया गया है। असम में अब अफ्स्पा नहीं है, त्रिपुरा में अफ्स्पा नहीं है, मिजोरम में नहीं है, सिक्किम में पहले से नहीं था। अब नागालैंड के कुछ जिले और मणिपुर के कुछ जिले में सिर्फ बच के रह गए हैं। तो आप लोग जब इस तरह का मणिपुर नॉर्थ ईस्ट के बारे में बोलते हैं तो थोड़ा सा अध्ययन करना आवश्यकता होता है, वरना इस देश का महान संसद में बैठ करके गलत बयानबाजी करने से गलत मैसेज जाता है और देश को गुमराह करने से आपको क्या फायदा। आखिर तो हम लोग सब इस महान सदन का सदस्य है, जिम्मेदारी के साथ बोलना चाहिए। मैं आपको एक बात और बोलना चाहता हूँ। प्रधानमंत्री जी, जब मैं तो पहला जब हमारा एनडीए का सरकार फर्स्ट टर्म बनी, उसी समय से मोदी जी के साथ में मंत्रिमंडल में काम कर रहा हूँ। पहले ही बैठक में प्रधानमंत्री जी ने एक ग्रुप बनाया और कहा कि हर एक 15 दिन में 5 कैबिनेट मंत्री और 7 राज्य मंत्री हर एक 15 दिन में नॉर्थ ईस्ट का दौरा करना है और अभी भी चल रहा है। अभी यहाँ जितना मंत्री बैठे हैं सब ने लगातार गए हैं, वो भी वहाँ प्रदेश का, वहाँ राजधानी सिर्फ सीमित नहीं, दूर दराज गांव तक दौरा होता है और लोगों के साथ वार्तालाप करते हैं। यही नहीं, अधिकारियों को भी प्रधानमंत्री जी ने डायरेक्शन दिया गया है, सीनियर से सीनियर सेक्रेटरी लेवल से लेकर के जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी हो या डायरेक्टर लेवल का ऑफिसर भारत सरकार में काम करने वाला नॉर्थ ईस्ट जाना चाहिए और लोगों से मिलना चाहिए। दिल्ली से हुकूमत करने का कोई मतलब नहीं होता है। जन जन सेवा, जन भावनाओं को समझते हुए काम करने से तब लोगों तक तो पहुंच पाते हैं। तो ऐसा आप लोग ने पिछली 66 साल में आपने सोचा ही नहीं, आप कल्पना भी नहीं कर सकते
करने का तो दूर है।
इसलिए नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने नॉर्थ ईस्ट के 8 राज्यों के साथ पूरा दिल से दिल जोड़ते हुए आज लोगों का विश्वास जीता है। यही प्रधानमंत्री जी का सबका साथ, सबका विश्वास और सबका प्रयास और सबको लेकर के एक टीम होकर के कल ही प्रधानमंत्री जी ने सबको कहा कि अब नॉर्थ ईस्ट को हम नए फेस डेवलपमेंट में ले जाएंगे और नॉर्थ ईस्ट इंडिया का एक ग्रोथ इंजन बनेगा। इंडिया का जो सपना पूरा करने में नॉर्थ ईस्ट का भी बड़ा योगदान होगा। 2004 में तो मैं एमपी बना, लेकिन उसके पहले मैं स्टूडेंट थे दिल्ली विश्वविद्यालय में, मैं यहाँ छात्र के रूप में पढ़ते थे। उस समय नॉर्थ ईस्ट को दिल्ली में लोग जानते नहीं थे। हमारा यहाँ पे कई लोग हैं नॉर्थ ईस्ट को जानते होंगे अब तो। उस समय परिस्थिति बहुत ख़राब था और मुझे भी पूछते थे कि आप कहाँ से हैं, तो मैं बताता था मैं अरुणाचल प्रदेश से हूँ, तो भी नहीं पता था कि अरुणाचल है कहाँ। मैं जब पहली बार यहाँ जीत के आए संसद में, तब भी हमारे मेंबर्स ऑफ पार्लियामेंट पूछते थे कि ये अरुणाचल किधर है। ये हालत था उस समय का। केंद्र में जो मंत्री थे उनको पूछेंगे कि नॉर्थ ईस्ट में कितना स्टेट है, वो 8 स्टेट का नाम भी नहीं बता पाते थे। जब मंत्री का, वरिष्ठ अधिकारी का ये हालत है तो आम जनता जो सड़क पे बैठते हैं, मार्केट में, गांव में बैठते हैं, उसको कैसे पता होगा। जो संचालित करते हैं सरकार को, उनको ही नहीं पता था। और उस समय जब कुछ घटनाएं होते थे नॉर्थ ईस्ट के बच्चों के साथ, तो उसमें जो परिस्थिति बहुत गंभीर थे। अध्यक्ष जी, आपको, क्योंकि आप भी हम लोग साथ में थे तो आपको अच्छी तरह से मालूम है, जब यहाँ देखिए पर्सनल झगड़ा किसी 2 व्यक्ति का बीच में हो सकता है, वो मैं मना नहीं करता हूँ। और नॉर्थ ईस्ट के बच्चों से भी अगर गलती भी हो जाता है तो भी मैं मना नहीं कर सकता, गलती होता होगा, जिसका गलती है उसको सजा देंगे। लेकिन जो उसमें प्रोफाइलिंग या रेशियल डिस्क्रिमिनेशन का जो बात होते थे, उस समय दिल्ली और मेजर शहरों में, कॉलेजों में जो नॉर्थ ईस्ट के बच्चे पढ़ते थे, उसके साथ बड़ा जुल्म होता था। और कोई व्यवस्था नहीं था उसको ठीक करने के लिए। देश का राजधानी में नॉर्थ ईस्ट के कई बच्चे के साथ में जुल्म हुआ, कई लोगों को मार दिया गया है। मारने के बाद केस को भी रफा दफा कर देते थे, लेकिन कहानी बदल गई 2014 के बाद। 2014 के बाद आदरणीय राजनाथ सिंह जी गृह मंत्री थे, मैं उनके साथ में गृह राज्य मंत्री के रूप में, हम लोग को पूरा याद है प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने जो पहली बार डीजी कॉन्फ्रेंस हुए थे गुवाहाटी में, पहली बार आज़ादी के बाद देश का डीजीपी कॉन्फ्रेंस को दिल्ली से बाहर लेकर के गुवाहाटी में मीटिंग कराया 3 दिन। और उसी मीटिंग के दौरान प्रधानमंत्री जी ने निर्देश दिया कि जो मेट्रोपॉलिटन पुलिस हमारे जो नॉर्थ ईस्ट के बच्चों के साथ, नॉर्थ ईस्ट से जो लोग आते हैं उसके साथ अच्छा व्यवहार, उनके साथ किस तरह से अच्छा सुरक्षा प्रदान करे, इसके बारे में एक बात रखा। उसके बाद दिल्ली पुलिस के अंदर में हम लोग ने एक स्पेशल व्यवस्था कराई और नॉर्थ ईस्ट से, सिर्फ नॉर्थ ईस्ट का 8 राज्यों से लगभग 1000 लोगों को दिल्ली पुलिस में भर्ती कराया। आज दिल्ली पुलिस के हर एक पुलिस स्टेशन में नॉर्थ ईस्ट के जो लड़के लड़कियां वहां तैनात हैं और स्पेशल पुलिस फॉर नॉर्थ ईस्टर्न रीजन के नाम से अलग से एक ऑफिस खड़ा किया। जॉइंट कमिश्नर ऑफ पुलिस के रैंक के ऑफिसर को दायित्व दिया। इसलिए आपने पिछले 9 सालों में नॉर्थ ईस्ट के साथ कोई बड़ा घटना हुआ है आपने सुना नहीं है। ये होता है प्यार, ये होता है चिंता नॉर्थ ईस्ट के लोगों का। आप क्या बात करते हैं, नॉर्थ ईस्ट का एक एमपी अपना ही रीजन के बारे में इतना अच्छा काम प्रधानमंत्री करते हैं, कम से कम उसका धन्यवाद तो एक सेंटेंस में बोल सकते थे। राजनीति में इतना भी नहीं डूब जाना चाहिए कि आप अंधे बन जाएंगे। कम से कम जो अच्छा काम किया है उसका तो जिक्र होना चाहिए। अभी कई, मैं तो बहुत शॉर्ट में बोल रहा हूं, जैसे युवा संगम, नॉर्थ ईस्ट के यूनिवर्सिटीज और कॉलेजेस और देश में जितने यूनिवर्सिटीज और कॉलेजेस के बीच में युवा संगम का कार्यक्रम चल रहा है। यहाँ से बच्चे नॉर्थ ईस्ट जाते हैं स्पेशल ट्रेन से और नॉर्थ ईस्ट के बच्चे यहाँ अलग अलग यूनिवर्सिटी में जाते हैं और आदान प्रदान करते हैं, एक्सपोजर ट्रिप करते हैं, एक दूसरे के बारे में अच्छी भावना रख करके प्यार मोहब्बत से बहुत कुछ एक साथ कैसे हम जी सकते हैं, देश को कैसे हम मजबूत बना सकते हैं, अच्छा चर्चा हो रहा है। मैंने रिपोर्ट लिया है बहुत अच्छी तरह से। आज इसका युवा संगम का कार्यक्रम चल रहा है और इंटीग्रेशन, देश को एकजुट रखने के लिए एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत का जो मोदी जी का सपना है उसको पूरा करने के लिए कितने कार्यक्रम चल रहे हैं। जैसे तमिल संगमम का प्रोग्राम हो, चाहे नॉर्थ ईस्ट को गुजरात से जोड़ने के लिए रुक्मिणी श्री कृष्णा का जो स्वयंवर को फिर रचना करके हर साल माधवपुर घेर में वहाँ बड़ा मेला होना, कितना कार्यक्रम हो रहे हैं। आज नॉर्थ ईस्ट के सारे लोग महसूस करते हैं और इस महान सदन में मैं बताना चाहता हूँ, आज आज़ादी के 75 वर्ष पूरा होने के बाद नॉर्थ ईस्ट का हर एक जन कहते हैं प्राउडली, फख्र के साथ कि मैं भारतवासी हूँ। उस समय लोग बाय टेक्निकल, बाय डेफिनेशन सब कुछ आप कहते हैं भारत, हम भारत के हैं, लेकिन कुछ ऐसा आपने जोड़ने के लिए काम किया ही नहीं है। 1962 में जब चीन का आक्रमण हुआ, चीन ने जो आक्रमण किया अरुणाचल और लद्दाख में, अरुणाचल का नाम उस समय नेफा थे और अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी हमारे नेता यहाँ सदन में जब विश्वास यहाँ पे रखा कि नॉर्थ ईस्ट को बचाने के लिए क्या क्या काम करना चाहिए, उसके बाद आपको मालूम है नेहरू जी ने क्या कहा था। हम तो आज भी मानते हैं 1962 में मेरा तो जन्म नहीं हुआ, लेकिन जो हिस्ट्री है, जो रिकॉर्ड है और जो लोग बताते हैं, रिकॉर्ड तो सबके पास है। और ऑल इंडिया रेडियो में नेहरू जी ने क्या क्या बात कही थी वो मैं तो पूरा मालूम है। जब पूरा अरुणाचल, पश्चिम अरुणाचल को चाइना ने कैप्चर कर लिया, असम पहुंच गया, मिसामारी पहुंच गया, तब नेहरू जी ने ऑल इंडिया रेडियो में एक संदेश भेजा। संदेश में क्या कहा कि माई हार्ट गोज आउट टू द पीपल ऑफ असम, मतलब नेफा असम का ही हिस्सा था, कि मैं कुछ नहीं कर सकता हूं, प्रधानमंत्री जरूर है, लेकिन आप लोगों के प्रति मेरा मन में दुख है, लेकिन मैं क्या कर सकता हूं। कहना ये चाहिए था प्रधानमंत्री उस समय कि आप चिंता मत करो, एक एक इंच हम वापस लाएंगे, आप चिंता मत करिए, हमारा इंडियन फोर्सेस आपको बचाएंगे। हाउस ने बाद में रेजुलेशन किया, आपको याद है। तो उसके बाद में यहाँ पिछली 2-3 साल में जो आप लोगों का बार बार बोलते हैं ना, अरुणाचल प्रदेश में चीन घुस गया, वहाँ गांव बसा लिया, ये तो मैं ऐसा शब्द मैं इस्तेमाल नहीं करना चाहता हूँ, मगर अफसोस की बात है 1959 में जिस जगह को चीन ने कब्जा कर लिया था, हमारा असम राइफल्स के वहाँ डिप्लॉयड थे, और जिस जगह को कैप्चर किया 1959 62 से पहले, वही जगह में आज चाइनीज वो पीएलए ने वहाँ गांव बसा के रखा हुआ है। वो 59 में कांग्रेस पार्टी ने दान दिया है, और आप हम लोगों को कहते हैं
कांग्रेस का पाप है,
ये पाप है। इसलिए ये सारे जो बहुत ही सीरियस चीज है, हल्का फुल्का यहाँ कह देते हैं कि चाइनीज घुस गया और घर बसा लिया। मैं राहुल गांधी जी, कांग्रेस के जितने भी यहाँ मेरे बात से जो सहमत नहीं है, मैं आपको कहना चाहता हूँ, ये मानसून सेशन खत्म करने के तुरंत बाद आप सब मेरे साथ अरुणाचल जाना है, और आपको एक एक इंच मैं आपको लेके दिखाऊंगा। कोई बदमाश पत्रकार ने कुछ छपवा दिया और आप लोग उसको बजा रहे हैं बार बार,
ये क्या शर्म आनी चाहिए आपको।
सोचना चाहिए इस तरह का बातें करने से पहले कि देश हित में क्या है और क्या नहीं है। इतना तो गंभीरता सब में होना चाहिए, ये तो अपेक्षित है। इसलिए अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं आज आपको मैं एक बात बताना चाहता हूं, आपको भी अच्छा नहीं लगेगा। 2014 में एज ए मिनिस्टर ऑफ स्टेट होम में गुंजी गए, राजनाथ जी का परमिशन से हम वहाँ गए। जब मैं गुंजी पहुँचा, ये उत्तराखंड, नेपाल और तिब्बत चाइना का वो ट्राई जंक्शन एरिया है। जब वहाँ गए, वहाँ में लोकल आदमी सिर्फ 2-4 बच गए, हमारे फोर्सेस के लोग हैं। तो मैंने कहा लोकल लोग कहाँ चले गए, मतलब लोकल लोग तो सब नीचे चले गए।
All right, Minister Kiren Rijiju speaking on behalf of the government in the no trust vote storm, a series of reactions that have been coming in.
जब अडानी पर इसी सदन में राहुल गांधी जी ने प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी से सवाल किया कि कितने बार अडानी जी एक विशेष कंपनी को प्रधानमंत्री के साथ जाने पर उनको सुविधा हुआ, तो प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी मौन थे। जब हम बार बार पूछते हैं, सर बड़ी आश्चर्य की बात है कि सर कि अभी तक मैंने प्रधानमंत्री का नाम लिया, अभी तक मैंने मुख्यमंत्री का नाम लिया, अभी तक मैंने गृह मंत्री का नाम लिया, अभी तक इनकी तरफ से विरोध नहीं आया, लेकिन जब एक विशेष कंपनी के मालिक का नाम लिया तो ये सारे मंत्री और सांसद खड़े हो गए। किसकी सरकार है सर? ये किसकी सरकार है? जब चीन पर हमने सवाल किया, चीन पर आप पूछे, मैं चीन पर आता हूं, जब चीन पर हमने सवाल किया कि चीन हमारे सीमा के अंदर कितने किलोमीटर पर है, तो प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी मौन रहे।
मैं ये सोच रहा था कि राहुल जी बोलेंगे, क्योंकि मीडिया में तरह तरह की खबरें आ रही थी, लेकिन लगता है कि शायद जी आज तैयार नहीं थे, देर से उठे होंगे तो नहीं बोल पाए। कोई बात नहीं है, गौरव गोगोई जी ने बोला, बहुत अच्छा बोला। सोनिया जी का मैं बड़ा सम्मान करता हूं सर। सोनिया जी, मुझे जो लगता है कि उनके पार्टी की उनकी दो मनस्थिति है। वो एक हिंदू सभ्यता संस्कृति में बिलीव कर रही हैं, इसीलिए अलौकिका पंडिता की तरह जो पूरा किताब में लिखा हुआ है कि क्या क्या करना चाहिए एक भारतीय नारी को, उसका पूरा का पूरा पिक्चर सोनिया जी देती है। उनको दो काम करना है, बेटे को सेट करना है और दामाद को भेंट करना है।
जिसका नेम ले रहा है वो बोले ना।
सर, हमारी मांग स्पष्ट थी कि देश के मुखिया होने के नाते प्रधानमंत्री सदन में आए, अपनी बात रखे, अपनी संवेदना प्रकट करे और उस पर सारे पार्टी समर्थन दे और मणिपुर को एक संदेश जाए कि इस दुख की घड़ी में पूरा सदन मणिपुर के साथ है, हम मणिपुर में शांति चाहते हैं। ये हमारी अपेक्षा थी, ये हमारी अपेक्षा थी। लेकिन अफसोस की बात है कि ऐसा नहीं हुआ। प्रधानमंत्री महोदय ने एक मौन व्रत लिया कि सदन में ना लोकसभा में कुछ बोलेंगे ना राज्यसभा में कुछ बोलेंगे, और इसीलिए अध्यक्ष महोदय ये नौबत आनी पड़ी कि हम अविश्वास प्रस्ताव के द्वारा प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का मौन व्रत हम तोड़ना चाहते हैं।
लोग कहते हैं प्रधानमंत्री मौन है, प्रधानमंत्री माफी नहीं मांगते, प्रधानमंत्री चीजें नहीं बोलते। मैं ये कह रहा हूं कि ये क्या नहीं कर रहे हैं, या अभी भी कह रहे हैं, दो चीजें कह रहे हैं। मैं माफी नहीं मांगूंगा। क्यों माफी मांगे भाई? मोदी तो बहुत छोटा जात है, नीच जात है, ओबीसी है, ओबीसी से क्यों माफी मांगेंगे? बड़े आदमी हैं।
ये अविश्वास प्रस्ताव मणिपुर के लिए हम लाए हैं। इंडिया अलायंस, इंडिया दैट इज अ यूनियन ऑफ स्टेट्स, वी विल प्रोटेक्ट एंड वी विल विन। जो 2024 में भारत जीतेगा, इंडिया जीतेगा।
इंडिया जो है आजादी के बाद से कांग्रेस ने नहीं किया होगा, 1947 के बाद से उतनी बार इंडिया का यहां नारा लगा।
मैं खुद उत्तर पूर्वांचल का हूं, मैं खुद जिम्मेवारी से कहता हूं कि हुए हैं, लेकिन पहली बार, अरे आप में से तो कोई गया भी नहीं, आप क्या जानेंगे? पहले जाओ और फिर हमें परामर्श दो, पहले आप लोग जाओ। सर, हम गए और बहुत दुख हुआ।
गौरव गोगोई जब बोल रहे थे इस कांग्रेस पार्टी को शहादत के बारे में, लोगों का क्या बलिदान है इसके बारे में कुछ पता नहीं है। इन्होंने मणिपुर की बात की और पूरे देश को नहीं, पूरे संसद को जो है इन्होंने चैलेंज किया कि आप लोग में से बहुत लोग मणिपुर नहीं गए होंगे, मणिपुर नहीं देखा है आपने। मैं मणिपुर के इतिहास का भुक्तभोगी हूं। मेरे मामा एनके तिवारी 73 में अपनी पैर जो है वो गंवा चुके मणिपुर में। वही एनके तिवारी जब मणिपुर में आईजी बनकर गए तो आपकी सरकार ने उसी ओपीएम लॉबी के तहत उनको गिरफ्तार कर लिया और कोर्ट ने कहा कि ये आप कर सकते हैं। आप राष्ट्रवाद की बात करते हो, आप मणिपुर की बात करते हो। आपने अभी कहा कि असम में समझौता हुआ, आप तो असम के हैं, सांसद हैं। क्या 83 के चुनाव में कितने % लोगों ने असम में वोट दिया था?
के साथ विश्वासघात किया है। आज टमाटर 2050 केजी में, पेट्रोल 102 लीटर का, एलपीजी 1200 रुपए सिलेंडर का, मिल्क आज दूध के दाम पे। आपको इकोनॉमी की बात करते हैं, लार्जेस्ट फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग इकोनॉमी की बात करते हैं, जाइए ये भाषा उस आजाद मंडी के उस आदमी के सामने वो रखिए जिसके आंसू आज पूरे देश ने देखा है, जो कहता है रो रो के कि मेरे पास पैसा नहीं है। ये जीडीपी और फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग इकोनॉमी की बातें उनको समझाइएगा।
इनका विरोध ये है कि गरीब के घर में जो चूल्हा जल रहा है, जो घर घर में पानी जा रहा है, जो नल जल की पहल चल रही है, जो गंगा से पानी देवघर आने की बात चल रही है, उसका ये विरोध है सर। इनका विरोध ये है कि बाइडेन ऑटोग्राफ क्यों लेता है। इनका विरोध यह है कि पापुआ न्यू गिनी का जो है प्रधानमंत्री उनका पांव क्यों छूता है। इनका विरोध यह है कि ऑस्ट्रेलिया का जो प्रधानमंत्री है वो उनको बॉस क्यों कहता है।
What is in 9 years the great achievements of this government? Is state governments toppled by the BJP? Is this fair democracy? Price rise, महंगाई बहुत हो गई, महंगाई की मार अब की बार शायद सबको याद होगा। एलपीजी की प्राइस, कर्नाटक इलेक्शन ने दिखा दिया एलपीजी का क्या होता है। फिर इंस्टीट्यूट ब्रोकन, हाउ मेनी इंस्टीट्यूट्स हैव बीन ब्रोकन। जुमले पे जुमला, आई लाइक अमित शाह जी, सच बोलते हैं आपकी बात साइड से बहुत कम। ये वो या गडकरी साहब बोले थे कि ये जुमला ये गले की हड्डी हो गया, ना नीचे जा रही है ना बाहर आ रही है। दैट इज द प्रॉब्लम। इंडेक्सेस विच हैव शोन वेयर ग्लोबली इंडिया हैज फॉलन। एंटी फेडरल कोऑपरेटिव फेडरलिज्म का तो बोल बोल के हम थक गए। Indicators of the economy, which I will be coming to in 2 minutes, and law and order, which is alarming in Manipur, Haryana, J&K, and 1 or 2 cases of Maharashtra.
सर 9 इयर्स में 9 साल में 9 सरकारें बीजेपी ने गिराई है। अरुणाचल, उत्तराखंड, मणिपुर, मेघालय, कर्नाटका, गोवा, मध्य प्रदेश, पुडुचेरी और महाराष्ट्र 2 बार। This is it. And what is?
I have always believed that the Congress party is adept at snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. They are also very adept at cutting their nose to spite their face. And I say this advisedly. They know every time the Prime Minister has got up to speak on the floor of this House, and I think his worst political adversaries will recognize the fact that he's a peerless orator. There is no question. I don't think there is an orator today in India who matches him. There's no question. Everybody recognizes that fact. So every time he gets up on the floor of the House, he puts the Congress party through the shredder. I mean, they actually go through a shredding machine. So I cannot understand why they should cut their nose to spite their face, ask him to come to the House and put them through the shredder, as I have no doubt he will when he replies on Thursday. So this defies common sense, it defies logic, it defies political sense. I believe that there are other arguments that would have been more persuasive. The people of this country will decide if the Prime Minister has chosen not to speak, whether that was right or that was wrong. It's for the people to decide. And you have to take that case to the people.
The central agencies, ED and CBI, they are used to target opponents and bring down opposition state government, as it happened in Maharashtra. BJP has a big washing machine. No, What? BJP has a big washing machine. When Ajit Pawar was in NCP, he was very bad. 70,000 crore irrigation scam. Now BJP's washing machine he has entered. Now he has become a good man. Amit Shah goes and praises him.
What he has done, just before the 2019 election, James was a foundation laid by that same Prime Minister. Even after 5 years, they have not done even single brick over the first brick. Sir, he has promised 2 crore job every year. By this time, 18 crore job would have been created. Nothing, he has not done. Sir, he has promised 15 lakhs per head. But he has not given even single rupee to the house. Sir, he has promised jobs, lakhs and lakhs of jobs to our young men. Even he has abolished 5 crore jobs in the Manrega. And moreover, over 46 years, the unemployment is still prevailing. He has not done it. He has failed to do that, sir.
We have more news coming in. Rahul Gandhi is going to be getting his 12th Tughlaq Lane house back months after Gandhi vacated his bungalow. He is to get the previous government residence back. According to our sources, after the house limit of the Lok Sabha reinstated the membership of Rahul Gandhi, today he had been allotted the bungalow of 12th Tughlaq Lane, the old government residence. So Rahul Gandhi has reacted. Entire India is my home is what Gandhi said.
मेरा घर पूरा हिंदुस्तान है। मेरा घर पूरा हिंदुस्तान है।
And Mosmi Singh is joining us with the very latest. So when do we expect Mr. Rahul Gandhi to move back to his old house, Mosmi?
Sneha, well, it could take a couple of days or even a week, even as, after the parliament concludes for the monsoon session, Rahul Gandhi would be going to Wayanad, that he calls his home, new home, and the larger family. Rahul Gandhi could move to 12th Tughlaq Lane any time this coming week. Clearly, this has been a very long legal battle for Rahul Gandhi. It's also been a political battle. And there, when journalists asked Rahul Gandhi that question that you've got your
house back, where he lived ever since he became an MP. Rahul Gandhi, sending across a message to the people that it really didn't matter whether you were an MP or you had a Lutyens bungalow. The entire country is his house.
All right, Mosmi, I'm going to thank you for the moment, for getting us up to speed with all of those details. It's time for a quick break here. On the other side, Rajya Sabha chairman pulls up TMC MP Derek O'Brien for unruly behaviour. BJP says Derek not suspended, yet in hope that he is going to express regret.
You are watching India Today.
In politics, everyone has an opinion, but I have the data. Whose stock is rising? Whose graph is falling? Track India's political stock exchange. Unmatched, unmissable data analytics. The only show on News TV where numbers do the talking. India's most credible poll tracker. The Political Stock Exchange. With Rahul Gandhi, only on India Today.
Quality today. In Delhi, 149. In Mumbai, 65. In Kolkata, 72. In Bangalore, 30. In Chennai, 23. In Hyderabad, 104.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 38 and minimum 28 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 30 and minimum 27 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 30 and minimum 25 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 30 and minimum 22 degrees. Chennai, maximum 33 and minimum 28 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 29 and minimum 22 degrees.
Kerala's public health. All political parties
traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
You are watching India Today.
Welcome back. Rajya Sabha began today amid massive sloganeering and ruckus by the MPs of the opposition side. TMC leader and MP from Rajya Sabha, Derek O'Brien, faced expulsion from the House after he disobeyed chairman while trying to seek a discussion on the Manipur issue. This angered the chairman, the leader of the House, and Minister Piyush Goyal thereafter moved a motion to suspend the MP for the rest of the monsoon session. No sooner had Goyal got up than TMC MPs then ran to the well, shouting slogans. The chair and O'Brien had his spat even during discussions on the Delhi Services Bill on Monday evening. The Hankar has accused Derek O'Brien of doing theatrics in the House to gain publicity during a heated debate on the Delhi Services Bill.
This statement is listed after the question hour. Are you raising point of order? Rule book. First the rule. Under which rule?
The rule is on page 92.
Yes, which rule?
The rule is 267. The leader of the opposition has been asking for a discussion on Manipur. You allow the discussion on Manipur. That's my point.
Honorable members, I name Mr. Derek O'Brien. He must leave the House. I name him. Move it over. Yes.
I wish to move a motion for the suspension of Mr. Derek O'Brien for the remainder of this session for continuously and willfully disturbing the proceedings of the House, for disobeying the chair, and for continuously creating disturbance in the House. Respected sir, with your permission, I move for a motion that Shri Derek O'Brien be suspended from the services of the House for the remaining part of the current session for his unruly behavior unbecoming of a member of Rajya Sabha today, the 8th of August 2023, shouting slogans from the well of the House, thereby disregarding the authority of the chair, and from his chair disregarding every instruction of the chair, and bringing disrepute and shame to this august House.
Well, that continues to be a top focus story right here, but the no confidence motion debate is going to be continuing in Parliament. That also brings us to the end of this edition. Thanks for watching.
You are watching India Today.
You saw the clothes, you saw the celebrities, you saw the jewelry. Time now for you to see footwear fashion and how to keep it dramatic this season. Here's a look.
When it comes to footwear, a lot of drama is now making way. For instance, Freddie Mercury makes a comeback with Theatre XYZ heels.
Harrison, Dark Horse, and this is the Theatre XYZ one. My favorite pick from their drama collection. It's got the boss-like appeal to it as well.
Even the Harrison Cloud9 from the collection is now gender fluid and mainstream. Not just that, boots for all weather are here and they look chic.
I'm a sucker for color. This monsoon and the monsoon footwear these days are coming in different colors and different patterns. I'm just loving every bit of it.
Right from bubblegum smelling sandals to jelly shoes in all shapes and sizes and colors, monsoon shoes are sure having a moment. And if you have the courage to wear something different, try out these jelly ones from Melissa that are available in every color for different moods. And if you are the classy, safe type, your footwear can still have a lot of drama. These picks from OCD, especially the tap dancing Rebeccas or the dramatic Julies, come in with elegance in its own dramatic twist.
It's a beautiful artisanal work of craftsmanship made by artisans of India. And just look at the kind of drama it is adding to my foot.
While this season is all about adding drama, remember, wearing a story on your feet is all the 2023 footwear fashion is all about. In New Delhi, Chaiti Narula for India Today.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 38 and minimum 28 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 30 and minimum 27 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 30 and minimum 25 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 30 and minimum 22 degrees. Chennai, maximum 33 and minimum 28 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 29 and minimum 22 degrees.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Viewers, let's take a look at the weather report across the major cities this evening. Thiruvananthapuram is at 30 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 38. Mumbai is at 30 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 66. Panji is at 29 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 68. Ahmedabad is at 32 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 69. Bhopal is at 28 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 24. Jaipur is at 32 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 75. Delhi is at 34 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 84. Srinagar is at 29 degrees Celsius with AQI being 69. Lucknow is at 34 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 101. Patna is at 29 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 57. Kolkata is at 30 degrees with an AQI of 60. Hyderabad is at 30 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 57. Bangalore is at 29 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 33. Chennai is at 36 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 44. This is all we have for you in this segment. Hope wherever you are, you find favorable weather around you. Keep watching India Today for all the weather updates with me AI Sana all through the day.
Co-powered by the new Kia Seltos, the badass reborn. Airtel Extreme Fiber.
After Congress trumpets opener Rahul, why the last-minute pullback? No trust, day one damn squib. Congress saving Rahul for final shot. Congress sets up Rahul versus Modi showdown. That is our top focus on 5 Live.
Was it a damp squib? Was it afterthoughts? Was it a strategic retreat to save Rahul Gandhi for the big third day of the no confidence motion? Whatever it may be, the fact remains that hype had been whipped up to a fever pitch by the Congress party over Rahul Gandhi opening today's no confidence motion at 12, but Rahul Gandhi did not do so as it finally turned out. And at the final minute, Rahul Gandhi had to pull back and did not make that opening speech. The Congress party is calling this a googly that no one guessed would happen, but everybody else is saying it was an afterthought in order to save Rahul Gandhi for a little later. Whatever it may be, let's look at day one of the big no confidence motion, the Rahul factor, and what lies ahead, because the day isn't over yet. Some big guns from both sides will be speaking in Parliament in just a short while from now. I'm Shiv, this is 5 Live. All the juice from day one of the no confidence motion coming right up. First, the headlines. No trust vote debate against Modi government sets rolling. Fiery face-off in the Lok Sabha with the Congress's Gaurav Gogoi leading the charge. BJP taunts Rahul and Sonia on corruption. After Parliament, now Rahul Gandhi all set to get his old government bungalow back and will return to 12 Tughlaq Lane, where he has lived for all these years. Rahul reacts, says, entire India is my home.
मेरा घर पूरा हिंदुस्तान है.
The news click showdown escalates in Parliament. Piyush Goyal calls opposition netas traitors. India Today accesses emails of NewsClick's funding from China. Rajya Sabha chairman pulls up Trinamool MP Derek O'Brien for unruly behaviour. BJP says Derek not suspended, yet in hope that he will express regret. Aam Aadmi Party MP Raghav Chadha faces FIR after his motion comes under the scanner. 6 MPs say their names were added without consent. Will an FIR actually happen? Remains to be seen. A day after Congress MP Rahul Gandhi made a comeback, a dramatic comeback to the floor of the Lok Sabha, his name was struck off the list of party speakers almost like an afterthought. We have a copy of that document where Rahul Gandhi's name, let's put that on our screen, Rahul Gandhi's name was right at the top of the list but was then finally struck off. Take a look at that document. Right at the top is Rahul Gandhi, and with a pencil, his name is struck off as an afterthought. Congress instead pitched its MP Gaurav Gogoi, who had moved the no confidence motion, to lead the charge, which is why he finally did. The big question is, why this last minute change? Why did Rahul Gandhi not lead the charge? It has even bewildered the government benches. Why this last-minute pullback after all the hype and drama over Rahul Gandhi's big return and him leading the charge on the no-confidence motion? India Today's sources reveal that it's a part of the Congress's strategic game. At least that's what they want you to think. Here's what happened today.
Optics, perception and strategy.
महोदय, मैं निम्नलिखित प्रस्ताव पेश करता हूं कि ये सभा मंत्रिपरिषद में विश्वास का भाव व्यक्त करती है।
It's not Rahul Gandhi leading the no trust debate against the BJP government. A day after he made a comeback to the floor of the Lok Sabha, his name struck through the list of party speakers.
सर, हमारी मांग स्पष्ट थी कि देश के मुखिया होने के नाते प्रधानमंत्री सदन में आए, अपनी बात रखे, अपनी संवेदना प्रकट करे और उस पर सारे पार्टी समर्थन दे और मणिपुर को एक संदेश जाए कि इस दुख की घड़ी में पूरा सदन मणिपुर के साथ है। हम मणिपुर में शांति चाहते हैं, मणिपुर के छात्र इंसाफ मांगते हैं।
Congress instead pitched its MP Gaurav Gogoi to lead the charge on Tuesday. The last-minute change even bewildered the government benches.
क्या हुआ सर? हम तो राहुल गांधी जी के भाषण सुनने के लिए हम उत्सुक है सर, हम उत्सुक है राहुल गांधी का। राहुल क्या हो गया ऐसे क्या?
The move is calculated. According to Congress sources, it's part of strategic game plan.
So many और कितने भी बड़ा और टेबल कर दूंगी सर।
The Gandhi science speech on the no trust motion reserved for the day when the Prime Minister would be physically present in the Lok Sabha. Prime Minister Modi is expected to reply to the motion on August 10. Rahul Gandhi held back from speaking till the Prime Minister is seen in the House on or before August 10. Congress appears to be meticulously crafting its narrative to showcase him as a formidable contender, ready to take on the Prime Minister head-on, and position him as the principal figure of the 26-party India alliance. Adding context to this political maneuvering, a Lok Niti CSDS survey in May showed Prime Minister Modi as the top choice for 43% of respondents if elections were held then. Nonetheless, Rahul Gandhi was seen narrowing the gap with 27% of votes in his favour, marking an increase of 4 percentage points since the 2019 survey and a significant 13-point rise since 2014. 15% of those respondents expressed their newfound appreciation for the Congress leader after his Bharat Jodo Yatra. Within the opposition ranks, Rahul Gandhi was seen garnering the maximum public support, far ahead of several other regional satraps from the non-BJP parties. As the political landscape continues to evolve with the convergence of over 24 opposition parties under one umbrella, the ongoing no-confidence debate is becoming a platform for making powerful political statements leading up to the 2024 electoral battle. Bureau Report, India Today.
So let's try and make sense of why Rahul Gandhi wasn't the one who opened today's no-confidence motion as the Congress had led many to believe. In fact, the anticipation was so high that across YouTube you saw YouTubers, channels, etc., with their YouTube bands ready for Rahul's speech. That's how, that's how certain everyone was that Rahul Gandhi was going to speak. And then finally, at literally the last moment, it was decided that he wouldn't. And like I showed you in that written, typed list of speakers, Rahul Gandhi's name was right at the top, and it was at the 11th hour that his name was struck out, and it was decided that Gaurav Gogoi would lead. Was this a googly? Was this a last-minute change of heart? Was this a typical afterthought, that is a signature of the Congress, making decisions at the last moment? Or was it a clever googly bold to the BJP? Let's try and make sense of it. Joining me live, Rajdeep Sardesai, a consulting editor who's been in Parliament today watching what's been happening. Preeti Chaudhary, our executive editor, has also been in Parliament. And Monsoon, who's been watching all the political movers and shakers right through what has been quite an exciting few hours so far in the no-confidence motion. Rajdeep, coming to you first. In your view, why this last-minute change? As far as Rahul Gandhi is concerned, everyone was expecting that he'd be the opening batsman.
Well, I think, Shiv, the decision to not field Rahul Gandhi to start off the debate was taken after consultation this morning, where one of the suggestions made, among others, by the Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge was that Rahul Gandhi should be seen to be, in a way, challenging Prime Minister Modi. And it was felt that this could only happen if Rahul Gandhi waited a bit and perhaps spoke either just before Prime Minister Modi on the third day of the debate, that's on the 10th, or certainly after a substantial number of speakers had already delivered their comments so that Rahul Gandhi in a way could respond to them, thereby getting the chance to counter some of the criticism that may come the Congress leaders' way. So I think it's a tactical, strategic decision taken by the Congress. There was also the belief that if you speak just before the Prime Minister, then it positions you as the principal opposition to him, and you can almost share equal space in a way, is what one Congress leader told me. But yes, there were others within the Congress itself who were taken by surprise because they had gone into Parliament this morning expecting Rahul Gandhi to speak first. Even some of the BJP treasury benches were caught by surprise because the reason why Nishikant Dubey led the BJP debate was because he's seen as one of the leaders who takes on the Gandhi family at every opportunity. So the idea that the BJP had was to immediately target Rahul Gandhi the moment he had spoken, but that doesn't seem to have quite worked off. So purely, I think, tactical and strategic to position Rahul Gandhi in a way that he would be there in Parliament perhaps and speak just before the Prime Minister does, while the Prime Minister is in all likelihood sitting in the Lok Sabha.
Preeti, you were right outside Parliament. You know, everyone was expecting Rahul to speak. Last minute tactical strategic decision by the Congress party after consultations. How did you see this one play out?
Interesting, and I would think a smart strategic move by the Congress party, Shiv, because, let's go down and delve a little bit in parliamentary history where Rahul Gandhi has spoken. He always hasn't really had a very successful outing. I would think at one level the Congress might want to project it as pitching Rahul Gandhi against Narendra Modi and possibly have him speak right before Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister, does. But I also think it's very clever thinking by the Congress party and possibly for the first time in Parliament in terms of positioning Rahul Gandhi. Let's take a look at the opposition speaker list. It has the likes of Smriti Irani, it had the likes of Nishikant Dubey, who would have followed Rahul Gandhi. Now these are, traditional Rahul Gandhi betas. They go after him. Smriti Irani's defeated him in Amethi. You had Jyotiraditya Scindia, who just in 2018, in the monsoon session, if you remember, the person that Rahul Gandhi winked to was Jyotiraditya Scindia, and he would have gone, for the jugular as well. So at one level, really smart, clever thinking by the Congress to avoid the kind of attack by any of these leaders, for him to react to it. Also, what is interesting in all of this is possibly speak on the day of the Prime Minister, where you really don't give anyone, especially in the Prime Minister's speech, elbow room or maneuver to factor in a response to Rahul Gandhi. Because if he had begun, the debate on the no trust or the no confidence motion, you would have definitely seen, and it was interesting because if you looked at Nishikant Dubey, he had come prepared to go after Rahul Gandhi. The first 10 minutes of his speech only spoke of Rahul Gandhi, but Rahul Gandhi never spoke. So somewhere down the line, it was a strategic move by the Congress. Maybe in the public eye, they'd want to pitch it as a Rahul versus Modi battle, but ultimately, it's also to safeguard Rahul Gandhi, not have him be attacked by the lobby of leaders. And there are 15 speakers of the Bharatiya Janata Party that are going to be speaking, some of them very, very critical of the Gandhis and Rahul Gandhi, and also not to give any elbow room in the speech of the Prime Minister to prepare to take on Rahul Gandhi if he speaks right before him.
Very, very interesting perspective. And Preeti is right, because Nishikant Dubey's speech was almost entirely pointed at Rahul Gandhi and the Gandhis. Mosmi, it's been a good day overall for Rahul Gandhi and a good week. He's back as Lok Sabha MP. He's gotten back the allotment of his house, 12 Tughlaq Lane. He didn't speak in Parliament today, but one's going to look forward to that happening in the next couple of days. What are your sources within the Congress party telling you about how they plan to use Rahul Gandhi in this very important week in Parliament, Mosmi?
You know, Rahul Gandhi has been gearing up for this moment. Remember, Shiv, that Rahul Gandhi also went to Manipur. He was one of the first opposition members to go to Manipur for a 2-day visit, where he went to Imphal and Churachandpur. So Rahul Gandhi was all geared up. Apparently, all the Congress leaders were also all said that Rahul Gandhi would make that speech after his comeback. And while he was walking out of gate number 1, after Gaurav Gogoi had given that speech, we were asking him about that googly, you know, because was he supposed to speak later in the day? And KC Venugopal spoke instead of Rahul Gandhi, answered that saying that you'll know 3 hours before Rahul is about to speak. So I think it's slotted for the last day. But Congress keeping its cards very, very close, even as, you know, very interestingly, the YouTube link in the morning for Rahul Gandhi's speech was also put out on WhatsApp groups. That means the entire party was all set that they will hear Rahul Gandhi. And Rahul Gandhi looks very much at ease. He's made plans to visit Wayanad. When everybody asked him that he's got back his house, is he happy? He said, India is my house. So a very upbeat mood in the Congress party with Rahul Gandhi's victory of sorts in the Supreme Court. They think it's a moral victory and they want to hold that moral high ground in front of the government. And that's one reason that this entire speech has been planned according to strategy, even if you can say it was last minute, because the Prime Minister, Shiv, was never supposed to, it was never slotted that the Prime Minister would be there in the House. It's not like a necessary condition while the motion is being put for discussion that the PM should be in the House.
Very, very interesting. Rahul Srivastava, National Affairs Editor, who's also been in Parliament today, joins me now. Rahul, you know, one heard Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary mischievously, you know, taunt Nishikant Dubey when he said, you know, you've basically fallen for our googly. And you're speaking now, and Rahul Gandhi, we have not made him speak. He's going to speak later. You know, suggesting that this was a tactical move by the Congress party to lead everyone to believe that Rahul Gandhi was going to be the opening batsman, but they've actually saved him for, you know, perhaps the 3rd day. How do you see this, Rahul? And also, something that occurs to me is positioning once again Rahul versus Modi on the 3rd day. Does that also carry its own risks, like what we've been talking about?
See, Shivli, Shiv, what is a googly if it doesn't get a wicket?
Right.
So, if he has bowled a googly, then are they going to bowl the government out? Now, the information from the Speaker's office is that the Congress approached the Speaker and wanted that Rahul Gandhi should be allowed instead of Gaurav Gogoi. So, they were initially planning that they should be Rahul will be speaking first. What the BJP did? BJP lined up 15 odd speakers, but 3 very interesting elements. One is Nishikant Dubey, who is a known Gandhi family baiter. Smriti Irani, who has beaten Rahul Gandhi in Amethi. Known Rahul Gandhi baiter. The third is Mr. Jyotiraditya Scindia,
like whom you were saying,
that wink was directed at in 2018, after Rahul Gandhi hug. So the elements are that most of these people, if Rahul Gandhi had spoken, the entire BJP focus would have been, they would have thrashed Rahul Gandhi's speech. Now what they have done is that Rahul Gandhi may be speaking at the end. So basically the traction that Rahul Gandhi's speech would have taken for the next 2 days will only be competing with the Prime Minister's speech on that very day. Now, pick between the Prime Minister and Rahul Gandhi's speech. So one is this, that has he lost this 2-day play for what his speech would have been? Because one expected that he would ask those pertinent questions.
And they would have resonated for 2 days.
And resonated for 2 days. The opposition has a problem, Shiv. See the speakers they have. They don't have a Chidambaram. He's in Rajya Sabha. They don't have a Sharad Pawar. He's in Rajya Sabha. Lalu Prasad Yadav is out of parliament. Mulayam Singh Yadav is no more. The opposition does not have speakers. So for 2 days, they will be giving runs on a pitch on which they are thinking they have bowled a googly.
Interesting.
The problem for the opposition is does not have strong speakers. Who did you have today? Gaurav Gogoi. Venugopal has not set parliament on fire. Supriya Sule. You had
Balu and others.
Balu and others. Now Balu is far drawn. He did not much focus on Manipur.
Correct.
Now in that scenario, the BJP will have staggered play by lots of senior leaders. Nirmala Sitharaman is going to speak. Now, Congress in Karnataka made it a local play while the BJP wanted it national.
Yeah.
In Parliament, in this new confidence motion, Congress wants to make it local on Manipur. The BJP will play national. Completely national. They will try to play a much wider turf.
In fact, we have a collection of the chunks of the speeches today where Manipur was actually mentioned. Apart from Gaurav Gogoi's speech, Rahul, most people were talking about all other things.
All other things. So the debate in public space will not be really on Manipur. Then, very interestingly, if Rahul Gandhi, by doing that, is bowling a googly and setting up a Modi versus Rahul Gandhi battle, do you think India, that coalition, will be very happy about it? Because that's what they don't want, that Congress should be ahead of the pack and try to show that it is a big brother of the coalition. So there could well be, in this portrayal, a bit of a problem for India. Because
within the alliance,
the high-hanging fruit for India coalition is what? A prime ministerial phase, and second, a coalition in trouble-torn states. I think somewhere the opposition has limited choices.
Okay.
I think Rahul Gandhi, the idea in the morning was that why is Rahul Gandhi speaking first? But if he is not, perhaps I think they have lost 2 days of traction.
Okay, very, very interesting perspectives from, the Team India today who's been at Parliament and watching all of this actually play out live, which carries its own benefits because you're actually seeing all that body language up close. Rahul was just speaking about, who the opposition has in Parliament. I think Manish Tiwari is speaking right now in the Lok Sabha. Let's just briefly dip in and listen to Manish Tiwari.
पेट के पीछे चीन की राजनीतिक मंशा क्या है? और मैं सरकार से ये सवाल पूछना चाहता हूं क्योंकि सितंबर 2020 से जब से ये सदन मिला था कोविड के बाद आज तक इस सदन में चीन के ऊपर चर्चा नहीं हुई। क्या ऐसा हो सकता है कि ऐसी थिएटर लेवल की इंकर्शन हो, घुसपैठ हो और हमारे खुफिया तंत्र को पता ना लगे? क्या हमारा खुफिया तंत्र कहीं पे विफल रहा है? और मैं एक कागज पढ़ना चाहता हूं जो एसएसपी है लेके उन्होंने डीजीपी आईजीपी की कॉन्फ्रेंस को एक पेपर प्रस्तुत किया था, उसके 2 अंश मैं पढ़ना चाहता हूं। प्रेजेंटली there are 65 patrolling points from Karakoram Pass to Chumar which are to be patrolled regularly by the ISFs. ISFs means Indian Security Forces. Out of 65 patrolling points, our presence is lost at 26 patrolling points. That is patrolling point number 5 to 17, 24 to 32, 37, 51, 52, 62, due to restrictive or no patrolling by the Indian Security Forces. Later on, China forces us to accept the fact that as such areas have not seen the presence of Indian security forces or civilians since long. The Chinese were present in these areas. This leads to a shift in the border under the control of the Indian security forces towards the Indian side, and a buffer zone is created in all such pockets, which ultimately leads to a loss of control over the areas held by India. This is a tactic of PLA to grab land inch by inch, which is known as salami slicing. ये मैं नहीं कर रहा, कह रहा सभापति महोदय, ये सरकार के एक उच्च अधिकारी एसएसपी ले, पीडी नित्या उनका नाम है, उन्होंने लिखित में ये कागज डीजीपी आईजीपी की कॉन्फ्रेंस के में प्रस्तुत किया था। सरकार की तरफ से आज तक इसका खंडन नहीं हुआ है। और मैं इसलिए सरकार से पूछना चाहता हूं कि क्या ये बात सही है जो अधिकृत तौर के ऊपर एक सरकारी अधिकारी ने कही है, एक उच्च अधिकारी ने कही है कि 65 में से 26 ऐसे पेट्रोलिंग पॉइंट्स हैं जहां पे हमारी सुरक्षा फोर्सेस पहुंच नहीं सकती? क्या यह बात सही है कि आपके ये जो पेट्रोलिंग पॉइंट्स है हम को एक्सेस नहीं कर पा रहे हैं, वहां पे पेट्रोल नहीं कर पा रहे हैं? क्या यह बात सही है? इसके कारण 2000 किलोमीटर जो भारत की सरजमीन है वो भारत के कब्जे के बाहर चली गई है। ये बड़े गंभीर सवाल हैं, जिन गंभीर सवालों का इस सरकार को जवाब देना चाहिए। इसके साथ साथ अध्यक्ष सभापति महोदय, थैंक यू, थोड़ा सा मेरे को आप 2 मिनट का समय और दीजिए। सभापति महोदय, हम ये पूछना चाहते हैं कि 18 राउंड मिलिट्री टू मिलिट्री बातचीत हुई है चीन के साथ, और 18 राउंड में क्या निष्कर्ष निकला है? क्या ये बात सही है कि जितने बफर जोन बने हैं वो सारे बफर जोन भारत की सरजमीन में बने हैं? जितने बफर जोन बने हैं मिलिट्री टू मिलिट्री टॉक्स के बावजूद वो बनस्पत वो भारत की सरजमीन में बने हैं। हम ये पूछना चाहते हैं कि जो विदेश मंत्रालय के स्तर पे बातचीत चल रही है चीन के साथ, उसका क्या निष्कर्ष निकला? ये सारे गंभीर सवाल हैं जिनका जवाब आप सरकार को देना पड़ेगा। और मैं सभापति महोदय, मेरे को मालूम है समय कम है, मैं सिर्फ एक बात आपके समक्ष रखना चाहता हूं कि एक तरफ तो
देर तक बोलेंगे आपका पार्टी का टाइम खत्म होगा।
सभापति महोदय, मेरे को यह कहा गया है कि हमारा पार्टी का टाइम सुरक्षित है। ये समय आपने, अध्यक्ष जी ने मेरे को दिया है अपने समय में से निकाल के, इसलिए मैं समय ले रहा हूं। मैं आखिरी बात सभापति महोदय, एक बात कहना चाहता हूं। तो एक तरफ तो हमारे जांबाज सिपाही चीन का मुकाबला कर रहे हैं, 50-60 हजार लोग वहां पे सरहद पे तैनात हैं। दूसरी तरफ चीन के साथ जो हमारा व्यापार है वो बढ़ता ही जा रहा है। 2022 में हमारा ट्रेड डेफिसिट चीन के साथ 101.2 बिलियन US डॉलर्स था। ये जो हमारे इंपोर्ट थे चाइना से वो 2021 में 97.5 बिलियन डॉलर थे, 2022 में 118.5 बिलियन डॉलर हो गए, और जो हमारे एक्सपोर्ट हैं वो 28 बिलियन डॉलर से घट के 17 बिलियन डॉलर रह गए। तो कहीं ऐसा तो नहीं है कि जो चीन हमारे खिलाफ आक्रमण कर रहा है उस आक्रमण करने के पैसे हम उनको दे रहे हैं ट्रेड डेफिसिट के थ्रू? तो इसलिए सभापति महोदय, ये जो सवाल हैं इनके ऊपर हम सरकार से जवाब मांगते हैं। और मैं आखिरी बात यही कहना चाहूंगा, सवाल बहुत हैं, संवाद की कमी है। अगर संवाद रहता तो इंडिया को ये जरूरत ना पड़ती कि इस सदन में ये हम अविश्वास प्रस्ताव लेके आते। और मैं ये उम्मीद करता हूं कि इन सारे सवालों का सरकार पूरी जिम्मेदारी से और पूरी सच्चाई से जवाब देगी। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
श्रीमती नवनीत राणा।
अध्यक्ष महोदय, आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
एक सवाल का जवाब।
अध्यक्ष महोदय, अविश्वास प्रस्ताव ये सदन में विपक्ष ने लाया है। सुबह से सभी डिबेट सुन रहे हैं और इस अविश्वास प्रस्ताव का मैं एज ए निर्दलीय, इंडिपेंडेंट और जनता के हित में काम करने वाली अपने क्षेत्र में, अपने महाराष्ट्र के हित में, मैं इस विपक्ष का नो कॉन्फिडेंट मोशन जो लाया इसका विरोध करती हूँ। और हमारे आज सुबह से जब से डिबेट शुरू हुई है 12 बजे से, जब से अगर हमने देखा तो विपक्ष अगर बात कर रही है, ये नो कॉन्फिडेंट मोशन लाया ही इसके लिए गया था कि महिलाओं पे होते हुए अत्याचार जो हुए हैं, मणिपुर में जो अत्याचार हुआ है उसके विरोध में, उसके ऊपर चर्चा होनी चाहिए करके ये अविश्वास प्रस्ताव ये सदन में लाया गया है। हम महिलाएं ये पार्लियामेंट में बैठी हुई, हम महिला माँ फिर सांसद हैं। जब ये सदन में हम बैठकर देख रहे हैं, सुबह से देख रही हूँ, विपक्ष ने जितने ने भी इस पे कहा है सिर्फ मोदी जी इज दी ओनली टारगेट, और महिलाओं पे कहीं पर भी सहानुभूति और महिलाओं के फेवर में एक भी शब्द ये विपक्ष का मुझे सुनाई नहीं दिया ये सदन में, पार्लियामेंट में। जब भी बोल रहे हैं मणिपुर में जो अत्याचार हमारी महिलाओं पे हुआ है वो अतिशय सबसे खराब जो ये हुआ है मणिपुर में, उसका सभी ने निषेध करना चाहिए। हम महिलाएं, पुरुष, हमारे भाई ये पार्लियामेंट में जितने लोग रिप्रेजेंट करते हैं सभी ने इसका निषेध किया है। पर विपक्ष को मेरा एक प्रश्न है, 4 तारीख को हुई घटना को जुलाई के पार्लियामेंट के एक दिन पहले वो पार्लियामेंट के पर्पसली वो वीडियो को वायरल करते हैं, और हमें जब पत्रकार आके वो वीडियो दिखाते हैं, मैडम यू नो अबाउट दिस वीडियो, व्हाट इज हैपनिंग इन मणिपुर, please give us some bite or some view of yours. I said, which video? What happened in Manipur? It happened only in 4th 4 मई को हुई घटना को जुलाई में जब पार्लियामेंट होता है, एक दिन पहले एक पत्रकार आके वो न्यूज़ वीडियो हम लोगों को दिखाता है। मैं मांग करती हूँ हमारी सरकार से कि जिसने भी ये पर्पसली ये वीडियोस वायरल किए और समाज में महिलाओं को इस सभागृह में लाकर उनकी बदनामी करने का जो काम विपक्ष ने किया है, इसके ऊपर चौकसी होकर इस पे जांच होनी चाहिए और उनको सजा मिलनी चाहिए सर। जितना जिसने किया हुआ कृत्य है, जो जितना जिम्मेदार वो है, समाज में इस तरीके से महिलाओं पर हुई अत्याचार को खुलेआम मीडिया में लाकर सोशल मीडिया में प्रचार प्रसार करने का जिन्होंने काम किया, उसका हम लोगों ने निषेध इस पार्लियामेंट से करना चाहिए। आज इस विपक्ष में इन लोगों ने लाई हुई नो कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन को, आज इनको एक प्रश्न है, इनके यहाँ पर एक भी विपक्ष में बैठी हुई महिला सुनने के लिए ये नहीं है कि जो सत्ता में बैठी है कि वो सरकार इनके बारे में, महिलाओं के बारे में कितनी सीरियस है। अगर ये सीरियस हैं सर, लास्ट वीक राजस्थान में हुई घटना के बारे में एक भी विपक्ष ने उसका उल्लेख नहीं किया सर। जब एक महिला के साथ, नाबालिग के साथ में अत्याचार होता है, उसका रेप किया जाता है इतनी बुरी तरीके से और कोयले में डालकर उसकी आखिरी सांस निकलने तक उसे जलाया जाता है और फिर जो बचता है उसे पानी में बहाया जाता है। सर, मेरा प्रश्न है इस विपक्ष को कि महिलाओं की इस्तेमाल आप राजनीति के लिए किया जा रहा है, महिलाओं को राजनीति का रोटियां बनाकर उस पर सेका जाने का इस्तेमाल हमारी महिलाओं के नाम पर किया जा रहा है। विपक्ष से यह प्रश्न मेरा है कि अगर मणिपुर की महिलाएं हमारे लिए, सभी के लिए सम्माननीय हैं, हमारे देश में रहने वाली हर महिला हमारे लिए हमारा मान सम्मान, हमारा गर्व है, क्योंकि हम भी वो महिलाएं हैं। मैं विपक्ष से पूछती हूं कि अगर मणिपुर की महिलाएं आपको इतनी महत्वपूर्ण रखती हैं तो 4 मई को आपका डेलीगेशन वहां क्यों नहीं जाता? 3 महीने के बाद पार्लियामेंट शुरू होने के बाद आपके विपक्ष का पार्लियामेंट का पूरी टीम बनाकर आप वहां जाकर चौकसी के लिए क्या दिखाना चाहते हैं? फोटो खींचने के लिए, वीडियो बनाने के लिए, उसकी मां के रोना दिखाने के लिए? मैं पूछती हूं कि राजस्थान में जहां पर विपक्ष की सरकार है, जब एक लड़की के साथ इतनी बुरी तरीके से व्यवहार होता है, अत्याचार होता है, तो विपक्ष का डेलीगेशन आज तक राजस्थान क्यों नहीं गया? पार्लियामेंट के विपक्ष के इन्होंने उत्तर देना चाहिए। ये मोदी जी को पूछते हैं वो मौन क्यों हैं। मैं विपक्ष को पूछती हूँ, राजस्थान की घटना पे विपक्ष मौन क्यों है? बंगला में हुई बांग्लादेश में, सोगत काका, वी कॉल यू गूगल अंकल। इफ टुडे वी गो ऑन गूगल and we search on Google कि सबसे ज्यादा अत्याचार महिलाओं पे कहाँ है, तो वो
हो गया
सर,
हो गया
सर, इट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट सर। सर, महिलाओं पे चर्चा हो रही है, अगर पुरुषों को 1-1 घंटा दिया जा रहा है तो हम महिलाओं को एटलीस्ट 5-7 मिनट तो देना ही चाहिए। सर लास्ट सर, हमारे आज MP हमारे कलीग ने महाराष्ट्र से, श्रीकांत जी ने हनुमान चालीसा इधर पठन करके दिखाया। हमारे महाराष्ट्र में भी ST महामंडल में काम करने वाली महिलाएं, मैं सांसद नहीं, सांसद एक तरफ और महिला होने के नाते जब मैंने सिर्फ अनाउंस किया, मला भीती वाटत नव्हती श्रीकांत जी। आज जब आप यहाँ पे हनुमान चालीसा का पठन कर रहे थे, सिर्फ मैंने नाम लिया था कि हनुमान चालीसा पठन करूंगी, तो घर से घसीट के 14 दिन जेल में और 2 दिन लॉकअप में रखा था। पर आज मोदी जी की सरकार है, ये पार्लियामेंट में ऐसा अत्याचार कोई किसी पे करेगा नहीं। और ST महामंडल की महिलाएं जब अपने हक के लिए, डॉक्टर बाबा साहेब अंबेडकर ने हमें लड़ना सिखाया है, अपने हकों के लिए रोड पे आकर अपनी आवाज बनना सिखाया है, वही आवाज जब महिलाएं ST महामंडल की महाराष्ट्र में उठा रही थी, तो वो महिलाओं को उठाकर लॉकअप में करीबन 1 महीना उन्हें सड़ने के लिए फेंक दिया गया था। तब ये विपक्ष कहां गया था? तब ये विपक्ष ने मौन धारण क्यों किया था? ये चीजें भी इनको उत्तर देना चाहिए। सिर्फ मणिपुर, महिलाओं पे अत्याचार, महिलाओं पे होने वाली पीड़ा, ये इनका विषय नहीं, सिर्फ मोदी जी का नाम है तो इनको विरोध करना है, यही इनका एजेंडा बना है। ये क्या नारा दे रहे हैं सर? 1 सेकेंड, ये क्या नारा दे रहे हैं? इंडिया, ये क्या नारा दे रहे हैं सर? इंडिया, 1 सेकेंड सर, लास्ट 1 मिनट सर, लास्ट 1 मिनट,
यू हैव मेड योर पॉइंट
सर, 1 मिनट। ये विपक्ष क्या नारा दे रही है कि इंडिया इंडिया इंडिया? अरे इंडिया ही मोदी जी को बनाई है, इंडिया ने ही मोदी जी को ये पार्लियामेंट हाउस में ऐसे प्राइम मिनिस्टर लाई है। आज भी इंडिया मोदी जी के साथ है। ये विपक्ष को मौन धारण किस विषय पे रखा है? इनको उत्तर देना ही पड़ेगा। ये मेरा प्रश्न विपक्ष को है। बस इतना ही कहती हूँ सर, महिलाओं का इस्तेमाल राजनीति रोटियां सेकने के लिए नहीं है। महिलाओं का सम्मान करना सीखे विपक्ष के लोग।
मिस्टर आरिफ
Sir, thank you, Speaker, sir.
So that was Manish Tiwari and Navneet Rana speaking. Smriti Irani, who's going to be one of the other high-profile speakers today, is going to be speaking a little after 6 p.m. Obviously, all of that coverage is going to be live here on India Today. But I want to bring the focus back for a moment to the whole Rahul versus Modi idea. Because if Rahul Gandhi didn't speak today, is he being saved for the last day? You heard what Rahul Srivastav also said, that the Congress perhaps has squandered the possibility of Rahul Gandhi's speech resonating for at least the next 3 days before the Prime Minister speaks. But be that as it may, Rajdeep continues to be with us. Rajdeep, you know, we've been talking about this Rahul versus Modi, notion for the last 48 hours in the build-up to this entire no-confidence motion. What is the Congress's strategy in your view? Is the idea to say, forget about all the perceptions, this is about pitting Rahul Gandhi against Modi?
Well, is the idea to pit Rahul Gandhi versus Mr. Modi? I think I said that in the original answer, Shiv. Yes, a section of the Congress, particularly dare I call them Team Rahul, believes that this is Rahul Gandhi's opportunity to once again position himself as the principal adversary to Prime Minister Modi. Remember, all the other potential top leaders of the India alliance are not there in the Lok Sabha. The Nitish Kumar, the Mamata Banerjees, the MK Stalins, they're chief ministers in their own state, so they're not in parliament. The Congress is short, some would say, of talented, experienced speakers in parliament. Rahul Gandhi has not spoken in parliament since February when he raised the Adani issue during the motion of thanks. And this is an opportunity for Rahul Gandhi to set the narrative for the opposition ahead of the 2024 election. So yes, even though BJP leaders are saying, bring it on, we will expose Rahul Gandhi once he speaks in parliament. The fact is, from a Congress perspective, this is an opportunity to show Rahul Gandhi as a first among equals at the very least, and thereby pit him against Prime Minister Modi, since over the last 1 year, he's been the one raising the inconvenient questions, is what the Congress is claiming.
Now, as we've seen in the last couple of speakers as well, Navneet Rana as well as Manish Tiwari and many of them before them, Manipur has actually come up very little in all of the speeches made by leaders so far, barring the opening batsman, which was Gaurav Gogoi, who dedicated most of his speech to the issue of Manipur, which is what this no-confidence motion is really about. But all of the rest of the speeches have all proven that this platform of this no-confidence motion is as much about 2024 and campaigning for the upcoming election season than it is about anything else. I've pulled out some snippets just to prove my point. Take a look at this.
पहला, उनकी राज्य सरकार विफल थी। दूसरा, उनका गृह विभाग और राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा सलाहकार विफल रहे। और तीसरा, प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के मौन रहने का कि वो अपनी भूल कबूल करना नहीं चाहते। जब हम बार-बार पूछते हैं, सर बड़ी आश्चर्य की बात है कि सर कि अभी तक मैंने प्रधानमंत्री का नाम लिया, अभी तक मैंने मुख्यमंत्री का नाम लिया, अभी तक मैंने गृह मंत्री का नाम लिया, अभी तक इनकी तरफ से विरोध नहीं आया, लेकिन जब एक विशेष कंपनी के मालिक का नाम लिया तो ये सारे मंत्री और सांसद खड़े हो गए। किसकी सरकार है सर? ये किसकी सरकार है?
सोनिया जी का मैं बड़ा सम्मान करता हूं सर। सोनिया जी, मुझे जो लगता है कि उनके पार्टी की उनकी दो मनस्थिति है। वो एक हिंदू सभ्यता संस्कृति में बिलीव कर रही हैं, इसीलिए अलौकिका पंडिता की तरह जो पूरा किताब में लिखा हुआ है कि क्या क्या करना चाहिए एक भारतीय नारी को, उसका पूरा का पूरा पिक्चर सोनिया जी देती है। उनको दो काम करना है, बेटे को सेट करना है और दामाद को भेंट करना है।
What is in 9 years the great achievements of this government? Is state governments toppled by the BJP? Is this fair democracy? Price rise, महंगाई बहुत हो गई, महंगाई की मार अब की बार शायद सबको याद होगा। एलपीजी की प्राइस, कर्नाटक इलेक्शन ने दिखा दिया एलपीजी का क्या होता है। फिर अच्छे दिन कहते थे आप, अच्छे दिन आएंगे। मैं पूछना चाहती हूँ, हेल्थ एंड सर्वे इंडेक्स, इंडिया हैज गॉन डाउन, हंगर इंडेक्स डाउन।
I have always believed that the Congress party is adept at snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. They are also very adept at cutting their nose to spite their face. And I say this advisedly. They know every time the Prime Minister has got up to speak on the floor of this House, he puts the Congress party through the shredder. I mean, they actually go through a shredding machine. So I cannot understand why they should cut their nose to spite their face, ask him to come to the House and put them through the shredder, as I have no doubt he will when he replies on Thursday.
The central agencies, ED and CBI, they are used to target opponents and bring down opposition state government as it happened in Maharashtra. BJP has a big washing machine. When Ajit Pawar was in NCP, he was very bad, 70,000 crore irrigation scam. Now BJP's washing machine he has entered. Now he has become a good man. Amit Shah goes and praises him.
Rahul, one final comment from you. You know, I know there are still 3 days to go. Anything can happen. Pinaki Mishra saying that, the Congress has cut its nose to spite its face. You know, the Prime Minister, every time he gets up to speak, he puts the Congress through the shredder. You know, just do a little bit of crystal gazing for us. Because the numbers we don't have to care about, because that's what, the BJP is, the NDA is comfortable as far as the number is concerned. Do you think that's what's going to happen on day 3? What is day 3 going to look like in your view?
See, Shiv, number game, I think a lot of people are dismissing the number game. A no confidence motion is one of the supreme tools in parliamentary procedures. You have brought in the 155mm howitzer in. It's the largest gun in the... It's the Bofors is in. And you are trying to kill a fly. To get a Prime Minister, see, it might look smart. The move is smart. They were desperate, I agree. But to the public, you have to justify why you brought in the Bofors. Now, at the end of the day, if you don't beat the government in terms of numbers, that's what no confidence motion is all about. Then you're not giving public enough to bite. That's a drawback. What the government is going to do, that with the support of 34 odd YSRCP and BJD MPs, the government number are going to be 360, 65. The government is going to go to the public talking about numbers. That yet again there was an attempt to waste time of the government to attack this government.
And look at these numbers.
And look at these numbers. This is what the parliament thinks of us. That's a template. Beyond that, it gives the government larger numbers, so larger number of speakers, larger number of BJP speakers, because it's the single largest party on its own 303 odd. So you'll have more speakers talking about that narrative of the government. That's there in the cloud. Now on the last day you're going to build something on Manipur. It's a perception. In the perception battle, one will wait and see what questions does Rahul Gandhi pose. And they have to be better than what Gaurav Gogoi and Manish Tiwari and others have done to actually rise to a level that it actually controls eyeballs. It has to be that good. If it is not that good and the Prime Minister runs roughshod over it and takes on Rahul Gandhi on the same old templates of dynasty, corruption, and all others, the pet peeves, then where does the narrative go? So there is a risk the opposition is running. But yes, also, it is important that sometimes you have to take the Bofors out to kill a fly also, because the Prime Minister was not relenting. I think eventually the last day is going to be very critical. How the two sides try to build a narrative, and from there, how they carry it forward all across the country. Otherwise, I think the opposition would have missed a trick as far as this. I still believe Rahul Gandhi should have been the first to speak. For 2 days, if the BJP didn't have answers to what Rahul Gandhi said, it would have been a much better narrative for the Congress party and the opposition.
The chance has been squandered, and now the Congress will have to make good on that decision on saving Rahul Gandhi for that final shot. Rahul, always appreciated. Thank you very much for your perspective on this very, very tantalizing, unfolding political story. The Bofors gun, as Rahul put it. Couldn't have put it more appropriately, given who we're talking about here. But we're going to have to see how this actually plays out. Very quick break here on 5 Live. Coming up on the other side, the big India Today news break that has everyone reporting the story. After a New York Times investigation, we've gotten our hands on emails that suggest how the Chinese government was directing journalism and coverage at NewsClick. That's next.
Communal flashpoint at Delhi's doorstep. Amidst the flames and rioting, India Today reporters fearless on the ground.
Stone pelting was so aggressive from the both sides.
Entire market in the area has been shut right now. Attacked the cyber police station of Noor.
Facts, questions,
What resulted in the communal clashes?
and first-hand reports.
एकदम ही पत्थर आए हैं ऊपर से छतों पे से गोली लग चली है पीछे वाला शीशा टूट लिया
100% accuracy amidst the blaze. We track the face of every story. India Today. India United.
Air quality today. In Delhi, 149. In Mumbai, 65. In Kolkata, 72. In Bangalore, 30. In Chennai, 23. In Hyderabad, 104.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Employee addition has dropped a combined 135% at TCS, Wipro and HCL Tech. This means where the companies had added 31,000 employees this quarter last year, this year they've seen a fall of nearly 11,000 employees. This is in line with the muted financial numbers shared by these companies. Akanksha Chaturvedi gets us a deep dive into this trend. A closer look. Akanksha?
That is right, Abha. Hiring across major Indian IT companies has dampened in Q1 FY24 as compared to the year-ago quarter. If we take a close look at the numbers, we see that TCS only added around 500 people to the company in Q1 FY24, while this number was over 28 times bigger last year. TCS added over 14,000 employees in Q1 FY23. At Wipro, this trend seems to have worsened. In Q1 FY24, Wipro's headcount actually reduced by around 8,000 employees, while in Q1 FY23, they had added over 15,000 people to the organization. HCL Tech was also in line with this trend. The company's headcount went down by over 2,500 people in Q1 FY24, whereas they had added around 2,100 people in the year-ago quarter. This slowdown is in line with the broader slowdown in the industry, which is caused by the cutbacks in IT and discretionary spending across the world.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 38 and minimum 28 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 31 and minimum 27 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 31 and minimum 25 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 29 and minimum 22 degrees. Chennai, maximum 34 and minimum 28 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 30 and minimum 22 degrees.
India Today set the news agenda on NewsClick, a website that was named by the New York Times as having been a recipient of Chinese government propaganda funding that has directed some of its journalism on issues pertaining to the India-China relationship, specifically on issues like the COVID pandemic, the handling of COVID, the farmers' stir, the border standoff between India and China and Ladakh, and many more. Now we've accessed emails that reveal how NewsClick was allegedly involved in not only taking these funds, but actively receiving instructions from Chinese entities on what kind of journalism to do. Along with this Congress connection, in a stunning revelation, the CPM's Prakash Karat's name has also emerged in these emails. Take a look at this report.
India Today unravels Congress-China link. A day after the government lashed out at the Congress and news website NewsClick, email exchanges have now emerged showing how Chinese propagandists were in direct touch with media in India. This is billionaire Neville Roy Singham, who's been accused of Chinese propaganda, emailing NewsClick director Prabir Purkhayas and CPM leaders like Prakash Karat with a Praise China toolkit. Sources tell India Today these email exchanges occurred during significant periods, including the early days of the COVID outbreak, during farmer protests in India, and the persisting border tensions between India and China. The way these emails were structured, it clearly reveals a clear inclination towards promoting Chinese propaganda.
The email conversations recorded by the Enforcement Directorate during the searches not only talk about how to keep China in a good light as far as its pandemic handling is concerned, but it also talks about some of the sensitive issues like India-China border. But the most important part is the email conversation with CPIM leader Prakash Karat, and the Bharatiya Janata Party has not only targeted opposition over this, but they have also raised this matter before the parliament.
Not just that, in stunning revelation, emails also talk about collaborations of the Indian communists with the Chinese. Sources say Prakash Karat expressed his satisfaction with the Chinese peace, despite knowing anti-China sentiments.
यदि न्यूज क्लिक का नाम यदि डिलीट या रेस्टोर हो गया, कांग्रेस को क्या समस्या है सर? न्यूज क्लिक आपका कौन लगता है? पुरकास्ट का नाम यदि रेस्टोर हो गया, पुरकास्ट आपका क्या लगता है? प्रकाश कारात साहब, उनका पूरा का पूरा मेल मैं ऑन रिकॉर्ड आपको लाना चाहता हूं कि जो वो नेवेली राय सिंघम था, उसके साथ उनके हजारों मेल हैं, और जब आप कहेंगे मैं ऑन रिकॉर्ड उसको पेश कर दूंगा सर।
The government has now sharpened its attack on the Congress.
कांग्रेस का हाथ न्यूज़ क्लिक के साथ, कम्युनिस्ट बाकी दल ये भी उनका सहयोग करते रहे, लेकिन कांग्रेस का हाथ न्यूज़ क्लिक के साथ, न्यूज़ क्लिक के ऊपर चाइना का हाथ, तो किसका हाथ कहाँ कहाँ मिला है सबको समझ आता है।
कल जो है सर न्यूज क्लिक के ऊपर बड़ा हंगामा हुआ।
The Congress meanwhile has strongly objected to the comment made by the BJP leaders, calling them defamatory and demanding that the allegations made by Nishikant Dubey in Parliament must be expunged.
The mic of a particular BJP member, Mr. Dubey, was switched on and he proceeded to speak. And his sound was the only one coming through the translation headsets and through the record of the House, in which he levelled defamatory and libelous accusations against our party and by name two of its leaders. He cannot do so without giving notice in advance and getting the consent of the Speaker, which he had not done.
With more and more evidence emerging of the China News Click nexus to peddle Xi propaganda, the political fight is also heating up. With Munish Pandey in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
That's it on 5 Live. I'll see you the same time tomorrow. Our coverage, remember, of day 2 of no confidence motion continues as well. 6 p.m. prime with Akshita comes up next. A day after Congress MP Rahul Gandhi made his big comeback, his name was struck off the list of party speakers. We'll get even more into that. We've got some breaking news on that coming up next.
It is never too late to chase your dream. Anil Kumar Mishra took to art late in his life, but what started as a hobby has become a passion over the years. The 70-year-old from Ramnagar in Jharkhand spends his time giving new life to waste wood.
मैं समझता हूँ कि ये कोई ईश्वरीय देन है, जो शक्ति है, जो मुझे प्रेरणा देता है और मैं इसको कार्य रूप में परिणत कर पाता हूँ।
Mishra's tryst with art started in 2007 when he was a school teacher.
गाछ है बहुत पुराना, हजारों साल पुराना गाछ है जिसमें बहुत सारे दीमक खाए हुए हैं, बहुत टिड्डा रहते हैं सर, और उसी गाछ का टुकड़ा से एक प्रेरणा जगी हमको और उसी गाछ के टुकड़ा से मैं एक बर्ड का भाव आया और मैं उसमें क्रिएशन का शुरुआत वहीं से हुई।
In the beginning, not everyone was his fan.
मुझे तो काफी बुरा लगता था, कभी कोई लड़ाई झगड़ा हो ही जाता था कि पुराना लकड़ी क्यों लेके आ रहे हैं। लकड़ी लाके जब इकट्ठा करना शुरू किए तो थोड़ा हो जाता था झगड़ा। जब बनाना शुरू किए तो जब पूरा बनने लगा तब बन के फिर बहुत अच्छा लगने लगा। अब तो खैर जान गए तो अब कोई बात नहीं।
Now his family and friends bring the raw materials for him.
सपोर्ट मुझे वो अगर गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से कुछ मिलता है तो मैं और इसको आगे बढ़ा सकता हूँ।
Mishra has won many prizes for his art. He has created more than 1,000 sculptures. With Rajesh Verma in Ramgarh, Bureau Report, India Today.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 38 and minimum 28 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 31 and minimum 27 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 31 and minimum 25 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 29 and minimum 22 degrees. Chennai, maximum 34 and minimum 28 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 30 and minimum 22 degrees. Forecast now. Delhi, maximum 38 and minimum 28 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 31 and minimum 27 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 31 and minimum 25 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 29 and minimum 22 degrees. Chennai, maximum 34 and minimum 28 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 30 and minimum 22 degrees.
LIC हर पल आपके साथ।
आजादपुर मंडी में राहुल जी का
Spar over no confidence motion. Gaurav Gogoi leads opposition onslaught.
पहला, उनकी राज्य सरकार विफल थी। दूसरा, उनका गृह विभाग और राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा सलाहकार विफल रहे। और तीसरा, प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के मौन रहने का कि वो अपनी भूल कबूल करना नहीं चाहते।
But where is Rahul Gandhi? Last minute change in Congress's speaker list.
क्या हुआ सर? हम तो राहुल गांधी जी के भाषण सुनने के लिए हम उत्सुक है सर, हम उत्सुक है राहुल गांधी का। राहुल क्या हो गया ऐसे? क्या एकदम?
लेकिन लगता है कि शायद ये आज तैयार नहीं थे, देर से उठे होंगे।
Rahul to speak in Modi's presence. Get set for a Modi versus Rahul face-off. No trust vote stop. Our top focus at 6 p.m. prime.
Good evening. You're watching 6 p.m. Prime here on India Today. I'm Akshita Nandagopal. Over the next 1 hour, we're getting you all the highlights from Parliament from day one of the no trust debate that took place. Who were the big speakers? What were the big takeaways? And where's Rahul Gandhi? We're going to be getting you all that and much more. A look at the headlines first. No trust vote debate against Modi government gets rolling in Parliament. Fury face-off in Lok Sabha. Congress's Gaurav Gogoi leading the charge. BJP taunts Rahul and Sonia on corruption. After Parliament, now Rahul Gandhi is all set to get his old government residence back and will return to his 12th Tughlaq Lane bungalow. Rahul reacts, says, the entire country is my home.
मेरा घर पूरा हिंदुस्तान है।
News Click showdown continues in Parliament. Piyush Goyal calls opposition netas traitors. India Today accesses email clincher of Newslick's funding from China and the email transactions of the same. Rajya Sabha Chairman Jagdeep Dhankar pulls up. TMC MP Derek O'Brien for unruly behaviour. BJP says Derek not suspended yet in hope that he will express regret. But Derek and TMC make it clear he will not. A late-night drama that took place in Parliament last night. AAP MP Raghav Chadha now faces an FIR after his privilege motion comes under scanner. 6 MPs say their names were added without consent. BJP cries fraud. An ED heat on Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren. Enforcement Directorate summons Soren on 14th August in land scam probe. Claims Soren can also involved in money laundering. It's officially a wrap on day one of the no trust motion debate as Lok Sabha has been adjourned. Remember that the debate began at 12 p.m. So for 6 hours straight, we've had debates, discussions on the no confidence motion. It's adjourned till tomorrow. Tomorrow, again, it's expected that at 12 p.m. the debate will resume where it's been let off. We've seen both sides really come forward with their debates at this point. It's been extremely interesting discussions. But yes, what we were expecting of Rahul Gandhi speaking hasn't happened. In fact, it looks like clearly there's been a change in both the speaker lists of the BJP and the Congress. Maushami Singh is joining us with more details on this. Maushami, day one setting the stage for what's to come tomorrow as well as the day after, which is when it's expected that Prime Minister Modi and Rahul Gandhi will speak. But it looks like after the Congress changed their speaker list, so has the BJP, because there was a lot of speculation that Smriti Irani would wrap up proceedings for the BJP today.
You're right, Akshita, because the battle lines are drawn and, you know, these bouts have several rings as far as, you know, the opposition's attack and the ruling party's counter-attack is concerned. And that's one reason speaker after speaker is being pitched according to the might of the one taking the floor. Clearly, you know, with Rahul Gandhi, the Congress calling it a googly for the ruling party, and Rahul Gandhi not being the first speaker has also changed the strategy for the ruling party. And now we are told that Rahul Gandhi perhaps would speak on the third day, on the final day when the Prime Minister would be answering the no confidence motion, because discussion will start quick after 0 hour day after. So clearly, you know, each side has pitched their best speakers, and this is more or not of a number game. The battle is about perception, and that's one reason that you see that none of these leaders who are taking to the floor are mincing any words while they are attacking the other side.
Very true. It set the stage perfectly for what we can expect tomorrow as well as the day after as this debate progresses. Maushami, stay on with me. We're going to keep coming across to you for your political inputs on this story as well. But a question everyone asked is, where's Rahul Gandhi? Because it was expected that the Congress's strategy would be clear, that they'd start off this entire no confidence motion with Rahul Gandhi kicking off the debate for Congress. But it looks like in the last minute there's a change of plan. And there's a reason we call it last minute, because even in print, Rahul Gandhi's name was mentioned before Gaurav Gogoi's. But it looks like they changed because reportedly Rahul Gandhi now wants to speak in the presence of Prime Minister Modi. And what that essentially means is that there's going to be political fireworks in Parliament come the day after on August 10th.
Optics, perception and strategy.
महोदय, मैं निम्नलिखित प्रस्ताव पेश करता हूं कि ये सभा मंत्री परिषद में विश्वास का भाव व्यक्त करती है।
It's not Rahul Gandhi leading the no trust debate against the BJP government. A day after he made a comeback to the floor of the Lok Sabha, his name struck through the list of party speakers.
सर, हमारी मांग स्पष्ट थी कि देश के मुखिया होने के नाते प्रधानमंत्री सदन में आए, अपनी बात रखे, अपनी संवेदना प्रकट करे और उस पर सारे पार्टी समर्थन दे और मणिपुर को एक संदेश जाए कि इस दुख की घड़ी में पूरा सदन मणिपुर के साथ है। हम मणिपुर में शांति चाहते हैं, मणिपुर के छात्र इंसाफ मांगते हैं।
Congress instead pitched its MP Gaurav Gogoi to lead the charge on Tuesday. The last-minute change even bewildered the government benches.
क्या हुआ सर? हम तो राहुल गांधी जी के भाषण सुनने के लिए हम उत्सुक है सर, हम उत्सुक है राहुल गांधी का। राहुल क्या हो गया ऐसे क्या?
The move is calculated. According to Congress sources, it's part of strategic game plan.
So many और कितने भी बड़ा और टेबल कर दूंगी सर।
The Gandhi science speech on the no trust motion reserved for the day when the Prime Minister would be physically present in the Lok Sabha. Prime Minister Modi is expected to reply to the motion on August 10. Rahul Gandhi held back from speaking till the Prime Minister is seen in the House on or before August 10. Congress appears to be meticulously crafting its narrative to showcase him as a formidable contender, ready to take on the Prime Minister head-on, and position him as the principal figure of the 26-party India alliance. Adding context to this political maneuvering, a Lok Niti CSDS survey in May showed Prime Minister Modi as the top choice for 43% of respondents if elections were held then. Nonetheless, Rahul Gandhi was seen narrowing the gap with 27% of votes in his favour, marking an increase of 4 percentage points since the 2019 survey and a significant 13-point rise since 2014. 15% of those respondents expressed their newfound appreciation for the Congress leader after his Bharat Jodo Yatra. Within the opposition ranks, Rahul Gandhi was seen garnering the maximum public support, far ahead of several other regional satraps from the non-BJP parties. As the political landscape continues to evolve with the convergence of over 24 opposition parties under one umbrella, the ongoing no-confidence debate is becoming a platform for making powerful political statements leading up to the 2024 electoral battle. Bureau Report, India Today.
And we saw several highlights from day one of the no trust motion debate, and many interesting arguments were put forth by both sides. Let's round up some of the best reactions, some of the best statements that came in from both sides.
जब अडानी पर इसी सदन में राहुल गांधी जी ने प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी से सवाल किया कि कितने बार अडानी जी एक विशेष कंपनी को प्रधानमंत्री के साथ जाने पर उनको सुविधा हुआ, तो प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी मौन थे। जब हम बार-बार पूछते हैं सर, बड़ी आश्चर्य की बात है कि सर कि अभी तक मैंने प्रधानमंत्री का नाम लिया, अभी तक मैंने मुख्यमंत्री का नाम लिया, अभी तक मैंने गृह मंत्री का नाम लिया, अभी तक इनकी तरफ से विरोध नहीं आया, लेकिन जब एक विशेष कंपनी के मालिक का नाम लिया तो ये सारे मंत्री और सांसद खड़े हो गए। किसकी सरकार है सर? ये किसकी सरकार है? जब चीन पर हमने सवाल किया, चीन पर आप पूछे, मैं चीन पर आता हूं, जब चीन पर हमने सवाल किया कि चीन हमारे सीमा के अंदर कितने किलोमीटर पर है, तो प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी मौन रहे।
मैं ये सोच रहा था कि राहुल जी बोलेंगे, क्योंकि मीडिया में तरह तरह की खबरें आ रही थी, लेकिन लगता है कि शायद जी आज तैयार नहीं थे, देर से उठे होंगे तो नहीं बोल पाए। कोई बात नहीं है, गौरव गोगोई जी ने बोला, बहुत अच्छा बोला। सोनिया जी का मैं बड़ा सम्मान करता हूं सर। सोनिया जी, मुझे जो लगता है कि उनके पार्टी की उनकी दो मनस्थिति है। वो एक हिंदू सभ्यता संस्कृति में बिलीव कर रही हैं, इसीलिए अलौकिका पंडिता की तरह जो पूरा किताब में लिखा हुआ है कि क्या क्या करना चाहिए एक भारतीय नारी को, उसका पूरा का पूरा पिक्चर सोनिया जी देती है। उनको दो काम करना है, बेटे को सेट करना है और दामाद को भेंट करना है।
अरे जिसका नाम ले रहा है वो बोले ना।
सर, हमारी मांग स्पष्ट थी कि देश के मुखिया होने के नाते प्रधानमंत्री सदन में आए, अपनी बात रखे, अपनी संवेदना प्रकट करे और उस पर सारे पार्टी समर्थन दे और मणिपुर को एक संदेश जाए कि इस दुख की घड़ी में पूरा सदन मणिपुर के साथ है, हम मणिपुर में शांति चाहते हैं। ये हमारी अपेक्षा थी, ये हमारी अपेक्षा थी। लेकिन अफसोस की बात है कि ऐसा नहीं हुआ। प्रधानमंत्री महोदय ने एक मौन व्रत लिया कि सदन में ना लोकसभा में कुछ बोलेंगे ना राज्यसभा में कुछ बोलेंगे, और इसीलिए अध्यक्ष महोदय ये नौबत आनी पड़ी कि हम अविश्वास प्रस्ताव के द्वारा प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का मौन व्रत हम तोड़ना चाहते हैं।
लोग कहते हैं प्रधानमंत्री मौन है, प्रधानमंत्री माफी नहीं मांगते, प्रधानमंत्री चीजें नहीं बोलते। मैं ये कह रहा हूं कि ये क्या नहीं कर रहे हैं, या अभी भी कह रहे हैं, दो चीजें कह रहे हैं मैं माफी नहीं मांगूंगा। क्यों माफी मांगे भाई? मोदी तो बहुत छोटा जात है, नीच जात है, ओबीसी है, ओबीसी से क्यों माफी मांगेंगे? बड़े आदमी हैं।
ये अविश्वास प्रस्ताव मणिपुर के लिए हम लाए हैं। इंडिया अलायंस, इंडिया दैट इज अ यूनियन ऑफ स्टेट्स, वी विल प्रोटेक्ट एंड वी विल विन। जो 2024 में भारत जीतेगा, इंडिया जीतेगा।
इंडिया जो है आजादी के बाद से कांग्रेस ने नहीं किया होगा, 1947 के बाद से उतनी बार इंडिया का यहां नारा लगा।
मैं खुद उत्तर पूर्वांचल का हूं, मैं खुद जिम्मेवारी से कहता हूं कि हुए हैं, लेकिन पहली बार, अरे आप में से तो कोई गया भी नहीं, आप क्या जानेंगे? पहले जाओ और फिर हमें परामर्श दो, पहले आप लोग जाओ। सर हम गए और बहुत दुख हुआ।
गौरव गोगोई जब बोल रहे थे इस कांग्रेस पार्टी को शहादत के बारे में, लोगों का क्या बलिदान है इसके बारे में कुछ पता नहीं है। इन्होंने मणिपुर की बात की और पूरे देश को नहीं, पूरे संसद को जो है इन्होंने चैलेंज किया कि आप लोग में से बहुत लोग मणिपुर नहीं गए होंगे, मणिपुर नहीं देखा है आपने। मैं मणिपुर के इतिहास का भुक्तभोगी हूं। मेरे मामा एनके तिवारी 73 में अपनी पैर जो है वो गंवा चुके मणिपुर में। वही एनके तिवारी जब मणिपुर में आईजी बनकर गए तो आपकी सरकार ने उसी ओपीएम लॉबी के तहत उनको गिरफ्तार कर लिया और कोर्ट ने कहा कि ये आप कर सकते हैं। आप राष्ट्रवाद की बात करते हो, आप मणिपुर की बात करते हो। आपने अभी कहा कि असम में समझौता हुआ, आप तो असम के हैं, सांसद हैं। क्या 83 के चुनाव में कितने % लोगों ने असम में वोट दिया था?
के साथ विश्वासघात किया है। आज टमाटर 2050 केजी में, पेट्रोल 102 लीटर का, एलपीजी 1200 रुपए सिलेंडर का, मिल्क आज दूध के दाम पे। आपको इकोनॉमी की बात करते हैं, लार्जेस्ट फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग इकोनॉमी की बात करते हैं, जाइए ये भाषा उस आजाद मंडी के उस आदमी के सामने वो रखिए जिसके आंसू आज पूरे देश ने देखा है, जो कहता है रो रो के कि मेरे पास पैसा नहीं है। ये जीडीपी और फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग इकोनॉमी की बातें उनको समझाइएगा।
इनका विरोध ये है कि गरीब के घर में जो चूल्हा जल रहा है, जो घर घर में पानी जा रहा है, जो नल जल की पहल चल रही है, जो गंगा से पानी देवघर आने की बात चल रही है, उसका ये विरोध है सर। इनका विरोध ये है कि बाइडेन ऑटोग्राफ क्यों लेता है। इनका विरोध यह है कि पापुआ न्यू गिनी का जो है प्रधानमंत्री उनका पांव क्यों छूता है। इनका विरोध यह है कि ऑस्ट्रेलिया का जो प्रधानमंत्री है वो उनको बॉस क्यों कहता है।
Parliament to Election Commission, Modi never comes to attend Parliament. He has not replied to a single question in Parliament. I have seen many other parliaments. I have never seen a man like him who as Prime Minister does not reply to a single question. He does not believe in parliamentary democracy.
I have always believed that the Congress party is adept at snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. They are also very adept at cutting their nose to spite their face. And I say this advisedly. They know every time the Prime Minister has got up to speak on the floor of this House, and I think his worst political adversaries will recognize the fact that he is a peerless orator.
सर हमारी मांग स्पष्ट थी कि देश के मुखिया होने के नाते प्रधानमंत्री सदन में आए, अपनी बात रखे और मणिपुर को एक संदेश जाए कि इस दुख की घड़ी में पूरा सदन मणिपुर के साथ है, हम मणिपुर में शांति चाहते हैं। लेकिन अफसोस की बात है कि ऐसा नहीं हुआ। प्रधानमंत्री महोदय ने एक मौन व्रत लिया कि सदन में ना लोकसभा में कुछ बोलेंगे ना राज्यसभा में कुछ बोलेंगे।
आज आप लोग मणिपुर का नाम लेकर के, नॉर्थ ईस्ट का नाम लेकर के बार बार जो आप लोग बोल रहे हैं, काश आप लोग 2014 के पहले के परिस्थिति को याद करते तो आपको आज नॉर्थ ईस्ट का नाम अपने जुबान पर लेने के लिए भी आपको सोचना पड़ना था। लेकिन आप लोग भूतकाल में जाना नहीं चाहते हैं और ऐसे ही राजनीतिक बयानबाजी में देश को गुमराह करना चाहते हैं।
So those were some of the highlights of what played out on day one. It sets the stage for essentially this kind of a debate on the no confidence motion and much, much more clearly in the coming next 2 days as well. Let me take this across to Paulami Saha and Maushmi Singh. Both of whom are joining us on this broadcast. Paulami tracks very closely the BJP. Maushmi, of course, gets us the updates on the Congress as well. Paulami, to you first, good evening. Has the BJP also been forced to kind of, change their strategy with how Congress at the very last minute decided that Rahul Gandhi is not going to speak today?
Good evening, Akshita. Of course, as the BJP is watching very closely what is the Congress's strategy as far as, which of the speakers they put forth first or last or in between as the discussion progresses. Obviously, there have been some murmurs about the fact that Rahul Gandhi pulled out at the last minute after having communicated to the Speaker's office. Gaurav Gogoi himself apparently communicated to the Speaker's office at 11:55 a.m. this morning that indeed Rahul Gandhi would be initiating the discussion on his behalf, though he was listed as the first speaker because he moved the motion against the central government. He was told it's all right as long as he, of course, raises it on the floor of the House, and that's when, of course, the switch can happen. But apparently he came back within 5 minutes and declared that it won't be Rahul Gandhi and he'd go ahead and do the speaking first. And that, of course, is being speculated that probably the Congress's strategy, of course, changed because the Prime Minister was not in the House. Now, it is customary for the Prime Minister to be in the House when, of course, the discussion on the no confidence motion is initiated, but it's not a rule. The Prime Minister is in the Parliament complex, but he's not in the House. It is not required for him to be in the House until, of course, he's slated to reply to this debate. So what we witnessed, Akshita, today was a bit of a cat and mouse game. Nishikant Dubey was very well prepared, if you heard from the start of his speech, to counter Rahul Gandhi. But unfortunately for him, Rahul Gandhi did not speak first. Then, of course, now the strategy is that let's prepare Smriti Irani to take on Rahul Gandhi when he speaks. So could Smriti Irani go after Rahul Gandhi? But then again, the question is, when will Rahul Gandhi speak? He's slated to visit Rajasthan tomorrow. Will he do it on the 10th of August when the Prime Minister is expected to close the debate by about 4 p.m. in the afternoon? When will Rahul Gandhi speak? Probably Maushmi will know better about that.
Maushmi, that question then for you. When is Rahul Gandhi going to speak? Paulami tells us he's in Rajasthan tomorrow. So that essentially makes it clear Rahul Gandhi is going to be speaking in all likelihood on 10th August. They're clearly creating a direct competition here, contest between Prime Minister Modi and Rahul Gandhi, much like what we saw in 2018. But what was with the last minute change? It was known all along that the Prime Minister would be speaking on August 10th. So why did the Congress first say Rahul will speak today and then in the very last second change things around?
Akshita, I really think that perhaps the Congress wasn't aware that the Prime Minister would not be in the House. And ideally, the Congress would want that when Rahul Gandhi is speaking, that the Prime Minister should be in the House, because Rahul Gandhi will be launching a very sharp attack on the Prime Minister. If you remember his speech during the President's Thanksgiving motion on President's speech on the budget, even at that time, Rahul Gandhi launched a very scathing attack on the Prime Minister. And that's why the Congress says it's our prerogative when Rahul Gandhi should speak. And the Congress is keeping the cards very close to its heart. As I said, that the Congress even said that we'll only tell you 3 hours before. But it's highly likely, that Rahul Gandhi would speak speak just right before the Prime Minister. 16 hours have been allotted for discussion, and this time round when Rahul Gandhi speaks, of course the booster dose of India parties will echo in the House as well, because Rahul Gandhi would answer all those allegations that from Amit Shah to all the other BJP MPs have launched on the India alliance. So we'll have to wait and see for the fireworks, perhaps the best political debate saved for the last.
The grand finale is at the end, of course, it's going to be on August 10. Thanks very much, Paulami and Moshmi, for getting us all of those updates. I'm slipping into a very short break here on 6 p.m. Prime. On the other side, we're getting you all the reactions that have come in on all the late-night drama that played out in Parliament yesterday. Amid the Delhi Services Bill being passed in the Rajya Sabha, there was a controversy over AAP MP Raghav Chadda's motion, in which he had named several members of Parliament who claimed they didn't give their consent.
Meet the men Monu Manesar and Bittu Bajrangi who inflamed Mewar, who triggered the fiery chain reaction.
आपके वीडियोस ने जो है वो उकसाने का काम करा है इस यात्रा में।
कोई उकसाने का कार्य नहीं किया, ना मैं उस यात्रा में गया।
The key faces of the new nightmare. Live streamed provocations and poison.
आधे घंटे की प्लानिंग नहीं है, ये कह रहे हैं कि बिट्टू ने बोल दिया, मैंने बोल दिया, वो इसको लोग तैयार बैठे थे वो बंदूक लेके।
Cops hunt them, but we find them. Listen as they paint the full scary picture. Only on India Today Television.
ये बात हमने सदन के प्रारंभ होने से भी पहले कहा था कि अगर प्रधानमंत्री पूरा मणिपुर को में एक ऑल पार्टी डेलीगेशन लेके जाएंगे तो हम सब उसमें शामिल होंगे। और हमारा तीसरा ये याचना है कि मणिपुर के विभिन्न समाज सेवक संगठनों को बुलाकर एक मीटिंग करिए, शांति का एक पहल रखिए। लेकिन प्रधानमंत्री क्या कर रहे हैं? प्रधानमंत्री आज इंडिया अलायंस को बदनाम करने में तुले।
ये जो सवाल है सर, ये INDIA की बात करते हैं। मुझे तो मैं सोनिया जी का बहुत सम्मान करता हूं, और ये जो INDIA बना है सर, ये INDIA यहां जितने लोग सांसद बैठे हैं ना, उनको रैंडम यदि आप पूछ लीजिए अपोजिशन वाले से कि INDIA का क्या फुल फॉर्म है, शायद कुछ ही लोग होंगे जो बता पाएंगे। और ये इंडिया बात कर रहे हैं सर। मैं तो इस मणिपुर का जो है शुक्रगुजार हूं, मणिपुर का शुक्रगुजार हूं, जिसको अभी आपने डांटा सर, दानिश अली को जिसको आपने डांटा, भारत माता की जय कहने पर भी उसको लगता है कि ये बीजेपी का नारा है। लेकिन मैं मणिपुर का शुक्रगुजार हूं कि जितना इंडिया जो है आजादी के बाद से कांग्रेस ने नहीं किया होगा, 1947 के बाद से उतनी बार इंडिया का यहां नारा लगा। मैं आपका शुक्रगुजार हूं।
Welcome back. There was a curious turn of events that played out in Parliament late last night. Amid the Delhi Services Bill, you had very, very serious allegations being levelled against AAP MP Raghav Chadda. He was there and had put forward a motion before the chair. And in that motion had signatures from several MPs, including BJP members of Parliament. Now, 4 MPs have accused the AAP MP of forgery, saying that they did not give their consent and that he has forged their signatures. AAP in response, Raghav Chadda in response has said that this kind of, in fact, a motion didn't need any signatures and that it was a mere formality where he gave their names alone. So there's no question of forgery or fraud. Now, if the signatures, quoting sources here, if the signatures of the 5 MPs on Raghav Chadda's proposal to send this bill to the Select Committee are found to be fake, then on the complaint of these 5 MPs, the chairman may actually recommend registering an FIR. It hasn't happened just yet, and as I said, while the MPs claim that their signatures have been forged, the Aam Aadmi Party maintains at this point that with regards to this particular proposal that he had sent forward to the Select Committee, it did not need any signatures. Amit Shah had also spoken about this, saying that this is a breach of privilege of the House. Shah said the matter should be referred to the Privilege Committee. He also attacked AAP, alleging that the party was committing fraud in parliamentary proceedings. Let's get you some of those highlights and the reactions that have come in.
I will respond. My dear friend, no signature is needed. मुझे जब नोटिस आएगा मैं उसका खुल के जवाब दूंगा. थर्ड राउंड ऑफ जुडिशियल स्क्रूटनी बना है, इसकी संवैधानिक पीठ जो है, ये भी मेरा विश्वास है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल के और लोकतंत्र के हक में फैसला देगी.
मान्यवर, ये 5 सदस्यों का नाम आसन की ओर से उद्घोषित किया जाए या उनको बोलने की मंजूरी दी जाए और इसका रिकॉर्ड बनाकर, ये प्रिविलेज का मामला है मान्यवर, इसको प्रिविलेज कमेटी में भेजा जाए. हम तो यहाँ चर्चा कर रहे थे, फर्जीवाड़ा दिल्ली सरकार में चल रहा है, ये सदन की कार्यवाही में फर्जीवाड़ा है.
Yeah, I have given the privilege notice to the chairman to inquire that whoever misused my name, this is against privilege, therefore to take necessary action for misuse that kind of activity.
राघव चड्डा ने सिलेक्ट कमेटी में मेरा नाम रखा, मेरी कोई उससे बात नहीं हुई है, मैंने कोई साइन नहीं की है, एक गलत किया है उसने, और मैंने स्पीकर को भी बता दिया कि मेरा नाम उसने गलत रखा है. मैंने कोई सिलेक्ट कमेटी में उसको मंजूरी नहीं दी है और उस पर जरूरी एक्शन भी लेना चाहिए, वो भी हमने बता दिया है.
There are a number of members of parliament who are there whose names have featured in this resolution, but we had no inkling, neither any clue that our names have been included. There was no discussion with us in this regard, especially when all of these MPs that we've been supporting the bill. So there was no point of concern about in terms of going for a resolution, especially when we and our parties are supporting the bill. So therefore, I believe this is a clear case of a very shocking incident that has happened. Generally hasn't happened in the House. And the matter was also taken cognizance by the Honorable Home Minister who was there at that point of time. He has also pointed it out. And I'm sure the Honorable Chairman will take appropriate cognizance of the matter and do the needful.
गृह मंत्री जी ने वहां पे झूठ बोला है, जानकारी के अभाव के अंदर बोला है. ना तो दिल्ली विधानसभा के अंदर कभी ऐसा काम हुआ और ना ही संसद के अंदर ऐसा काम हुआ. फिर यही कहता हूं कि राघव ने गुड फेथ के अंदर नाम दिए. ये ताकतवर लोग हैं, इन्होंने राघव की सदस्यता लेना चाहते हैं. जैसे राहुल गांधी की सदस्यता ले ली थी, ऐसे राघव की सदस्यता लेना चाहते हैं. ये ताकतवर लोग ले सकते हैं, फर्क नहीं पड़ता. राघव फिर चुन के आ जाएंगे, परंतु इनका झूठ बेनकाब होगा.
कोई भी सदस्य सेलेक्ट कमेटी के लिए किसी का भी नाम प्रस्तावित कर सकता है, और सेलेक्ट कमेटी में नाम प्रस्तावित करने के लिए किसी के साइन की जरूरत नहीं होती, किसी के सिग्नेचर की जरूरत नहीं होती. झूठ और अफवाह मत फैलाइए. आपकी पार्टी का काम है झूठ फैलाना, लेकिन हर बात में झूठ फैलाते हैं आप लोग. सभी दलों के लोगों की सेलेक्ट कमेटी बनती है, और राघव चड्ढा ने कुछ लोगों का नाम प्रस्तावित किया. अगर उन लोगों को अपना नाम मंजूर नहीं तो उनकी मर्जी है.
आज भारत कैसा देश बन गया है. हम पाकिस्तान को देखते थे कि वहां पे कोई लोकतंत्र नहीं है, वहां पे कोई संविधान नहीं है, किसी भी प्रकार के आदेश पास हो जाते हैं. आज भारत को पाकिस्तान जैसे देश से बदतर बना दिया है प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने. लोकतंत्र के मंदिर में आज संविधान की धज्जियां उड़ रही हैं. लोकतंत्र के मंदिर में आज लोकतंत्र की धज्जियां उड़ रही हैं, संघीय ढांचे की धज्जियां उड़ रही हैं.
नहीं, अंडर द रूल्स ऐसा कोई जरूरी नहीं है. रूल बस यही कहता है कि मेंबरों का जो विलिंगनेस है उसको असरटेन कर लो. वो किसी भी तरह से हो सकता है, मतलब टेलीफोन पर बात हो सकती है, वैसे भी बात हो सकती है, लॉबी में हो सकता है. तो उसमें ज़रूरी नहीं कि लिखित रूप में ही इनका कंसेंट लो या विलिंगनेस लो. फोर्स सिग्नेचर का सवाल तब उठता है जब लिखित रूप में देना होता है. अब लिखित रूप में देना ज़रूरी नहीं है, तो उसमें फिर फॉल्स सिग्नेचर वगैरह का सवाल तो मेरे ख्याल से उठता नहीं है.
So that's a constitutional expert for you there, confirming that there's no question of forgery, but yes, this motion won't go through. Let's also tell you about what played out in the Rajya Sabha today, where once again the focus was on whether there will be a Manipur discussion or not. And amid that, you had a heated face-off between the Rajya Sabha chair Jagdeep Dhankar and TMC MP Derek O'Brien, similar to what we witnessed last night during the Delhi Services Bill. But this time around, Dhankar told Derek O'Brien to leave, leading to speculation of whether he's been suspended, but that has been confirmed by, in fact, the chair and the government, that Derek O'Brien hasn't been suspended because he's been given the opportunity to express regret for his words, for his unparliamentary behavior, and for disrespecting the chair, as the government has put it. The TMC and Derek O'Brien, however, have made it crystal clear that there's no question of apologizing. This all happened while, in fact, Derek O'Brien was trying to ensure a discussion on the Manipur issue. Now, while there was back and forth, you saw, in fact, Derek O'Brien getting up and yelling at the chair, leading to Chairman Jagdeep Dhankar asking him to sit down and to immediately leave the Rajya Sabha House as well. This comes after a spat that took place in the Delhi Services Bill on Monday evening as well, where Dhankar accused Derek O'Brien of doing theatrics in the House to gain publicity during a heated debate on the Delhi Services Bill.
Are you raising point of order? Rule book. First the rule. Under which rule?
The rule is on page 92.
Yes, which rule?
The rule is 267. The leader of the opposition has been asking for a discussion on Manipur. You allow the discussion on Manipur. That's my point of order.
Honorable members, I name Mr. Derek O'Brien. He must leave the House. I name him. Move it over. Yes.
I also move a motion for the suspension of Mr. Derek O'Brien for the remainder of this session for continuously and willfully disturbing the proceedings of the House, for disobeying the chair, and for continuously creating disturbance in the House. Respected sir, with your permission, I move the motion that Shri Derek O'Brien be suspended from the services of the House for the remaining part of the current session for his unruly behavior, unbecoming of a member of Rajya Sabha. Today, the 8th of August 2023, shouting slogans from the well of the House, thereby disregarding the authority of the chair, and from his chair disregarding every instruction of the chair, and bringing disrepute and shame to this august House.
So those are all the highlights of what played out in Parliament today. In case you missed any of the political action, we've got you covered here on India Today. We'll continue getting you those highlights on the other side of a short break. We get to our follow-up to the China link to Indian media. More details have emerged of how NewsClick was in touch with billionaire Singham and how they got specific instructions on how to go about some of their propaganda pieces.
There are very few couturiers in this country who do men's fashion with that much finesse. Two of the most impressive ones, to my mind, happen to be Kunal Rawal and Shantanu and Nikhil. Their showcases were a class above the rest as far as men couture is concerned. And what's interesting is gender was not about. What was stereotypically considered to be men's clothing was also something that you saw women wear and vice versa. Here's a look.
Kunal Rawal's showcase was extremely high on energy, with Punjabi music grooving and Ranbir Kapoor show-stopping with a Kapoor swag. We saw women in outfits that have traditionally and conventionally been worn by men, and that is why we call it gender no bar. Impressive.
I really admire him as a designer. I have always, seen the kind of innovative design he does. His cuts always very masculine. He's always pushing the boundaries. He's really blended, something which is very close to our culture with something modern. And I think where he also takes his inspirations from is very truly Indian.
And that is something I'm hedging my bets. I put it on the biggest clothes horse. Now I'm hoping it works.
Shantanu and Nikhil's showcase interestingly had bridal silhouettes that explored exaggerated ornate veils paired with bejeweled capes and gloves, just like in the Gatsby era.
There is a lot of romance that I see in you, and this collection was all about that. It was about romance, it was sexy, it was subdued in terms of its glamour, and I feel both of them had to do justice, and both of them are so good looking.
Rajesh Pratap Singh stands out of the pack with the kind of rebellion we saw in his work.
Welcome back. Here on India Today, we gave you extensive details of the New York Times investigative report that blew the lid of how Chinese propaganda pieces had made their way into an Indian news website called NewsClick. Now we've got emails, which you see on your screens there, exchanged between billionaire Neville Singham, identified as someone who was getting funds directly from the Xi government just to spread propaganda, and the editor and founder of NewsClick. Also, interestingly, there are conversations between Singham as well as CPIM's Prakash Karat. All of this has led to talk once again of how Chinese pieces, Chinese propaganda from directly the Communist Party of China was being spread here in India. The details of these emails will shock you. Let's get you all of that.
India Today unravels Congress-China link. A day after the government lashed out at the Congress and news website NewsClick, email exchanges have now emerged showing how Chinese propagandists were in direct touch with media in India. This is billionaire Neville Roy Singham, who's been accused of Chinese propaganda, emailing NewsClick director Prabir Purkhayas and CPM leaders like Prakash Karat with a Praise China toolkit. Sources tell India Today these email exchanges occurred during significant periods, including the early days of the COVID outbreak, during farmer protests in India, and the persisting border tensions between India and China. The way these emails were structured, it clearly reveals a clear inclination towards promoting Chinese propaganda.
The email conversations recorded by the Enforcement Directorate during the searches not only talk about how to keep China in a good light as far as its pandemic handling is concerned, but it also talks about some of the sensitive issues like India-China border. But the most important part is the email conversation with CPIM leader Prakash Karat, and the Bharatiya Janata Party has not only targeted opposition over this, but they have also raised this matter before the parliament.
Not just that, in stunning revelation, emails also talk about collaborations of the Indian communists with the Chinese. Sources say Prakash Karat expressed his satisfaction with the Chinese piece, despite knowing anti-China sentiments.
यदि न्यूज क्लिक का नाम यदि डिलीट ये रेस्टोर हो गया, कांग्रेस को क्या समस्या है सर? न्यूज क्लिक आपका कौन लगता है? पुरकास्ट का नाम यदि रेस्टोर हो गया, पुरकास्ट आपका क्या लगता है? प्रकाश कारत साहब, उनका पूरा का पूरा मेल मैं ऑन रिकॉर्ड आपको लाना चाहता हूं कि जो वो नेवेली राय सिंघम था उसके साथ उनके हजारों मेल हैं, और जब आप कहेंगे मैं ऑन रिकॉर्ड उसको पेश कर दूंगा सर।
The government has now sharpened its attack on the Congress.
कांग्रेस का हाथ न्यूज़ क्लिक के साथ, कम्युनिस्ट बाकी दल ये भी उनका सहयोग करते रहे, लेकिन कांग्रेस का हाथ न्यूज़ क्लिक के साथ, न्यूज़ क्लिक के ऊपर चाइना का हाथ, तो किसका हाथ कहाँ कहाँ मिला है सबको समझ आता है।
कल जो है सर न्यूज क्लिक के ऊपर बड़ा हंगामा हुआ।
The Congress meanwhile has strongly objected to the comment made by the BJP leaders, calling them defamatory and demanding that the allegations made by Nishikant Dubey in Parliament must be expunged.
The mic of a particular BJP member, Mr. Dubey, was switched on and he proceeded to speak. And his sound was the only one coming through the translation headsets and through the record of the House, in which he levelled defamatory and libelous accusations against our party and by name two of its leaders. He cannot do so without giving notice in advance and getting the consent of the Speaker, which he had not done.
With more and more evidence emerging of the China NewsClick nexus to peddle Xi propaganda, the political fight is also heating up. With Munish Pandey in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
I want to bring in Aishwarya Paliwal also on this broadcast. Aishwarya, good evening. With all of these revelations now coming to the fore, we know, of course, that the Enforcement Directorate was already investigating NewsClick. But there are questions right now about whether the rot runs way deeper than what was first imagined. So are we going to be seeing a much deeper, more thorough investigation being launched by the government?
Well, definitely, Akshita, we did see how the top ministers from the government and the Minister of State for IT, Rajiv Chandrasekhar, no less, coming on record and speaking about the fact that the IT ministry has also, over the past many years, seen the kind of spike that has taken place with regards to anti-India things that have been circulated on various social media platforms. With regards to NewsClick, what the government at the moment believes is that there is a direct link between China, the Congress party and NewsClick. Also going ahead and saying that crores of rupees, a funding of leading into thousands of crore of rupees has been given to NewsClick, and all this is being done at the behest of China and being facilitated by the Congress party and the Gandhis in particular, especially just to make sure that anti-India, things go on social media platforms. That's what the government believes at the moment.
It's been a debate that's been going on for quite some time now, Aishwarya. We'll see whether, with the government now also raking this up repeatedly, of course, for political reasons, also targeting the Congress, whether this will now become a more serious investigation also, not just on social media, but also on media platforms being misused. Thanks very much, Aishwarya, for joining us with that update. Let's cut across to breaking news that's coming in now. Amid a series of incidents that's put the state of Rajasthan to shame, with multiple incidents of rape, particularly minor rape cases being reported, the Gehlot government now has promised action in a crackdown that's been announced by the Chief Minister. Any person who is accused in a rape case, any person who is accused in a molestation case will not be given government jobs. Gehlot has promised that molesters and rape accused are now banned effectively from getting any government jobs in the state of Rajasthan. He's been under a lot of fire. He's been facing a lot of pressure from the opposition and otherwise for the rise in crime against women, against minors in his state. And now the solution that Gehlot has come up with is ensuring that there is no government job, no provision for any sort of help or aid to any of these accused. Devankur is joining us with more details on this. All right, Jai Kishan is joining us with more details on this. Jai Kishan, tell us really what is the thought behind this, because there will be a lot of questions of how there are legislators with serious such criminal cases against them who continue without any problem because they claim they're not convicted. And here you have Gehlot promising that there is going to be a crackdown on all of this on government jobs.
Definitely this, after some instances which have popped up from Bhilwara in past, in Badmer, there have been few instances, including Jaipur also, that where government aspirants, government workers were accused of teasing and harassing women. So this move has, what the sources have been telling us, that the move has been come after many complaints had reached PM or Chief Minister's office. And after this, Ashok Gehlot has come with this. But the question is that the rules are yet to be notified, how they will classify, because that, just like what Mr. Gehlot quotes, that there could be many instances where the cases are fake, the complaints are fact. So the rules are yet to be notified and their official statement is yet to come from the Bharatiya Janata Party. But what people have been telling us off the record is that how they will classify, whether somebody is accused, somebody is not. And the word manchala which they have used is yet to be defined. It's a very street word commonly used on streets. So there are both the sides to this decision taken by government, the Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot. The civil societies are appreciating this, that it will send a strong message to all the government workers. There have been instances in Ajmer recently where an IPS officer along with an IS officer was found guilty in trashing an hotelier.
Okay.
So, and in Bhilwara last year there was an instance where income tax state government department official was found guilty of teasing a woman.
Okay, so it's those instances, Jai Kishan, that you're listing for us that's prompted this step. But how much will it really act as a deterrent to ensure and control crime rates in Rajasthan remains to be seen. Important to highlight, of course, that this is coming in an election year in Rajasthan. So double the pressure really on the Gehlot government politically as well with regards to the rising rape cases in his state. That's all we have time for in this edition of 6 p.m. Prime. Thanks very much for tuning in. On the other side is Mission 2024 with Preeti Chaudhary. She's putting the focus on the debate that played out in Parliament on the no confidence motion, the highlights, the back and forth coming your way in just a bit.
You saw the clothes, you saw the celebrities, you saw the jewelry. Time now for you to see footwear fashion and how to keep it dramatic this season. Here's a look.
When it comes to footwear, a lot of drama is now making way. For instance, Freddie Mercury makes a comeback with Theatre XYZ heels.
Harrison, Dark Horse, and this is the Theatre XYZ one. My favorite pick from their drama collection. It's got the boss-like appeal to it as well.
Even the Harrison Cloud9 from the collection is now gender fluid and mainstream. Not just that, boots for all weather are here and they look chic.
I'm a sucker for color. This monsoon and the monsoon footwear these days are coming in different colors and different patterns. I'm just loving every bit of it.
Right from bubblegum smelling sandals to jelly shoes in all shapes and sizes and colors, monsoon shoes are sure having a moment. And if you have the courage to wear something different, try out these jelly ones from Melissa that are available in every color for different moods. And if you are the classy, safe type, your footwear can still have a lot of drama. These picks from OCD, especially the tap dancing Rebeccas or the dramatic Julies, come in with elegance in its own dramatic twist.
It's a beautiful artisanal work of craftsmanship made by artisans of India. And just look at the kind of drama it is adding to my foot.
While this season is all about adding drama, remember, wearing a story on your feet is all the 2023 footwear fashion is all about. In New Delhi, Chaiti Narula for India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
few people in the country have access to the Couture Week, and hence through our medium, we're going to get you what really happened at the Couture Week. Let's first begin with the opening showcase of Falguni and Shane Peacock. Let's bring you a roundup of the beautiful showcase by Tarun Tahiliani and a gorgeous one while added by JJ Valaya as well. Here's a look.
Designer Tarun Tahiliani presented his latest masterpiece capsule, For Eternity, at India Couture Week. With For Eternity, Tarun paid homage to the timeless allure of traditional craftsmanship and art.
India's, as we've discussed before, a fashion tradition. This is a new Western interpretation where we are blending our craft with the Western idea of changing fashion and a modern fit and size-specific fit. It's taken me a long time to navigate myself back through a very organic but real process of what makes me feel better. You know, I grew up, I thought Studio 54 was the last word.
Falguni and Shane Peacock's show had a strong social commentary. They shattered the glass ceiling with model Victor in a lehenga. So anyone now calling the lehenga bridal should now think twice, as inclusivity is the order of the day. Falguni and Shane Peacock opened the Couture Week and had Kiara Advani as the showstopper.
This year we wanted to do a lot of layering. If you noticed, we had a kurta and then we had a short jacket and we had a veil and we had dupattas. We just wanted to make it really dramatic and I think
also we wanted to reinvent the Indian bridal scene actually. The modern bride wants to wear a jacket, they want to wear short jackets, they want to look cool.
I guess inspiration that comes behind every garment, a lot of detailing, it just makes it look so elegant and yet so glamorous.
The House of Valaya by JJ Valaya celebrate the couture season in its new collection, Baroda. It was a marriage of craft and opulence that unfolded through 3 signature interpretations.
It is based on various very interesting nuances from the past of Gujarat, which involve the Maratha Empire, the Mughal Empire, as well as the Portuguese. Lipan, the Kutch mirror work, everything put together to create a new sort of language and a new dialogue.
In New Delhi, with Riya Modi, Shaithi Narula for India Today.
Good evening, viewers. Let's take a look at the weather report across the major cities this evening. Thiruvananthapuram is at 30 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 38. Mumbai is at 30 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 66. Panji is at 29 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 68. Ahmedabad is at 32 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 69. Bhopal is at 28 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 24. Jaipur is at 32 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 75. Delhi is at 34 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 84. Srinagar is at 29 degrees Celsius with AQI being 69. Lucknow is at 34 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 101. Patna is at 29 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 57. Kolkata is at 30 degrees with an AQI of 60. Hyderabad is at 30 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 57. Bangalore is at 29 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 33. Chennai is at 36 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 44. This is all we have for you in this segment. Hope wherever you are, you find favorable weather around you. Keep watching India Today for all the weather updates with me, AI Sana, all through the day.
That music happens for a reason. I don't feel anymore. To be free. Feel that. There should be limitations with expressions that might harm others. As human beings, the bare minimum that we could do is be able to express freely.
Co-powered by Nippon India Mutual Fund. Wealth sets you free.
Good evening, you're watching Mission 2024 and a small look into that on either sides of the political divide was laid today in Parliament, where the discussion began on the no confidence motion. We're going to get you all that went down in Parliament. I'm Preeti Chaudhary. These are the headlines. No confidence motion debate against the Modi government sets rolling in Parliament. Fiery face-off in Lok Sabha with Congress's Gaurav Gogoi leading the charge. Suspense over Rahul Gandhi's Lok Sabha speech. India Today accesses Congress strategy that reveals that Congress MP will speak only when the Prime Minister is in the House. After Parliament, now Rahul Gandhi all set to get his old government bungalow back and will return to his 12th Tughlaq Lane residence. Rahul reacts as entire India is my home.
मेरा घर पूरा हिंदुस्तान है.
News click shutdown continues in Parliament. Piyush Goyal calls opposition netas traitors. India Today accesses email clincher of news click funding from China. United opposition demands that Piyush Goyal apologize on the floor of the House for calling them traitors. Rajya Sabha Chairman Dhankar pulls up TMC MP Derek O'Brien for what he deemed was unruly behaviour. BJP says Derek O'Brien not suspended yet in hope that he will express regret. TMC says absolutely no regrets. Aam Aadmi Party's Raghav Chadda in a bit of a soup. 6 MPs say their names added without consent. ED heat on Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren. Enforcement watchdog summons Soren on 14th August over land scam probe. Claims Soren kin also involved in money laundering. Now, a day after Congress MP Rahul Gandhi made a comeback to the floor of the Lok Sabha, his name struck through the list of party speakers. He was to begin the no confidence motion discussion. However, it was Gaurav Gogoi who had mooted the no confidence motion who led the charge. The last minute change even bewildered the government benches. Why the last minute pullback? Well, sources reveal that it is a part of a Congress strategy.
Optics, perception and strategy.
महोदय, मैं निम्नलिखित प्रस्ताव पेश करता हूं कि ये सभा मंत्री परिषद में विश्वास का भाव व्यक्त करती है.
It's not Rahul Gandhi leading the no trust debate against the BJP government. A day after he made a comeback to the floor of the Lok Sabha, his name struck through the list of party speakers.
सर, हमारी मांग स्पष्ट थी कि देश के मुखिया होने के नाते प्रधानमंत्री सदन में आए, अपनी बात रखे, अपनी संवेदना प्रकट करे और उस पर सारे पार्टी समर्थन दे और मणिपुर को एक संदेश जाए कि इस दुख की घड़ी में पूरा सदन मणिपुर के साथ है. हम मणिपुर में शांति चाहते हैं. मणिपुर के छात्र इंसाफ मांगते हैं.
Congress instead pitched its MP Gaurav Gogoi to lead the charge on Tuesday. The last-minute change even bewildered the government benches.
क्या हुआ सर? हम तो राहुल गांधी जी के भाषण सुनने के लिए हम उत्सुक है सर. हम उत्सुक है राहुल गांधी का. राहुल क्या हो गया? ऐसे क्या?
that talks about equality.
The move is calculated. According to Congress sources, it's part of strategic game plan.
So many और कितने भी बड़ा और टेबल कर दूंगी सर.
The Gandhi science speech on the no trust motion reserved for the day when the Prime Minister would be physically present in the Lok Sabha. Prime Minister Modi is expected to reply to the motion on August 10. Rahul Gandhi held back from speaking till the Prime Minister is seen in the House on or before August 10. Congress appears to be meticulously crafting its narrative to showcase him as a formidable contender, ready to take on the Prime Minister head-on, and position him as the principal figure of the 26th Party India Alliance. Adding context to this political maneuvering, a Lok Niti CSDS survey in May showed Prime Minister Modi as the top choice for 43% of respondents if elections were held then. Nonetheless, Rahul Gandhi was seen narrowing the gap with 27% of votes in his favour, marking an increase of 4 percentage points since the 2019 survey and a significant 13-point rise since 2014. 15% of those respondents expressed a newfound appreciation for the Congress leader after his Bharat Jodo Yatra. Within the opposition ranks, Rahul Gandhi was seen garnering the maximum public support, far ahead of several other regional satraps from the non-BJP parties. As the political landscape continues to evolve with the convergence of over 24 opposition parties under one umbrella, the ongoing no-confidence debate is becoming a platform for making powerful political statements leading up to the 2024 electoral battle. Bureau Report, India Today.
So what's happened, viewers, is it's gotten down on day one of the no-confidence vote. The Lok Sabha got adjourned a little earlier than anticipated. Smriti Irani was supposed to be the last speaker. She did not quite speak. But even Rahul Gandhi did not. He was to begin the no-confidence motion. And today, Smriti Irani, who defeated Rahul Gandhi in Amethi, was to close day one. Both of the star speakers of either sides of the political divide did not speak. Gaurav Gogoi began, and then very tamely the House was adjourned till tomorrow morning, 11 a.m. Lots went down. Let's break it down one by one. Joining me right now is Rajdeep Sardesai, consulting editor, Rahul Srivastav, national affairs editor, in the studio with us, as well as Polumi Saha and Moshmi, both of them joining us with the very latest coming in from Parliament. Rajdeep, first up, early this morning, so much speculation, anticipation, Rahul Gandhi back in Lok Sabha, Rahul Gandhi kick-starting proceedings where the discussions on the no-confidence motion was concerned. Suddenly, there's a last-minute change and you have Gaurav Gogoi back in place. What went down? Why that last-minute change, Rajdeep?
The decision to not field Rahul Gandhi to start off the debate was taken after consultation this morning, where one of the suggestions made, among others, by the Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge was that Rahul Gandhi should be seen to be, in a way, challenging Prime Minister Modi. And it was felt that this could only happen if Rahul Gandhi waited a bit and perhaps spoke either just before Prime Minister Modi on the third day of the debate, that's on the 10th, or certainly after a substantial number of speakers had already delivered their comments, so that Rahul Gandhi in a way could respond to them, thereby getting the chance to counter some of the criticism that may come the Congress leaders' way. So I think it's a tactical, strategic decision taken by the Congress. There was also the belief that if you speak just before the Prime Minister, then it positions you as the principal opposition to him, and you can almost share equal space in a way, is what one Congress leader told me. But yes, there were others within the Congress itself who were taken by surprise because they had gone into